Hey everyone, Ronan here, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we got a complete full story for you in the continued effort to rebrand the channel. But before we get into that, we gotta do the usual thing like shouting out the Patreon. So, Vaishin Farquasan, thank you very much for the support, and if I butchered that, I do apologize. But also, everyone, analytics are very important, so please take a look at these numbers right here, and also the subscribed versus unsubscribed. And don't forget to drop a like and a comment to help fuel the video so it can get to a larger audience if this is your first time here. Please make sure to subscribe and to turn on notifications so that way you'll never miss another upload. But with all that being said, let's get into What If Ash Was Born in Kalos, the complete story. I hope you enjoy.
This is Ash Ketchum. Welcome to the Kalos region, where Ash's home is a town in the southern eastern part of Kalos known as Amberit Town. Here it is a coastal town, and it is known for its fishing as well as its abundance of fossil type Pokemon. Ash spends most of his days playing around the mines, as a lot of the miners spend a lot of the time digging up old fossil type Pokemon and taking them back to the museum to get resurrected for study. When Ash was about 7 years old, one of the miners actually gifted him a fossil, but unfortunately nobody would take him seriously. They all thought it was a rock except for him and the miner. Ash knew that it's a fossil, but nobody wanted to give him the time of day. So the time of Ash's 10th birthday comes, and it's a very special day indeed, developed at Lysander Labs in order to become a great trainer, and he aims to challenge the Kalos League. Ash inevitably wakes up late on this day and arrives late to the function where Lysander was, and unfortunately misses his chance to meet the philanthropist. But then Ash hears that he has the opportunity to still meet him, as Lysander is heading north of the city. So Ash takes off running, trying to meet up with Lysander, but to no avail. He eventually ends up getting lost in the forest outside of his hometown, and after some time of looking around, he ends up stumbling into a ravine and getting caught. This is unfortunate for him, as the wild Pokemon in the area have been known to be aggressive. Just then, Ash is attacked by a Pokemon. He doesn't know what kind of Pokemon it is, and he has no way to defend himself. This Pokemon is extremely fierce, but seems to be very, very young. Then, this Pokemon makes a move for Ash. It is trying to scare him out of its territory, but Ash doesn't know that it's a threat. And then, out of nowhere, a flamethrower interrupts the Pokemon, knocking it back and away from Ash. Ash looks up, and there stands a majestic looking Pokemon, a fire type, and at its side is its trainer. Ash knows this person. It's the person that he was trying to meet, Lysander. Lysander then orders his Pyroar to attack again with another flamethrower. Connects with the Pokemon, but the Pokemon refuses to stay down, and it then attacks Lysander's Pyroar. Lysander has no choice. He orders Pyroar to use a hyper voice, stunning the Pokemon, and then he throws a Pokeball at it and catches it. He then slides down the ravine to where Ash is and asks if he is okay. Ash looks up at Lysander and he says, "Wow, Lysander, I can't believe it," even forgetting that he was just in danger. Lysander then snaps him back to reality. "Hey, kid, are you alright?" Ash says, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry." Ash says, "I actually came out to look for you." Lysander says, "For me?" Ash says, "Yeah, I wanted to introduce myself to you. You see, today's my 10th birthday, and I was in hopes of getting a Pokemon, but I have to travel to Lumiose City in order to receive a starter type Pokemon. But that is one long travel to have without a Pokemon." Lysander says, "Yeah, that is quite the trip, especially for somebody without a Pokemon." Ash then introduces himself and says that he's lived here in Amberit Town for most of his life. He does want to travel, and he wants to challenge the Kalos League, and he hopes to use the technologies developed by Lysander and his company Lysander Labs to make that a possibility. Lysander, with a laugh, says, "Oh, is that so?" He goes, "You're quite ambitious." Ash says, "Yeah, I intend to also win the Kalos League." Lysander laughs again. He says, "Really? Well then, you're gonna need some help." He looks at Ash and he says, "You know what? How about this? Since how it's your birthday, how about a gift?" And he hands him the Pokeball with the Pokemon inside. He says, "Here, it's the perfect chance for you to test your skills as a trainer, to get to know this Pokemon." Ash says, "For me?" Lysander says, "Yeah, for you. After all, you said you don't have a Pokemon and you want to start out on a journey. This way, you won't have to make the trip to Lumiose City in order to get your first Pokemon. Now you have it, and you can plan your journey in any way you want." Ash says, "Wow, thank you. I really appreciate it." Lysander says, "And I'm also very good friends with Professor Sycamore. Just so happens, I have this." And he hands Ash Pokédex. Ash says, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, just flip it open and type in your name, and then swipe your trainer ID card, and it'll register you, and then it'll be yours." Ash does so, and then once Ash registers it, he links the Pokeball with the Pokédex, and it flashes, and it tells him the Pokemon and what kind it was. And as Ash registers with the Pokédex, it registers the Pokemon that Lysander had given him, and it reads, Absol, the disaster Pokemon. It appears when it senses impending natural disaster. As a result, it was mistaken as a Doombringer. Lysander says, don't let the preconceived notion of Absol being a bad Pokemon detour you from wanting to be its trainer. It can be a very powerful Pokemon. You just have to show it the love and respect that it needs. Lysander then helps Ash out of the ravine, and he asks Ash if he is okay to walk back to Ambrite Town by himself. Ash says, yeah, thank you, sir. Lysander says, great. Well, I have to get going to my next press conference, but I look forward to seeing you again. With that, they part ways, and Ash heads home. Later on, at the house, when his mom finally comes home, Ash shows her the Pokeball and explains to her what happened. She goes, well, even though you were late, at least you did get the chance to meet Lysander. Ash is super excited. With his mom's blessing, he gets the chance to head out on his own journey. But there is one thing that Ash has to do first. He is determined to prove that this rock that he has is actually a fossil. So now that he is a registered Pokemon trainer, he is allowed to enter the museum and speak with the specialist that resurrects fossils. And he uses this to his advantage. He enters the museum and he demands that they look at the rock. He knows that this is a Pokemon. After all, the miner said so. And now that Ash is a trainer, they can't say no to him. So they take the rock, and after some time of looking at it, they come back and they tell Ash that it is just a rock. There is no fossil. Ash is deeply disappointed. He thought for sure that there would be a fossil inside the rock, but there's nothing he can do about it. So that night, he heads back to the house, and he lets Absol out of the ball for the first time, and it is immediately apparent that Absol is not happy with being caught. It starts to attack Ash once again, and not only that, but it starts to destroy most of Ash's room using tackle attack and scratches, trying just to get away from Ash. Eventually, it is able to bust out of a window, and it takes off back into the forest, and Ash has to give chase. After a while, Ash is finally able to catch up to it. Absol is tired. It's been running, and it seems like this isn't a normal part of the region that it is from. Ash does his best to approach it, and even though Absol is worn out, it still makes a beeline for Ash, trying to detour it. All he wants is for Ash to go away, but Ash, being Ash, refuses to give up. Ash is determined to make Absol his partner, so he continues to push through the repeated attacks that Absol launches at it until Absol just eventually collapses from pure fatigue. With that, Ash recalls it back into the ball and takes it back home. Once home, he lets it out of the ball, and Absol's faint. Ash's mom comes in and asks what happened, and Ash explains to it. She said, yeah, this Absol looks pretty young, kind of like you. Probably hasn't had much human contact either, so you're gonna have to work with it. You're gonna need to be patient. It's not gonna trust you or many humans overnight. Ash takes his mom's advice, and with that, they make Absol as comfortable as possible, and Ash falls asleep next to it. The next morning, Absol wakes up, and it's kind of in a panic, but then it sees Ash and how he's just laying there. He stayed with it all night. Absol, still being fatigued from all running and battling it's been doing, doesn't really have anywhere else to go, so it decides to make the best of the situation and just goes back to sleep. A few hours later, Ash awakes and Absol isn't there. Ash starts to panic, thinking that it ran off again, but then he heads downstairs and he sees that Absol is with Ash's mom. It is actually eating and allowing Ash's mom to touch it, to pet it on its head, and to show it some sort of kindness. It seems to be a lot less on edge than it was yesterday. This gives Ash some hope, and it also eases him a little bit, as he's been kind of on edge ever since the first encounter with Absol. So Ash makes an attempt to try and approach Absol. Absol is apprehensive towards Ash, as he and Absol are kind of in the same boat. They're similar in age, they're both very young, and they're both very impetuous, but Absol does allow Ash to get close to it. Ash is excited about this, and Ash's mom tells him, listen, don't get too carried away. Absol is still kind of tired, and it's unsure how to feel about you right now, so you need to take precautions. This Pokemon hasn't had a lot of human contact, so you got to be patient. Ash says, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So Ash gives it to its space, and over the next couple of days, Ash and Absol kind of come around to each other, even to the point to where Absol starts sleeping in Ash's room with him. Then comes the day when Ash is actually allowed to set out on his Pokemon journey. He was waiting to register at the Pokemon Center, so he finally got the opportunity to, and he headed to the center while Absol was sleeping. He got registered into the Pokédex, and now he can challenge the Kalos League, and he is super excited. All he can think about is his first gym battle. So with that, he rushes home to get Absol. After all, Absol is his Pokemon, and they're going to go on a journey together. Ash not actually thinking about Absol's feelings. So when Ash gets home, he busts in the door, and Absol is there. It's a little taken back by Ash's excitement, but it's something that Absol has come to be okay with, mostly. But Ash tells it that they are ready, and they will be leaving today to go on their Pokemon journey. Absol doesn't understand what Ash is saying, but Ash intends to force it whether it wants to go or not. So Ash pulls out the Pokeball. This sets off Absol. It does not want to return to the ball. And almost like the first day when Ash let it out of the ball, it starts attacking again. This time, Ash's mom is present for this, and Absol will not calm down. It's attacking relentlessly, and eventually it gets past Ash and his mom, and it heads outside, and it takes off into town. This is a bad thing, as some of the town folk around here are a little bit superstitious, and most of them don't know that Ash has an Absol. So Ash and his mom take off after it, looking for it left and right, asking anybody if they've seen a white Pokemon, but not specifically stating that it was an Absol. Then a bit of an explosion happens at the edge of town, so Ash and his mom head in that direction, and it's Absol. One of the local trainers saw it and was thrown off by it. He's a believer in the Pokédex, and he's a believer in the ill omen, so he wanted to get rid of Absol in any way that he can, and he had his Minshao try to take it out. Absol did its best to try and defend itself, but the Minshao is too strong for it. Upon arriving, Absol is laying on the ground in defeat, and the trainer is standing victorious over Absol and his Minshao, proclaiming that he saved the town from impending disaster because he was able to take out the Absol. Ash looked at the trainer and runs over to Absol, trying to get it to wake up, asking it if it's okay. The trainer says, this Pokemon is yours? And Ash says, yes, this is my Pokemon, and how dare you attack? Trainer says, what do you mean how dare I attack it? It entered our town, and all they do is bring bad luck with them. Ash says, where did you hear that from? Pokédex? Some random myth? That's never been proven. The trainer gets silent, and Ash says, see, how dare you attack my Pokemon? Absol slightly starts to wake up to this, and it sees that Ash is defending it. The trainer then orders Minshao to attack Absol again, because he wants Absol to be gone. Ash stands in the way, not letting the Minshao get close to it, taking the blow. Absol sees this. He can see that Ash isn't like the other humans. He actually wants to protect it. Absol struggles to stand back up, but eventually gets to its 4 feet. It looks at Ash, and it looks at the Minshao, and the next time the Minshao tries to attack and Ash tries to intercept, Absol gets in the way, taking the blow. It was a karate chop, and Absol takes a lot of damage, being knocked down. Ash calls to Absol. He doesn't know what to do, but Ash's mom tells him, Ash, this is your first Pokemon battle. You need to give Absol commands. Absol looks back at Ash. It's on the same page. It wants to battle with it. He sees that Ash cares for it, and that Ash doesn't want to bring any harm to it. He feels like he can trust this human, even though he's been unable to trust humans before. So Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and he learns that Absol's moves are currently Quick Attack and Bite. So Ash makes the choice. He calls for a Quick Attack, and it actually connects, catching the Minshao off guard. But then Ash orders a Bite, which does connect, but it causes minimum damage. And Absol is tired. It's unable to keep up because of the attacks from the trainer and its Minshao. So the trainer can see this. The trainer doesn't like that Ash is giving the Absol commands. So it orders its Minshao to run in and to use a Focus Punch. Ash, knowing that dark types are weak to fighting types, knows that he's got to block this somehow, but he doesn't know what to do. But Absol does know what to do. Its horn starts to glow, and Ash can see this. Ash pulls out the Pokédex, and it tells him that the move is known as Razor Wind. Blades of wind hit the opposing Pokemon, and critical hits will land more easily. Ash sees this, and he orders Absol to fire a Razor Wind. This connects with the Minshao, causing it to flinch. Ash then orders another Quick Attack, and Absol rushes in to put it down. The trainer doesn't like this, and he recalls his Minshao, and he tells Ash that he's going to be sorry. They will be back, and next time he's going to bring more people to run Absol out of town. As Ash celebrates his first ever Pokemon victory, Absol collapses from pure exhaustion, again as it has not had enough time to heal. Ash is then shocked back to reality by this, so him and his mom gather it up and they head back to Ash's house. Later on, after many hours have passed and nightfall has come, Absol finally wakes up, and Ash is there to greet it, and he asks if it's okay. Absol nods, but it's in pain. Ash's mom then comes into the room, and she tells Ash that Absol is going to take a couple of days to heal up, but once they heal up, maybe Ash should consider either heading out on his journey or releasing Absol. She says maybe Absol shouldn't be your first Pokemon. After all, it's been a difficult time ever since it was gifted to you, and it seems like Absol should be in the wild. Ash, even though he's 10 years old, he does feel for Absol. He doesn't want to force it into a position that it can't be in. Then Ash and his mom hear a noise from outside. They look out the window, and the trainer from earlier has returned. And not only that, he's brought some friends. They intend to run Absol out of town. They don't want it in their town. After all, it's just gonna bring nothing but bad luck. Ash's mom tries to go outside to talk some sense into these guys, but they're not having it. They want nothing to do with her. They order Ash to bring Absol outside so they can dispose of it properly. But Ash refuses. He tells Absol that they have to get away, but Absol is too hurt to move. Ash then pulls out the Pokeball and he says, Absol, you need to get inside. But Absol refuses, doesn't want to go back into the ball, does not like being in the ball. Ash then looks at Absol and says, well then, what do you want to do? Absol looks to the window where the trainers are and he looks at Ash and it struggles to stand up. It's choosing to fight. We pick back up with Ash and his mom inside the house, nursing Absol, when they start hearing noises coming from the outside. They look outside, and it's the trainer from earlier, and this time, he's not alone. He's brought some friends with him, local trainers known to be somewhat of the enforcer type, and this does not bode well for Ash, because he knows that not only is this trainer and his Mienshao a fighting type, but his little gang as well are all fighting type trainers. This puts Absol at a clear disadvantage. Ash's mom goes outside to try and talk some sense into them. Meanwhile, Ash is trying to think of what to do, and he considers trying to escape with Absol. Absol is extremely hurt, and it doesn't want to get back inside the Pokeball. So Ash does the next best thing, and he tries to climb out of a window. But Absol isn't having it. It stands up. It's ready to battle. It's going to face these trainers. And it knows that Ash has its back. It believes in the duo. Now it's just time for Ash to believe in them. It stares at Ash deeply and intensely, trying to let him know that they're in this together. Ash can't quite explain, but he knows what Absol's thinking. And he says, alright, if you want to battle, then we'll battle. So they head outside. Outside, while Ash's mom is trying to calm them down, this trainer and his group of friends have all had their Pokemon let out of their balls. There's a Mienshao, a Machoke, a Hawlucha, and a Scrap. Then Ash comes busting through the door. The ringleader of the group says, there you are. We've come to pay you back for that humiliating defeat that you gave me earlier. We want to teach you that Absol doesn't belong. It's going to bring nothing but bad luck to our town. And by extension, if you're with it, then you need to go as well. Ash's mom tries to stand up for him, telling them that that's not fair. Ash is just a 10-year-old boy. But Ash tells his mom to stop. They're not going to listen to reason. Ash says the only way that they're going to stop is if we manage to beat them in a battle. Deli turns to Ash and tells him that Absol is extremely hurt. The chances of them winning are slim to none. And Ash clenches his fist and says, I know, but this is the only way we're going to be able to get rid of it. Meanwhile, at the other side of the town, in the Pokemon Restoration Lab, an alarm is going on. Somebody seems to have broken in, and Officer Jenny and the local police have all swarmed, but they haven't been able to find anybody. Meanwhile, in the shadows behind the research lab, someone is moving in the direction towards Ash's house. Back with Ash and Absol, they take their stand, and this group isn't going to pull any of their punches. They've made the decision to fight, and they're going to gang up on Absol as much as possible. Ash is still a new trainer, and him and Absol haven't had much time. The battle gets underway, and Absol, well, he is doing pretty well. It's managing to steer clear of most of the fighting type techniques and the fighting type moves, and this is frustrating the trainer, but all this movement is having a small side effect. Absol is starting to move slower because it's not fully healed, and the fighting types are getting closer and closer to landing blows. Just then, the group of fighting type Pokemon managed to corner Absol, and all of them managed to gang up on it at once. They go in for an attack, and as it gets ready to land, they're met with a massive head smash. The trainers can't believe it. A random Pokemon just jumped in to help. They look over and they see someone, but they don't know who it is. Ash turns to him, and he knows exactly who it is. There stands the miner that gave Ash the fossil, and his Pokemon, a Ramparados. He turns to Ash, and he asks him if he is okay. Ash says, yeah, they were ganging up on my Absol, and they want to get him out of town. The miner turns to them and says, so you have a problem with Absol being around here, do you? They say, Absol brings nothing but disaster. Why would we want something like that near our town? We've already had plenty of misfortunes with the mines running dry of fossils. So why would we want another thing to bring misfortune towards us? It needs to leave, and so does the boy. The miner says you guys are a superstitious bunch. Just because you think the mines have run dry and we no longer can produce fossils doesn't mean that they have. They say, what do you mean? He says, look at this. And he pulls out a Pokeball. He says, I gave this boy a fossil many years ago, and he took it to the museum and tried to have it resurrect, just for the museum to tell him that it wasn't a fossil. But here, I have the Pokeball and the Pokemon inside to prove it. They claim that the miner is lying. There's no way that this boy had a fossil. The miner tells him, yes, the mines haven't run dry. Matter of fact, how many of you have actually been to work in the newer parts of the mines? the trainers all go silent. The miner says, exactly. All you guys are doing is toiling away in the older parts of the mines, the parts that have run dry. But for some reason, the research lab is keeping us from the newer parts, claiming that the newer parts as well have run dry, just creating the illusion that the area has run dry. The group refuses to believe the miner, and they order their fighting types to all get back up. They're going to charge in at this Cranidos and the Absol. The miner knows that Ash and him are still outnumbered, so he hands Ash the Pokeball, and he tells Ash, listen, this will be kind of rough. This Pokemon hasn't had any human interaction yet, but it is your Pokemon, and I gave you this fossil for a reason. I knew that the people at the research lab would try and hide it. This Pokemon you need to take care of, but we're gonna need its help. Ash looks at the ball, and he looks at the miner, and he says, okay. He asks Absol if it's ready to battle. Absol struggles to stand back up, but it is ready to battle. Ash sends in his new Pokemon. Ash pulls out the Pokédex, and it reads, Cranidos, the headbutt Pokemon. It was resurrected from an iron ball-like fossil. It downs prey with its headbutts. Ash says, a Cranidos, and he asks if this is the pre-evolution to the miner's Ramparados, and he says, yes, Cranidos is a rare fossil that is found in the Kalos region, normally native to the Sinnoh region, and for some reason, the Fossil Resurrection Lab has been suppressing fossils lately, especially the rare ones, not wanting anybody to have anything to do with them or knowing that their existence. They want the public to believe that the area has ran dry. Once I had heard that they had told you that the fossil wasn't an actual fossil, it was just a rock, I knew something was up. So I broke into the Fossil Resurrection Lab, and sure enough, the fossil that I gave you had been resurrected, and it's this Cranidos. But they do have bigger problems, as the group has ordered their fighting types to attack, but they're caught off guard by this Cranidos. Even though it seems to be young, it is powerful, and it hasn't had much contact with the modern world. Even though it's at a type disadvantage, it doesn't let that stop. It rushes in full force, using headbutt after headbutt, just shotgunning each fighting type, putting them down one after another. The miner sees their opportunity. Even though the numbers are not in their advantage, the aggression of this Cranidos is going to give them a window. He orders his Ramparados to charge in, and Ash orders Absol to charge in. And with some creative tactics and a couple of well-placed Razor Winds, Absol is able to take down one of the fighting types. The Cranidos is so wild that two of the fighting types get taken down by it because they can't keep up with its sporadic movements. And the miner and his Ramparados are able to take down the final fighting type. With that, the group is left with no active Pokemon. And it just so happens that as they're recalling them and they're making empty threats, Officer Jenny comes pulling up, wondering what is going on. Ash and his mom tell Officer Jenny what is going on, that they came here threatening Absol, and they came here threatening Ash as well. And as this information is being revealed, the group make their escape, running deep into the forest outside of Ash's house. Officer Jenny has no more time to question Ash as she is going after this group. But now that the group is gone and things have calmed down, Ash has a couple of problems on his hand. First thing is Absol. It's collapsed from all the over-strenuous activity due to the battle, and he has to get it back inside so it can rest. But the other problem, Cranidos. Cranidos is charging about, headbutting trees left and right, and Ash needs to wrangle it in. Ash turns to the miner and asks what's the best way to handle a prehistoric Pokemon. The miner says, that's for you to figure out. Each one of them are different. It took me a while to handle Ramparados when it was a Cranidos, and it took a lot of patience, and I ended up taking a lot of headbutts in the process. Listen, I can't stay around here, because once they figured out that I was the one who broke into the Resurrection Lab, they're going to come looking for me. I'm going to have to get out of Ambrit Town. I don't know where I'm going to go, but I hope that we'll see you again. With that, the miner and his Ramparados take their lead. Ash heads over to Cranidos, and it has been laying down tree after tree, just getting a feel for its new life. Ash approaches Cranidos, and he tries to get its attention, and oh boy, does he get its attention. Without warning, Cranidos just fires a headbutt in Ash's direction, coming at him full force, knocking him back. Ash realizes this is going to be harder than what he thinks, and after a pursuit from Cranidos, Ash is finally able to trip it up and get it back inside of its Pokeball. He doesn't have time to play this game with it right now. Absol needs to get some rest. About a week passes, and Absol is back up to full strength. It has decided to stay with Ash, as it's grown attached to him, and Ash has grown attached to it. It's also become very, very loyal to Ash, and does not stand any disrespect that is thrown his way, as a lot of the town's kids have begun to criticize Ash because of his choice of having an Absol. Ash just ignores it. He knows what they think about Absol isn't true. And though it does kind of get to Absol what they're saying, he has learned to let it roll off him, because Ash has his back, and that's all that matters to it. Since Absol is fully healed, Ash makes the choice to try and work with Cranidos. It hasn't been let out of its ball since the day that Ash got it back in its ball. and he knows that not only is it going to be full of a lot of energy, but it's probably going to be pretty upset with being locked up for so long. So Ash and Absol head to a clearing outside of the town. That way nobody's in the direct vicinity, and he has the opportunity to let Cranidos run free, and he can chase Ash and Absol until his heart's content and he's tired out. So with that, he throws the ball and Cranidos appears. Sure enough, the first person it goes after is Ash, and it just keeps charging. But this time, he has Absol to back him up. And Absol, being overprotective of Ash, puts Cranidos down. Cranidos stands up, and he's not going to take this from Absol. He's never even seen a Pokemon like this before, being that it is prehistoric, and it's not going to take, so it repeatedly starts to attack Absol. But Absol, being faster, is able to dodge repeatedly, and this is angering Cranidos, and it just keeps firing headbutt after headbutt after headbutt after headbutt, but to no avail. Absol is able to counter and dodge each one, making Cranidos look kind of like a fool, and it's getting frustrated. With that, it charges up one final headbutt, but this one comes in a little bit faster than the previous ones. And then Ash pulls out his Pokedex, and he learns that this is not headbutt at all, but this is actually a move known as takedown. Though it is close, Absol is able to dodge it, and Cranidos just keeps running. Ash thinking that it's just a joke until he realizes that Cranidos doesn't look like it's coming back. He looks at Absol and says, "We have to go after Cranidos right now." With that, the two go running after it. It just so happens that Cranidos is running in the direction of the mines, and what awaits them there is something that they didn't think they would see. It takes a while, but Ash and Absol have finally caught up to Cranidos, and when they get there, Cranidos is being attacked by some people in some brightly colored red suits. They're trying to wrangle Cranidos into a cage. They realize that it was the Pokemon that had escaped from the Fossil Resurrection Center. Once Ash realizes what's going on, him and Absol jump in. Ash isn't going to take this. Ash confronts these two people and tells them to get their hands off of his Cranidos. It belongs to him. They turn to Ash and they ask, "What do you mean?" He goes, "That's my Pokemon. It was resurrected from a fossil that I found." And they said, "Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. We're taking it anyway. This rare Pokemon now belongs to us." Ash tells him, "I don't think so," and he orders Absol to attack with the Razor Wind. The Razor Wind connects with one of them, knocking him back. The other grunt tells Ash that he just made a big mistake, and they both send out their Pokemon, a Houndour and a Sneasel. The two attack Absol, and luckily Absol holds the advantage in speed and it's able to regularly dodge them. But unfortunately, the two do have the numbers game, and it does eventually catch up with Absol, and he ends up taking an Ice Shard and a Flamethrower back to back. Meanwhile, while Absol is keeping the two Pokemon busy, Ash is fighting with the grunts, trying to get his Cranidos free, but they refuse to let him near the cage. Absol can see this, and with all of its strength, fires a Razor Wind at the direction of the grunts. The grunts see it coming, and they jump out of the way. The Razor Wind ends up hitting the cage. It's not enough to break, but it's enough to crack the bars. Cranidos can see this, and he takes advantage, and he fires a takedown towards the bar, and he manages to shatter out. The grunts see that Cranidos is free, and they both order Weavile and Houndour to attack the Cranidos to put it down. Cranidos, even though it's strong and it's fast, can't dodge both of these two speed titans, and they both come in with blinding attacks, and it's first hit with an Ice Shard, taking the damage. Then it's met with a bite from the Houndour. Even though it's tough, it's having trouble standing up. The damage that it took from those two attacks was basically point blank. Ash runs over and he stands in front of it. He won't let them cause any more damage to the Cranidos. Cranidos sees this, and he's not going to take any more of this. He's tired of being pushed around by all of these people, by all these other Pokemon that he does not know. He stands back up and he begins to charge, and he charges in with a blinding fury with a takedown toward the Houndour. This connects, knocking out the Houndour, but it does have a side effect. Because of all the recoil that Cranidos has been taking from the takedowns, it faints. Ash sees this, and so do the grunts. The grunt with a Sneasel left orders it to rush in with a Night Slash, trying to hit the Cranidos and weaken enough for them to capture. Ash tells Absol to get in the way and to block, and Absol does, and uses its horn to push the Sneasel back, and then Ash orders a Razor Wind that connects with the Sneasel. This manages to knock it out. The two grunts are standing there shaking. They didn't think that this random boy would be enough to put them down. They tell Ash that he hasn't seen the last of them, and they take off into the mine. Ash wants to give a pursuit, but Cranidos needs some attention, so he recalls it and he runs into town to take it to Nurse Joy. Once Ash gets back into Amber Town, he heads to the Pokemon Center, and he immediately calls for Nurse Joy. Once she sees that Ash is there, he tells her that his Cranidos is in bad shape. She said, "What do you mean, Cranidos?" Ash lets it out of the ball. She goes, "Wow, I haven't seen one of those in forever. Where did you get this?" He says, "One of the miners that used to work in the mine gave me a fossil, and it was resurrected at the lab, but the lab tried to keep it a secret from me, but the miner managed to get it back for me." Nurse Joy says, "So you're telling me that the Fossil Resurrection Center kept this Pokemon from you and they lied to you?" And Ash says, "Yes." She goes, "That's very odd, but right now we have to worry about Cranidos." So she takes it into the ER to work on it. While Ash is waiting for word on Cranidos, he decides to take a walk around the Pokemon Center. After all, this is the first time he's really been inside. He likes what he sees. It's very modern, and there are a lot of Pokemon that are inside that are being tended to. And you can see that there's a lot of happy trainers with their Pokemon. But then he notices one Pokemon in particular. It's in a tank of water at the back of the Pokemon Center, and it doesn't appear to have any trainers near it. Ash approaches it, and this Pokemon looks at Ash through the glass of the tank, and it just stares at him, kind of like out of curiosity, wondering about the trainer. Ash stares back for what seems to be an eternity. Then he hears his name over the PA system, and he is told to go up front to meet with Nurse Joy. So Ash breaks eye contact with the Pokemon, and he heads back up front. Once up front, he talks with Nurse Joy, and he finds out that Cranidos only suffered minimal damage. She told him that most of it was just from the takedowns that Cranidos had been dishing out. Because the move takedown is still new to it, it hasn't quite adjusted its body to take the damage, so it was taking more than it usually would have. Once you train with it a little bit more, it should come around, and the damage should be minimum. Ash is relieved, and he looks at Absol. Absol looks back, and they both nod. Nurse Joy tells Ash that Cranidos is going to have to remain here for a day or so, just because she wants to keep an eye on it. Ash says, yeah, that's not a problem. I plan on staying here as well. He then says, Nurse Joy, I have a question. She says, what is it? He goes, that Pokemon in the glass tank at the back of the Pokemon Center. Who does it belong to? She turns to Ash, she goes, that one? Well, no one really. She tells Ash, there was a trainer here that it used to belong to, but after it got hurt really bad in a battle, the trainer just abandoned it because it didn't want to have to wait around for it to heal. So it's been here ever since. Ash says, really? She says, yeah. Ash asks how long it's been since it was left here. Nurse Joy says it's been about a year, and all it does is just sit in that tank, and it just watches everyone on the outside. It never tries to escape. It just stays there. Ash says, that's odd. Have you tried to release it? Nurse Joy says, yes, but it refuses to go. We've given it the option to go several times. We don't want it to wait around for somebody that may not be coming back for it. Ash says, it's very, very sad. It seems like the trainer didn't really care for it. Nurse Joy agrees with him. She says, yeah, the trainer even left its Pokeball. I don't really have the heart to tell it that it's not coming back, but I think after a while, it kind of just figured it out. Ash doesn't like this, and seeing how he's got to wait for Cranidos, he decides that he's going to spend some time with his Pokemon in the case in the back. So the next couple of days, that's what he does. He spends time feeding it and playing with it through the glass. Nurse Joy finds this very odd because this Pokemon normally never has any type of interaction with humans, but for some reason it seems to be interested in Ash. But she's not complaining because it's getting stimulation and it's showing some signs of life more than it has in the last year. After 2 days go by, Nurse Joy gives Ash the okay to take Cranidos home. When packing up, Ash goes to Cranidos and he asks if it's okay. After seeing the actions that Ash and Absol had done for Cranidos, it has decided to settle down a little bit. It's not as aggressive as it was, and it's more open to being with Ash. Ash presents it with the Pokeball and asks if it would like to go inside, giving it the option, just like he did with Absol. Cranidos is more open to this idea because Ash isn't forcing it like it was last time. So with that, Ash calls for it to return, and Cranidos goes back inside the ball. Ash is ready to leave the Pokemon Center, but he's not going to get out of here without some more trouble. Those two that he met at the mines, they have now entered the center, and they are joined by someone else that's dressed similarly to them, and these two are taking orders from this person. She is ordering them to find the Cranidos by any means necessary, and they start ransacking the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy confronts the trio, and she demands that they leave the Pokemon Center. This is a place for healing of Pokemon, not the destruction. The trio just ignore her, and they move on. Ash knows exactly what's going on, and he goes out to confront them. The two trainers that he had battled previously tell their boss that that is the trainer that managed to take the Cranidos from him. So if it's with anyone, it's with him. Their boss then steps forward and tells Ash, boy, hand over the prehistoric Pokemon now. No harm will come to anybody here. Ash looks at her and says, why would I hand over my Pokemon to you? I don't even know you, and this Pokemon was a gift to me. She says, it's important for the research and the future of the Kalos region that we have the Pokemon. So hand it over, or we're going to take it by force. Their boss decides to try the nice approach to start off with. She introduces herself as Mabel, and she is one of the scientists from Team Flare, an organization bent on saving the Kalos region, for so they claim. And these two that Ash assaulted are her assistants. Ash tells her, assaulted? Those two were trying to steal my Pokemon. I was just defending it. She says, listen, how about if you just hand over the Cranidos? Then we can give you a different Pokemon. Something that's much more suitable to you. It's less aggressive. Ash, with vigor in his voice, says, no, Cranidos is my Pokemon. I refuse to hand them over to you. Mabel looks at Ash and says, well, I thought we could do this the easy way, but I guess we're going to have to do this the hard way. She orders the two grunts with her to send out their Houndour and their Sneasel, and she sends out her Pokemon, a Weavile. Ash thinks, great, 3-on-1. Absol can battle, but it's it's not going to be able to take all 3. He goes, I can try Cranidos, but Cranidos doesn't quite listen yet, and if I let it out of its Pokeball, we may have a problem. Ash knows that he can't run, and Absol is ready to fight as it is growling aggressively towards the trio. It refuses to be pushed around, and it refuses to let them push around its trainer. Ash looks down at Absol and asks if it's ready. Absol nods in approval, and it takes its stance in front of Ash. The battle starts, and the 3 Pokemon all attack simultaneously at Ash and Absol. Absol is quick, but it's not that quick. Weavile clearly has the speed advantage, and it is able to cause some damage to Absol, giving Houndour and Sneasel the opportunity to catch up with it to cause even more damage. Ash doesn't like where this is going, and he knows that he has no choice. He has to send in Cranidos, so he does so. And as soon as Cranidos is out, it becomes the center of the attention of the 3 Pokemon and their trainers. Cranidos looks at Ash, and Ash tells Cranidos, listen, you remember these guys? They were trying to steal you. They wanted to put you in a cage. They want to cause harm to you and other Pokemon. We have to stop them here. Cranidos looks at Ash and looks at them. With the look of confidence in its face, turns towards the trio, and it immediately gets aggressive, charging towards them. Ash didn't give it a command, but it seems to understand what Ash should have said. Ash says, well, at least it's on our side. He uses this time to go over to Absol to see if it's alright. Luckily, Absol hasn't sustained too much damage, and it's able to get back into the fight. Cranidos and Absol do their best to push the 3 Pokemon back, but they are still outnumbered, and raw power and speed isn't enough to counter 3 Pokemon with speed and power. Ash knows he's at a disadvantage, and he has no other options. He doesn't know what to do. He's still not that skilled of a trainer, and with Cranidos still just kind of attacking wildly and not really listening to his commands, and him and Absol not really being in perfect sync yet, he doesn't really know what direction this is going to go. He feels like he's going to lose this one, and he feels like if he doesn't do something quick, he's going to lose Cranidos. Just then, Ash turns around. His back is to the tank of the Pokemon that he has been spending so much time with. He looks at it, and for some reason, this Pokemon doesn't look like its normal self. It actually seems to be angry, and Ash can see it on its face, and he doesn't know why. This Pokemon jumps out of the tank, and it takes its point in front of Ash. Ash looks at it, and he asks it, do you want to battle? Pokemon looks at Ash and says yes. Ash pulls out his Pokédex to get some information on the Pokemon. He doesn't even know what it is, and the Pokédex reads, Clauncher, the water gun Pokemon. They knock down flying prey by firing compressed water from their massive claws, like shooting a pistol. Ash says, Clauncher, huh? So you're a water type. And then he goes over the moves. Clauncher's moveset is actually pretty impressive. I mean, after all, it did belong to a trainer before, so it had to have put some work. Ash looks at Clauncher. He says, alright then, let's try this. Use Bubble Beam. And Clauncher fires a Bubble Beam. And this Bubble Beam shoots out with rapid succession, and it makes full contact with the Weavile and the Houndour. This is enough force to put the Houndour down, knocking it out, but the Weavile is still able to stand up. Ash is impressed. This little Pokemon has a lot of power. He doesn't understand why its previous trainer left it here, but secretly he's glad it did, because it is his ace in the hole right now. Cranidos stands back up, and so does Absol. These two are willing to work with Clauncher. Ash looks at Cranidos. He says, Cranidos, can you still battle? Cranidos nods, and he says, okay then Cranidos, use takedown. And Cranidos actually listens. Ash then orders a Razor Wind from Absol, and he orders Clauncher to fire another Bubble Beam. The 3 moves connect with the Pokemon and knocking them back in their trainers. Mabel tells Ash he got a lucky break, but don't get too overconfident. She's gonna come back for that Cranidos, and he won't get away with this. Next time she's bringing more men, and they will take all of his Pokemon by force. The Team Flare scientist and the grunts take off running. Ash then turns to his Pokemon, and he thanks both Absol and Cranidos for putting up a valiant effort. Cranidos is actually extremely happy. It likes the praise that it's getting for Ash, and it's super excited that it got a chance to use its power. Absol is also excited. It got the chance to battle, and it was able to team up with Cranidos. Ash then turns to Clauncher, and he thanks it for its help. He didn't expect it to help. Clauncher looks at Ash and is making a fuss, squirming about like it wants Ash to pick it up. So Ash does, and even though this Pokemon is super powerful, it is super small. It can actually fit on Ash's shoulder. Nurse Joy comes over to Ash, and she says, Ash, I think Clauncher wants to join you on your journey. Ash says, my journey? She goes, yeah, don't you want to challenge the Kalos League? Ash says, yeah, it seems like I'm never going to get out of this town. Every time I make the attempt to leave, something else happens, something that's keeping me here. Nurse Joy says, listen, you have to stop waiting, and she tells Ash to hand her his Pokédex. So he does so. She disappears behind the counter for a second and then comes back. She goes, alright, you're fully official, registered with Clauncher as your Pokemon. And he says, what? She goes, yep, and she hands Clauncher his Pokeball. Ash says, Clauncher, is that true? You want to come with me? Clauncher nods in approval, and Cranidos and Absol both nod as well. Ash is super excited. All of his Pokemon are healed, and he is determined to get out of Ambrit Town. He wants to actually see the Kalos region, and he would like to start challenging the gyms. That is his hopes. And with that, he heads back to his house to inform his mom of what's going on. With her approval, Ash decides to set out that day. He's not waiting around any longer. He's gonna make his way towards the first gym. But back at the mines, just like Maple said, she would be returning to get Cranidos. As she rallies a group of 10 plus Team Flare Grunts, she is going after Ash, and she is going to get that Cranidos and the rest of his Pokemon by any means necessary. Alright, you guys, we're picking back up with Mabel at the mines, rallying the Team Flare Grunts to go hunt down Ash and to take the Cranidos. She doesn't like the fact that she was defeated by a trainer that has no experience whatsoever, not even a single gym badge, and she aims to make an example of him. That Cranidos is very important to Team Flare's research, and she intends to get it back. As the Grunts and her are getting ready to mobilize and move out, her holocaster goes off. It's her superior, Xerxic. She asks him what he wants, and he tells her she is to immediately stand down. He knows what she's up to. She's going after the trainer that has the stolen Cranidos from the research lab. She is not to engage him. This angers Mabel. She wonders why. She demands an explanation. Xerxic tells her, it's simple. We have an agent in the field that's going to intercept him. Don't worry about it. You have other things that you need to attend to. You've already been given your assignment, so don't ignore it. And with that, the holocaster fades off. Mabel's not accepting this. She refuses to take orders from Xerxic. She doesn't understand why she can't go after this trainer. The Cranidos was lost on her watch, and it's a point of pride now that she gets it back. So, inevitably, she's going to end up ignoring these orders, and she tells the Grunts to mobilize. They're leaving the mines, and they're going after Ash. Little does she know, though, Ash is already set out from town. He's been gone for almost a week, and Ash is headed to the site of his first Kalos gym badge in Cyllage City. Ash is super excited. He's been wanting to challenge his first gym for a long time. After talking with Nurse Joy, he learned that the gym that was closest to him was the one in Cyllage City. Ash figured, well, I don't have to go to Professor Sycamore right away. After all, I already have 3 Pokemon. So maybe I can challenge a couple of gyms before I even make my way to Lumiose City to meet him. It does take some time, but Ash, he eventually makes it to Cyllage City. Unfortunately though, it's that nightfall, so he's going to have to wait till the next day to challenge the gym. So Ash heads to the Pokemon Center to get his Pokemon checked. After they're all looked at and given the stamp of approval by Nurse Joy, he lets them all out of the balls. Over the past week, he's been working with Cranidos, mostly compared to Absol and Clauncher. Cranidos is starting to come around to Ash. Though it does have a bit of a temper, it will take Ash's commands, and it's pretty much mastered its takedown technique. It takes minimum recoil damage whenever using it. They practice a lot on trees on their way into Cyllage City. And Absol has also learned a new move, Quick Attack. Ash actually rather likes this attack. As he's come to find out, his battle style favors speed over anything else, with burst of power. So this fits well with Absol and him. Then there's Clauncher. Because it belonged to his previous trainer, it's already at somewhat of a higher level than his other Pokemon, and its moveset is pretty impressive. It does have Bubble Beam, and it also has Sword Stance, Vice Grip, and Flail, so it's pretty well rounded. And even though it's small, it's fast, so Ash knows that this Pokemon is going to be one that fits well with him. Clauncher is just excited to be along with Ash. It felt like it didn't belong anywhere after sitting in that tank for so long, and Ash lets it out of its ball frequently to let it know that it's accepted. This gives Clauncher the sense of peace that it's been looking for, and because Ash has been so kind to it, and because Ash has accepted it, and even though it's a small Pokemon, it, without hesitation, listens to Ash, even though it's his highest level Pokemon currently. While at the Pokemon Center, Ash is looking around. He's trying to get a feel for things. All Pokemon Centers seem to be set up the same way, so he's just taking a tour, making sure he knows where everything's at, when he bumps into a lady. This lady apologizes. She wasn't really paying attention as she was taking pictures of the Pokemon Center. Ash says, oh, I'm sorry. It was actually my fault. I wasn't really paying attention either. I was just looking around and I kind of got lost in thought. This lady introduces herself as Alexa. She's a photographer and a journalist in the Kalos region, and she's searching for her next big story. Ash says, really? And she goes, yeah, I know that there's something going on in the Kalos region. I can feel it in my bones, but I don't quite know what it is. Ash says, well, how about a story on me? She goes, well, what makes you so special, kid? Ash says, well, let me show you. And he sends out his 3 Pokemon. Alexa looks at Clauncher. She's not too impressed, as it's just regular. And then she looks at Absol, and she goes, an Absol, huh? Those have been kind of rare in the area within the last few years, but not super impressive. But then Cranidos catches her eye, and she says, is that a Cranidos? Ash says, yeah, I actually come from Ambert Town, and it was dug out of the mines, and it was recently resurrected. Alexa is fascinated by this thing, not just because it's a Cranidos in the Kalos region, which is extremely extremely rare, but because of its color. Ash says, what do you mean about its color? She goes, this color is not a normal color of a Cranidos. Ash then pulls out his Pokédex, and he pulls up Cranidos' information. He goes, you know what? I never noticed it before, but you're right. This thing is extremely different from a regular Cranidos. Alexa says, yeah, not only that, but at first, I thought it was what was known as a shiny variant. A variant born with a very rare skin pigmentation, but upon closer inspection, its colors are off. Ash says, really? And then he scrolls to the Pokédex and he looks at the shiny variant of Cranidos. He says, wow, you're right. I wonder why this is. Alexa says, I don't know, but you know what, kid? I think I will do a story on you. Why don't we get to know each other and you can tell me about everything, including how you got Cranidos. Ash says, with my pleasure. The two talk deep into the night, and Ash realizes that he has a gym battle in the morning, so he wants to get ready for one. So he has to get some sleep in order to be there early in the morning. Alexa says, you know what? I think I'm going to attend your gym battle so I can watch Cranidos battle and the rest of your Pokemon, considering that you received that Absol from the head of Lysander Labs, Lysander himself. That is crazy. So in the morning, we're going together. Ash says, all right, more the merrier. And with that, everybody heads to sleep. The next morning, Ash and Alexa head to the Cyllage City Gym. Ash is super excited. The day for his first gym badge has finally arrived. They enter the gym, and they are immediately greeted with its gym leader, Grant. Grant introduces himself to Ash, saying he is Grant of the Cyllage City Gym, and he is a rock-type specialist. Ash is super pumped. He can't wait to battle Grant, although he doesn't know anything about gym battles. Grant says, hey kid, how many gym badges do you have? Ash says, none. You'll be my first battle. Grant kind of rolls his eyes. He says, great. He says, alright kid, let me explain the rules to you. He says, normally when you come into a gym, the gym leader sets the rules on how many Pokemon will be used. And if you can beat all of the Pokemon that the gym leader has, you'll earn yourself a gym badge. The gym leader cannot change Pokemon, but the challenger can. Ash says, okay, great. That seems easy enough. So how many Pokemon will be using? Just to let you know though, I can't use any more than 3 because I only have 3. Grant says, really then? Well, how about this? I'll use just 2 Pokemon and you can use all 3. If you can beat both my Pokemon, then you'll earn yourself a badge. Ash thinks this is a little unfair, but he's not going to argue. He's perfectly okay with these terms. He says, alright, you got yourself a deal, so let's head to the battlefield. Grant likes his enthusiasm. He did think that Ash would be a bit of a challenge, but with the enthusiasm that he's shown, he's kind of intrigued by him. So with that, they take the positions. Grant leads with his Titan of a Pokemon, Onix. Ash has never seen an Onix before, and he looks at it and its sheer size. He doesn't know what to make, so he pulls out his Pokédex and he gets the data on Onix, and he learns that it's a rock/ground type. And he also scrolls a little bit further and finds out that Onix's weaknesses are water and grass types. Ash thinks, okay, perfect. I actually have Clauncher. Clauncher's water, so I can use this to my advantage. So he sends in Clauncher. Grant says, going with the type advantage early I see. Alright then, I'll give you the first move. Ash orders a Bubble Beam, and Grant orders Onix to use a Dig to dodge the Bubble Beam. Ash says, hey, that's not fair. Pokemon are supposed to battle each other. Grant says, this is a battle. Do you think I'm just going to let you hit my Onix with the Bubble Beam? I'm going to counter somehow. Ash says, oh, right. Okay then. Just then, Onix comes up from his dig, hitting Clauncher. Although the little shrimp Pokemon is small, it does take the hit, and it gets knocked back, but it's still able to stand up. Ash then orders a Sword Stance in order to beef up Clauncher's attack, but Grant isn't going to give Ash enough time to use it. He then orders Onix to use a Rock Tomb, which catches Clauncher inside, causing a lot of damage. Ash needs to get out of here. He tells Clauncher to fire a Bubble Beam, and the little Pokemon keeps firing Bubble Beam after Bubble Beam after Bubble Beam. It's trying to break out of its rock prison, but it can't. Then, Grant wants to end this. He orders Onix to use an Iron Tail, and it smashes into the Rock Tomb, knocking Clauncher out. Ash is kind of stunned. He went into this battle with the number advantage and the type advantage, but as he saw firsthand, sometimes type isn't everything. Ash thinks, great, my best chance at winning this gym badge is out the window. He recalls Clauncher. Ash thinks to himself, who should I send in? I have Cranidos and I have Absol. While Cranidos has a lot of power, Absol has more speed. Ash thinks, hopefully, I can use Absol's speed to my advantage, and with that, he sends in Absol. The battle between Absol gets underway, and Absol's speed does prove to be better than Clauncher's, and it gets into Onix with multiple hits, with quick attacks and bite, but unfortunately, the Rock Snake Pokemon's defense is really high, and it's causing minimal damage, but it is still causing damage. Absol then fires a Razor Wind at Ash's command, which connects with Onix, and it seems to cause more damage than the others did. Grant makes a comment, it looks like your Razor Wind landed a critical hit. That's a lucky break for you, but it's going to take more than that to take out my Onix. Ash thinks to himself, a critical hit, I remember those. Those are moves that cause more damage at a higher ratio. Ash thinks maybe Razor Wind is the best way to take Onix out. Ash orders Absol to use Quick Attack to get in close. As he does this, Grant orders Onix to use an Iron Tail. The Iron Tail swings in blinding speed, but Absol is faster, and it jumps onto Onix's tail, and it runs up the back of Onix to the top of its head. And with that, Ash calls for another Razor Wind, and it hits Onix at point blank range, knocking it out. Grant congratulates Ash. He says, way to go, kid. I didn't think you'd be able to take out my Onix. Most people can't even get past it. But you were able to, so good job. But I saved the best for last. And Ash says, man, if Onyx wasn't his best, then I do have my work cut out for me. Hopefully, Absol has enough left in the tank in order to get the job done. With that, Grant sends in his last Pokemon, a Tyrant. This catches Alexa's eye. This Tyrant is of a different shading as well. It's not like a normal Tyrant, and it's not a shiny Tyrant either. Alexa thinks to herself, what is going on with these fossil Pokemon? Why are we having so many all of a sudden that are different colors? She doesn't say anything, but she watches intensely. Ash chooses to keep in Absol, and the battle gets underway. Absol tries its best, and it does manage to hit with a Razor Wind on Tyrant, but unfortunately, it ends up falling to Tyrant's Draco Meteor. Grant tells Ash this is his last shot. Ash only has one Pokemon left, and he said he only had 3. Grant hopes that this is his best one. Ash is a little bit nervous. Even though Cranidos has come around and it's listening to him, he doesn't think it's at a high enough level to challenge this Tyrant, but he has no other choice. If he wants to earn his gym badge, he's gonna have to battle. So Ash sends in his Cranidos. This catches Grant off guard. He looks at Cranidos and he asks Ash, where did you get that? And Ash tells him he's from Ambrit Town and he got it from one of the miners in the mine. Grant replies, that Cranidos is an odd color, just like my Tyrant. And Ash says, yeah, a lot of people have been telling me that. Do you have any idea why these Pokemon are off color? Grant says no, but I'm interested to find out the power of your Cranidos. Cranidos and Tyrant lock eyes. These two seem to have developed some sort of rivalry with each other without even making a move towards each other. Ash looks at Cranidos and he says, Cranidos, you think you have what it takes to take down this Tyrant? Cranidos smashes its head in the ground to establish its dominance against Tyrant. Tyrant lets out a loud roar as it is ready to accept this challenge. Grant is excited, but in the back of his mind, he thinks this kid can't beat it. Anyway, the battle gets underway and Cranidos takes off after Tyrant, trying to hit it with the headbutt, but Tyrant is able to counter with a crunch, catching Cranidos' head in its jaws, and then, without warning, it fires a Draco Meteor, hitting Cranidos at point-blank range. Cranidos falls to the ground. Ash calls to it, and it is hurt pretty bad, but it stands back up. It's not going to give up just yet. Ash is great. Now this thing can also grab onto Cranidos. He tells Cranidos, you're going to have to be careful. We can't let him grab you again. If he manages to grab your head again, you'll be ineffective. Cranidos looks at Ash, and then it looks at Tyrant. And without Ash giving it a command, Cranidos goes running in once more. And this is exactly what Ash was afraid of. Cranidos is mostly listening, but not all the time. When Ash goes against what it thinks, it's going to just be stubborn and it's going to do what it wants. And again, this costs Ash as Tyrant once again captures Cranidos with its huge jaws and slams it into the ground. This time, Grant doesn't choose to use a Draco Meteor, and Ash doesn't know why. Alexa calls to Ash. She says, Ash, Draco Meteor gets weaker each time you use it, so Grant can't use it anymore because it's just going to cause minimum damage. Ash thinks to himself, phew. Okay, at least we got somewhat of a break. Cranidos then stands back up, but just barely. It's breathing real heavy, and it's taking a lot of damage, while Tyrant has barely taken any. Ash thinks to himself, I really only have one chance at this. He thinks back to when Absol hit Tyrant with the Razor Wind. He needs Cranidos to hit there. There's a visible mark where Absol landed the Razor Wind. If Cranidos can hit there with a takedown, he should be able to end this. But there is a huge risk, because this is right on Tyrant's chest. In order to get to Tyrant's chest, he's going to have to find some way around its head. Ash gulps, and he calls to Cranidos. Cranidos, we still have a chance, but you're going to have to trust me. Cranidos looks to Ash, and it nods. It knows that it's weak, and it's going to have to trust Ash to be its second set of eyes, so that way it can make its way around. Ash then says, alright Cranidos, I want you to rush in with a headbutt. So Cranidos does just that. Grant tells Tyrant to ready for interception. He wants to catch it just like he did before. He thinks, Draco Meteor may not be that powerful, but I can still use it, and it should be enough to put this Cranidos down. Once Cranidos gets close enough to Tyrant, Tyrant opens its jaws. Ash tells Cranidos to lower its head even farther, so that it's dragging on the ground. This catches Grant off guard, and Cranidos' head acts kind of like a shovel, picking Tyrant's jaws straight up, giving Ash the opening that he needs, and he tells Cranidos to fire a takedown at Tyrant's chest, which Cranidos does, and it lands right where the Razor Wind hit, with full force. Both Pokemon collapse. Takedown ended up being a critical hit, but the recoil that Cranidos took from it was too much, and it fainted. Tyrant, though it was hurt, is struggling to stand back up. It does manage to make its way to its feet, and Grant is getting ready to call the match. But just as he calls the match, Mabel and her horde of Team Flare Grunts enter the gym, demanding that Ash hand over Cranidos. Grant turns to them and says, who are you? Why are you interfering with an official Pokemon League gym battle? Mabel says, we're not here for you. We're here for the Cranidos. So just keep quiet and we'll be on our way. But as she's saying this, she sees the Tyrant, and she knows exactly what it is. It's just like Cranidos. She then asks Grant why he has one of those Pokemon as well. Grant looks at her and says, I don't have to answer to you. I'm telling you one last time, leave my gym or you're going to be in a world of hurt. Mabel says, I don't think so. We're taking that Tyrant and that Cranidos, either peacefully or by force. It's your choice. Grant says, you're not taking anybody. And Tyrant stands back up. Ash calls the Cranidos, and Cranidos finally comes to, and it sees what's going on. It sees Mabel, and it knows exactly why she's here. It stands back up because it refuses to go with her. The two trainers decide to tag team, and Cranidos and Tyrant are on the same page. But that's not all. They're extremely outmatched. It's 10 grunts and Mabel against 2. The two trainers decide to join forces. Cranidos and Tyrant are on the same page, and they do their best to fend off the hordes of Sneasel and Houndour. But they're both battle weary from their gym battle with each other, and they're having trouble keeping up. Alexa can see this, as well as Ash and Grant. They know that if something's not done, then they're going to both lose their Pokemon. Alexa figures, I have no choice, so she sends in one of her Pokemon, and out of the ball pops her ace, a Noivern, who lets out a loud bellow and a sonic boom that clears the field. This Noivern is far more than Mabel had anticipated, and it is able to even up the odds, forcing Team Flare out of the gym and a retreat. After all is said and done, Ash recalls his Cranidos, and Grant recalls Tyrant. Ash thanks Grant for the battle. Hopefully next time he'll be able to win a gym badge. Grant turns to Ash and says, hold on kid, listen, even though you didn't win the gym badge, I gotta say, you got potential. Here, and he presents Ash with the Cliff badge. Ash says, but I didn't actually win. Cliff says, I know you didn't actually win, but you did help me defend my gym, and you helped defend my Pokemon as well. I believe that has earned you a badge. Ash says, really? Cliff says, yeah, why don't you take it? You've earned it, kid. Ash then celebrates. He can't believe it. He actually got his first badge. Even though he didn't actually win it the way he wanted to, this is still a victory in his eyes. So he takes it with great gratitude. He tells Cliff he hopes he gets the chance to battle him again. And with that, him and Alexa head back to the Pokemon Center. Later on that night at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Alexa are talking while Ash's Pokemon are being looked at. Alexa tells Ash that she was rather impressed with the way he handled himself today, and she thinks she's found her next story of the Kalos region. Ash says, what do you mean? She says, it's you and your Cranidos and the rest of your Pokemon. She tells him, I'm going to be tagging along with you, kid, because I have a feeling wherever you go, the story's going to be. Hope you don't mind. Ash says, well, you kind of saved us today, you know, you and your Noivern, so I kind of owe you. I'm okay with it, and it looks like Ash has had a traveling companion join his team. Back at the gym, Cliff is cleaning up after the battle, trying to get the gym reorganized. Then his holocaster goes off, and it's a voice asking him if he accomplished what he was ordered to. Cliff says no, he had outside interference. He was unaware that the trainer that he was told about would be arriving so soon, and unfortunately, due to some interference from Mabel and her grunts, he was unable to complete his mission. The voice over the holocaster tells him, you need to complete your mission by any means necessary. Cliff says, understood, over and out. The next morning, Ash and Alexa are getting ready to head out when they're met with Cliff at the Pokemon Center. Ash says, hey Cliff, what's going on? Cliff says, hey Ash, I got a question to ask you. Ash says, sure. He said, I was thinking about it, and I'm quite curious about your Cranidos and my Tyrantrum. They're very different from their species, and it seems that they're connected somehow. I would like to find out this answer. Ash says, yeah, me too. Cliff says, I have a feeling that it has something to do with Team Flare. Ash says, you think so? Cliff says, yeah. And he says, because of that, if you wouldn't mind, I would like the opportunity to join you on your journey, because I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing more of Team Flare. Ash says, really? Grant says, yes. Ash tells him, well, what about the gym? Grant says, well, I've had the opportunity, and I reached out to a friend of mine, and he's going to take over the gym for me. So that's going to give me the opportunity to travel with you. Ash is super excited. He went from just him to being Alexa and Grant, both within a day's period. He says, well, alright then, I'm happy to have you with us. And he asks Grant, would you mind helping me train for my next gym badge? Grant says, you know what, kid? I like your style. I'd be more than happy to train with you. After all, we're going to have to get stronger if we're going to fend off Team Flare. And with that, Ash, Alexa, and Grant all head off to the site of their next adventure in the Kalos region. Alright, so we pick back up with Ash, Grant, and Alexa. They've been on the road now for about a week, and they're making their way to Geosenge Town. This is their first stop on their way to Ash's site for his next gym badge in Shalour City. Ash is super excited because him and Grant, they've been having the chance to train together over the last week, and Alexa has been getting a lot of new info for the story she's been writing on these strangely discolored fossil Pokemon. Ash's Cranidos and Grant's Tyrant have developed quite the rivalry. The two like to battle each other head on, and over the last week or so, Grant has worked with Ash and his Cranidos, and Cranidos has learned a new move, Rock Tomb, which has come in very handy considering Cranidos didn't actually have any rock type moves up until this point. The trio finally arrive in a Geosenge town and immediately head for the Pokemon Center. On their way to the Pokemon Center, they notice something strange about the town. It seems like it's in major disrepair, like it's been attacked repeatedly over the course of the last couple of weeks. It seems like every time they try to make repairs, the repairs are stopped by another attack. Once they get inside the Pokemon Center, they talk to Nurse Joy about what's going on. Nurse Joy informs them that outside of the town, there's a very ancient forest that for hundreds of years hasn't had any life whatsoever in it. The ancient forest is known as the Forest of Desolation. Many centuries ago, it was vibrant with life. But then one day, overnight, all of the life was sucked out of it, and no one knew why. But then, about 3 weeks ago, a strange blue aura came from the forest, and nobody knew what to make of it. And being that everybody in the town is very superstitious, nobody wanted to go and investigate. But then, out of nowhere, Pokemon started attacking the town, random ones that they had never seen in the area before. And even though they've been trying to make repairs to the town, every time they start, they get attacked again, and they don't know why. But the attacks have been happening less and less frequent over the past couple of days. It seems like some of the Pokemon have moved on, and there's only a couple of them that have been holding out, still attacking the town, but they don't know why they're attacking. Ash, Grant, and Alexa decide that this is something that needs to be checked out. So the next morning, the three decide to head into the forest. Once they get into the forest, they notice large stone pillars that line the walkway heading towards the forest, and there's a mural right at the beginning of the pathway, and it's written in an ancient language that nobody understands. Ash asks what this is, and Grant informs Ash that he's heard rumors about this. There's many mysteries surrounding these giant stone pillars, but the one that's most intriguing is that he thinks that these are the gravestones of Pokemon that fell in a war that happened in Kalos over 3 millennia ago. Ash is surprised by this. He had never heard of any war growing up back in Ambrit Town, but being that this doesn't really tie into anything that they're trying to do right now, the trio opt to move on past it. Once they make their way past all of the stone pillars, they come to a land that is desolate. This is weird because the land goes from vibrant green to desolate with no life. And then off in the distance, it looks like an oasis in the middle of nowhere, to where life has begun starting to emerge in the center of this forest desolation. As the trio are staring off in the distance, trying to make heads or tails of what's going on in the situation, Ash can see in the distance something coming towards them at blinding speed. It seems to be a Pokemon, and it's rushing towards them. Ash tries to point it out to both Alexa and Grant, and they both, after some time, can see it. This Pokemon speeds past them with blinding velocity, and it's heading in the direction of the town. Ash thinks, oh great, this must be one of the Pokemon that was attacking the town. Ash turns to Grant and Alexa and says, listen, we need to get back to the town. That thing is probably heading there to attack it some more. And if there's one, there's probably more. Grant and Alexa both agree, and the trio head back to the town. It takes some time, but they finally do arrive back in Geosenge town. But unfortunately, they're too late. There's buildings that have been destroyed, and there's piles of rubble everywhere. But the Pokemon is still there. They can see it zipping past them, left, right, and it's just firing what seems to be like percussions at things. Alexa can feel it. They're like sonic booms, kind of like what Noivern lets out whenever it uses its boom burst. Alexa thinks to herself, this is odd, but then she thinks, maybe Noivern can counter this, so she sends it out. Once Noivern erupts from the ball, she orders it to use a boom burst. Noivern lets out a loud roar, and the boom burst counters the sonic booms that are coming from the Pokemon, and an explosion erupts the town. Once Noivern flaps its giant wings, it clears the dust. Then the Pokemon becomes visible. It was caught in the blast, and it was knocked unconscious. Ash looks at it, and he whips out his Pokédex, and it reads, Yanma, the clear-wing Pokemon. Its eyes can see 360 degrees without moving its head. It won't miss prey, even those behind it. Ash thinks, Yanma, and he looks at this Yanma. It's unconscious on the ground, and then he looks at the one in the Pokédex. They don't look anything alike, and then Ash clicks over to the shiny version, and again, they don't look the same. Alexa and Grant both notice this as well. The trio are stumped by this, and Ash asks Alexa or Grant if they've ever seen anything like this, and they both said no. Ash says, well listen, we gotta get to the Pokemon Center. So Ash picks up Yanma, and they head to the Pokemon Center. Once inside, they get it to Nurse Joy. She takes it into the ER. After a while, Nurse Joy does reemerge, and she tells them that Yanma's gonna make a full recovery. But it's odd, and Alexa says, what do you mean? Nurse Joy says, when inspecting this Yanma, it seems to have attributes of the fairy typing, which is weird because it should have nothing to do with the fairy typing. It's nowhere close in its DNA. It's very odd. She asks Ash where he found it, and Ash tells Nurse Joy that they went out to investigate the forest, and once they got to the forest, they realized that in the center of this forest of desolation, there was a giant green patch, and this Yanma had come from it. Nurse Joy says, that's very, very strange. She says, Yanma will make a full recovery, but it's gonna need a day or two to rest. Ash says, well, at least that's a relief. But he does say that this is one of the Pokemon that had to have been attacking the city, because when we got here, that's all it was doing, but we don't know why. Alexa and her reporter nature tells Ash and Grant that the answer has to be back in that patch of forest that has all of a sudden turned green. They both agree, and they decide to make their way back to that area. They all agree, but Ash wants to wait here at the Pokemon Center for Yanma to wake up, because he has a feeling that once it wakes up, it might start to attack again, and they may need somebody here to subdue it. Grant and Alexa agree, so those two decide to head out to the forest. It takes them a while to get to the Forest of Desolation, and the parts that have died and decayed, but they eventually make it to the green patch. And it's the strangest thing. Flowers are in full bloom, water is running, and it seems that there have been Pokemon that have returned to the site, but there's something else that's here. Upon further inspection of the area, Grant and Alexa come across some familiar faces. Team Flare, and none other than Mabel leading the group. This is odd. Why is Team Flare here? Why is Mabel here? This needs more investigating. The two decide to get closer, trying to figure out what is going on. Grant is especially interested in this. As they get closer, they see that there's a ground zero where it looks like a surge of energy took place because branches, trees, bushes, they're all pushed out in the direction from that single point. And there, in many cages, are Pokemon, multiple different Pokemon, but they don't seem to have normal coloring. Alexa and Grant both take notes of this, and this piques Grant's interest way more than does Alexa's, and he immediately starts taking notes. Alexa pulls out her video recorder. She's trying to get as much video evidence on this as possible because this is the story that she's been waiting for. First, the prehistoric Pokemon with off-coloring, and now all of these Pokemon with off-coloring. And Team Flare is after these ones as well. What is going on in the Kalos region? What are these Pokemon, and what importance do they have to Team Flare? Back at the Pokemon Center in Geosenge Town, Yanma wakes up, and of course, just like Ash thought, it is not happy. It immediately starts letting out Sonic Boom after Sonic Boom, destroying the room that it's in. Ash sends out Absol to try and calm it down, but unfortunately, Yama's bug typing gives it the advantage, and after a signal beam hits Absol, it manages to put it down and causing a lot of damage. Ash doesn't like where this is going, and Yanma sees Ash as a threat, as he just ordered Absol to attack it. So, Yanma focuses all of its aggression on Ash. Ash has no choice. He sends out Cranidos to defend himself. Yanma tries to rush in and uses another Sonic Boom, but Cranidos uses its new move, Rock Tomb, to counter, and it deflects the blast, causing a hole in the wall. Yanma sees this as a chance to escape, and it makes its way out back into the town, and it starts attacking again. Ash knows he can't let this go on. Ash recalls Absol, and he orders Cranidos to follow him, and the two set off after Yanma. Once they finally catch up, Ash orders a takedown. Cranidos manages to connect, but the problem is Yanma is getting faster. Ash pulled out his Pokedex, and he learns that Yanma's ability is Speed Boost, which allows its speed to increase. Ash thinks to himself, great, this isn't good. At this rate, it's going to be way too fast for us to catch, and that explains why it was moving so fast when it rushed into town to begin with. Ash knows that the only way that he's going to be able to stop this rampage is if he catches it, so he orders Cranidos to head in with a headbutt. Yanma sees this and is able to easily dodge it, but Ash was hoping for this, and he orders Cranidos to use a Rock Tomb in the direction that Yanma had dodged, and it worked. It captures Yanma securely, but it doesn't hold it for long. After a few Sonic Booms, it's able to break free of its rock prison, but it's clear that it is extremely exhausted. It still hasn't recovered from the boom burst it took when it battled Alexa's Noivern, and that Rock Tomb took even more out of it. Ash thinks, alright, we have to put an end to this. He needs Cranidos to get in quick. Ash orders Cranidos to lower its head the whole way to the ground and to rush in. Cranidos does so, and Yanma doesn't know what to make of it, but it fires multiple Sonic Booms and Signal Beams at it, but they just get deflected because Cranidos is keeping its head low to the ground and using it as a shield. It's allowing Cranidos to get in close. Ash then orders Cranidos to use a Rock Tomb one more time. Yanma sees this coming and manages to dodge, but this is what Ash wanted, and he orders Cranidos to use a takedown, which manages to connect with Yanma, knocking it down. Before it can get back up, Ash throws a Pokeball at it. It bounces once, it bounces twice, but Yanma manages to break free. It's not going to go down without a fight. Ash thinks to himself he's got to do a lot more damage here, otherwise he's not going to be able to stop this Yanma. It's got a lot of power, but it's also got a lot of aggression. But that's alright though, his Cranidos has it too. Ash looks at Cranidos and asks if it's ready. Cranidos looks back at Ash and it nods. He says, alright Cranidos, we need our next move to connect and put down Yanma for good. Cranidos nods and it prepares itself. Ash orders Cranidos to rush in, and along the way he uses it to use multiple Rock Tombs. Yanma does its best and he manages to dodge the first couple of them, but it gets caught halfway in the third one, and Ash knows that this is his chance. He orders Cranidos to rush in with full force, using a takedown, knocking into Yanma. This does knock out the bug Pokemon. Ash then throws a Pokeball at it again, and it bounces once, twice, and 3 times, and Ash has finally caught this Yanma and put an end to the destruction in the town. Back over with Grant and Alexa, they both agree that they have to confront Mabel. They cannot let her take all of these Pokemon, and especially since how these Pokemon seem to be important to something that Team Flare is planning. They make the decision to interfere. Grant decides that he's going to draw their attention with Onix, but there's a problem. All of their cages have electrical locks on them. Alexa says, don't worry, I got this, and she sends out another Pokemon. This is her Helioptile. She says Helioptile is electric type. It should be able to overload those locks and get those Pokemon free. Grant says, alright then, you sneak behind and I'll draw their attention. Make it quick because I don't know how how long we'll be able to last. With that, the two split up. Grant sends out Onyx and orders it to attack, getting everybody's attention. Mabel is instantly drawn to this. Grant, the gym leader of Cyllage City, what are you doing here? Grant turns to Mabel and says, don't you worry about it. The fact that you attack my gym should be reason enough for me to be here. Now, I'm gonna say this once. Release the Pokemon and leave this place, or else. Mabel just laughs. Or else what? What are you gonna do? You and your big bag Onyx. You were barely able to beat us last time, and we far outnumber you this time. Grant says, oh, I may have a few tricks up my sleeve. Don't you worry about that. He orders Onyx to use multiple rock tombs. This is something that he had been working on with Ash over the past week or so, just in case they ran into Team Flare again. With that, he's able to drastically cut the numbers of the grunts down by capturing multiples of them in these rock tombs, basically making it so it's just him and Mabel. Mabel looks at him. Impressive. I didn't think that someone like you could think of doing something like that, but it's still not going to matter. And Grant asks her why. She says, because we already have everything that we need here. We were actually just getting ready to leave, and our reinforcements should be here soon, but I will entertain you until they arrive. With that, Mabel sends in her Weavile and her brand new Pokemon, an Electrike. Grant looks at the Electrike, and it too does not look normal. It has the same color scheme of that Yanma and all the other Pokemon here, but Grant can't worry about that now. He's got to battle these two. So he decides to even up the odds, and he sends in his Tyrant. He's not trying to beat her, he's just trying to stall for time. So with Tyrant and Onyx, he orders them to both rush in. He orders Onyx to use Rock Tomb to create as much of a wall as possible. He's particularly interested in trying to separate the Electrike from Mabel, so he orders Tyrant to rush in and use a Dragon Claw. But this is where a problem begins. The Dragon Claw goes to connect with the Electrike, and normally a trainer would ask their Pokemon to dodge it, but Mabel just lets it come in, and it connects with Electrike, but it has no effect. Grant doesn't understand, and he's a bit caught off by this, diverting his attention from the battle, and unfortunately allowing his Onyx to get taken out by the Weavile. Once Grant snaps back and he realizes what's going on, he recalls Onyx, and he thinks, great, now all I have just is Tyrant, and it seems that Dragon-type moves are ineffective against this Electrike. What is going on here? Over with Alexa, she realizes that she's almost out of time, but it's alright though. Helioptile is making great progress. She's been able to free most of the Pokemon without being noticed. But there is one here that seems extremely shy. Even though she's gotten the cage open, it doesn't want to leave. It doesn't know where to go. This Pokemon is afraid to even move. Alexa recognizes this Pokemon as a Skiddo, but the Skiddo doesn't look like a normal Skiddo. Its color is too off. She doesn't have any time for this. She tries to pull it out of this cage, but it refuses to leave. Alexa thinks to herself, well, the only way I have to get you out of here is to capture you, then fine. She throws a Pokeball at it, and surprisingly, the Pokeball does manage to capture it. It was okay with being in the Pokeball, but it didn't want to leave the cage. It's like it doesn't want to leave the security of a confined area. And with that, all the Pokemon have been free. And it is at this point that Mabel notices that Alexa has freed all these Pokemon, and she turns her attention over to Alexa. Alexa sends out her Noivern, and she orders another Boon Burst, but it's caught by this Electrike and a Thunderbolt. Then this Electrike fires something at Noivern that Alexa didn't think that it was capable of. A Moonblast. This puts Noivern down. Grant and Alexa are both in awe. They don't understand what's going on here. How is this Electrike able to use a fairy type move like that? It doesn't make any sense. Just then, the chopper for Team Flare's extraction arrives. Mabel is deeply upset about this, but they also have the data that they collected as well. Even though they were unable to gather all the Pokemon at this point, they still have her Electrike and the data on the other Pokemon. With that, she tells Grant and Alexa that this won't be the last they see of her, and she frees the last of the grunts, and they all retreat back to the safety of their base. Alexa rushes over to Noivern to check it. It took a lot of damage from that Moonblast, but it'll be okay. She recalls it back. Helioptile and her head over to Grant and Tyrant. Grant asks Alexa if he saw what he thinks he saw, and Alexa says, you mean the Moonblast from that Electrike? Alexa says, yeah, so I wasn't crazy. I saw that too. They both agree that this is something that needs to be looked into further, but there's nothing else left here now for them, so they decide to head back into Geosenge Town to meet up with Ash. Once they get back, they inform Ash of what happened out in the forest and how Team Flare was there, gathering up Pokemon of similar coloration to the Yanma. And then Alexa sends out her new Skiddo, which is very shy and very sheepish, and it refuses to go anywhere but by Alexa's side. Alexa thinks this is kind of adorable, while Ash and Grant are kind of dismayed by this. They're more concerned about what's going on with Team Flare right now, and why all these different types of Pokemon are having all these color deformations, and what interest Team Flare has in them. The trio file a report with Officer Jenny, and she takes all their statements. Officer Jenny then asks Alexa if she would leave the Skiddo with her, and she asks Ash if she would leave the Yanma with her as well. The Skiddo refuses to go with Officer Jenny. Even when she tries to recall it, it just jumps and dodges out of the way. It refuses to leave Alexa's side. And as far as Yanma's
concerned, it seems to be very aggressive, and it's not going to be something that can be held inside of a Pokeball. So it's agreed that the best place for them is with Ash and Alexa. With that, the trio decide to call it a night, and they settle in. Later on in the night, after everybody in the center is sleeping, Grant has made his way to a private part of the center where he can make, and he calls in over his holocaster to report in, listen, there's been some interesting developments. Now, not only has the Cranidos and my Tyrant awakened, but a whole new batch of Pokemon as well. Currently, Alexa has caught a Skiddo of an off-coloration, far different from Cranidos and Tyrant, and Ash has caught a Yanma, same coloration as a Skiddo. The voice on the other end of the holocaster says, good work, do you have anything else to report? Grant says, yes. Team Flare is mobilizing even harder now. I do believe that what they have planned has something to do with these Pokemon, which is going to make Ash, me, and Alexa a target, which means it's safe to say that they will be coming back after us soon. The voice on the other end of the holocaster says agreed. Grant then asks, what are my further orders? The voice says, you are to remain with Ash. He needs protection. Grant says, agreed, and with that, they end the call. The next day, the trio decide that they've done all that they can in Geosenge Town, so they head out Shalour City in the site of Ash's second gym badge. After about a week or so, they eventually reach Shalour City, and Ash is super pumped. He has been working with Yanma over the last week. The problem is this thing is even tougher than Cranidos. It refuses to do anything that Ash says, and as a result, Ash spends more time recalling it into the Pokeball than actually using it in battle. But that's alright though. He still has 3 other Pokemon, and he wants his chance to earn his second gym badge. He immediately heads over to the Shalour Gym, and he asks for a chance to battle the gym leader. But the gym attendant says the gym leader is not currently in. She is actually on the other side of the city, at a place called the Tower of Mastery.
Alright, we're picking back up with Ash, Alexa, and Grant as they enter the Tower of Mastery. Ash is super pumped. Ash immediately enters the facility looking for the Shalour gym leader, announcing his presence and what he is there for. 2 people look at him completely and totally dumbfounded. Who is this young boy, and why is he here? An older man and a young girl. Ash sees them, and as they're the only people in the tower at this current time, they immediately get his attention. Ash runs over to the old man and announces who he is, again, urgently insisting that he get a gym battle from this person, without even knowing who they are. The old man says, wait, slow down, son. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not the gym leader of Shalour City. Ash says, really? I thought, with you being old and all, that it would be you. And then he hears from behind him. Ash turns, and there's a young girl on rollerblades. She goes, I'm the leader of the gym. My name's Karina. How can I help you? Ash says, well, I'm here to challenge for a gym badge, so I was hoping to get a battle today. Karina tells Ash, oh, a gym battle, eh? Well, you got a lot of spirit. Let me ask you, how many badges do you have? Ash smugly says 1. Karina says, 1, huh? Most people that reach me have about 3 or 4. But I think I might be able to make an exception. Ash says, really? Well, that's great. When can we have it? Karina says, well, how about this? I was just going over some things with my grandfather about his responsibilities and how they will soon be passed to me. Why don't we test just how powerful you are? Ash says, what do you mean? She goes, how about a special battle? A battle with Mega Evolution. Karina tells Ash that her grandfather is the keeper of Mega Evolution, and in the Tower of Mastery, he is the one responsible for maintaining the tower. She says her grandfather is a direct descendant of the first person who ever used Mega Evolution in the Kalos region. Ash says, what is Mega Evolution? Alexa says, Ash, you live in the Kalos region and you don't know what Mega Evolution is? He goes, no, I've never really been exposed to it. Grant then interrupts and says, Ash, Mega Evolution is the process of when a trainer and their Pokemon have a strong bond, and when they have a strong bond, they're able to unlock a new level of power, allowing the Pokemon to reach a new form. Ash, not really understanding the concept, asks, really? So how can I get all my Pokemon to Mega Evolve? Karina just yells at Ash, not all Pokemon can Mega Evolve. Only certain ones can. Ash says, really? Well, that sucks. So, how do I get my Pokemon to Mega Evolve? Grant then steps in and says, Ash, first we have to identify which one of your Pokemon can Mega Evolve. And then Grant turns to Karina and asks, so what is this responsibility you were talking about, Karina? Karina then says, well, my grandfather and I were talking about passing on the responsibility of the keeper of the Tower of Mastery to me. Grant says, really? That's interesting. So, what would have to happen for you to assume the responsibilities? Karina says, well, actually, that's simple. I would have to beat my grandfather in a battle with Mega Evolution and prove that I am ready to inherit his responsibility and title as keeper of the Mega Evolution. Grant says that was actually something I would really be interested in seeing. Alexa seconds this, saying she would love to report on this. So she asks if the two would actually be willing to do that. while she records it. After some discussion, Karina and their grandfather actually thinks that this could be to their benefit. There has never been a televised succession ceremony before, so they agree to these terms. All the while, Ash is getting more antsy. He didn't want to come here to watch a battle. He wanted to come here to be part of the battle. And he interjects saying, I hate to interrupt, but can we at least have our gym battle first? Grant, a little agitated with Ash, knocks him on the head, saying, you need to wait your turn. Karina steps in. You know what? You're right. Why don't you have a battle, Ash? Ash gets super excited. Alright, I'll have a battle with you. Karina says, no, not with me, with my grandfather. Karina's grandfather just rolls her eyes. Little does Ash know is that when challengers show up just like him to where they're impatient, she has them challenge her grandfather in an effort to offer them some humility. But he is on board with this because he does like to test new trainers himself. So he says, how about it, Ash? Would you like a chance to challenge the current keeper of the Mega Evolution secrets? Ash, after thinking about this, says, you know what? I would, because it'll give me a chance to warm up for you, Karina. He says, where do we have the battle? Karina's grandfather says, we'll do it right here. Alexa says this will be perfect. While you two are battling, it'll give me time to get set up so I can record your guys' battle later on. Alexa says, Ash, try not to get knocked out too easily, huh? I need some time to prepare. Ash just glares at her in disapproval. So the two trainers take their position. Karina's grandfather leads with his Heracross. Ash uses the Pokédex to get some data on Heracross, and once he figures out that it's a bug fighting type, he decides to take a risk and he goes with his first Pokemon, Absol. Karina's grandfather peeks up. Oh, an Absol, huh? Interesting. Ash says, yep, it was my first Pokemon, and I know it's at a disadvantage, but that's alright though. We don't back away from a challenge. And Absol nods in approval. Karina's grandfather gives Ash the first move, so Ash says, alright then, don't worry, we won't disappoint. And he orders Absol to rush in with a quick attack. Karina's grandfather just orders his Heracross to stand there and to take the move. So, using his giant horn, Heracross intercepts the move and then counters with the Mega Horn, knocking Absol back and into the ground extremely hard. This throws Ash off. He wasn't expecting that type of retaliation from a move. Absol is having trouble standing. That move really caused a lot of damage. Ash turns to Absol and asks if it can still battle, and Absol nods. So Ash orders Absol to fire a Razor Wind. The Razor Wind comes in, but again, Heracross uses its horn to defend, intercepting the majority of the damage, minimizing the actual damage to itself. Karina's grandfather tells Ash that he's going to have to be a little bit more tactful than that. Just attacking head-on will not get him anywhere in this type of battle. So Ash does what he can with Absol and tries to use its speed to its advantage to try and outmaneuver Heracross, but it's to little avail. Heracross is able to take every blow, and he just deals it back at him. The battle drags on for far longer than it should have, and Absol is starting to tire. Its endurance is nowhere near this Heracross's. Then, Karina's grandfather asks Ash, hey, do you want to see something? Ash, thinking to himself, great, what other surprises does he have in store for me? Just then, he notices a glowing on the wrist of Karina's grandfather as he touches a stone. Then the glowing transfers over to Heracross, and Heracross is enveloped in a giant egg shape of energy. After the energy dissipates, the Pokemon that was there is completely different. It looks somewhat like Heracross, but it's grown in size and in bulk. Ash looks at it and he knows immediately that this thing could be a problem. He orders Absol to rush in with the quick attack, and instead of trying to defend this time, Karina's grandfather just orders Heracross to take it, and he does. And once he's locked Absol inside of his horns, Karina's grandfather orders a close combat that knocks Absol out, ending the battle. Ash is speechless. He knew that Absol was at a type of disadvantage, but he didn't think it would be this one-sided. And this whole Mega Evolution thing really showed him how outclassed he is. Karina says, see Ash, I told you, you wouldn't have that good of a time, but now are you willing to wait for me and my grandfather to have our battle so he can pass on the responsibilities of the Mega Evolution Keeper to me? Ash just quietly nods as he's thinking about the battle that he just had and how he could potentially obtain Mega Evolution. Just then Alexa approaches him. She says, I'm all ready and set up to record the battle. She says, Ash, you lasted just barely long enough for me to get everything set up. Good job. This just irks Ash a little bit more as he thinks about his battle. Alexa asks Karina and her grandfather if they're ready to get started, and they do. Karina and her grandfather take their positions now. Ash is deeply involved in this battle. He wants to see exactly what a Mega Evolution can do, because he barely even scratched the surface with his battle with Heracross. Karina's grandfather sends back in Heracross. Then, Karina pulls out a Pokeball, and she sends in her own Pokemon. This Pokemon is identified as Lucario. This is Karina's ace Pokemon. Ash uses his Pokedex to get some information on the Pokemon, learning that it can see aura. Ash thinks, this is interesting. They're both fighting types. but they're duality with Steel and Bug. He's quite curious to how this is going to play out. The two trainers waste no time. They immediately go for a Mega Evolution. Mega Heracross and Mega Lucario. The battle gets underway, and it is truly a test of speed and power versus endurance and defense. Heracross is just taking the attacks from Mega Lucario, but Mega Lucario is attacking at a blinding speed. Ash can barely see what's going on. This battle draws out till both Pokemon are exhausted, but in the end, Karina is able to take down her grandfather and his Heracross, proving that she is ready to take on the mantle of the Keepers of Mega Evolution. With that, the ceremony has concluded. Ash got to see what a Mega Evolution is truly capable of, and Karina's Lucario, it kind of scares him a little bit. He doesn't think any of his Pokemon has what it takes to keep up with that thing, and if it were to Mega Evolve during a battle, he would definitely lose. This is kind of shaking him a little bit, but Grant on the other hand is itching at a chance to potentially battle this Mega Evolution, so he issues a challenge to her, just wanting to test his strength against hers, gym leader to gym leader, considering he doesn't have any Megas. Karina is more than happy to take this challenge, and she tells them that she would like to do the next challenge at the gym. So with that, they head out from the Tower of Mastery back to the gym in Shalour City. Ash is the last one out, and as he goes to leave, Karina's grandfather stops him. Ash, after you have your gym battle, no matter the outcome, I need you to come see me. Ash, curious about this, says, what is it about? And he says, don't worry, it'll be to your benefit, but I need you to come see me after the battle. So with that, Ash heads out. Over at the gym, the battle with Grant and Karina has already started and is about halfway through when Ash arrives. Grant has chosen to go with his Tyrant. Karina was interested as the coloration of this Tyrant seemed far different than any Tyrant she had ever seen before. Even though Tyrant is strong, it can't hold a candle to Mega Lucario, and it eventually falls after a couple of Metal Claws. The power that Mega Lucario has is really starting to get to him. Karina then turns to Ash and asks if he's ready for a battle. Ash says, yeah, sure. Karina comments, oh, you're not the same confident kid that you were when you got to the Tower of Mastery. Ash just ignores her. So how many Pokemon are we going to use? 1, 2, 3? Karina asks, well, how many do you have? Ash says, well, I have 4. Karina says, okay, so how about this? A 4-on-4. Ash says, a 4-on-4? Karina says, yeah, why not? I mean, after all, you wanted to battle a gym leader, right? Ash looks at Grant. Can she really do that? Grant says, yeah, the gym leader can lay out the terms of the challenge, whatever they decide. Karina wants a 4-on-4, you have to agree to it. Ash tells Karina he would like to take that challenge, but his Absol has already battled today, and it took a lot of damage from her grandfather's Heracross. Karina, kind of forgetting about that battle, says, you know what? You're right. Well, I guess we'll just have to make it a 3-on-3. Are you ready? Ash was secretly kind of hoping to avoid a battle with her right now, because he's not confident in himself after watching Mega Lucario and his performance. But he ultimately agrees, and the battle gets underway. Karina sends out her first Pokemon, Machoke. Ash is thinking to himself, well, at least it's not Mega Lucario. Maybe I'll have a chance to push through. After using the Pokedex to get some data on Machoke, Ash decides to go with Cranidos. Cranidos' off-color catches Karina's attention, as it too seems to be a very special Pokemon. Not a Mega Evolution, but Karina definitely wants to battle it. The battle between these two gets started, and overall, Machoke has the advantage in type and experience, and Ash is having a hard time keeping up. So much so that one Brick Break puts Cranidos down, and Ash doesn't understand why. He shouldn't have taken that much damage from a single Brick Break, but Ash can't think about that now. So he recalls Cranidos, and he decides to send in his next Pokemon, Clauncher. This battle is a little bit more even, as Clauncher's experience and battle prowess is a lot higher than Ash's other Pokemon, and it's able to go toe-to-toe with Machoke, and eventually, Machoke gets taken out by a Water Pulse. This does kind of restore Ash's confidence a little bit, so he starts to perk up, and even to the point to where he compliments Clauncher. This brings out Clauncher's true power, because Clauncher is the type of Pokemon that loves adoration from its trainer after being neglected for so long. Karina decides to send in her next Pokemon, a Meditite, and the battle gets underway. Meditite tries to use its Psychic typing to its advantage, but overall, Ash is still able to put up a decent fight against it. In the end, even though Clauncher ends up taking a decent amount of damage, it is able to put down Meditite with the Crab Hammer, bringing Ash to the lead of the battle. Karina recalls Meditite and actually compliments Ash. She actually didn't think that he would be able to handle those two Pokemon, but his real challenge begins here, and Ash gulps as she sends in Lucario. This is the one Pokemon that Ash was afraid of the entire time, and all that confidence that he had slowly started to get back, it's dwindled away at this point. So, the battle gets started, and Lucario, without even Mega Evolving, hits Clauncher with a Force Palm, sending it into a wall, knocking it out. He didn't waste any effort in doing so. This once again knocks home the fact that Lucario is a very strong Pokemon. Ash recalls Clauncher and thinks it's for its battle. Now, he only has one Pokemon left. He pulls out the Pokeball and looks at it. Ash knows this battle is going to be a struggle because Yanma still doesn't listen to him fully, but he figures he may have a chance if Yanma's super aggressive battle style can hold off Lucario long enough for it to knock it out. So he sends it in, and as soon as it pops out of the ball, without even a command, it fires a Sonic Boom at Lucario. But Lucario could see this coming just by the motion of the aura from Yanma, and he put up a defense before it would even reach it. Karina tells Ash that she's seen better trained Pokemon, but she's quite curious to this Pokemon too, as the coloring on it seems a little bit off. Ash tells her, yeah, this Pokemon is super aggressive and I haven't had it for very long, and it has been a bit of trouble, but I'm still not going to let that stop us. So he orders Yanma to rush in with a Sonic Boom, but again, Lucario is able to see the aura around the move and puts up a defense blocking it. This strategy just continues, with Ash ordering Yanma to fire multiple attacks, majority Sonic Boom, and Lucario just defending it. Karina is actually starting to get tired of this. She knows that Ash doesn't have a chance, so she wants to put the pressure on. She initiates the Mega Evolution, evolving Lucario into Mega Lucario. The battle immediately went from one-sided to no chance when Mega Lucario comes rushing in and takes out Yanma, putting it down. Ash just stands there in stunned silence. He never had a chance from the beginning, and all he was getting throughout the battle was false hope. The whole concept of Mega Evolution and the power that it provides to your Pokemon is something that he's going to have to master. This is only the second gym leader he's faced. What if other gym leaders have access to this? Will he even be able to beat them? Would he even stand a chance against them? All these questions are running through his head when Karina approaches him. Ash, that was a good battle. Even though you didn't have Mega Evolution and you really didn't stand a chance at this point, you still put up a good fight. You do have some decent Pokemon. I would say though, you do have to get a lot stronger if you hope to beat me. Ash then asks Karina, well then how would I do that? Karina says, well, training with your Pokemon is a good place to start. Ash says, but how do I get Mega Evolution? Karina just laughs. Ash, just because you have Mega Evolution wouldn't make you a strong trainer. Your Pokemon have to have a good base first. They have to have a good stability to them before you want to consider Mega Evolving them. It took Lucario years of training before it was ready to even Mega Evolve. But Ash isn't hearing this. His only concern right now is getting Mega Evolution. Karina tells Ash, listen, not all Pokemon can Mega Evolve. You gotta make sure you have the right Pokemon that would be willing to Mega Evolve. That's the first step. The next step is conditioning. If you don't do what you can to condition your Pokemon, then when they Mega Evolve, you could hurt them. You're putting a lot of strain on their body by flooding them with energy. That's why these forms aren't permanent. They're only temporary boosts of power that last the duration of the battle. Ash hears this, but he's not really listening. He just says, well listen, thanks for the battle, but your grandfather told me to come see him after the battle, so that's what I'm gonna go do now. Hopefully he can offer me more words of wisdom than you. I mean, after all, he is older. Then Ash walks off, leaving Grant and Alexa to wonder what that was all about. Ash gets back to the Tower of Mastery, and he goes to see Karina's grandfather. Karina's grandfather doesn't even think twice. So you lost, eh? Ash says, how'd you know? Karina's grandfather, being a man of experience, said, one can tell when you're going into a battle when you've had as many as I have. You had the look of loss before you had even gotten in the battle. Ash says, what do you mean? He said, the moment you realized the power of Mega Evolution, you knew you couldn't win. He said, you knew you were going to lose from the beginning, but you didn't want to admit it to yourself. Ash says, so what if I am? He says, your next question is going to be, how do you obtain Mega Evolution? Ash gets quiet. Karina's grandfather just says, see, I know you better than you think. Anybody who first experienced Mega Evolution has the same questions, and the answer isn't always so simple. Ash says, what do you mean? Karina's grandfather says, well, there's certain tools, certain objects you need in order to start a Mega Evolution. It's not just the Pokemon, it's the bond and items that facilitate it. Like this. Karina's grandfather holds out a ring. He says, this is a Mega Evolution ring. Ash just looks at it. A Mega Evolution ring, he says. Karina's grandfather says, yes, and you also need a keystone inside of it, like this one that I have here. These are the ones that I use to Mega Evolve my Heracross. Ash says, so if I get one of those, then I can Mega Evolve my Pokemon? Karina's grandfather says, well, that's one step, but it's not the complete process. You also have to find a specific stone that resonates with your Pokemon. If your Pokemon doesn't have that stone, then the transformation can't be initiated. But it also requires a strong bond between the trainer and the Pokemon as well. If that bond does not exist, then the Pokemon will not Mega Evolve. Ash says, so what you're telling me is it's hopeless. Karina's grandfather says, no, it's not hopeless. There is a chance for you to get Mega Evolution as well, but it's something you have to discover. It's not something that can just be given. Karina's grandfather then says, here, and he throws the keystone at Ash. Ash says, but this is yours. Karina's grandfather says, it was mine. I actually don't need it anymore. I've passed on the responsibilities of the keeper of Mega Evolution to Karina, so I will no longer need the ability to Mega Evolve my Heracross. He looks at his Heracross and says, my battling days are behind me. I aim to retire now, as I would really just like to enjoy life and watch my granddaughter as she flourishes into the keeper that I know she could be. Ash then asks about the bracelet. Karina's grandfather then states, I would give you the bracelet, but that's not for me to give. I can help you start your journey, but I can't give you the entire journey. It's going to be up to you and your responsibility to discover the tools and the processes needed to Mega Evolve. I've given you the first key. Now you must find the rest. And with that, Karina's grandfather turns and he walks up to a room at the top of the Tower of Mastery and closes the door, leaving Ash to sit there and contemplate what just happened. Later that night at the Pokemon Center, Ash is staring at the keystone. Alexa and Grant looking at him, concerned. Grant eventually asks Ash what's wrong. Ash just says it's so frustrating that he couldn't get Mega Evolution like Karina. She has it, he doesn't, and her grandfather is unwilling to help him. Grant just laughs. Ash, why are you so obsessed with Mega Evolution? You never knew about it before today, and you were doing just fine. But now, all of a sudden, because you discovered a new form of power, you're obsessed with it? Grant says, that's not the way to go. Ash says, what do you mean? Grant says, not every Pokemon can Mega Evolve. That was made painfully clear to us today. Grant then says, instead of focusing on Mega Evolution, why don't you just focus on making your own Pokemon stronger? After all, it is possible that those Pokemon could beat a Mega Evolution if they had the proper training. Ash then thinks about this, and he thinks, you know what, Grant is right. If I can beat a Mega Evolution without a Mega Evolution, think how strong that Pokemon would become when it gained Mega Evolution. Ash then asks Grant and Alexa if they'd be willing to train with him. Grant says, that's not quite the message I was trying to get across, but I suppose you're on the right track. And yes, I will be willing to train with you. Alexa says, I mean, I'll do whatever training I can, but I'm not much of a trainer, although Noivern is pretty strong. So that's what they do. Ash ultimately decides not to stay in Shalour City because he wants to come back and challenge Karina when he's become stronger. So they move on to the site of their next badge. Eventually, after around 2 weeks of traveling and training, they reach Coumarine City. This is the site of the next badge of the Kalos region. Ash is super excited. He hasn't caught any new Pokemon, but he has been working with the Pokemon that he currently has. Absol has gotten a lot stronger and a lot faster. And in order to help him with his fighting type weakness, Ash has actually been working with it in Noivern to teach Absol Aerial Ace. And he's pretty much mastered the move now. So that's a big win in Ash's. Next, Ash has been working with Cranidos and has picked up a new move too, Zen Headbutt. And he figured that this would be a good type of move to learn. And there was also something that he learned from Nurse Joy in the Pokemon Center in Shalour City after having Cranidos looked at, because he was curious to why the Brick Break took it out so quickly. And what Nurse Joy found out after examining Cranidos was astounding. It seemed to have remnants of the dark typing, which normal members of its species don't have. Cranidos has only ever been documented as a rock type. So Ash has been working on a defense Cranidos for its 4 times weakness to the fighting type. Then we have Clauncher. Clauncher's growth has been slow because it previously belonged to another trainer. That's one of the things about it. It does learn new ways to move, but training it can be rather difficult at times because it's kind of stuck in its ways. But it still likes being with Ash because Ash does give its praise for its power. Then last, we have Yanma. Yanma has actually started to come around, and Ash is rather enjoying it. The Pokemon is super powerful, but it is super aggressive, much like the rest of the Pokemon on Ash's team. It still doesn't hesitate to fire off a Sonic Boom or two whenever it gets the chance, not because it wants to hurt anybody, but because he thinks it's funny when people react to it. He seems to get amusement out of it. But Ash is really learning a lot from this bug Pokemon, and not only that, but he's getting to experience the fairy typing, which seems to be quite rare in the Kalos region. The only problem that Ash is still having with Yanma is when it gets flustered, then it starts to go back into the point to where it doesn't really want to listen to Ash. That happened right before they got into the city, because Ash was working with it to learn a new move, Air Slash, and it's having difficulty mastering this technique, and because it had that difficulty, it kind of threw a fit and started firing Sonic Booms, almost hitting Alexa and Helioptile in the process. But Ash is eager to challenge his next gym, so he heads immediately for the Lumiose City Gym, and he meets Ramos. Ramos is a grass type specialist, and Ash's first question to him is, do you have a Mega Evolution? And Ramos, looking at Ash, just laughs at his enthusiasm. No, I'm sorry, young trainer, I don't have a Mega Evolution. Ash, kind of disappointed by this because he was really hoping to get to see a new one, says, well, you are the gym leader, right? Ramos says, yes, I am the gym leader, Ash. What can I do for you? Ash says, well, I would like to challenge your gym for a gym badge. Ramos happily accepts this challenge, and they head inside the gym, where they are greeted with a garden and a giant tree on the indoors. Ash is amazed by his sight, and he asks Ramos if Ramos explains that the gym also doubles as a garden. A lot of wild grass and bug type live here, and I'm merely its keeper. So Ash, should we get to the battle? Ash excitedly says, yes, you got it, and both trainers take their positions. Ramos then decides to lead with his Weeping Bell. After pulling out his Pokedex to get some some info on Weepinbell, Ash feels like the right move is to send in Yanma, and the battle starts. Yanma is super fast, and Weepinbell has a lot of trouble keeping up. Ramos tries to counteract Yanma's airborne speed with Razor Leaf, but Yanma just dodges. Then Ash orders a Sonic Boom that connects with Weepinbell, stunning it in the process. Ash sees an opportunity for this, and then he orders an Air Slash, but unfortunately because he hasn't perfected the Air Slash with Yanma yet, it misses, and Ramos can see that this move is incomplete. He then orders Weepinbell to grab Yanma as it comes in with a Vine Whip, slamming it into the ground. This is the point where Yanma starts to get flustered like before, and it starts rapidly firing Sonic Booms throughout the gym. Ash calls out to Yanma, trying to stop it, but it won't listen, and it just repeatedly fires Sonic Booms. Unfortunately, Weepinbell ends up getting caught in the crosshairs of one of these, and it takes it out. Ash, having no choice, decides to recall Yanma for right now, even though it's declared the winner of the battle. Ramos is kind of concerned about this. He asks Ash what the deal was. Ash tells him that his Yanma gets upset when it hasn't mastered something, and he tends to throw a little bit of a fit. Ramos tells him you might want to watch that, because it could become dangerous someday. Ash doesn't really acknowledge what was just said and tries to ignore it. Then he asks Ramos if he can send in his second Pokemon so they can get the battle underway. Ramos says, sure, no problem, Ash, and he decides to send in his next Pokemon, Sunflora. After using the Pokedex to learn that Sunflora is just a pure grass type, Ash figures he knows what his next move is. So he decides to send in his next Pokemon, and he goes with Cranidos. This catches Ramos off guard. Why would Ash choose a rock type to battle a grass type? And not only that, but this Pokemon has a weird discoloration just like his last one. Ramos's interest is definitely peaked, but the battle must go on. The battle between Cranidos and Sunflora is a little bit more even. Cranidos has come to respect Ash, and therefore obeys every command that he has. And Ash is able to wrap that battle up really quick because of Zen Headbutt and the massive damage that it can put out, bringing Ash to his second victory. Ramos commends Ash on his victory as Ramos only has one Pokemon left and Ash still technically has 3. So he sends in his last Pokemon, Go-Goat. Ash decides to leave in Cranidos here, and the battle gets underway. The two Pokemon just have a headbutting contest. Literally, that's what it comes down to. They fire headbutt after headbutt towards each other with not really gaining any way. But Go-Goat does eventually get the upper hand when it fires a Razor Leaf at Cranidos at point blank range after one of the headbutts had failed. This takes Cranidos down. It doesn't fluster Ash as he still has 2 Pokemon, so he decides to send back in Yanma. Yanma has calmed down a little bit, but it still seems agitated. Ash is able to give it commands though, and over the course of the battle, it is able to cause some damage to Go-Goat, but unfortunately, a headbutt puts it down once it gets flustered again when Ash calls for an Air Slash that fails. So now Ash is down to his final Pokemon, and he makes the choice to send in Absol. Ash recognizes that Ramos's Go-Goat is strong, but he can tell that it's winded. The goat Pokemon is breathing kind of hard, so Ash wants to end this quick. He orders a quick attack, and Absol is able to get in with super speed, causing damage. The battle at this point pretty much goes on like this. Ash testing Go-Goat's endurance, and you can see that it's slowly dwindling away. And everything comes to a head when Ramos orders his own Zen Headbutt, and Ash counters with an Aerial Ace. Once the Aerial Ace connects, it hits with enough force to knock out Go-Goat. This earns Ash his second badge of the Kalos region, the Plant Badge. Ash celebrates with his victory over Ramos, and Ramos commends him on having some very powerful Pokemon. He does reiterate the fact though that he might want to watch Yanma. He's got to work with it a little bit more, so that way Ash and everybody else around him won't be in harm's way whenever it decides to randomly fire off a Sonic Boom. With that, Ash elects. The next morning, they all decide that they're going to head out to the site of the next gym badge in Lumiose City. With that, the trio decides that they're going to head down Route 13. It takes a little while, but they do eventually make it to Route 13. And after traveling for about a week, they come to a vast desert, and off in the distance they spot a facility. Grant says that's the Kalos power plant. It controls all of the power for the Kalos region and mostly for Lumiose City. Ash says that's amazing. He asks if they can go see. Maybe he can find some Pokemon around it. Grant says, you know what? Why don't we go check it out? Maybe they're offering tours for people that are traveling. So the group head out to the power plant. Along the way, they notice something strange in the desert. A lot of the Pokemon seem to be fairly aggressive to any humans in the area, and they don't understand why. Being attacked by the Pokemon like the likes of wild Diglets, wild Dugtrios, wild Trapinches. But there's one Pokemon in particular that takes a notice to Ash and attacks him super aggressively. Slugma, the lava Pokemon. Its body is made of magma. If it doesn't keep moving, its body will cool and harden. Ash looks at the fire type, and it is staring him down. It doesn't even acknowledge Alexa or Grant. Ash doesn't understand why it has such hostility, but if it wants to battle,
he's not going to turn it away. So he sends in Absol. Ash orders Absol to use an aerial ace, and Slugma counters with a flamethrower. For a Pokemon that's so small, this flamethrower seems to be abundantly powerful. This excites Ash a little bit more, and he's thinking that he might want to add this Slugma to his team. So he orders Absol to rush in with a quick attack so it can outspeed the flamethrower, and it works. It manages to get in, causing damage to the Slugma. Once Absol retreats to a safe distance, waiting on its next command, Ash notices something. The Slugma is down. It was knocked out by the quick attack. He thinks, oh, this is my chance, so he throws a Pokeball at it, and after 1, 2, 3, Slugma is added to his dex, and now has 5 Pokemon. Ash celebrates in victory, thinking that was the easiest catch he's ever had. Grant then says, hold on Ash, there was something wrong with that. Ash says, what do you mean? He says, a Slugma with that powerful of a flamethrower shouldn't have been that easy to knock out with just a simple quick attack. It might be injured. So Ash lets it out of its ball, and sure enough, the Slugma is still unconscious, and it is breathing very heavily. This instantly worries Ash. Grant says, I thought so. We have to figure out exactly what's going on here, and we have to get this thing medical attention right now. Unfortunately for them, the closest place is the power plant. So they head off in that direction, hoping there's someone there that can help them with their Alright, we pick back up with Ash, Grant, and Alexa heading towards the Kalos power plant. Ash is extremely worried about Slugma, since Grant pointed out the fact that it was too easy to capture. Upon reviewing Slugma, he can see that it is badly injured. There's no way a quick attack should have taken it out that quick. After what seems like an eternity, the group finally ends up at the power plant. But it's odd. Grant and Alexa both comment on it. Usually the power plant is heavily staffed, as it is meant to power the entire region of Kalos. Lumiose City itself is the largest populated city in the whole Pokemon world, and it requires a lot of electricity. And for the power plant to power something that size, it would need a lot of staffing. So the fact that there's a lack of personnel around is very concerning. Meanwhile, from inside the power plant, a familiar face, Mabel, is watching as Ash approaches. She's been waiting for her chance to get her revenge on Ash. She's developed somewhat of an obsession with him. She can't stand the fact that he keeps besting her every time they come in contact, and she aims to end it once and for all here. Ash, Grant, and Alexa try communicating through the comms on the outside of the power plant, with no luck. Nobody is answering them. They walk around outside trying to find somebody, anybody, that can help them and offer any type of medical attention to Slugma. Then they come to one of the main doors for the power plant, and without any response from anyone, the door is just open, allowing the group to see inside. But there too is no personnel, no one around. Grant thinks this is strange. His intuition is telling him that they shouldn't go inside, but Ash urges him, as he is really worried about Slugma. He wants to do whatever he can to find any type of help for it. Against Grant's better judgment, the group heads inside, and the doors close behind them. Once inside, everything is well lit, and as they search around, they're noticing a distinct lack of any type of personnel inside this place. Alexa claims that she had heard that the plant had become fully automated at one point, but there was still personnel that was required here to maintain the automation, so there should be somebody here. Then, over the intercom system, they hear, "Welcome to the Kalos power plant. If our guests will please proceed forward down the hallway to the main corridor. All of your questions will have answers momentarily." This catches Ash's attention. A chance to get Slugma medical help is too great to pass up, so he immediately takes off running down the corridor, with Alexa in tow. Grant, on the other hand, he's holding back. Something about this to him doesn't feel right. He looks back at the way that they came, and he realizes this is a one-way entrance. There's no getting out of here. They are on their own. Grant says, "I have no choice." He pulls out a device from his pocket, and he pushes a button on it, and then places it back inside, and then proceeds to take off after Ash and Alexa down the direction that they had come. Eventually, the three of them come to a room that seems to be a greeting center of some sort for the power plant, and there, off in the distance, stands an individual. Ash sees them and runs towards them urgently, holding Slugma in his hands, claiming that he has an injured Pokemon, and that he needs help. Can they point them in a direction of somebody that can give it the medical attention it needs? But as Ash gets closer, and the person comes into view, he hears, "That won't be necessary, because not only will your Slugma be coming with me, but the rest of your Pokemon will be as well." The person turns to reveal herself as Mabel. Ash stops dead in his tracks, with Alexa and Grant right behind him. Ash looks at Mabel and declares, "You won't be getting my Pokemon today. I don't understand why you keep trying, but it doesn't matter. You failed so many times before, and this one will be no different." Mabel just laughs. She says, "Last time was different. We attacked you on your ground, but this time, you've come to us." Alexa asks, "What do you mean by us?" Mabel says, "Well, just look around." And Ash Grant and Alexa all look around, and they are surrounded by Team Flare grunts. Then on the balcony above Mabel stands someone else in a white lab coat, and she claims, "Mabel, are these the ones that have been giving you so much trouble? How pitiful." This agitates Mabel, and she rebuttals, "I didn't ask for your opinion, I just asked for your help. So why don't you get down here so we can capture everything that we need and we can be on our way." The individual on the balcony says, "Alright, no need to be snippy about it," as she jumps down to join Mabel by her side. She introduces herself as Bryony, one of the 5 Team Flare scientists, and she looks at Ash, Grant, and Alexa, and she asks them in a very pleasant tone, "Could you please be so kind as to hand over your odd color Pokemon, as they are much needed for our research?" Ash looks at her and tells her the same thing he told Mabel. "No, you won't be leaving with my Pokemon." Grant seconds this, and Alexa backs it up as well. Bryony sighs. She says, "Well, we're gonna have to do this the hard way then. It's a shame. I hate using force, but what can I expect from a gym leader that uses rock types? You use the tool of a caveman, you act like a caveman. And I guess you two, by extension, are the same as him." This doesn't really prompt any type of reaction out of Grant, but it does get under Ash's skin. He's not one to really take insults, and he tells her, "Hey, listen, we're just looking for medical attention for my Slugma. So, if you don't mind, we're gonna turn around and we're gonna head back the way we came." Just then, a giant door shuts behind the 3. Mabel says, "Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the 3 of you are going anywhere." Ash, Grant, and Alexa grit their teeth. All 3 of them have their backs together. Grant says, "It looks like we don't have a choice. We're gonna have to battle our way out of this one." Alexa agrees. Ash says, "Yeah, that looks like to be the case." So, they each grab a Pokeball and they ready. Ash sends in Absol. Grant sends in Onyx. And Alexa sends in Noivern. Bryony sighs as she says, "This is a futile attempt, but I suppose we don't have any choice." And she sends in her Pokemon, a Liepard. Mabel, on the other hand, she's excited for this. She's been itching at a chance to put Ash in his place, so she sends in her Pokemon. Ash, fully expecting an Electrike, is surprised by what comes out of the ball. Mabel has been busy because her Electrike has evolved into a Magnetric, and it seems to be super aggressive. Meanwhile, all of the grunts that surround the 3 have all sent in their Pokemon as well. Grant and Alexa tell Ash to leave the grunts to them, as Noivern and Onyx have the ability to clear multiple opponents at once. Ash just needs to focus on the 2 Team Flare scientists at hand. He says, "Alright then, they want a battle, they got it." He orders Absol to use Quick Attack, and it comes charging in. Unfortunately, Magnetric and Liepard seem to be its superior when it comes to speed. Even with the added boost of Quick Attack, it isn't enough to outspeed them, and they easily dodge it and counter with a Slash Attack and a Shockwave that hits Absol, knocking it down. Ash calls to it asking if it's alright. It stands back up and it shakes off the attacks, ready for round 2. Ash just smiles. "I knew you could take more damage than that," and he orders Absol to charge a Razor Wind. Unfortunately, it seems that even though the duo don't really see eye to eye, they are good when it comes to team battles. And again, a couple of combinations manage to put Absol down. Ash is starting to get flustered. Unfortunately, he hasn't been put in a position where he has to have a team battle. He doesn't want to send out Cranidos or Yanma because those are the 2 that these guys are after. And if they get any type of chance, they could steal him. That really only leaves one other choice since Slugma's damaged. So Ash sends in Clauncher to provide some sort of support to Absol. Luckily, Clauncher is fast. It's able to even out the battle, allowing Ash to level the playing field a little bit. But unfortunately, Clauncher just doesn't quite have the power to match the 2. And to top it off, Magnetric is also an electric type, so if it actually takes one direct shot from it, it could end the battle for them, putting Ash back to square one. The battle gets pretty intense. Ash is doing his best to keep the 2 at bay, but unfortunately both of the Team Flare scientists and their Pokemon are gaining ground. Meanwhile, with Grant and Alexa, they're not faring much better. The sheer number of the grunts has them outmatched. Grant is starting to grow more concerned, and he thinks to himself, any minute now. Back over with Ash, Absol is doing his best to defend Clauncher from the attacks. Clauncher is able to keep up with it and the other Pokemon, but it's having trouble putting power behind its attacks to actually cause some real damage to Liepard and Magnetric. And this, unfortunately, is causing Absol to take the brunt of the attacks, as it keeps intercepting any type of electric attacks that are being sent Clauncher's way. Clauncher can see this, and it's getting frustrated because Absol can see that it's not allowing it to battle at its full potential. And out of sheer frustration, it starts to glow. Ash looks at it and he asks, "What's happening?" Grant yells to Ash, "Ash, it's evolving." So Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and it reads, Clawitzer, the Howitzer Pokemon. After using the feelers on its oversized claw to detect the locations of prey, Clawitzer launches a cannonball of water at its target. And this couldn't have come at a better time too, because Liepard is rushing in with a Shadow Claw. And as it gets closer to Clawitzer, Ash calls for a Crab Hammer. The Crab Hammer is able to easily knock Liepard back into a wall, knocking it out, one-shotting it in the process. Clawitzer just stands there and looks at Absol and the Magnetric, kind of giving a little flex with its oversized claw. It's here to battle, and it's here to prove its power, and it's not going to let either one of them intimidate it or holding it back from battling. Ash can see this, and he can also see that Absol is tired, so he orders Clawitzer to use an Aqua Jet, and it rushes in, catching the Magnetric off guard, and Ash then orders a point-blank Water Pulse that hits Magnetric with severe damage. damage. Not enough to knock it out, but enough to where it's going to feel it in the morning. As this is happening, the alarms to the power plant go off and sirens start letting loose throughout the building. Mabel yells, "What is that?" Riley says, "That's the alarm. Somebody's entered the power plant that we didn't want to." She says, "We need to get out of here now. If we don't, then we won't have another chance." Mabel, out of frustration, lets out a loud yell, telling Ash that this won't be the last he sees of her. She will return, and she will get his Cranidos and his Yanma, not to mention the Skiddo and the Tyrant that Grant and Alexa have. With that, the grunts and the two Team Flare scientists disappear deep into the power plant. Ash, stunned, asks what is going on. Alexa says she doesn't know, and Grant, claiming ignorance, says he doesn't understand what's going on either. But before they know it, they're surrounded by individuals that are in official-looking uniforms. Alexa says, "I know who these guys are. They're the international police. But how did they know that we were here and that we needed help?" Then someone from behind the crowd of international police comes forward, and he introduces himself as Looker. Looker says that he is the leader of the international police, and they had received multiple reports recently that the power plant had suspicious activity happening at it, so they came to check it out. Just then, one of the members of Looker's squad yells, "Hey boss, I found the workers." Then a group of imprisoned workers come out, and they are introduced as Jolt, Jules, and AC, the only 3 workers that actually work in the power plant. Unfortunately, Team Flare was able to take advantage of the fact that the power plant had minimum human activity, so they were able to easily infiltrate and take over the power plant without much suspicion. Jolt then looks at Ash, and he recognizes something, the Slugma in Ash's arms. He asks Ash, "Where did you get that Slugma?" Ash says, "Well, I actually caught it outside of the power plant, but it was in real bad shape." Jolt says, "That Slugma was actually trying to protect us from Team Flare. A while back, a trainer had abandoned it around here, and it just kind of hung out ever since, becoming the unofficial mascot of the power plant. You know, just kind of warding off any wild Pokemon that didn't need to be too close, or any intruders that didn't need to be here. But when Team Flare attacked, it tried to get rid of them, and in retaliation, it was injured pretty badly. It must have wandered around outside trying to find help." Ash asks if they have any type of medical supplies for Pokemon. Joel says, "Yes, if you actually follow me, we have a full Pokemon Center below the main floor, as we need one because we're so far away from Lumiose City." After they get everything patched up and Slugma's feeling a little bit better, as it's become nightfall and they've made the choice to camp out at the power plant with the other workers. There is actually a lot of living quarters that are unoccupied, as there's only 3 workers that actually exist in the power plant at a time, so they have more than enough room for the trio to spend the night. So with that, Ash tries to get to know Slugma, but Slugma is nowhere near what Clawitzer was. Clawitzer, when Ash got it, was extremely excited to finally have a trainer that appreciated it for what it was. Slugma, though, seems to be the exact opposite. It's kind of like it doesn't trust Ash, and Ash can see this, but he doesn't know how to approach it. Alexa tells Ash that he's going to have to work with Slugma. Slugma may feel that because it was abandoned, that you're just the next person to abandon it, so it may not even want to try to get close to you. So this could definitely be a struggle. Ash says, "Don't worry, I'm more than up for the challenge. After all, what kind of trainer would I be if I didn't try?" Meanwhile, Grant is off talking with Looker. He had told Ash and Alexa that he was going to give him a statement. After all, they had already given their statements. But in reality, Grant is talking with Looker. Looker says, "It's a good thing you triggered your homing beacon when you did. Otherwise, your luck may not have been so fortunate." Grant says, "Yeah, I know. I had a feeling something was up when we got in here. Why do you think Team Flare was here?" Looker says, "I don't know. I have no idea why they would be interested in the Kalos power plant, but it definitely has to have something to do with the other things they've been doing in the region lately, especially with these off-colored Pokemon that you guys have had." Grant asks Looker, "So, should I tell Ash, or should we keep him in the dark?" Looker tells Grant, "You know your mission is to protect the boy, nothing more. The less he knows, the better." And with that, Looker takes his men, and they make their leave. Grant returns to the group, and Alexa asks if Grant was able to give a statement. Grant says yeah. Fortunately, that Looker guy seems to be a little dense. I had to give it to him a couple of times. That's why it took me so long. Ash says, "Yeah, I kind of got that vibe too. But it was the oddest thing. I felt like for some reason, I knew him, like I had met him before." Grant says, "It must have just been a coincidence. I never met him before today." Ash says, "Yeah, maybe." But Ash is even more excited because his first Pokemon actually evolved, Clawitzer. He knew that another trainer had it, but he didn't realize that it was at that high of a level. It was high enough to evolve, and the stress of the situation and it really wanting its chance to battle was just the motivation that it needed. Grant tells Ash, "That's true, but you need to make sure that you're watching that, Ash, because you were holding Clauncher back, and the fact that you were holding Clauncher back could be a hindrance to it, and it could drive a wedge between you and it. So you need to be careful now that it's a Clawitzer, because the higher level a Pokemon gets, and the higher in the evolution chain that it gets, the stronger they become. Sometimes they develop personalities that make them feel like they're too powerful for their trainers, so keep that in mind." Ash thanks Grant for the advice, and the trio settle in for the night. As So the next morning, they're heading to Lumiose City because Ash get his chance to earn his 3rd badge. The next morning, the trio set out from the power plant, and after the course of about a week, they finally make it to Lumiose City. And the first stop is Professor Sycamore. After all, Ash was supposed to go see him a few months ago, but then he ended up getting Absol and meeting Lysander, so he felt like he didn't really have to do it. But now that he's in the largest city in the Kalos region and the home city of Professor Sycamore, he feels like he might stop by, just to at least say hi and introduce himself. After getting lost in the large city, they finally make their way to the Sycamore lab. Ash is actually a little bit weary. He thinks to himself, what if this guy is actually mad at me because I never showed up for my first Pokemon? What if that Pokemon is actually still here waiting for me, and the fact that I never showed up caused it to develop some sort of resentment for trainers? These are all thoughts that are racing through his head as they enter the front door. Once Ash gets inside, he's greeted by a fairly young fellow, somebody that he wouldn't imagine being a Pokemon professor. He actually imagined Professor Sycamore to be much older. Alexa, actually being from the Lumiose City and working for the Lumiose City Press, knows who Professor Sycamore is and has actually interviewed him several times. And she automatically says, "Hi Professor, it's been a while." This is what grabs Ash's attention and causes him to realize that this is the man he's here to see. Professor Sycamore turns to the group and says, "Alexa, it's been a while. Who are your friends?" She introduces Grant and she introduces Ash. Sycamore says, "Ash, where have I heard that name before? My young man, what's your last name?" Ash says, "Well, my name is Ash Ketchum." He says, "Ash Ketchum. Ah, I remember. You're the boy that never showed up to pick up your Pokemon." Ash says, "Ah, yeah, I'm actually sorry about that, sir. I was all set to come and pick up my Pokemon, but some events actually happened where I didn't actually have to get one." Professor Sycamore says, "Oh really? Then why are you here now?" Ash says, "I'm actually here to Lumiose City to see you, to let you know what had happened, and to try and challenge for my 3rd badge." Professor Sycamore questions, "3rd badge?" Ash says, "Yeah, I actually ended up getting my first Pokemon from one of the Pokemon that I idolized the most, Lysander." Professor Sycamore says, "Lysander? You mean Lysander of Lysander Labs?" Ash says, "Yes, I met him, and he actually caught an Absol that had attacked us in the forest, and he actually gave it to me, making Absol my first Pokemon. That's why I didn't actually come here when I was supposed to." Professor Sycamore just laughs. He says, "Oh, really? Well, that does explain a lot. How fortunate of you to meet Lysander at a time like that. I actually know Lysander. He stops by my lab from time to time. He owns a cafe here in the city, and I often go there for refreshments. So maybe while you're here in the city, you might have the chance to see him." Ash then asks, "Is the Pokemon that you were going to give me still here?" Professor Sycamore just laughs. He says, "No, don't worry about that. I don't have Pokemon waiting around feeling like they were never wanted by a trainer. If one trainer doesn't show up, then the next trainer that picks them is the one that they go with. I'm actually all out of the starter Pokemon for the Kalos region at this current time. Well, all out of them except for one." Ash says, "Really? Would you mind if I take a look at it?" Out of excitement, Professor Sycamore laughs. He says, "Yes, that's not a problem, but I want to warn you, there's something odd about this starter Pokemon." Ash, Alexa, and Grant question, "Odd?" as Professor Sycamore leads them out to the garden behind his lab, where all of the Pokemon that he actually cares for live. Professor Sycamore says, "Yes, something's a bit odd. I've actually had this Pokemon in my care for a while, and I've never actually put it up for the starter for first trainer because of how odd it is." Professor Sycamore then calls, "Hey, where are you?" as the group looks on in silence over the garden. Ash says, "What are we looking for?" Professor Sycamore just says, "Hold on, you'll see." And then from some bushes in front of them rushes a Pokemon off to Sycamore's side. This Pokemon does its best to hide itself behind Professor Sycamore, and he just laughs some more. He says, "Don't worry, it's okay. They're friends. You have nothing to fear from them." The little Pokemon pokes its head out from behind Professor Sycamore, and Ash looks at it. He says, "Is that a Chespin?" Professor Sycamore says, "Yeah, it is. How'd you know that, Ash?" Ash says, "Well, when I was actually thinking about what starter Pokemon I would have, Chespin was going to be my first choice." Professor Sycamore says, "Really? Well, as you can see, this Chespin is a little bit different than a normal Chespin." And Ash says, "Yeah, its color is off, but that's not something new to me." And Grant and Alexa both second this. Professor Sycamore is struck by their odd comment. Professor Sycamore says, "This is the first Pokemon I've ever seen with this odd color. It's not a variant that's often found rare in the wild that we refer to as a shiny. It's something completely different." And Ash says, "Yeah, we've actually come across a lot of those recently." And then Ash, Grant, and Alexa send out their Pokemon: Tyrant, Skiddo, Yanma, and Craniotos. Professor Sycamore is awestruck. Ash says, "You see, I actually have some of my own." Sycamore immediately starts wanting to examine the Pokemon. He is fascinated by these Pokemon and their off-coloring. He immediately asks Ash what he knows about his Pokemon. Ash says, "Well, apparently, what I've been told from one of the Nurse Joys, Yanma is showing traits of the fairy typing, which according to the Pokedex is only a bug flying type." Professor Sycamore then asks about Craniotos, saying that that Pokemon is a very rare occurrence in the Kalos region. Ash says, "Yeah, I agree." And Ash says, "This Craniotos actually has remnants of the dark typing, which is very odd, as according to the Pokedex, it's just a rock type." Professor Sycamore says, "Yes, that is correct." He then asks about Skiddo, and Alexa too concurs that Skiddo has remnants of the fairy typing in it. And then about Tyrant, and Grant too confirms Tyrant has remnants of the dark typing in it. Professor Sycamore only lets out one word: fascinating. Ash says, "Yeah, it's something we really haven't aren't ever seen before, and it's been actually a cause of a lot of trouble for us with Team Flare. Professor Sycamore says, Team Flare, you say? Ash says, yeah, they've been after these Pokemon, and we don't know why. Professor Sycamore says, interesting. And then he picks up Chespin and he holds him. He says, this Chespin was actually brought to me by someone who was attacked by Team Flare when he found this Pokemon out in the wild. And you want to know another coincidence? This Pokemon has remnants of the Dragon typing, a type that has nothing to do with this species of Pokemon. Ash says, really? Professor Sycamore says, yeah, it's very odd. And now all of these other Pokemon have started to pop up with typings that aren't native to their species. This is definitely an occurrence that's worth more study. Ash gets super excited. This Chespin is one of a kind, essentially. A Chespin that has the Dragon typing. Ash rushes over to Professor Sycamore, trying to make friends with Chespin, but Chespin is super shy. And Ash's over-attentive personality immediately causes Chespin to hide inside of Professor Sycamore's coat. Professor Sycamore just laughs. He says, it's okay, don't worry. This trainer's not here to hurt you. He just wants to meet you. So Chespin pokes its head out, looking at Ash. And Ash just begins talking to it, saying how cool it is. And he always wanted a Chespin for his starter type Pokemon. This gets Chespin's attention, and it jumps to Ash's shoulder. It is actually taken to Ash. Sycamore says, that's odd. And Ash says, what do you mean? Sycamore says, well, that Chespin never really engages with anybody else but me. And the fact that it was so willing to open up to you after a couple of positive reinforcements is astounding. I've never known anybody to be able to do that. Even the person that brought it here couldn't get it to open up like that. Ash says, really? And Professor Sycamore says, yeah. And then Sycamore has an idea. He says, hey Ash, I have a question to ask you. How about you take Chespin with you? Ash, puzzled, says, what do you mean? Professor Sycamore says, well, you never did get a starter Pokemon for me, and it seems that Chespin has taken a liking to you, as Chespin is rubbing its cheeks on Ash's cheeks, just happy to have a friend. And Sycamore says, well, why don't you take this Chespin? After all, you seem to have experience raising Pokemon that are not native species, as in your Cranidos and your Yanma. So this Chespin may be destined to be with you. Ash just looks at it and he asks, so what do you think, Chespin? Would you like to come with me? Chespin just looks at Ash for a moment, thinking about this offer. But ultimately, it decides to go with Ash. Chespin doesn't know what it is, but it knows that it has to be with Ash. So with that, Ash pulls out a Pokeball and taps it to Chespin's head, and Chespin goes inside the ball, bringing Ash's team to a team of 6. Professor Sycamore says he's glad that he's finally found a trainer for Chespin. He never thought that he would ever be able to have another human interact with it. He does tell Ash, however, though, he would like for Ash to keep him updated with any new developments in Chespin and Cranidos and Yanma, and any of the other Pokemon that they have or they may come across. Ash agrees with this, and with that, they decide to head out because Ash has a date with his 3rd gym badge. After walking for what seems like a whole day, they finally reach the center of the city and the site of the 3rd gym in the Prism Tower. Ash is super psyched. He really wants a chance to challenge his next gym leader. The gym is all the way on the top floor of the tower, so Ash, Alexa, and Grant head inside, boarding the elevator and heading to the top floor. Once inside, they are met by a young girl who introduces herself as Bonnie, and she asks if they are there to challenge her big brother Clement for his gym badge. Ash tells her, yes, I'm actually here to challenge for my 3rd gym badge. Bonnie, being the ever-confident little sister that she is, tells Ash, well, he might as well just turn around, because there's no way he's going to be able to beat her big brother. This kind of frustrates Ash a little bit, and he tells her, listen, I'm not going anywhere. You can either go get your big brother yourself, or I will find him. But either way, I'm not leaving here without a gym badge. The aggression Ash just showed kind of intimidates Bonnie a little bit, so she runs off to the back of the gym, and after a couple of minutes, she re-emerges with a young boy next to her, and he introduces himself as Clement, the gym leader of the Lumiose Gym. Ash says, wait, you're the gym leader? But you're just a kid. Clement says, listen, you're just a kid yourself. Doesn't matter how old you are. If you have the talent to be a gym leader, then you can be a gym leader. Ash, kind of shocked, says, yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, my name is Ash, and I'm here to challenge for my 3rd gym badge. Clement says, 3rd, huh? Most people that reach me usually have 5, but I guess I can make an exception for you this time. Ash questions, exception? Why would this be an exception? You're supposed to accept any challenges that are laid out to you. Clement says, true, but I do have the right to turn them down if I don't see fit. But you know what? For you, we will make the exception. It seems like Clement is trying to get under Ash's skin, kinda as a revenge for calling him a kid. Ash then angrily says, okay, so how many Pokemon are we going to be using? Clement says, we will use 3. Ash says, fine, then let's get this battle started so I can win my 3rd badge. Clement just shrugs and he walks to his side of the battlefield while Ash stomps towards his. Clement then chooses to start off the battle with something big, and he sends in his Heliolisk. Ash then uses the Pokedex to get the data on this Pokemon, and once he realizes that this is an electric type, he deduces that this is an electric type gym. He says, alright then, I guess I'll go with my newest choice, and he actually sends in Chespin. Chespin is kind of shocked about being sent in the battle. It actually wasn't thinking that it would ever have to battle. It kind of joined Ash because it wanted a friendship, not an actual battling career, and it runs over to Ash's side. Ash says, listen Chespin, Pokemon battles can be fun, and they're a great way for us to bond. Chespin just looks at Ash. Ash points across the field. See the Heliolisk over there? This is what's known as a gym battle, and that right there is the gym leader's Pokemon. If we can beat 3 of his Pokemon, then we'll earn a gym badge. And Ash pulls his other 2 gym badges out of his case, and he shows it. Ash then tells Chespin, and if we can earn 8 of these, we can then enter the Kalos League for a chance to challenge the champion. Wouldn't you like to show everybody how strong you are? This kind of panders to Chespin, as it hasn't ever actually had the chance to show everybody its true power. So it immediately jumps in the battlefield, accepting its new responsibility as a Pokemon who battles. Ash says great, and he orders it to use a Vine Whip. This being the Pokemon's first battle, it actually uses it and makes the attempt to contact with Heliolisk, but Clement's able to easily order a dodge, and then Heliolisk counters with a Thunderbolt that connects with Chespin. It doesn't cause a lot of damage, as Chespin's grass typing is resistant to electric, but Chespin still felt it, and unfortunately, this does have a negative side effect. Chespin wasn't expecting Heliolisk to retaliate, so with that, it immediately runs back to Ash's side, forfeiting the battle. Ash tries to plead with Chespin to go back in, but it's not having it. This whole event was way more than a bargain for. Ash is great as he returns Chespin to his ball, and he thinks to himself, I really have my work cut out for this one. Clement then says to Ash, so, is that the best you got? Because if all your Pokemon are just going to run away from my first attack, then we might as well just call the gym battle here. Ash says, don't worry, I have exactly what I need to take you down, as he sends in Cranidos. Cranidos, being the battler that it is much more inclined to battle. And because of the battle with Chespin, Clement was lured into a false sense of security, and because of this, Ash and Cranidos are able to put down Heliolisk rather quickly with a Zen Headbutt. Ash says, see, I told you. Chespin is my newest Pokemon. I haven't had really a lot of time to work with it, but I wanted to give it a shot. But my other Pokemon are more than able to battle. Clement says, I'm glad to hear that, because this next Pokemon is going to leave you with the real challenge, as he sends in his Magneton. The battle between Magneton and Cranidos heats up. Unfortunately, Cranidos being a rock type puts it at a disadvantage with Magneton and its steel typing. But in the end, it is able to hold its own, resulting in a double knockout between Magneton and Cranidos. This brings Ash and Clement's battle down to just 1 Pokemon each. Ash pulls out Absol's Pokeball. He knows that Absol will be able to pull him through no matter what he tries, so he sends it in, while Clement makes the decision to send in his Luxray. The 2 Pokemon stare each other down. Absol and Luxray refuse to be intimidated by each other. It's almost like the 2 Pokemon are trying to demonstrate who has the more ferocity, and the battle that ensues also shows this. Ash calling for attacks like Quick Attack and Razor Wind, while Clement is calling for attacks like Crunch and Shockwave. The 2 refuse to give any ground, and this actually has Clement starting to respect Ash. Although the battle did start out weak and Clement thought Ash would be a pushover, his later 2 Pokemon really did follow up, and it shows that Ash actually knows what he's doing. In the end, Ash and Absol are able to get an upper hand on Clement and Luxray when Ash orders a Quick Attack to dodge Luxray's Spark, and then it hits him from behind with the Razor Wind, putting it down with a critical hit, winning Ash the battle, but just barely, because as soon as Luxray falls, Absol also falls. If it had been 1 second more, then the battle would have been a tie, and Ash wouldn't have gotten his badge. But Clement does honor the battle, and he hands over the Voltage badge to Ash, thanking him for a battle well fought, telling him that his last 2 Pokemon really pulled through for him, and he was legitimately impressed. With that, Ash, Alexa, and Grant part ways from the Prism Tower. As they board the elevator to go down, Ash is thinking what his next move will be, and where the next gym is located, as he discusses it with Alexa and Grant. As the trio exit the elevator, Ash bumps into a young girl, knocking some stuff out of her hands. He bends down to grab the stuff that fell, and he apologizes. As he looks up and he goes, I'm so sorry. My name's Ash. What's yours? And she says, oh, that's okay. My name's Serena. We pick back up with Ash, fumbling over his words, as he again trying to apologize to this girl he had just bumped into, Serena. Serena again tells Ash that it's really not a problem. She understands that it was an accident. He doesn't need to make a big deal out of it, but she does inquire why he's at the Prism Tower. Ash says, oh, well I actually just finished my latest gym battle, and I got myself a badge, as he flashes the Voltage badge towards her. Serena says, oh, so you're on the gym challenge, are you? That's very interesting. Ash, almost cutting her off, says, so what about you? Are you here for a gym badge? Serena just laughs. She says, no, I actually don't take the gym challenge. I actually work for Lysander Labs. Ash in shock, stumbling over his words, eventually manages to get out, what do you mean? I thought you had to be older to work for Lysander Labs. Serena just laughs once again, saying, no, actually you don't. I work personally with Lysander directly. Ash, going into fanboy mode all of a sudden, starts to give the spiel about how he had a dream to work for Lysander Labs as well. As a matter of fact, Lysander was the one who gave him his first Pokemon, and he sends out Absol. Serena says, really? That's interesting. She goes, you know, I actually work directly with Lysander. I'm somewhat of a personal assistant for him. That's actually the reason why I'm here at the tower. Ash, in a pure tunnel vision moment, ignoring everything that she said except for the fact that she works directly with Lysander, gets excited. He inquires about trying to meet with him. Serena, immediately trying to put on the brakes as she does have an assignment to finish, says, "Yeah, sure, that actually won't be a problem. But first, I have to complete the task that I was assigned. I'm here to see Clement about having him work on some of the technologies that we're developing for the lab. Lysander asked me to come down here and personally meet with him to see if he can come meet with him at the cafe later on today." Ash, puzzled, inquires, "Cafe?" At this point, Alexa steps in. She says, "Yes, Ash, a cafe. Lysander may be a well-known philanthropist for Lysander Labs, but he does have other ventures. Like here in Lumiose City, he has a world-famous cafe, and he often attends it. I've actually been there myself. The food is pretty good. We should go check it out." This gets Ash even more excited, as well as Absol, because we all know they both love a good meal, triggering Ash's rash attitude to immediately want to go do this now. Grant immediately chimes in, telling Ash, "Hey, don't you remember you just had a gym battle? I think you should have your Pokemon looked at first. There'll be time for food and everything like that later." Serena just giggles. She says, "Ash, how about this? Why don't you go to the Pokemon Center and get your Pokemon checked out? And then later on, I'll come by and I'll bring you over to the cafe with me, so that way you can meet with Lysander personally." This statement does bring Ash back down to reality, even though he realizes that it's a harsh reality, and with a frown on his face, he says, "Okay." With that, the new friends part ways for the time being. Over at the Pokemon Center, Ash's Pokemon are finally healed up. While they're waiting for Serena to come and get them, Ash, Alexa, and Grant are trying to decide their next move. Grant says there's one gym to the north and one gym to the south of Lumiose City, as well as two gyms to the east of Lumiose City. Alexa chimes in at this point. She actually has a request that she's been holding off for a while. Ash asks her what it is. Alexa says she's been meaning to pay a visit to her sister, and her sister is actually the gym leader in Santalune City. This statement gets the attention of Ash and Grant. Ash says, "What do you mean your sister? How come you never told us?" Alexa says, "Well, I didn't really think it was that important until now, but there is something that I do need to talk to her about. So if you wouldn't mind, I would really like to head to Santalune City in order to catch up with her. It's somewhat of a personal matter, and it is kind of urgent." Ash actually has no problem with this, as he gets the chance to battle another gym leader, and he is looking to gather as many gym badges as possible. Grant actually doesn't have any objections to this either. After all, his orders from Looker are to stay as close to Ash as possible, so he's willing to go along with anything that Ash wants to go along with. So with the next stage of their plan set, now that's all left to do is just to wait for Serena to show up, which isn't long, although it does seem like an eternity to Ash, because he is hungry. When Serena eventually does finally get to the Pokemon Center, she apologizes for keeping them waiting. Her meeting with Clement actually ran a little bit longer than usual, as he was in his workshop tinkering with some of his inventions, and unfortunately, when he's in that mode, it's almost impossible to talk to him. Ash says, "No worries, but can we go now? I really want to try this food that you told me about." Serena again just laughs at Ash's mannerisms and tells him, "Sure, let's get going." With that, the group sets off. On the way, Serena pulls out her holocaster to phone ahead to Lysander to let him know that she's bringing some guests by. Little did Ash know that this wasn't just a jaunt across the street. Lumiose City is a massive city, and unfortunately sometimes to get from one side to the other, you have to actually get a ride in a taxi, which is exactly what happens. It ends up being about a 30-minute drive from the Pokemon Center that they were at, Ash complaining the entire time, except for when Serena stops to talk to him about his Pokemon. She's very curious about the other Pokemon that he has, considering Lysander was the one to give him Absol. Ash's response to this is, "Well, how about a Pokemon battle?" Serena responds, "Battling isn't something that she normally does, but she does have Pokemon with her, so if that's the only way she'll get a chance to see Ash's Pokemon, she'd be more than happy to have a battle with him once they meet up with Lysander." This has now got Ash all fired up. A gym badge, a battle, food, and his hero all in one day. This is turning out to be the best day ever. What else could happen to make this day even better? The gang eventually arrives at Lysander Cafe. Serena leads the way inside, and there, at a table in the front, sits Lysander as he's going over the financials of his business. Serena, seeing her boss, immediately runs up to him, giving him the report of her meeting with Clement, while Ash all of a sudden has been stricken with a form of stage fright. He was so excited to meet Lysander again, but now he can't even talk. He can't move. He can't do anything. But Alexa nudges Ash, telling him, "Hey, you couldn't shut up about this interaction the whole way over here, and now you're just gonna freeze? Come on, man, let's do this." Ash snaps out of his funk, only to be greeted by Lysander, saying, "Hey Ash, how have you been?" Ash responds, "I've been very well. I was actually kind of concerned that you wouldn't remember me." Lysander says, "I don't think I could forget the interaction I had with you. After all, I did give you your first Pokemon, and that's not something I normally do. Speaking of which, how has your Absol been?" Ash says great, and he actually sends it out. But as soon as Absol emerges from the ball, something is strange. Its reaction to Lysander is one of hostility and aggression. Ash doesn't understand this. This isn't normal for Absol. It's actually pretty mellow and laid back most of the time. In order to avoid any further altercations and any potential property damage to Lysander's business, Ash immediately recalls it, apologizing for the behavior of Absol. Lysander just laughs. He said, "That's alright. Probably still a little upset that I beat it. Maybe one day, me and you can have a battle." At this prospect, Ash gets really excited. Lysander then says, "So Ash, Serena tells me that you have a question for me. What is it? Ash says, well, it was actually more of a request. Do you remember that I told you my dream was actually to work for Lysander Labs to use its technology to help improve the world? Lysander laughs. He says, yes, I actually do remember that. Ash says, well, Serena and me are basically the same age, so I was wondering if I could work for you as well, just like she does. Lysander laughs. He says, I'm sorry, but I actually can't fulfill that request. Ash, kind of bummed out, asks why. Lysander says, well, the reason why is because I actually know Serena's mom personally, and it was the request of her mom that I bring her on. I can't officially have her working with the technologies, but she does provide much valuable services as my personal assistant. And unfortunately, I don't need more than one personal assistant at this time, so I'm gonna have to decline your offer to come work for me. But don't worry, as you get older, you'll get that opportunity. But then, Lysander notices something on Ash's wrist. The Mega Ring and the Keystone given to him by Karina's grandfather back in Shalour City. Ash gets kind of bummed out even more. Lysander then says, hold on a sec, I might actually have a role for you after all. Ash immediately perks up. Lysander says, give me one moment. I have to go retrieve something from my back office. He then disappears behind the restaurant for what seems like an eternity to Ash. And then he reemerges with a box, and he presents him with an odd stone. Ash looks at it, and Lysander says, go on, take it. Ash, picking it up out of the box, says, what is it? Lysander says, this is what's known as a megastone. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with those. Ash says, yeah, I actually am. I lost to Coumarine at the Shalour Gym pretty quickly due to her Mega Lucario. Lysander laughs again, saying yeah, she's one of the toughest gym leaders in Kalos, and her Mega Lucario is not one to be taken lightly. Lysander then goes on to say, this is a gift that I have for you. You can pair this with Absol. It's what's known as an Absol Knight. It'll actually help you achieve Mega Evolution with it, once your bond is strong enough, of course. Ash says, really? You're just gonna give this to me? Lysander says yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Part of the research that Lysander Labs does is on Mega Evolution. We want to understand it as much as possible, and I actually have been unable to get anybody to Mega Evolve an Absol before. So if you want to roll in Lysander Labs, here's your chance. I've given you the Absol and the Absol Knight, so your task as my employee is to see if you can get Absol to Mega Evolve, so that way I can start recording the data on it to understand exactly what Mega Evolution with the Absol line is like. Ash is all struck. He can't believe it. He actually has a role with Lysander Labs. The only thing he can say is, so this means I actually work for you? Lysander says, well, unofficially of course, because you're not old enough, but this is your chance to help me out with some much needed research. All Ash had to hear was that he was going to be helping out Lysander, and he immediately agrees. Alexa says, well, look at that, kid. You finally got your Megastone that you've been looking for, and who would have thought it would be your first Pokemon that had it, while Grant is just staring silently at Lysander. Ash's excitement is then interrupted by Serena. Hey Ash, so how about that battle? Ash says, oh yeah, I forgot all about that. You want to do it now? Serena responds, yeah, but we can't do it in here. Let's take it outside. Lysander says, I'm interested to see how you developed, Ash. You mind if I watch? Ash, now excited that Lysander is going to see him battle, says, you know it. So with that, everybody steps outside to watch Serena and Ash battle. Once outside, Serena makes the request to keep this a short battle. Let's just make it a one-on-one. Ash says he has no problem with that. With that, Serena sends in her first Pokemon, and as the Pokemon emerges from the ball, it's something that catches the eye of everyone, a Froakie. But this Froakie looks very odd compared to the rest of its species. Its coloring is off. Ash, not knowing any better, says, oh, you have one of those too? This comment catches the attention of Lysander. Serena says, what do you mean one of those? Ash responds, an odd color Pokemon, as he pulls out his Pokédex to get the data on Froakie. He says, see, this is what a normal Froakie looks like, and what we refer to it as its shining variant. But this one doesn't match. Serena glances at Lysander, giving a look of concern. Ash says, I got one of those too. Actually, I got quite a few of those. As he sends in his newest Pokemon, Chespin. Now Ash has Lysander's full attention. He wasn't expecting this boy to have one of these oddly colored Pokemon. Serena comments that Chespin looks way different than the normal members of its species. Ash says, yeah, I actually got this Chespin from Professor Sycamore. This comment again catches the attention of Lysander. Really, Lysander says. Serena comments, that's interesting, because I got this Froakie from Lysander. Ash and Serena go on exchanging information about the Pokemon that they have. Lysander steps in saying he is deeply interested in seeing what these Pokemon can do, so why don't we save the talking for later? Ash is more than happy to oblige with this request, and the battle gets underway. You can see from the start of the battle that Serena and Froakie have had way more time with each other than Ash and Chespin. Ash and Chespin are okay battlers, and it does respond to his commands, but it's very apparent that Ash hasn't had it for that long, as its timing is off and its response is slow. While on the other hand, Froakie and Serena's timing is perfect. The two move in unison, in sync, kind of like they're of the same mind and body. This actually proves to get the better of Ash and Chespin, but Ash actually does have one thing working for him: his unusual battle style. Being able to adapt to a battle in a situation does catch Serena off guard a little bit, and Chespin is actually able to get in close, and Ash calls for a dragon breath from Chespin, which Froakie just takes at point blank range, but the attack seems like it has no effect on it, and Serena uses this to her advantage as she tells Froakie to use an aerial lace, hitting Chespin, knocking it out. Ash recalls Chespin thanking for its effort. He tells Serena that it's apparent that her and Froakie have been together a while. She says, "Yeah, how long have you had Chespin?" Ash then asks, "Well, what time is it?" She says, 5 p.m. "I've had it for 6 hours. This comment just stuns Serena and Lysander. "What do you mean you've only had it for that amount of time?" Ash says, "Well, I did just get it today when I saw Professor Sycamore. I did use Chespin in my gym battle earlier, and I did want to try and see if it could do better in this battle than it did there, but we still have some work to do." Serena says, "Yeah, you do." Lysander then steps forward to Ash, telling him that even though the battle didn't last that long, it was impressive. In time, him and Chespin will bond, and their strength will grow. One day him and Chespin will be able to beat Serena and Froakie. He knows it. Ash thanks Lysander for the compliment. Lysander then says, "Well, where are you guys off to next?" Alexa responds that their actual next stop is Santalune City. Lysander responds, "Well, that's actually a ways away. Would you guys like a ride there? I can arrange for one of my private cars to take you." Alexa immediately jumps at the offer. She's actually getting tired of having to walk everywhere, and she would really prefer a break. But Grant then steps forward, declining, surprising both Ash and Alexa, stating that Ash actually needs the time on the road to train, especially with his newest Pokemon Chespin. If he gets a ride there, then he's not going to have any chance to beat this new gym leader. Lysander comments to Grant, asking him if he's the gym leader of Ambridge City. Grant then responds, "Yes, I am." Lysander says, "You know what, Ash? You should listen to the gym leader. Forget that I even made the offer. But your task still stands. I want to see if you can unlock the Mega Evolution with Absol." And then Lysander requests that Ash hand over his personal holocaster. He takes it for a second and does something with it and hands it back to Ash. Ash asks what he did to it. Lysander says that he actually programmed his own personal information there, so he can contact him directly now, whenever he makes any progress with Absol. Ash is excited. He's got a direct line to Lysander now. Although he's bummed out about not getting a ride, he recognizes the value in Grant's words. So with that, he, Alexa, and Grant part ways from Lysander and Serena, heading back to the Pokemon Center for the night. As the trio disappears off into the distance, Lysander remarks to Serena about how interesting things have started to develop. She comments that she couldn't agree more. They're going to need more data on the Pokemon that Ash has acquired. The next morning, the trio departs from Lumiose City, heading down Route 4 to Santalune City. This overall journey takes about a week. During this time, Ash's sole focus is trying to get this Mega Evolution to respond, but for some reason, Absol and him just started syncing. Ever since Absol's encounter with Lysander, it's actually been a little off. Ash actually doesn't catch on to this, but Grant does, and it's actually kind of concerning to him, but he keeps his mouth shut as he and Ash train together. He's trying to get Ash ready for his next gym battle. As he and Ash are trying to get ready for Ash's next gym battle, Ash asks Grant if he has any inside information on this gym leader. Grant's response is a simple one. As a gym leader himself, he can't divulge information on other gyms, or he could lose his gym certification. But if you were to potentially talk to somebody who maybe knew the gym leader personally, who wasn't certified by the Pokemon League, they could hypothetically give you information. Ash then turns to Alexa. Alexa just looks at him and says, No. Don't put me on the spot like that. I'm not telling you what kind of Pokemon my sister uses. That's for you to find out. Ash makes a big scene about this, talking about how he thought him and Alexa were friends, but he guesses he'll do things the hard way. Grant just smiles, saying that it would bug him if somebody did something like that to him. So they decide to focus on an overall strategy, trying to strengthen Ash's newest Pokemon on his team, being Slugma and Chespin. Overall, the training is successful. Ash and Chespin's timing is getting better. It's a little bit off, but it's still better than what it was. And as far as Slugma is concerned, it may seem like it's weak, but as it gets moving, it quickly becomes apparent on how strong it is. It actually has a good variety of moves, with things like Rock Throw and Flamethrower, as well as Curse to raise its defense and attack. Overall, the week that it takes to get to Santalune City is fruitful. Ash spends all of his time training with Grant, while Alexa continues to write her story on Ash and his Pokemon. Once they arrive into the city, the first place they head is the gym, as it is priority 1, because Alexa has something that she needs to talk about with her sister. Ash immediately tries to jump in with a gym battle, but Alexa scolds him, saying, "Hold on, let me at least talk to my sister first." So they head inside the gym, where Ash is introduced to Viola, the leader of the Santalune Gym, and Alexa's younger sister. Viola is super excited to see her sister, as it has been a while, wondering what brings her to the gym. Alexa says, "Hey, listen sis, I need to talk to you about something. Do you have a moment?" Viola responds with, "Well, if any challengers show up, then I will have to stop." Ash immediately butted in, saying, "Well, I actually am here to challenge." trying to cut Alexa off, angering her in the process, because she knows that Ash knew that this was important. Viola responds, well, he is a challenger. By Pokemon League rules, I'm supposed to accept his challenge at the moment he lays it. Alexa, frustrated, says, yes, but I am family, and this is important. Viola responds with, come on sis, it's just a gym battle. It'll only take a little while. It can't wait until after it's done. Angry that Ash tried something like this, Alexa just gets quiet. Viola says, well, I guess that's a yes. So how about it, Ash? Are you ready right now? Ash is excited that he's going to get to do his gym battle first. He responds with a yes. So they take their positions on the battlefield. Viola explains to Ash that this is going to be a 3-on-3 battle. Ash is more than happy with that, as Viola sends in her first Pokemon, a Surskit. Ash then uses a Pokédex to get some information on Surskit, realizing that it's a water bug type. This doesn't really help him. He doesn't know if she's a water type gym leader or a bug type gym leader, but the best thing he can do is to go with something that can provide a good battle. So with that, he decides to send in Clauncher. The battle gets started. Though Clauncher is a higher level Pokemon, it is outmatched by Surskit's speed. The little bug water Pokemon just speeds circles around it, and Clauncher is unable to keep up, moving its massive claw around trying to cause damage to it. Viola tells Ash that he's eventually going to have to make a move. Surskit can do this all day. Ash spends his time looking on, trying to track Surskit's movements, looking for any type of pattern. Its patterns seem very erratic, but after some time he begins to notice a slight pattern. After Surskit's done its third set of movements and dodges, it likes to double back, repeating the order in reverse. This was the pattern that Ash was looking for. Even though Clauncher is unable to keep up with it, it is able to respond to Ash's commands. And when Surskit gets in the right position, Ash calls for Clauncher to use a Crabapple on the ground. This Crabapple sends a shockwave through the ground, connecting with Surskit, throwing it off balance, causing it to crash. This gives Clauncher the opening it needs for Ash to fire a Water Pulse at Surskit, which connects with it, knocking it out. Viola recalls Surskit complimenting Ash on his ability to see the pattern. Not many people can figure out their tactic when it comes to that. Ash says it took a while. Even though she was launching attacks at Clauncher, they were all water-based moves, so he knew it was going to do minimum damage, giving him time to figure it out. Viola then yells to her sister, this kid's pretty good. Where'd you find him? While Alexa is just sitting on the sidelines, pouting at the fact that she didn't get a chance to talk with her sister first. Viola then sends in her next Pokemon, something that's going to throw Ash off, Shedinja. Ash then uses his Pokédex to figure out that this is a bug ghost type. He says, I get it now. You're a bug type gym leader. Viola responds, so my sister didn't want to tell you that? Ash says no. She downright refused. Viola's response is actually one that Ash didn't expect, as she says it wouldn't have been a big deal. It doesn't matter if people know what she uses or not. She's still going to battle them as hard as she can. And she proves this because Shedinja is a Pokemon that Ash has a lot of trouble with. For some reason, he just can't seem to land a finishing blow against it with Clauncher. And eventually the shrimp Pokemon tires itself out. After trying to keep up with Surskit and the damage it was taking from its attacks, and now not being able to hit this Shedinja to close out the battle, it tires, and Viola calls for a Shadow Ball that knocks it out. Ash then recalls Clauncher thanking it for the battle. He wonders to himself why Clauncher couldn't close out that battle. Viola interrupts his thoughts, almost like she's reading his mind. So, you wonder why Shedinja couldn't be taken out by your Clauncher, are you? Ash says, no. Viola, knowing this is a lie, explains. Shedinja's ability is Wonder Guard. It's not going to take any damage unless it's from a super effective move. Ash says, super effective, huh? Alright, I think I got that. And he sends in Slugma. As Slugma emerges from the ball, you can tell that the Mon is kind of tired. But Ash isn't worried. Viola, on the other hand, does have a little bit of concern on her face. But she knows if Slugma can't hit Shedinja, then she doesn't have anything to worry about. The battle then starts, and Ash starts calling for flamethrowers that Slugma does fire, but they're moving very slow, allowing Shedinja to easily dodge them. Viola comments on how Ash's Slugma is slow. He's not going to be able to win at that rate. Ash just smiles and says, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Viola, not seeing any sense in his plan, just continues the assault, as she calls for Shadow Balls to fire from a distance so Shedinja doesn't have to get in close. But what she doesn't know is Slugma is actually the type of Pokemon that starts to battle harder as it gets warmed up. As Ash hadn't used it today, it had cooled down a lot, so it was moving slower. But as the battle goes on and Slugma starts to warm, it's able to move faster, and eventually it's able to catch up with Shedinja. Even though it can't get in the air, it does keep firing the flamethrowers, and the flamethrowers are coming faster and faster. Shedinja is having a problem keeping up. Viola knows that she has to end this, so she calls for the move Infestation, which every turn causes damage to Slugma. But because Slugma is a fire type, this damage is minimal, and Ash still continues to push hard with it, just firing flamethrower after flamethrower. Viola is unsure what Ash's plan is, but she knows it has something to do with Slugma and using flamethrower. She orders Shedinja to stay at a distance, but the Bugmon is starting to tire, and it's having trouble getting away from Slugma's attacks. Unfortunately, it is outside of the range of the flamethrower, but as Shedinja is retreating. Ash then switches up his strategy and calls for a move that Slugma had learned during the week of training, Ancient Power, as giant rocks emerge above Slugma and they fire towards Shedinja. Shedinja doesn't have enough time to get out of the way, and it's caught in the Ancient Power, knocking it out. Viola responds with a, I see what your strategy was. You were using the flamethrower as a diversionary tactic, trying to wear Shedinja down. Good job, Ash. Viola then turns to Alexa again, commenting on how Ash is actually a good trainer. But again, Alexa is still upset, pouting in the stands. Ash tells Viola that the match is over here. She should be giving her full attention to him, as he still has 2 Pokemon, and she only has 1. He's feeling like this is going to be an easy win. Viola tells Ash that he's getting a little overconfident. Don't worry, she'll send out a challenge for him right now. As she says, Vivillon, I choose you, as a giant butterfly emerges from a Pokeball. Ash uses his Pokédex to figure out what type of Pokemon this is, and it is a bug flying. Knowing that it's a bug type, Ash gets a little overconfident, thinking that he's got this in the bag. All he has to do is land a flamethrower or an ancient power, and he'll be able to take this thing down. He's sorely mistaken though, as Viola calls for a hurricane, and as Vivillon flaps its gigantic wings, a whirlwind begins to envelop the battlefield, catching Slugma in it, sending it flying towards a wall, knocking it out in one fell swoop. Ash is in a stunned silence. He wasn't expecting it to be over that quick. This thing's entire battle strategy has to do with its wings. Ash recalls Slugma and apologizes for getting overconfident with it, but he thanks it for the effort that he put in. He then turns to Viola, commenting that he did get a little overconfident, and she was right. She put him in his place. Viola just smiles and said, I hope your next Pokemon is a good one. Ash then thinks to himself, he could use Absol, but a bug type has an advantage over a dark type. He could use Cranidos, but the chances that it can push through that powerful maelstrom that Vivillon can create are pretty low. He then says, well, could use Chespin, but his timing with it still is off. And for a final battle, he doesn't think that it's something he should choose. That really only leaves one choice, but it is the best choice for Ash, as he declares, Yanma, I choose you, sending in the bug fairy type. This catches Viola off guard. She is very familiar with Yanma and its species, being a bug type gym leader, but the coloring, on the other hand, is not something she's seen before. She asks Ash what kind of Yanma this is. Ash says, well, he doesn't really know. All he knows is that he caught it in the wild, and it seems that it's a part fairy type. Viola, curious, says fairy? Ash says, yeah, but let's not worry about that now. We have a battle to conclude. Viola couldn't agree more, as she wants to see this new Pokemon in action, and the battle gets underway. Unfortunately though, Yanma is also having trouble getting to Vivillon. It's just too fast, and every time Yanma has the opportunity to get close to it, it's just blown away by the giant wings. Yanma's ability to speed boost does provide a little bit of a reprieve, allowing it to get ahead of some of the hurricanes so it doesn't take any damage, because unfortunately that is a flying type based move, and Yanma is still part bug. Ash knows if Yanma gets caught in one of those hurricanes, it could cause some serious damage. Just look what it did to Slugma, a Pokemon that it didn't have a type advantage against it. The battle goes on, and unfortunately what Ash feared actually happens. At the command of Ash, Yanma tries to get in close so it can use a wing attack, but unfortunately it gets caught up in a hurricane. And this time, it's caught in the center of it, taking all the damage point blank. As the wind swirls around Yanma, Ash calls to it, but Yanma is unable to break free of the maelstrom. Unfortunately, as it tries, it is just taking more damage, unable to break the pattern of the wind, and Vivillon is just flapping its wings harder and harder as the strength of the hurricane grows. Viola comments that it looks like the battle's over. Ash tells her it's not over until it's over, as he yells to Yanma. Yanma hears Ash's call and responds to it with a deep glow, triggering an evolution. Light envelops the hurricane as Yanma evolves into its fully evolved form, Yanmega. The evolution breaks the hurricane, and Yanmega takes its place at Ash's side. Viola is caught off guard more than anyone. This Yanmega does not look anything like its normal species, and she tells Ash that. This catches Ash off guard, and he pulls out his Pokédex to find out she's right. The one in the Pokédex looks nothing like this one, right down to its form and its coloring. This is something he's going to have to inform Lysander about, as Lysander wanted to know anything and everything he could about Ash's Pokemon and the Mega Evolution. But he can't worry about that right now, as he has a battle to focus on. But then he learns from his Pokédex that Yanmega learned a new move, and Ash is familiar with this move from his training with Slugma, and he calls for it. Ancient Power. Rocks start to rotate around Yanmega as it rushes in toward Vivillon. Viola goes on the defensive, but unfortunately, the evolution has increased Yanmega's speed far past that of what Yanma's was, and the ancient power connects, knocking Vivillon back. It's not enough to end the battle, but it is enough to cause damage to where Vivillon is feeling it and is now hurt. This new development has caught Viola off guard. She has no idea how to handle this new type of bug Pokemon, and she is supposed to be this type specialist. She now has to think on her feet. So in response, she tries to keep her distance and she calls for a signal beam. But Ash, being his ever innovative self on the battlefield, tells Yanmega to use the ancient power as a shield, rotating it around its body. And it does just that. It's able to deflect the signal beam and get in for a second ancient power, which is enough to close the match out, earning him the bug badge. Ash is super excited. For a while there, it looked like he was actually going to lose, but when Yanma evolved into Yanmega, it gave him just the edge it needed to take out Viola. Viola then approaches Ash, presenting him with the bug badge, telling him that she had a wonderful battle. This new Yanmega species is something very intriguing to her. If he wouldn't mind, she would actually like to photograph it so she can study the photographs more to get more intel on it. Ash actually doesn't mind this, but he does think that Viola needs to talk to her sister first because she looks pretty angry, as Alexa is over in the stands fuming. All the while, Grant was watching the battle intensely, not really expecting for Yanma to evolve. But now that he's seen the evolution, it's even more intriguing to him, as he fades off to the back of the gym to call a looker. Later on at the Pokemon Center, after everybody was able to complete their tasks, the group meet back up. Alexa immediately jumps on Ash's case, telling him that it wasn't right for him to pull the stunt that he did today, and if he ever did it again, they wouldn't be traveling together anymore. Ash apologizes, telling her that he understands that it wasn't right what he did, but the urge to battle just became too much for him, and he couldn't resist it anymore. And at the opportunity that Viola would take his challenge before she talked to her was just too much for him. He tells her that he won't let it happen again. Alexa, knowing that's the best type of apology she's going to get out of a 10-year-old, accepts it, begrudgingly. Meanwhile, Grant tells Ash that he's very interested in his new Yanmega, and he wants the opportunity to battle against it, to see what kind of power it has, and to see what other secrets it seems to be hiding. Ash is okay with this, as he doesn't know what it can do, and apparently he won't be able to rely on the Pokédex for this, as it has no information on this new Pokemon. While the group is discussing all of this, they're approached by someone who calls out Grant's name, getting the attention of the group. Grant turns his head to say, "Diantha?" Today, we pick back up with Ash and the gang in the Pokemon Center when they are met by a woman named Diantha. She greets Grant with the enthusiasm of an old friend, and Grant retorts this sentiment. The two begin to engage in conversation. Ash then nudges Alexa, asking why this lady looks so familiar. "Ash, are you dense?" "That's Diantha." As in Diantha, the champion of the Kalos region? "That's the champion," Ash replies. "No wonder she looks familiar. Why does it seem like she knows Grant so well?" "I don't know," Alexa says, "but we shouldn't be strangers. It's rude not to introduce yourself." So with that, Ash and Alexa both walk over to introduce themselves. "Oh, I'm sorry, where are my Manthers?" "Diantha, these are my friends. This is Alexa, she's a reporter for the Lumiose City paper. And this is Ash, a trainer I've been traveling with as he challenges the gyms in Kalos." Oh, so another gym challenge we have here. Well, how are you doing, if I may ask?" Ash, excited to have the attention of the champion, says, "Right now, I currently have 4. I actually just beat Alexa's sister at the Santalune Gym." "Oh, so Viola is your sister, Alexa? Wow, Ash. Viola is quite a strong trainer. You must have had quite the hard time beating her." Ash says, "Yeah, but in the end, my Pokemon were able to pull it out for me." "So Ash, you have 4 badges, do you? I guess that would mean your next stop will be Snowbell City?" I don't know actually," Ash replies. Grant says, "A matter of fact, that is. Ash intends to challenge all 8 gyms, and in the direction we're currently headed, we do have to head to Eastern Kalos." "Wonderful," Diantha says. "The gym leader there is actually the toughest in the Kalos region, most say. So you'll have your work cut out for you if you intend to challenge him before you secure 7 badges." "The toughest?" Ash says. "Wow, I couldn't even beat Karina and her Mega Lucario. How will I stand a chance against this guy if he is supposed to be the strongest out of the 8? "Don't worry, Ash. I'm sure you'll figure out a way." "So Diantha, what brings you to Santalune City?" Alexa asks. "Well, that's actually quite simple. This is going to be the site of my next movie that I'm shooting." "Movie?" Ash questions. "Oh yeah, that's right, Ash. In my off time, when I'm not having challengers at the Pokemon League, I'm actually a movie star." "A movie star?" "Yeah, I've done a lot of famous movies here in Kalos, and they've actually gone worldwide." Ash is still drawing a blank. Alexa chimes in. "You'll have to excuse him. He's from a place where not many movies are shown," referring to Ambrit Town. Diantha just smiles and giggles a bit at Ash's naivety. Grant then chimes in. So, Diantha, how about a battle for old time's sake? A battle, she questions? Yeah, I mean, if you have the time, being a busy movie star and all. Diantha checks her schedule. You know, I don't have to be anywhere this afternoon. I think we may have some time for that. And besides, it's been a while since I've had just a regular old battle. Most of my days are spent on set trying to get these movies right, and it can be quite frustrating when things don't go your way. So a battle might just be the way to take the edge off. Ash immediately steps forward. I would like the chance to challenge you, but Grant puts a stop to this. Ash, this was my challenge, not yours. I'm afraid you're gonna have to sit this one out. Ash wants to argue the point with Grant on why he should be the one to battle Diantha, but Alexa just grabs him, covering his mouth in the process, telling him that he should really know his place. It seems that Grant and Diantha go back, so let them enjoy this battle as old friends. Ash, against his will, chooses to be quiet. Oh well, if he can't battle, at least he'll get a chance to see the champion in action. That's gotta be worth something, right? So with that, they all head out to the battlefield behind the Pokemon Center. Diantha and Grant both take their positions. They agree that this battle will be a one-on-one. Grant sends in his ace Pokemon, Tyrant. Oh, so you still have Tyrant, do you? And it still hasn't evolved yet. Is that little thing ever gonna grow up? Eventually, Grant says, but it has become quite powerful since our last battle. So let's see if you can take the win like you did last time. With pleasure, Diantha says, as she sends in her Pokemon. What emerges from the ball is something of elegance, and Ash immediately pulls out his Pokedex, and he learns that this Pokemon is known as Gardevoir, a psychic fairy type. Ash is captivated by what he sees. This Pokemon, something about it just radiates power, but it's very deceptive in how it is. Ash, now fully involved in the battle, sits back as he wants to see what exactly this Pokemon Gardevoir can do. Grant, being the gentleman that he is, gives Diantha the first move. Diantha questions this, asking him if he thinks that's a good idea. After all, last time he did that, and it didn't end too well in his favor. Oh, don't worry, we got some new tricks up our sleeve. Okay, she shrugs, and she orders Gardevoir to start off with the Calm Mind. Gardevoir begins to hum softly as it closes its eyes, focusing its inner energy. What's that move? Ash questions. Alexa tells him that that's Calm Mind. It allows Gardevoir to focus on increasing its special abilities and allowing for more powerful special attacks, especially when it comes to its psychic and its fairy attacks. Grant, unfazed by this, tells Tyrant to lead with an ancient power. The mini Tyranno stomps its feet and roars loudly as stones begin to levitate around it, and it sends them flying towards Gardevoir. But it and Diantha are unfazed as the stones connect, causing damage to Gardevoir. Impressive, Grant. Your attacks, they've gotten faster. I told you, Diantha, we've been working on things. Especially having a training partner like Ash around, we've been upping our game lately. Diantha looks to the young boy on the sidelines as he is completely enthralled by the battle. Really, she thinks to herself, maybe one day I'll have a battle with this boy. But her thoughts are quickly interrupted when Tyrant makes its next move at the command of Grant, as a Draco Meteor begins to rain down on the field. This, however, causes no fear in the duo of the champion and its ace Pokemon. Gardevoir rushes in, elegantly dodging the Draco Meteors as they fall from the sky, as they barely miss the Psychic-type Pokemon. It's almost like they have no effect on it whatsoever, and Ash comments on that. Alexa says, that's true. Draco Meteor is a Dragon-type move, and the Fairy types, well, they're unaffected by dragons. The advantage in this battle is solely in Diantha's favor. Then why would Grant choose a Dragon-type to face this one? I don't know, Alexa says. We're gonna have to watch. There may be a method to his madness. Back on the battlefield, Gardevoir has made its way to Tyrant. Diantha then orders her next move, Draining Kiss. Gardevoir then blows a kiss that eventually finds its target at the little Tyrant Pokemon, pushing it back, causing a great amount of damage. Not enough to knock out Tyrant, but it definitely is feeling it now. All the while, a glowing energy starts to envelop Gardevoir. Man, I should have seen that coming, Grant says. Yeah, you should have. So far, this battle's played out exactly like our last one, Grant. I was hoping you would have more tricks up your sleeve, but it looks like we might have to end it here. Grant smiles. Oh, don't worry, we have a couple more tricks up our sleeve. As he orders Tyrant to use Rock Tomb. Again, it stamps its feet, roaring loudly as stones shoot up from the ground, capturing Gardevoir. Oh, we haven't seen this before, Diantha comments. You're right, Grant says, as he orders Tyrant to fire another ancient power. Diantha then orders a Psychic from Gardevoir in an attempt to try and crack its rock prison, but it's no use. The rocks have too tight of a grip on Gardevoir, and it's unresponsive to her command. The ancient power is getting closer and closer to Gardevoir, threatening the match in the process. Diantha figures there's no choice. She has to activate her secret weapon. With one last-ditch effort, she reveals a Mega Stone, calling to Gardevoir for Mega Evolution. The Pokemon begins to glow as light envelops the area, allowing it to transform and break through the rock barrier that is holding it in place. The energy from the transformation then changes the trajectory of the ancient power, forcing it right back to Tyrant, hitting it with its own attack. As the light fades, what stands in the place of Gardevoir is a Pokemon of even more elegance and grace than before. As Mega Gardevoir takes the stage, Mega Gardevoir, Ash mumbles to himself. He can feel the power from this Pokemon. It's actually making him a bit nervous. More nervous than when he battled the Mega Lucario at Karina's gym. He then looks on as Diantha orders one final move. In Moonblast, the newly Mega Evolved Pokemon begins to glow with a radiant white energy as it fires a beam towards Tyrant that is too quick for the little Tyrannosaurus Mon to dodge, and it is enveloped in the energy, ending the battle in one fell swoop. Darn, Grant exclaims. I thought we had it this time. Well, at least I had to force you into Mega Evolution. Yeah, that was a close one, Diantha says. Last time, you didn't even get that close. Grant then recalls Tyrant as Mega Gardevoir de-evolves back to its base form. That was fun, Grant says. It's good to know that I'm improving, and soon I'll be on your level. I hope for the day that we can have a serious 6-on-6 battle, Diantha says. Me too, Grant replies as Ash and Alexa join them on the battlefield. Diantha, that was amazing. How did you know that you would need Mega Evolution at that point? Why didn't you start out with it at the beginning of the battle? Well, Ash, Mega Evolution is a complicated subject. It's something that you must spend years mastering. Some battles never require it at all. Other battles need it sometimes. And then every now and then, you do have to start off a battle right from the beginning. It's really up to the trainer to decide. But you have to be in perfect sync with your Pokemon in order for Mega Evolution to be effective. If you're not, and you and your Pokemon are out of sync, you will never be able to master this technique. Ash then pulls out the Keystone and the Absol Knight that he has. He says, my main partner, Absol. I have a Mega Stone for it, and I have a Keystone. But for whatever reason, it refuses to acknowledge either one of them. It's like it doesn't want to use the Mega Evolution. Well, Ash, you see, some Pokemon, they may not want to use Mega Evolution. It's not something you can force on your partners. That's something you have to consider as well. But give it time. I'm sure eventually Absol will want to come around. Ash then goes to say something else, but then is interrupted when Diantha's phone rings. It's her assistant on the other line. There's a problem back at the movie set, and she is needed right away. I'm sorry, guys, but I have to go. Grant, it was great battling with you again. I look forward to our next battle. I hope by then, you'll be a trainer worthy of the Elite Four. That's the goal, Grant says. The Elite Four? Alexa questions, as Diantha takes off. Yeah, Grant says, I've been wanting to join the Elite Four for quite some time now, but I haven't quite been able to get on their level of strength. The reason why I decided to join Ash was so that way I can potentially increase my strength to the level of the Elite Four and take one of the positions from them. Wow, that's a lofty goal, Alexa says. How come you never said anything about this before? Well, it never really came up before, Grant replies. Ash, on the other hand, is completely silent, staring into the Absol Knight and the Keystone, thinking about what Diantha said, when he's snapped back to reality by Grant and Alexa calling to him. Ash, hey, are you alright? Listen, it's getting pretty late. Why don't we head into the Pokemon Center and get settled in for the night, and we'll head out first thing in the morning, so that way we can get a start to Snowbell City. Ash says, oh, yeah, let's do that. So they all head and set it. The next morning, the trio, they got an early start. Ash is intent on trying to master Mega Evolution. With that level of power and the skill that Diantha showed yesterday, he knows that he could become the top trainer. Not only that, but he knows that he can use that ability to help Lysander Labs further their development of technologies to help the rest of the world. It's going to take about a week or so for them to make it to Snowbell City for Ash's next gym battle. So they have some time on their hands. So Ash spends the first day or so trying to convince Absol that Mega Evolution should be something they should at least try. Why write it off? They've never even used it before. But Absol isn't hearing it. He wants nothing to do with the Absol Knight, and Ash just can't seem to figure out why. You know, Ash, you really shouldn't force it. If Absol doesn't want it, then it doesn't want it. Remember what Diantha said. Some Pokemon, they just don't want to Mega Evolve. Absol could be one of those Pokemon. Yeah, but that type of power, the power that she displayed, the power that Karina has, what about any other gym leaders in Kalos that may have the ability to Mega Evolve? It's something that we have to be ready for, and currently, I don't have any way to beat anybody like that. Yeah, Ash, but you have to be concerned about your Pokemon as well. Remember what Diantha said. You have to be in sync with your Pokemon in order for Mega Evolution to work. And if you try to force the Mega Evolution, you won't be in sync, because it's not something that your partner is going to accept. Yeah, I guess you're right. So with that, the group continues on their travel, traveling down Route 21, heading towards Snowbell City, when Ash encounters a trainer. Though this trainer is not very special, he does choose to have a battle with it, using his newly evolved Yanmega. The trainer is taken back by this. He's never seen a Yanmega like this before, considering this trainer has a Yanmega of his own, but they are completely opposite. Come to think of it, this trainer has seen a Pokemon that has similar colorations to that Pokemon before. Ash, Grant, and Alexa all look at him. Similar? What do you mean by similar? Was it another Yanmega? No, it wasn't. If I'm correct, I think the Pokemon was called... Oh, what was it? It was... yeah. That's right, a Manectric. Manectric, Grant mumbles to himself. The trio all look at each other. They know that this can only be one person, Mabel of Team Flare. Without hesitation, where did you see this at? Grant demands to know. The boy nervously says, it was about 2 days east of here, close to a place called, the Chamber of Emptiness, I think. An ancient site that was being excavated. I just happened to stumble upon it. And the girl, well, she didn't really battle me. She kinda chased me out of there with her Pokemon. Really? Okay, thanks, Grant says. And with that, he takes off running, leaving Ash and Alexa behind. That's odd. Grant's never acted like that before, Alexa says. Ash apologizes to the boy, as he has to cut his battle short because he needs to catch up with his friend. And they take off running after Grant. Eventually, the two are able to catch up with Grant as he's lost his way on the route. Ash was the one who had the holocaster, which has the map in it. So the only thing he could do was wait for them to catch up to him. Grant, are you okay? Why'd you take off running like that? I'm sorry, Ash. It's Team Flare. You know they can't be up to no good, especially if it is Mabel, and they're at a place called the Chamber of Emptiness. From what I hear, that's the site of an ancient ruin that has something very powerful sealed inside. And if that's the case, we cannot let Team Flare get it. I believe you're right. As a voice rings out from behind the two, the trio look back to see a man clad in armor behind them. Wickstrom? Alexa says. The one and the same as he greets the trio. Wickstrom? Who is this? Ash questions. Ash, are you really that dense? You really have no idea who any of the top trainers in Kalos are? No, not really. Ash, this is Wickstrom. He's one of the members of the Kalos Elite Four. So you're saying he's a strong trainer? Yeah, he is, Grant says. A smile appears on Ash's face as he completely forgets everything that they were just talking about. He immediately runs up to Wickstrom. Hey, can we have a battle? Ash, I don't think there's a time for that right now, Alexa says. But Ash isn't hearing anything she says or anything Grant says, as both of them are trying to snap him back to the reality that Team Flare is near and they need to find them. Wickstrom looks into the eyes of this young boy. He doesn't know what it is, but he feels like he must battle with him. Ash, was it? Yes, sir. Okay, we can have a battle. I don't see any harm in that. But Wickstrom, sir, Grant says, don't worry, this will be a quick one. Grant reluctantly quiets down. Wickstrom is a member of the Elite Four. Maybe he has an idea. Wickstrom then looks to Ash. So you want to battle with me, do you? Alright, we'll have a one-on-one battle. And the battle is over when the Pokemon faints. Ash is okay with this. He just wants to battle another strong trainer, especially if it'll have the chance to help him convince Absol they should use Mega Evolution. So the two take their place, readying their Pokeballs. Ash sends an Absol, and as the disaster Pokemon emerges from the ball, you can tell right away that there's some intense feelings between the two. Ash seems to be completely oblivious to it, but Wickstrom is not. Alright, an Absol. Well, I guess I'll choose my best Pokemon as well, as Wickstrom sends in his Scizor. A Scizor? What's that Pokemon? Ash questions as he pulls out his Pokedex, and the Pokedex tells Ash that this Pokemon is known as Scizor, a steel bug type, the evolved form of Scyther. A steel bug type, is it? Well then, we have our work cut out for us because we're at a disadvantage. Then Ash says something that Wickstrom was not expecting. Hey Wickstrom, by any chance, do you know Mega Evolution? This catches the Elite Four member off guard. He wasn't expecting somebody to ask for Mega Evolution right away, as Ash is inquiring if Wickstrom will use it from the start of the battle. I don't know if that's such a good idea, Ash. Hey, you're the one who said that we would have time for this, and Grant wants us to get it over as quickly as possible. So if you have Mega Evolution, why not use your strongest form right off the bat? Wickstrom looks at Scizor and Scizor looks back at his trainer. They both shrug. Okay, you want our strongest form right off the bat? You got it. As Wickstrom reveals his Mega Evolution keystone and activates it, transforming Scizor into Mega Scizor. As the Mon emerges from the energy light, a very apparent thing becomes known to Ash. Ash. There's no way that he'll be able to beat this thing. You can see the defense that it has, and with them being at a type disadvantage, there's no way they'll be able to crack it. He's gonna have to use Mega Evolution here as well. Ash throws the keystone to Absol, telling it to grab it with its mouth. The only way they'll be able to win this battle is if they use Mega Evolution. But as the Absol Knight goes flying towards Absol, the Mon just jumps out of the way, letting it land on the ground. It wants nothing to do with this Mega Evolution, and Wickstrom can see this. Ah, I understand now. Understand what? Ash says. The reason why there's so much tension between you two. You are on your own quest to master Mega Evolution, are you not, young sir? Yes, I am, Ash says. Well, let me tell you, boy, your Absol wants nothing to do with Mega Evolution. Not in this form anyway, and it seems that you're trying to force it on it. And if you continue down the path you're on, I'm afraid to tell you, it may reach a point to where any damage that's done is irreversible. Ash looks at Wickstrom, trying to process what he just said. He then looks over to Absol, and to his surprise, it's actually laying down, like it doesn't even want to battle anymore. This is unusual. Normally Absol is the first to fight. Absol, come on, let's get in the battle. We don't have to use Mega Evolution. But nothing. It won't respond to Ash, no matter what he tries, pleading with it, ordering it, yelling at it. It just won't respond. You know, young sir, you won't be able to get through it like that. Ash, now getting frustrated, says, oh well, I don't have to use it. I can use something else. So he recalls Absol and sends in his Cranidos. As Cranidos emerges from the ball, Wickstrom is immediately caught by its off color. Well then, what do we have here? Such an unusual breed of Pokemon. I've battled many Cranidos in my day, but never have I seen something like this. Cranidos, unlike Absol, is ready to battle as it stomps its feet and lowers its head, ready for a charging position. That's it, Ash says. Alright, Wickstrom, we're ready. And he orders Cranidos to rush in with a Zen Headbutt. But the young fossil is too slow, as Mega Scizor just counters it with the Metal Claw, driving its head straight into the ground, ending the battle right there. What the? No way, Ash says. Oh, I'm sorry, but you didn't have a chance the moment you swapped over to that Cranidos. Its primary typing is Rock, if I'm correct. And well, a Pokemon that's that low a level against a Mega Pokemon with a high attack and a type advantage like my Mega Scizor, you were doomed from the start. Ash just looks on. Wow, so many different Mega Evolutions, so many different powers. It's awe-inspiring. This is a power that he wants for himself. No, he needs for himself. And if Absol won't help him with it, then he'll find another way, another partner that'll want to Mega Evolve with him. After all, Absol can't be the only Pokemon out there that'll be able to Mega Evolve. But as Ash is locked in his inner thoughts, Alexa and Grant chime back in. Hey Ash, now that you've had your battle, can we go? Oh, yeah. Wickstrom says, yep, that was the deal. One battle, one Pokemon to faint. He then recalls his Mega Scizor. That was an interesting battle though, Ash. I will tell you that, even though it was severely one-sided. Perhaps in the future, your Pokemon will be more of a challenge. I look forward to the day I can battle that Cranidos, and I want to see what it can do. Immediately changing the subject, Wickstrom, you know about Team Flare in the area, Grant says? I do, and I've been tracking their movements for several days, because they found a place called the Chamber of Emptiness. This place was said to be a mythical place that really didn't exist, but somehow found it. But what I'm concerned about is the legend that surrounds it. It's said that there's a great power that's locked inside, as nothing but this power is said to exist there. Well, what are we waiting for, Alexa says. We need to get going right now. After all, this could have more to do with the discolored Pokemon. Discolored Pokemon? Wickstrom questions. Yes, Ash says. My Cranidos is only one of them. I also have two others. And he sends out his Chespin and his Yanma. The Yanma captures Wickstrom's attention. He's never seen one like that before. So, these Pokemon are the ones you're saying they are after? Yes, Grant says. For some reason, they seem to be at the center of some sort of plan Team Flare has, but we haven't been able to quite figure it out. Every altercation we've had for them, their sole purpose was to take these specific Pokemon from us, and we don't know why. So, you have more than just these three? Alexa then sends out her Skiddo, and Grant sends out his Tyrant. Yes, we do, Grant says. Well then, I think it's in our best interest if we get going. The Chamber of Emptiness isn't that far from here. So with that, the trio follows Wickstrom through the dense foliage of the forest, making their way until they come to a cliffside overlooking an area that's been sealed off by many Team Flare grunts. And at the center of these grunts stands the person they were most afraid to see, Mabel. And beside her is the main Netric that the boy spoke of. Grant grits his teeth. This is what I was afraid of. I figured that they might be here. Wickstrom, do you have any idea what they're doing here? I don't, but it seems that they've been successful in opening something, as Wickstrom points to an opening that's been carved out in the cliffside. Alexa opens her camera, immediately beginning to take pictures. It's at this point that Grant and Wickstrom form a plan. They decide to leave Alexa on on the cliffside just in case things go south, while he will draw the attention of the grunts and Mabel. It is at that point that Wickstrom and Ash will make their way inside to figure out if there's anything of value inside of that opening that Team Flare created. So with that, they put their plan in action. Alexa hangs out on the cliffside taking pictures from afar, ready to jump in with her and Noivern at a moment's notice, while Grant rushes in with Tyrant to get the attention of Mabel and all of the grunts. "Hey, you remember me?" Grant yells to Mabel. "Oh, I remember you, the Cyllage City Gym leader. Grant, was it? And your Tyrant. So, have you finally come to your senses and decided to give us that Pokemon?" "I'm afraid not," Grant says, "and I'm also afraid that I can't let you cause any more harm to the surrounding area. Whatever you're here doing, it's over. You're gonna put a stop to this operation, and you're gonna leave now." Mabel just laughs. "You really think that you're gonna be able to enforce that upon us? You and your lone Tyrant? I hate to break it to you, sweetie, but there's nothing you can do to stop us," as Mabel orders the Flare Grunts to attack, but Grant doesn't stick around, as he orders Tyrant to follow him, and the two take off from the area, giving Ash and Wickstrom the opening that they needed to slip inside the cave. Once the two are successfully inside, they awe at what they see. It's nothing, pure darkness. Ash, in an attempt to try and light their way, sends out Slugma, hoping that its fire will be able to provide some sort of light, but nothing. It's a void where light is completely absent. Wickstrom, realizing the severity of the situation, tells Ash that they need to be on guard. Ash agrees, and he tells Slugma to stick close. Wickstrom, in abundance of pure caution, sends out another one of his Pokemon, his Aegislash. Ash is curious about this Pokemon and would like to use his Pokedex, but at this time, it's not a good idea, as the two are fumbling their way through the cave slowly. Wickstrom tells Aegislash to use its ghost-type abilities to see if it can sense any type of movement throughout the cave. Aegislash does, and it begins to move in a direction slowly so that Wickstrom and Ash can keep up with Slugma slowly in tow. After what seems like an eternity, the group have finally made it into a room that appears to finally have some light in it, but the light is very dim, and in the shadows they can make out a person, but they don't know who it is. Wickstrom knows they need to be cautious here, but Ash, being Ash, calls out, "Hey, you, what are you doing?" blowing their immediate cover. The shadow turns, looking at the other two shadows from its perspective. It could also see the slight glow coming off of Slugma. It knows that its cover is blown, but no matter, it's found what it came here for. Wickstrom can see the slight outline of an object sitting on what looks like a pedestal. The shadowy figure grabs it and begins to run out of the cave. Wickstrom orders Aegislash to intercept with a Shadow Ball. It fires away, but nothing. Ash orders a flamethrower from Slugma, but again, it misses the target. They have no idea if their shadowy figure is still within the same room, but they can hear a radio comm coming from down in the tunnel. "I have what we came for. We need to evacuate immediately. Our cover is blown." Ash and Wickstrom give chase with their Pokemon from the direction that they heard the sound, eventually making their way outside, and all they see is a chopper off in the distance as Team Flare makes their escape, while Grant and Alexa join both Wickstrom and Ash. "Are you guys okay?" Ash says. "Yeah, same here," both Grant and Alexa say. "It's the oddest thing. Team Flare, they didn't actually want to battle us this time. They weren't after any of our Pokemon." "Really?" Ash questions. "That's odd. Normally they're demanding that we hand over our new Pokemon." "Yes, this is very strange," Alexa follows up. "What were they after?" "I don't know," Wickstrom says. "There was somebody inside that cave, and they took something, and I have fear whatever they took could have grave consequences in the future." Over on the Team Flare helicopter, Mabel is phoning Xersic, as a new companion that we have yet to meet, Celosia, sits beside her. "Did you obtain what you were sent to get?" Xersic questions. "Yes," Celosia says, as she holds up an odd-looking ancient bottle as the chopper flies off in the distance. Back with our heroes, they're preparing to part ways. Wickstrom is intent on following up with Team Flare and what they may have gotten out of that cave. He's extremely concerned, and he knows if nothing's done about it, disaster is what awaits at the other end. But he doesn't want to leave without offering a parting gift to our heroes. For Alexa, he offers her a coat of arms, something that's been passed down in his family in generations. "This is something that's very precious to me," he says, "and it's only given to the people who demonstrate the utmost bravery, and I believe you have done that." Ash, being the 10-year-old boy he is, wants one of his own. Wickstrom then turns to him. "I'm sorry, I actually don't have any more of those with me at this current time, but I do have 2 items that you and your fellow gym leader Grant here might find some use of." Ash cocks an eyebrow, questioning what this is. Wickstrom then presents 2 odd items that appear to be new, not ancient, like the crest that he just gave Alexa. "What is that?" Ash says. "Metal Coat," Grant says. "Metal Coat? That's right," Wickstrom says. "It's an item that's used to evolve certain certain kinds of Pokemon, like, for instance, an Onix into a Steelix, as Wickstrom looks at Grant. Really? So Pokemon can evolve using items just like Mega Evolution, Ash says? Yes, Wickstrom implies, but you have to be careful with this type of item, because this item is not an evolution that is temporary like Mega Evolution. When this Pokemon evolves, it'll be permanent. Whoa, Ash thinks to himself. So we really have to be careful on the Pokemon we use this on. You do, Wickstrom says, but I would like to present one of each to both of you. Thank you, Ash replies, but Grant is silent. He doesn't know what to say. He never thought about evolving his Onix. It's never been something that's really ever come up. But now he has the option, and he has to decide on whether or not he wants to do it. So with that, Wickstrom says his goodbyes and leaves the group for parts unknown as he seeks to find out further information on Team Flare. Our heroes then decide to continue down Route 21 in pursuit of Ash's next gym battle in Snowbell City. Ash and Alexa decide to do some training together with each other, as Absol is still choosing not to acknowledge Ash. The pressure that Ash has been putting on it to Mega Evolve lately has really gotten to it, and it has gotten to the point to where it wants nothing to do with its trainer. So Ash has chosen to focus on some of its other Pokemon, like Chespin, as he still needs some time training with it. But the Mon is coming around. It's becoming more confident in itself and its abilities, and it's even learned a couple of new moves, like Rollout, and one that surprised even Alexa, Dual Chop. But while this is going on, Grant has been struggling with his inner decision on whether he wants to evolve his Onix or not. And not only that, but as soon as they get to Snowbell City, he has to contact Looker and fill him in on what has been going on. After a few more days, the group does eventually make it to Snowbell City. Grant tells his friends that he's got a couple of things that he needs to take care of, and a phone call he's got to make, and he apologizes to Ash, but he's not going to be there for his gym battle. Ash tells him that's okay. He's confident that he'll be able to take on this gym leader with the help that Alexa's given him over the last few days. So with that, Ash heads off with Alexa to the gym. Meanwhile, Grant makes his way to a secluded part of the city, and he pulls out the same device that he pulled out back at the power plant, hitting the button, signaling for Looker to come to him. Over with Ash and Alexa, they've made it to the gym, and once they're inside, they are met with a burly beast of a man, Wolfric. In a deep voice, he greets his new challengers. What? Challengers? No, I'm not a challenger, Alexa says, but he is, pointing to Ash. Ash steps forward. Yep, that's right. I am your next challenger, and I only have one question for you. Do you know Mega Evolution? Wolfric, taken back by the tenacity of this kid, just laughs. Yes, I do know Mega Evolution, he says. As a matter of fact, I've known it for quite a long time. Ash smiles. Alright, I want to challenge your gym, and I want you to come at me with every Mega Evolution you have. Oh, really? Wolfric says. Alright then, how about this? Normally in my gym, we do a 3-on-3 battle, but I'll give you a sporting chance, young sir. If you can beat my one Mega Evolution with your 3 Pokemon, you will earn yourself a badge. Really? 3 against 1? We got this in the bag, Ash says. Wolfric laughs again. I like your confidence, boy. Let's get started. With that, the 2 trainers take their position on each side of the battlefield. Wolfric sends in his Pokemon, Abomasnow. Abomasnow. Ash pulls out his Pokedex to get information on this Pokemon, and as he does so, a hailstorm begins to kick up. What? Where did this come from? Wolfric laughs. That's Abomasnow's ability. Snow warning. It induces a hail for the battlefield. I hope you like it, because it's going to help when I do this, as he pulls out his keystone and he activates his Mega Evolution, transforming his Snow Abomination into its most powerful form, Mega Abomasnow. Ash smiles, thinking to himself the challenge that he's been seeking. Without hesitation, he sends in his first Pokemon, Slugma. As the tiny fire slug emerges from its ball, it is immediately met with the hail. Ash, not paying attention to what's going on, doesn't realize that this has one negative effect on Slugma. The cold weather is causing it to harden and slow down the magma within its body. This is causing Slugma to move very slowly, and Wolfric takes advantage of this, immediately calling for a wood hammer. Ash calls for Slugma to dodge, but it can't get out of the way in time, and Slugma is leveled with the hammer in one shot. What? How? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you, kid? You're Slugma. It's a fire type. And not only that, it's a fire type made out of magma. The cold weather slowed it down. I'm surprised you didn't notice that. Ash looks on. Wow, he's right, he was thinking to himself. I got too overzealous in making my choice. I thought a fire type would be a sure win against a grass ice type. He recalls Slugma apologizing for his oversight. Don't worry, I won't let it happen again. He then sends in Craniados. As the odd-colored fossil emerges from its ball, it stamps its feet, ready for battle. Wolfric is intrigued by this odd-colored Craniados, wondering what its deal is. But he doesn't question anything. He just wants to continue the battle. This kid had tenacity, and he wants to see if he can bring it out of him. So he goes ahead and orders another wood hammer. But Ash isn't going to fall for that again, and he orders a Zen Headbutt to block the wood hammer, canceling it out. Well then, it seems all that that tenacity that you had wasn't misplaced after all. That was quite the counter. Ash, was it? Well, you've got my attention. So, I'll give you the next move. Ash, without a second thought, orders Cranidos to rush in with another Zen headbutt. Wulfric just laughs as he orders another Woodhammer. But this time, instead of swinging in a downward motion, he orders Abomasnow to swing up as he's caught on to Ash's trick on how he has Cranidos angle its head down to prevent it from taking any serious damage. And because he's caught onto this trick, the Woodhammer connects, knocking Cranidos back into the stadium wall with enough force to crack it. Ash just looks back at Cranidos. No way. How did he see our strategy? No one's been able to figure that out. Not even Grant when we first used it against him. Wulfric just laughs. You're gonna have to do better than that. You wanted my best, and this is what you got. And so far, your performance has been below standard. Ash looks at Wulfric, gritting his teeth. He didn't think that one Mega Evolution would be this hard. He and his Pokemon have been training his butt off, but still, nothing. Ash looks to Cranidos and is barely able to stand. He begins to question whether or not he should even allow it to continue to battle. Cranidos slowly staggers forward. It's not going to give up that easy. I like your Pokemon's gusto, Ash, but I'm afraid this is where it ends. Ash says we'll see about that, and he orders Cranidos to rush in with a Zen headbutt. The little Pokemon is winded, but it does so, doing whatever it can to pick up any speed and traction over the ice-covered field. But Wulfric is ready for this battle to end, and he orders a blizzard that envelops Cranidos, freezing it in its spot in the field. What? Ash says. Now it's frozen? How? Why? I told you, Ash, you were going to have to do better than that. Your Cranidos is now unable to battle. Move on to your third Pokemon, and hopefully it will be more of a challenge than what I've faced so far. Ash recalls Cranidos. His confidence is now slowly starting to turn to doubt. He's down to his last Pokemon, and this gym battle is going nowhere near what he had envisioned in his mind. Then he starts to run over the Pokemon that he has left in reserve. Chespin is at a huge type disadvantage and doesn't have the experience to battle here. I'm afraid Yanma may not be able to handle the high winds inside of the gym due to the hailstorm, and Absol isn't listening. That only leaves me with one choice, the Pokemon with the most experience on Ash's team. So he sends in Cloudster. As the strong-armed shrimp emerges from its ball, Wulfric laughs at this odd choice. Really? You want to use a water type against a grass type? Well then, you must have some foolproof strategy that I've never seen before. I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out, Ash. He gives Ash the first move, and Ash gladly takes it as he fires a water pulse. Cloudster does what he can to muster up the strength to fire the strongest water pulse it can, but Wulfric isn't going to give Ash or his Pokemon the time of day, ordering Abomasnow to rush in with another Woodhammer. And unfortunately, Cloudster is not fast enough to dodge, and is met with the high-powered attack, one-shotting into the process, ending the battle. Well, Ash, it seems you couldn't even come close. You didn't cause any damage to my Mega Abomasnow, and it just ran through your team of 3 like no tomorrow. It seems you're going to need a lot more training if you hope to be on my level, but I wish you the best. Feel free to challenge my gym anytime. And with that, Wulfric turns and walks away, leaving Ash to contemplate what just happened. Later on that night at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Alexa finally meet up with Grant. Where have you been all day? Alexa says. I'm sorry, I just had some things to take care of, Grant says. But they're all taken care of now. So, Ash, how'd you do? But Ash has a look of complete devastation on his face. It was completely one-sided, Alexa says. It was a clean sweep. Ash couldn't even touch Wulfric and his Abomasnow. And to top it off, Ash asked for Mega Evolution right out the gate. Ooh, so it was that bad. Well, I guess we're gonna need to do some serious training. Are you up for that, Ash? Ash just looks at Grant, and he doesn't even say anything. He just gives a shrug. Nothing is going his way. He can't get Absol to agree to the Mega Evolution, and now Absol's not even listening to him. And not only that, but he can't seem to beat anybody that has Mega Evolution. All these recent losses are seriously starting to cause Ash to doubt himself as a trainer. It's at this point that Wulfric walks in the Pokemon Center to get his Pokemon checked up on. He then sees the young challenger from earlier on in the day and goes over to greet him and introduce himself to the new gentleman that has joined them. Wait, aren't you? Yes, Grant of Cyllage City, right? The gym leader. Yes, it is me, Wulfric. It's been a long time. Yes, it has. What brings you to Snowbell City? Well, I'm actually traveling with Ash. I've been traveling him since he won my gym badge, and I've been helping him train on his journey. Well then, Wulfric says, to be brutally honest, you're gonna need a lot more training. Ash looks up at Wulfric with a look of pure defeat on his face. Yeah, I kinda got that, Grant said, after they told me what happened with today's battle. But don't worry, Wulfric says, there's actually a place to the south of here that we call Pokemon Village. It's deep within the woods, and a bunch of wild Pokemon live there. It's actually the perfect place to train. I promise you, if you head there and spend the next couple of weeks training there, Ash, you and your Pokemon will find the answers that you've been seeking. Answers? Ash questions? But before he can ask Wulfric what he means, Wulfric just leaves, leaving the young trainer to contemplate his thoughts. And the next morning, Ash is up bright and early. He's feeling a little bit better after thinking about what Wulfric said. Alexa Alexa and Grant join Ash. So, what's your plan, Ash? I'm going to take Wulfric up on his offer to head to this Pokemon village that he spoke of that is deep in the forest. He said there's a lot of strong wild Pokemon that live in that area, and they'd be great for battling. And he said that I can find the answers that I seek there. I don't know what he means by that, but it's definitely worth checking out. Yeah, it doesn't hurt, Grant says. So with that, the trio heads south of Soap Point City to a heavily wooded area. But it's odd. After hours of traveling, they haven't ran into any Pokemon. Ash doesn't get it. Wulfric said that there were strong Pokemon here, but there's nothing. The forest is mostly desolate. It looks like it hasn't even seen life in decades. Grant and Alexa begin to think that they're being led on a wild goose chase, but they humor Ash for a little while longer. Then, when they start to lose sight of the sun, Grant chimes in. Ash, I think it's time we turn back. It's been 6 hours now, and we haven't found anything. I believe that Wulfric was just leading us on a wild goose chase. No, Ash says. He said it was here, so it has to be here. But Ash, there's nothing here. Look around us. The forest is dead. What do you hope to accomplish here, Alexa says. Ash begins to argue with his two friends over what's right and what's wrong, and how they need to stay here. Wulfric told him he would find the answers that he's been looking for, so he's going to continue on. Unbeknownst to the trainer and his friends, this argument has caught the attention of a watcher from deep within the forest, and this watcher is not very fond of humans. It has been mistreated by them in the past, and when they invade its territory, whether by accident or by choice, it always makes sure they pay. This watcher sets out in the direction of our heroes, aiming to push them out of its territory back towards the human civilization. All the while, Ash and Grant are arguing whether or not they should continue on, when all of a sudden they are met with a ball of psychic energy. They look up to see a creature that is unfamiliar to either one of them. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, but it has no information on this creature. Then they hear a voice inside their head. Leave now. You nor any other humans will threaten this place. If you do not leave, then I will make you leave. Who? What? Ash says. That Pokemon. It's a psychic type, Grant says. It has the ability to communicate in our minds. The Pokemon then launches another ball of psychic energy at our heroes. A psychic type, eh? Ash then sends in Absol, in hopes that his dark typing will at least be enough to fend off this psychic type. But once the Absol emerges from the ball, and it sees the psychic type and then looks back at Ash, it wants nothing to do with it. And again, it goes to lay down. This frustrates Ash, and he begins to yell at Absol, but he's interrupted by Grant. We don't have time for this, Ash. We're in danger here. Look at this Pokemon. Ash turns to the Pokemon to see the look in its eyes. It is not willing to back down, and if they don't start to retreat, then this Pokemon will cause them harm. I'm not going anywhere, Ash says. If Absol doesn't want to battle, then I have 5 other Pokemon that will. So Ash picks up his first ball and sends in Cranidos. Cranidos at least shares the dark typing with Absol, so it should be able to fend off this psychic type fairly well. But Ash then calls for a Zen Headbutt, firing it away at the psychic type, but the psychic type is easily able to dodge. Ash then calls for a Zen Headbutt, firing away at the psychic type, but this psychic type is easily able to dodge, frustrating both Ash and Cranidos. We're not leaving, Ash says. I was told to come here to train, to find the answers that I seek, so that's what I'm doing. Ash then drops his bag as he joins Cranidos at its side. He and Cranidos will not be pushed around by this Pokemon. It doesn't matter how powerful it is. Then he hears a voice inside his head again. You had your chance, human. Now face my full wrath. As the Pokemon begins to swell up a ball of aura in its hand, Grant yells, Ash, get out of there. That's not a psychic type move. That's an aura sphere. But before Ash or Cranidos can respond, the Pokemon fires it at Cranidos, sending it flying back towards Ash's bag that he had dropped on the ground. Once it hits the bag, it begins to roll with it, spilling the contents of it out everywhere. Cranidos struggles to stand back up. That move took nearly all of its HP away, and it is breathing heavily. Ash looks at his Pokemon in pure shock, but Cranidos takes a step forward. But as it takes that step forward, it steps on the item that Ash was given by Wickstrom. And in response, Cranidos begins to glow with an evolutionary energy. We're picking back up with Ash as he is deep within the forest outside of Snowbell City. His Cranidos is in mid-evolution as the blinding light basks everyone in its radiance. As the light begins to fade, Ash calls Cranidos' name, but what emerges is not a Cranidos, but a much larger, hulking, ironclad Pokemon. Unsure of what to call this Pokemon, Ash hopes that his Pokédex has some answers, pulling it out. The Pokédex recognizes this Pokemon as Rampardos, but has no information on it other than it shows attributes of the Dark type, just like Craniados did. Unsure of what to do, Ash approaches his Pokemon, but this is a mistake, as this evolution has triggered something inside of Rampardos, something primal. It begins to rampage throughout the surrounding territories, attacking anything that moves, so much so that the mysterious Pokemon is now forced to defend the humans that have invaded its territory, trying to draw the fire of this hulking beast. Ash calls to Rampardos, trying to bring it back to its senses. Rampardos, please, it's me, Ash. We've been through so much. Please, recognize me. But nothing. All it can do is just attack, charging headlong, firing Zen headbutts, and another move that Ash does not recognize. The Pokédex clicks on as Ash jumps out of the way to inform him that this move is known as Head Smash. Ash just looks on in pure shock. This is just like the day when he first met Craniados. All it does is attack. It's like the friend that he made over the course of his journey is no longer there. Then he hears in his mind a muffled voice. Human, you need to get out of here. It is not safe. Realizing that this is the psychic type that they were battling earlier, Ash looks at it. I'm not leaving Rampardos. No matter how dangerous the situation is, I refuse to abandon one of my friends. Meanwhile, Alexa and Grant are doing their best to dodge the situation as well. Unfortunately, they don't have enough time in between charges to call on any of their Pokemon, as this evolution of Craniados is much faster than its pre-evolved form. Growing tired of the situation, the mysterious Psychic-type Pokemon steps in, deciding to end this with firing an Aura Sphere at the ironclad metal dinosaur. But much to its surprise, Rampardos actually pushes through, connecting with the Head Smash on the mysterious Psychic-type. This enrages the mysterious Pokemon even more, causing it to unleash its full fury. It begins to glow in his psychic aura, with its eyes radiating a piercing light. This draws the attention of everyone in attendance. Ash pleads with the mysterious Pokemon not to harm its partner, but it's too late. This mysterious Pokemon has charged an Aura Sphere, far more intense than the previous ones used. It's like it's put all of its energy into this one attack, and it aims to level Rampardos in one move. With one final assault, Rampardos and the mysterious psychic type square off as they fire their finishing attacks. The Aura Sphere collides with the Head Smash, Rampardos surprisingly holding it back. But you can tell, due to the battle prior to its evolution, that it's still weak, and it is losing ground. As the Aura Sphere begins to consume Rampardos, Ash, in a last-ditch effort, pulls out the Pokeball for his Pokemon, calling for it to return. This was smart, as it was able to prevent the attack from making full contact, causing serious damage to his Pokemon. Ash just stares at the ball in pure silence, hoping that this was only a temporary thing with his friend, and unsure about how to process the situation. With the threat now averted, Grant and Alexa approach Ash, helping him to his feet, hoping that he's alright. Unfortunately, they have little time to breathe, as they still have one major problem to deal with, the mysterious psychic type. It now grows tired of these humans in its territory. With the flick of its wrist and a flash of light, they find themselves jettisoned from the forest all the way back to the perimeter of Snowbell City. Whoa, that was a wild ride, Grant says. Yeah, I have to agree so, Alexa follows up. How did we get here, Ash? Unfortunately, Ash, that's the power of psychic types. They can flex and bend matter to their command, and it seems like that one did not want us in its territory, so it sent us back to Snowbell City. Well, I guess it's for the best, Ash says. We need to get to a Pokemon Center. Rampardos was injured pretty badly. Agreed, both Grant and Alexa second. With that, they take off back to the center, as it is now nightfall over the snow-crested city. Once they get to the Pokemon Center, Ash pleads with Nurse Joy to check his Pokemon, especially his Rampardos. It had an evolution and then an intense battle with the mysterious Pokemon in the woods outside of Snowbell City, he says. Nurse Joy, knowing it was foolish for Ash to go into those woods, begins to scold him, but she gives him a break because she realizes that it's more important that she looks after Rampardos. Unfortunately, after it's let out of the ball, Nurse Joy finds herself at a loss. This isn't a Rampardos, she says. Ash tells her, yeah, it is. While we were in the forest battling that Pokemon, my Craniados came in contact with an item that was given to me. I think it was called Metal Coat. But once it came in contact with it, it triggered its evolution. Really, she says. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna do what I can for your Pokemon. I'm gonna take it now, and I'll be back as soon as I have an update. With that, Nurse Joy and Chansey take Rampardos to the back room to be looked at, relegating Ash, Alexa, and Grant to wait until there is more information. Many hours pass, and it becomes daybreak in the Pokemon Center, and Ash, Grant, and Alexa have all fallen asleep in the waiting room. Luckily though, Nurse Joy has finally emerged with an update for Ash. Ash, wake up! Oh, Nurse Joy, how's Rampardos? It's going to be fine, Ash. It did take quite the beating with whatever you battled in the forest, but it will make a full recovery. I do have to say, Ash, this Rampardos is unlike any Pokemon I've ever seen before. Of its species, normally it's just a pure rock type, but it has traits of the dark typing. Yeah, it had that as a Cranidos as well. I noticed that when I treated it earlier yesterday after your gym bout. There is, however, something that I've noticed with its evolution. Oh yeah? And what's that, Nurse Joy? Please tell me it's not bad news. Actually, it's quite the opposite. It's very intriguing. It seems that the metal coat that it used for its evolution transformed its typing. It's no longer a rock type. Now, the typing it has is steel, making it a dual steel dark type. Steel dark type, Ash says? Yes, it's quite interesting. It's the first time I've ever seen a fossil actually change its typing. This catches Ash, Grant, and Alexa all in a state of shock. These Pokemon that are of different colors that are showing up in the regions have many mysteries about them. First, Yanma and its gaining of the fairy type. Now Rampardos and its type swapping from the rock type to the steel type. This is very mysterious. Both Grant and Alexa have their own individual thoughts, but they decide to keep them to themselves. Ash's main concern, however, is if Rampardos is okay, and that's all he cares about, insisting that Nurse Joy take him to see it. She tells him that he can go see it, but it needs to be brief, as Rampardos needs its rest. So with that, Ash, Grant, and Alexa all enter the room where Rampardos sleeps. Ash approaches Rampardos on the bed, telling it that it'll be alright. He doesn't know what happened back there, but whatever it is, they will work through it. And with that, the rest of the day fades on. After some time passes, it's just in the afternoon while Ash and his friends are at the Pokemon Center. They are met with a sight that's become quite the usual scene around here. Wolfric. He's here to get his Pokemon checked up on, as he's had another battle at the gym. He really wasn't expecting to see Ash or his friends here. So, while Nurse Joy takes his Pokeballs to go check out his Pokemon, he begins to mingle with them, asking them how their experience was in the forest outside of Snowbell City. Absolutely awful, Ash says. We were attacked by something. Oh, really? I don't think it could have been that serious, Wolfric says. But Alexa and Grant both chime in. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that he's not kidding. We were attacked by something, and this something was extremely powerful. It was a Pokemon, unlike any of us had ever seen before, and it seemed to have the psychic typing. What seemed like anger had consumed it. A fury unknown by anything I had ever seen before, Grant says. Grabbing his chin. Really, Wolfric says. That is strange. I haven't heard of anything like that around these parts before, but maybe it was just something passing through. I highly doubt that, Alexa says, as this Pokemon declared that they were in its territory, and it made it very clear that they were not welcome there. Well, that is unfortunate, Wolfric says. However, maybe it's for the best that you guys don't go back, as it seems like whatever it was is extremely dangerous. So maybe it's just best that you guys moved on and did some training on the road, and then came back to challenge my gym when you were a little bit stronger, Ash. Grant and Alexa both agree with this sentiment. Ash, however, is silent. He's unsure about it. Something about this feels off, like this Wolfric guy isn't telling the whole truth. But anyway, he can't worry about that now, as Rampardos is still in intensive care. But they have some time to kill before Wolfric's Pokemon are ready, so he asked them if they would join him for a meal in the Pokemon Center Cafe, which they all happily agree to. After finally eating their fill and getting a much needed meal in them after they haven't eaten in about a day or so, the group is content, ready to wind down for the day, as they don't really have much else they can do until Rampardos is back up and moving. Wolfric gets the notification that his Pokemon are ready, so he decides to set off, heading to the counter to claim them. Ash, leaving his friends at the table, walks with Wolfric to see him out. Wolfric begins to talk with Ash, telling him that it's probably best if he doesn't try to go back into that forest. Ash then turns to Wolfric and asks him, "Why are you so intent on keeping me out of that forest when you were the one who tried to send me in?" "Oh," Wolfric says, "so you think I'm trying to keep you out? I was only giving you a suggestion, but if you would like to go back in, who am I to stop you?" He then tells Ash, there is a secret about that forest. Ash, leaning in closer, asks Wolfric what it is. Wolfric tells Ash that the forest is said to be guarded by a Pokemon, and when multiple humans enter its territory, it won't hesitate to remove them from it. But sometimes, if there's only one person who doesn't draw a lot of attention to themselves, who enters the territory, they can get past and get close to the guardian of the forest. So that's the secret, Ash says. "Well, it's just a rumor," Wolfric says. "After all, I don't really know if what you encountered was the guardian of the forest. But anyway, I have to head back to the gym now, as I'm pretty sure I'm going to have another challenge challenger here soon. It was nice talking with you guys, Ash, and I really hope that your Pokemon feel better. With that, Wulfric sets off from the Pokemon Center, leaving Ash alone with his thoughts. Some more time passes, and it's finally nightfall. Ash and his friends decide to settle in for the night, as they don't really have much else to do, as the only thing they have going on is waiting on Rampardos to wake up. Ash decides that he's going to sleep in the room with Rampardos, just in case it wakes up, and out of confusion decides to start to rampage again. Meanwhile, Grant and Alexa decides to take the main room that they had rented in the Pokemon Center, and with that, the group settles in. A few more hours pass, and Ash has had nothing but time on his hands to think about what Wulfric said. Only one human in the forest. Only one, he thinks to himself. Ash is starting to form a thought in his head. A thought that could be the most dangerous thought he's ever had. But it's interrupted when Rampardos begins to stir on his bed, slowly regaining consciousness, and the first thing it sees is its trainer. Luckily for Ash, though, it's not in a rampaging mood. It actually looks around in confusion, not understanding the situation. Ash goes on to explain to it that they had a battle in the forest. Rampardos remembers the battle, and then a light. After that, everything went dark. Ash then points to the mirror that's on the wall, showing Rampardos in its newly evolved state, telling it it's no longer a Cranidos. During the battle, it had evolved, and then it went on a rampage. Ash couldn't control it, and the Pokemon they were battling, well, it decided to go all out against it. And at the last minute, Ash was able to get it into its Pokeball. After that, the Pokemon sent them back here. Rampardos looks at Ash, just grateful that it didn't actually harm its trainer, briefly nuzzling against him. Ash, grateful that Rampardos is back to its normal self, pats it on the head, and then he asks it, how would you like a chance for a rematch against that Pokemon? The look in Rampardos' eye changed to that of someone who's ready to battle, and it snorts as if it was ready to take on the battle now. Ash just laughs, telling, well listen, first you gotta rest up, but I do have an idea on how we can battle it again. Rampardos nods, climbing back onto the bed, very clumsily may I add, and settles in. Ash decides to settle in too, to try and get some sleep. The very next morning, at the crack of dawn before anybody is up in the Pokemon Center, Ash recalls Rampardos, and heeding the words of Wulfric, he decides to set off back into the forest, retracing the same trail that him and his friends had taken. After a few hours, Ash finally reached the spot where they had battled the mysterious Psychic-type Pokemon. Ash knows that this spot is it, as it's fresh with the marks of battle from Rampardos and that Psychic-type. Then Ash thinks back. Which direction did that Psychic-type come from? Because chances are, that's the direction they have to head. They must have been close, or else it wouldn't have been here so quick. Thinking back, Ash envisions it, and he can see it. Heading off into an area deeper into the woods, Ash realizes that the beaten path is no longer there. This is just nothing but overgrown brush and densely wooded areas. It's almost impossible to move through. It's like nature itself is trying to keep him out of there. But that is not going to stop Ash as he continues to push through. Eventually, after what seems like forever, Ash can see light peeking through the trees. And as he moves closer, inch by inch, the light begins to grow and the tightness of the trees begins to open up until eventually he finds himself in a clearing. This clearing is like paradise. There's no snow, just wildflowers as far as the eye can see, with a brief river running off in the distance with the waterfall that forms at the crest. Wow, this place is amazing, Ash thinks to himself. No wonder that Pokemon didn't want us to get close. I can understand now why it was trying to protect it. Ash begins to step into this oasis in the forest, but from out of nowhere, another ball of energy streaks across the field, heading straight for Ash, barely missing him. Then he hears the same words he heard before. Human, leave this place, echo throughout his mind. Ash looks around. I know you're here. Come out. But nothing. Just another energy ball shoots in his direction. Luckily, Ash is able to avoid it by jumping out of the way again. And then in his mind, I told you, human, you are not allowed here. I don't know how you got it this far in the forest without me being alerted, but I promise you, it'll be the last step you take if you take one more. Ash, being 10 years old and not one to be intimidated by threats, takes one more step, and all of a sudden, he is met with the form of a Pokemon that he has not seen before, directly in front of him. I told you, human, leave. This is your last warning. What? Who? You're not the Pokemon we've faced before. Looking into this Pokemon's eyes, Ash feels something. Pure terror. This Pokemon legitimately intends to hurt him. Not like the Pokemon that he had saw before. The Pokemon in front of him is charging another Psychic-type attack, and this time, it's going to connect with Ash, as he is right in front of it. But then he hears a voice from across the field. Mewtwo, stand down! He is not a threat. Ash looks, and in the distance, he sees somebody he thinks he recognizes. Wolfric? Is that you? So, Ash, you made it. Good job. You took my hint seriously, and you actually followed through with them. What is this place? Wolfric approaches Ash and the mysterious Pokemon. Ash, I'd like to welcome you to the Pokemon Village. The Pokemon Village? Yes, Wolfric says. This is a place that I've created deep within the forest of Snowbell City. It's a place meant to be a sanctuary for abandoned and mistreated Pokemon. Pokemon that have nowhere else to go but cannot trust humans. This place and this environment is so harsh that it protects them from the outside world. Very few humans actually get in here, but the humans that do find their way here usually intend to be the ones who don't mean any harm towards Pokemon. The mysterious psychic type, furious by this statement, I've seen this boy. He has no regard for the feelings of his Pokemon. We battled yesterday. I saw it firsthand. Wolfric looks at the mysterious Pokemon. Mewtwo, calm down. Not every human is your enemy. Ash thinking on Mewtwo? Is that the name of this Pokemon? But it's not the Pokemon I battled yesterday. Then an argument breaks out between Wolfric and Mewtwo. Mewtwo stating that Ash should not be allowed here. Mewtwo needs to erase its mind and send him back to the humans. Wolfric, however, disagrees, stating that Ash is a trainer that can be trusted. He is a human that can be trusted. Mewtwo needs to give him a chance. Mewtwo, looking at Wolfric, simply just turns and levitates away to a cave that overlooks the entire Pokemon village at the top of the peak. Sorry about that, Ash, Wolfric says. Mewtwo hasn't had the best track record with humans. It's been abused its entire life. The humans it trusts are very far in between. Ash, still trying to process everything that's going on. That thing is called Mewtwo? Yes, it is, Ash. But I didn't battle that the other day. I battled something else. Well, about that. Mewtwo actually has the ability of Mega Evolution, Ash. That's why I told you to come here. Because a Pokemon that can Mega Evolve without a human could possibly teach you the secrets of Mega Evolution that you seek. Wait, so you're telling me that thing can Mega Evolve by itself? Yes, it can, Wolfric says. It's the strangest thing. I've never seen anything like that before in my many years. It is truly a unique event for that Pokemon. Ash and Wolfric begin to take a tour of Pokemon Village. Wolfric explains the whole purpose of the village and why he is the only human that Mewtwo currently trusts. He only ever allows people to come here when he feels that those people will not bring harm to the place that he has built. That's why he told Ash to come alone, because someone among his group is not who they claim to be. Something among them caught Mewtwo's attention. That's why it attacked you. What do you mean by that? Wolfric tells Ash he doesn't know, but whatever it was, it triggered Mewtwo. This gives Ash something to think about, but he has other questions that he needs answered now. Like, how does Wolfric know Mewtwo? Wolfric tells Ash that he doesn't know where Mewtwo came from. One day, it just showed up in the village while he was tending to the Pokemon. It was injured, so Wolfric did the only thing he could do. He helped it heal up. At first, Mewtwo did not trust Wolfric, but over time, Mewtwo began to tolerate Wolfric's presence in the surrounding area, eventually being okay with Wolfric coming and going as he pleases. Mewtwo has somewhat become the guardian of this place, wanting to protect the Pokemon that were harmed by humans. So any human with any ill intent that gets close to the Pokemon village is immediately dealt with by Mewtwo. Really, Ash says. Yes. And he's usually quite efficient with it, erasing the memories of anybody involved. But for some reason, he didn't erase the memories of you or your friends. That's actually quite curious. That's the only reason why I told you how to get back here in the first place. Ash begins to think to himself. He has so many questions, so many concerns, so many things that he would like to ask, but he doesn't know where to start. Wolfric just laughs in his absurdly deep bellow. My boy, I can see that you're deep in thought, but you should put it on hold and just learn to enjoy the beauty of this place. Look, it's a paradise inside of a snow-covered mountain. How often do you see something like this in the world? Ash actually takes the advice and begins to soak in the surrounding beauty. This is something that he rarely gets a chance to do, as most of the time he's just battling, training with his Pokemon, or competing in gym battles, or battling Team Flare. Wolfric then turns to Ash. Listen, my boy, I'm going to tell you this once. This area is a special place. It's not meant to be known by the outside world. I must ask for you to keep this a secret. Can you do that? Ash, without hesitation, nods, saying that he will be happy, as no Pokemon deserves to be harmed by humans, and the ones that have been, they need a place to call their own. That's my boy, Wolfric says. Listen, I have to head back to the gym. Otherwise, people might get suspicious and come looking for me. But my suggestion is that you stay here. Maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to warm up to Mewtwo. With that, Wolfric takes his leave. As he disappears off into the brush, Ash looks around. Then, he slowly begins to notice movement coming out. Ash takes out his Pokedex to identify some of these Pokemon. Jigglypuff, Ditto, Gothorita, Amoonguss. Several different Pokemon begin to make their way out of the brush, curious to who this new human is. Meanwhile, Mewtwo watches with a steady glare on Ash atop his ridge side home. Ash begins begins to greet the Pokemon, telling them not to be afraid. He won't hurt them, but the Pokemon at first begin to keep their distance, not wanting to be harmed by this human. It takes a little while, but Ash eventually is able to get close to them, even being able to pet a few of them. And after a while, they realize that Ash really does mean them no harm, and they all begin to play. Ash, wanting to let the rest of his Pokemon in, releases the 6 of his Pokemon. This does cause a bit of a ruckus, as Slugma is a fire type, and they are in the middle of a meadow. So Ash immediately recalls it so that way it doesn't burn down the forest. But the other Pokemon are more than welcome in the area. Cloudster, wanting to get some time in the river, heads straight for it, as it's been a while since it's had its time in an actual body of water. Yanma and Chespin decide to take off into the brush with some of the other Pokemon, playing effectively what is Pokemon hide-and-go-seek. Rampardos, still adjusting to its new size, is unsure on how to interact with these Pokemon, so it mostly just sticks close to Ash, kind of shy to begin with. And then there's Absol. Absol, not wanting to have anything to do with the rest of the group, decides to head off to a corner just so it can sleep. Ash is concerned about Absol, but he takes this time to make sure that the other Pokemon around him are not afraid of him anymore. So he interacts with them as much as possible, even getting Rampardos in on the action. By nighttime, Ash has built a fire in the little corner of the square to where all of his Pokemon except for Absol and some of the wild ones have all gathered around. Ash does his best to make a meal out of whatever he had in his bag, as he didn't really come prepared for this. But no matter, as the wild Pokemon of the Pokemon village tend to bring in some nuts and some berries from the surrounding woods for Ash and his Pokemon to share, even giving Absol a pile even though it's not really close to the group. Mewtwo sees this and is steadily letting its guard down, coming down from its hideaway peak to watch the group from a distance. Ash doesn't know what it is, but he feels like he needs to stay in this place for a while. He's not going to be heading back to Snowbell City anytime soon, so he makes the most of it, deciding he's going to do what Wolfric suggested he do: train. The next morning, things start bright and early, with Ash and his Pokemon in a full-on training regimen. All of the wild Pokemon from Pokemon Village at first didn't take too kindly to this, but then they understand what Ash is up to. It's not that he's trying to hurt his Pokemon, it's that he's trying to help them get stronger. It's not something that they're very accustomed with. As you can see, Ash in the middle of the fray, helping his Pokemon hone their attacks. All except for Absol, of course, as it's still just laying off on the side doing its own thing. This doesn't last for long though, as Ash does eventually approach it, asking Absol if it would like to join in on some of their training. But Absol, however, just ignores him. Ash, trying not to lose his cool with Absol the way he has been, again tries to get the attention of his partner. Absol is his first Pokemon, and they do have a bond, something that's far different than any of the other Pokemon that he's caught, and he doesn't like the fact that the two cannot work together anymore, that they're at odds with each other. And this does actually affect Ash mentally, emotionally, and physically, so much so that Mewtwo picks up on this. Mewtwo is slowly starting to come around to Ash, realizing that this human is actually genuine. Wanting to kind of throw Ash a bone, Mewtwo does step in. You know, human, there's a reason why your Absol doesn't want to have anything to do with you. It's because of your lust for Mega Evolution. What? Ash says, looking around. Mewtwo, I know you're here. Come out. Eventually, Mewtwo appears in front of Ash, teleporting to his side. Please, explain what you just said. I don't get it. All I wanted to do was help Absol grow stronger. Yes, and that in itself is the reason why Absol wants nothing to do with you. Absol, still looking away, briefly acknowledges this conversation happening to Ash, as Mewtwo is transmitting its thoughts into Absol's mind as well. Ash begins to ask Mewtwo what it means. How does it know that Absol doesn't want to Mega Evolve? Mewtwo says, it's easy. I can read its mind. It has terrible memories of Mega Evolution. Do you even know where your Absol comes from? Well, all I know about it is it appeared one day, on the day when I turned 10 and I was trying to get my first Pokemon. It actually attacked me and a man called Lysander in the forest. Lysander had captured it to save me, but because I needed my first Pokemon, he gifted it to me. And we really didn't have much of a problem in the beginning, even working together to take down many trainers in the process. Yes, I can see all those memories in Absol, but there are memories of before those events deep inside of its consciousness. These words finally grab Absol's attention. What do you see, Mewtwo? Ash asks. I see a place, a laboratory that conducted experiments on Absol. Experiments with Mega Evolution. They would force it to Mega Evolve, forcing it to battle, measuring its strength, testing its endurance, until it would drop day in and day out, until finally, one day, someone slipped up and Absol was able to break free. That lab that it was kept in wasn't too far from where it was captured by that human you call Lysander. I don't think the human you call Lysander is a bad person, but Absol does have a personal disdain for Mega Evolution after being experimented on for so long, being forced into what it feels is an unnatural transformation. Unnatural, Ash says. but it has a Mega Stone that reacts to it. That may be the case, Mewtwo says, as it transforms into its Mega Evolution. But a Mega Evolution has to be your choice, not someone else's. If Absol doesn't want to have anything to do with Mega Evolution, then it will never Mega Evolve again. And I don't blame it, after the way it was treated by those humans. I'm actually surprised that it would even trust you. The fact that it trusts you tells me that you are actually a good human, just one that has lost your way. Ash looks at Absol. I'm sorry, he says. I didn't know. This apology, the tone, the weight, the gravity of the whole situation actually gets Absol to acknowledge Ash and come to its trainer's side. It can see tears in Ash's eyes. He didn't realize that Absol had such a tragic past before it came to Ash. I get it now, Absol. I understand why you don't want to Mega Evolve. And if that's the case, then I won't force you to. And I will no longer push the issue. As Ash grabs the Keystone and the Absol Knight, dropping it into the river next to him to show his commitment to his partner, that he won't push this situation again. This one act shows Absol that what Ash says is true. He is genuine about that. And it also solidifies the fact that Ash is the type of person that Mewtwo can trust. With that, what happens next is something that is truly remarkable. Mewtwo begins to accept Ash as a human that it would want to have around, even going as far to train with all of Ash's Pokemon. This even includes Absol, as it slowly began to become part of the group again. And due to Mewtwo's involvement with the group, a couple of things begin to come to light. It notices that Ash's 3 specialty Pokemon, Rampardos, Yanmega, and Chespin, they all share characteristics with the legendary trio of the Kalos region, Pokemon that he's felt since he was created. This triggers a question from Ash. What do you mean created? That's right, Ash. Created. I was created in a laboratory by someone, by a man that time forgot. And as I was brought into the world, I could feel the aura of these 3 Pokemon. An aura of healing, an aura of destruction, and an aura of protection. Those 3 auras, though faint, are shared within those 3 Pokemon. I don't know what their connection is to those 3, but you can believe that they are important. Ash, feeling like he just made a major breakthrough out of nowhere with these 3 oddly colored Pokemon that has come into his possession, asks Mewtwo if he can give him any more information. Unfortunately, I cannot, as these Pokemon are unaware of their origins, so I cannot trace their origins through their memories. What I can tell you, this group that you call Team Flare, they will be back for these Pokemon, as whatever they have planned, these Pokemon are at the center of it. Ash begins to think about what Mewtwo said. Once he leaves here, he must contact Lysander. He has to inform him about what he's found out about the Pokemon, because that means that Serena could be in danger as well. But he's still not done with the reason that he has come here. He has training that he has to conclude. So with that, another week or so passes, with Ash training with Mewtwo and his Pokemon in this area. Then the day finally comes. Ash thanks Mewtwo for everything that he's done. Even if it didn't mean to, Ash is now closer with his Pokemon because of it. And that is truly something that Ash could never repay. With the final wave, Ash recalls all of his Pokemon and heads out of the forest, back to Snowbell City. And that is where we are going to leave our story for the time being. Alright, we are picking back up with Ash, as he has finally made his way out of the forest, heading back from the Pokemon village at the edge of Snowbell City. Man, that trek seemed like it was a lot longer than it was originally, Ash thinks to himself, as you can see the Pokemon Center starting to come in view. Looking at Absol, Ash wonders how upset Grant and Alexa will be, considering he just left them without any words or notification that he was going to leave. But Absol just stares back when they can hear from the Pokemon Center both Grant and Alexa screaming to Ash as they come barreling towards him down the snow-covered path. Ash, where have you been? Did you seriously head off into the forest alone? Alexa yells. Ash tries to answer, but then Grant is on his case. Boy, what's wrong with you? Why would you do something so reckless? You know you shouldn't have gone by yourself. That Pokemon could have attacked you. We thought something serious had happened to you. We didn't know what to do. Again, Ash tries to interject any type of words, but then Alexa starts up. Why did you leave without your backpack or your holocaster? You left everything here but your Pokemon. Then Grant starts to chime in as well, eventually just causing Ash to start to yell over the two. You guys, I'm fine. Don't worry, everything is okay. Ash, you've been gone for almost 2 weeks. Everything is not okay. You didn't let us know that you were going to leave or that you were planning to be gone that long, even if you were off on training. Alexa, Grant, I promise you, I was fine, in good hands the entire time. You can call this a bit of a bonding experience. This whole thing allowed me to get closer to my Pokemon, and for the first time in what seems like a long time, it seems that I have some clarity. Curious to what he means, Grant begins to probe a little bit, but Alexa doesn't give him the chance. One wanting to know what he experienced in the forest. Did he run into that Pokemon again? Where has he been the entire time? But Ash is oddly evasive when it comes to this line of questioning, being very vague about the whole situation, just playing off saying he was in the mountains surrounding Snowbell City training, focusing on getting things back together with Rampardos, Absol, and his other Pokemon. Grant knows that Ash is hiding something, but obviously he doesn't want to talk about it at this point, so he decides to leave it alone for right now. Alexa, how about this? Let's go inside. It's getting to be nightfall, and I'm sure Ash and the rest of his Pokemon are hungry. This immediately perks Ash up, and you know when he has food on his mind, there's nothing you can do, and this immediately detracts Alexa's line of questioning, as Ash just pushes past her with Absol heading into the Pokemon Center. After they had a chance to choke down a meal, Grant and Alexa again tried to talk to Ash, a bit more on the conservative side, just inquiring about what Ash has been doing. Ash tells him the truth, well, as much of the truth as possible, not really wanting to talk about the Pokemon or the place that he had spent at, just telling them that he had been training, and as a result, he's managed to grow closer with his Pokemon, and that he's ready for his next gym battle with Wolfric. Alexa asks Ash if he's crazy. You've been lost in the woods and mountains for the last 2 weeks, and the first thing you want to do when you get back is a gym battle? Ash, unsure how to respond, just looks at her and shrugs. Yeah, that's kind of the whole reason why I went. I was looking to rediscover myself, looking at Absol, and I think we did, as Absol nods back at its trainer. Unsure on how to take this, Alexa ceases her questioning, as she too begins to notice that Ash is being very vague with his answers. Grant, on the other hand, wants to know about Ash's training. Have any more of his Pokemon evolved? Was he able to unlock any new information about Rampardos? Answering no, Ash just says it was more of about a journey of self-discovery. The time away from everything with just his Pokemon allowed him to grow closer to them, and he had a couple of self-realizations, things that he needs to prove in the battle with Wolfric that he plans to have tomorrow. Curious about this, Grant tries to probe further, but Ash interrupts him. Oh, by the way, where's my stuff at? I need to get to my Holocaster. I have to call Lysander. There's a couple of things that I needed to talk to him about. Grant just points to the room that they've been staying in as Ash and Absol head off, while Grant watches intensely. Wanting to give him privacy with his phone call, Alexa and Grant hold back. It is at this point though, Alexa then breaks off from Grant to a different part of the Pokemon Center, as she needs to contact her boss back in Lumiose City. This leaves Grant alone, and even though Grant hasn't seen Ash for 2 weeks, he has been busy. One thing that he hasn't had the chance to, and that Looker wanted him to do, he was able to finally fulfill. He was able to modify Ash's Holocaster slightly, so that way he can hear the conversations from his Holocaster. With Alexa now gone from Grant's area, it's safe for him to tune in to what Ash is saying to Lysander. So, flipping on the Holocaster, he flips over to the frequency that he programmed for Ash's, and it seems Ash is in mid-conversation with Serena. Serena, I really need to talk to Lysander. I've come across some new information about the Pokemon that I have that are off colors. Really, Serena says on the other line. How interesting. But I'm sorry to say that Lysander is indisposed right now, Ash. As a matter of fact, I don't even know where he's gone. Really, Ash questions? How long has it been like that? It's been about a week, Serena says. And unfortunately, he didn't leave any forwarding information, just his Holocaster behind. At this point, I'm just running Lysander Labs in his absence until he returns. But you can leave the information with me. Ash feels a little bit off by this. He's not sure why, but he thinks this is a bad idea. No, that's okay. I'd rather talk to Lysander directly, as he is the one who asked me to do it. So can you just give him the message that I called, and to have him contact me back whenever he gets in? Are you sure, Ash? I can make sure the information gets to him. Yes, I'm sure, Serena. And then Ash hangs up the phone, trying to get off before anything else is said. With the call ending, Grant then turns off his Holocaster as well, wondering what Ash is absolutely hiding. While over in the other room, Ash is thinking to himself, what is going on? Why has Lysander all of a sudden disappeared? But he can't worry about that now. He does have a gym battle that he has to think about tomorrow, and he intends on taking this badge. Looking at Absol, he says, are you ready, buddy? It nods. Alright then, let's go gather up Alexa and Grant. As the night fades on. The next morning, Ash and Absol are up bright and early before anybody else in the Pokemon Center. Ash is eager to get this started. Heading out to the battlefield right outside the Pokemon Center, Ash lets all of his Pokemon out. He then makes a declaration to all of them. He wants them all to be out to watch the gym battle for today. He hasn't chosen the 3 that he's going to use, but he wants them all to be present so that they can watch the battle. After all, they are all family. All 6 of Ash's Pokemon look on as they nod in confidence, backing their trainer's decision. Meanwhile, Grant watches silently from a window in the Pokemon Center. Going back inside, Ash runs into Grant. Oh, hey Grant, I didn't think you were up. No, Ash, I couldn't really sleep last night. Things have been on edge since you've been gone, but I suppose with you being back, things will slowly get back to normal. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Grant. Sorry that I worried you guys so much, but this is something that I needed to do with me, and I promise you, I'm okay. I do, however, have one favor, Ash asks. Oh, what's that, Grant says. I need you and Alexis to stay away from the gym today. I want this battle to be on my own. Really, Grant says in a surprised expression. Why is that? Well, every gym battle I've had up until this point, you guys have been present. I think it's time that I had one with just me and my Pokemon. I can't rely on you guys forever, and I have to learn to trust in my Pokemon and my own decisions. Okay, Ash, if that's what you wish, I'll make sure Alexa stays away. Smiling. Thanks, Grant. Don't mention it, kid. As Ash walks out of the center, heading to the gym. After some time, Ash and his Pokemon arrive at the gym in Snowbell City. It took them quite a while to get from the Pokemon Center to the actual gym, as Ash decided to take the long way through the city. He wanted to enjoy the time he had with his Pokemon before they started their battle. But things are different now. Ash feels a sense of calm that he hasn't felt in a while, like things are serene. His Pokemon and him, for the first time in a long time, are all on the same page. He doesn't know what it was about the Pokemon Village, but things just feel right. And of course, there's also the decision for him to abandon Mega Evolution, which got him and Absol on the same page. Standing at the doorway of the gym, Ash pushes open the massive doors to see Wulfric sitting in his throne of ice. Ash, you've returned. So, I take it that your training went well. Smiling, Wulfric, I needed it more than I could ever know, and it's something that I will never forget. Well, I'm glad that you found what you were looking for, Ash. So I take it you finally returned for your rematch. I have, Wulfric, and this time, nothing's gonna stop me from claiming that badge. Really, Ash? Well then, I like the confidence that you've gained, but can you back it up? Oh, I plan to. Very well. We will have a full 3-on-3 battle. Winner take all. I wouldn't have it any other way, Wulfric. Taking their two positions on the battlefield, Ash's Pokemon surround him as Wulfric rises from his ice throne to throw his first Pokeball. Bergmite, go! What emerges is a small, ice-type looking Pokemon. Pulling out his Pokédex, Ash learns as much information about this Pokemon as he possibly can, ultimately deciding that if Wulfric is going to start small, then he will too. Slugma, you're up! The small slug slinks its way onto the battlefield. Oh, going with the type advantage, are we, Ash? Well then, let's see how this plays out. Smiling, don't worry, Wulfric. Slugma may be small, but it has exactly what we need to win. Very well, Ash. I will take the first move. As Wulfric orders his Bergmite in with a rapid spin, the small Fleabird uses the ice to its advantage, flinging its body across in a circular formation, colliding with the Slugma before Ash could even make a response, hitting it hard enough to force it to slide back across the ice rink floor. But this doesn't seem to shake Ash. His newfound confidence really showing through here. So, Wulfric, you want to use power? Then we'll use power. Slugma, use Body Slam. Almost acting as an extension of Ash, Slugma immediately takes to the air, bringing the full weight of its small body down on Bergmite. This has another effect though. Slugma is the exact opposite of Bergmite, and because Bergmite is at a disadvantage, the heat that Slugma emanates from its body starts to put the pressure, and the battle has only begun, giving the Body Slam a little bit more damage than it would have normally caused. Seeing this, Wulfric orders Bergmite to pull back. He knows that they can't stay in close. What's the matter, Wulfric? Starting to feel the heat? Oh, don't worry, Ash. You're not going to be able to win that easily. As Wulfric orders an Icy Wind, Ash, however, has the perfect counter for this, ordering for a Lava Plume. Slugma intakes as much air as it possibly can before bellowing out a heated gust of air and magma towards the tiny iceberg. It immediately cuts through the Icy Wind, sending it back into the wall of the gym, ending the battle. Well, Ash, seems starting off small gave you the advantage. How about that? Wulfric, I told you, I'm a whole different trainer than the last time we battled. You're gonna have to try harder if you wish to beat me. I can see that, Ash. No worries, as I got the perfect Pokemon to put the pressure. Anvilug, go! What emerges from the ball is an even bigger version than what Ash had battled before with Slugma. Using his Pokédex, Ash learns that this Pokemon is the evolved form of Bergmite, and just from the looks at it, Ash can see that this thing is very defensive. Knowing full well that Slugma's gonna have to put the pressure on, Ash immediately starts with a Lava Plume. Laughing, Wulfric just orders a Stone Edge that cuts through the magma attack, heading straight for Slugma. Ash, knowing that this could be a one-shot if the move connects, orders Slugma to tuck and roll as much as it can in order to avoid the stones, just barely inching its way out of the path of devastation. Quick thinking, Ash, you might be onto something there. Your Slugma seems to be a natural roller. Yeah, that was one of the things I managed to figure out when we were training in the Pokemon Village, Wulfric. I was able to get closer to my Pokemon than I ever had before, as I was able to just slow down and enjoy the life. Sounds like you had a moment of self-discovery, Ash. Let's put that to the test. Anvilug, use Gyro Ball. The iceberg-like hammer begins to spin at a rapid pace, heading for Slugma. The speed on this thing is too great, Ash thinks. There's no way Slugma will be able to get out of it this time. Thinking back to what Wulfric said about Slugma being a good roller, Ash orders Slugma to tuck in and to start to roll, trying to avoid the Gyro Ball. This, however, doesn't work like Ash wants it to, and the Gyro Ball connects with Slugma, pushing its roll into an even more faster motion. Ash, yelling at Slugma that it needs to slow down, tells it to try and turn. Slugma, hearing its trainer, puts all the force that it can into trying to maneuver its now high-speed small body. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the strength needed, and it ends up slamming into the gym wall, not too far off from where Bergmite lay. This ends up ending the battle for Slugma. It just couldn't handle the overwhelming power that it was dealing with from that gyro ball. Well, Ash, it looked like that lucky streak you were on quickly faded away. Recalling Slugma, Ash tells Wolfric, don't worry, Slugma may be down, but that doesn't mean the rest of his team is out. Looking on to Ambulug, Ash decides to try something. It may be crazy, but it may be crazy enough to work. Turning to his Pokemon, I know all of you want to battle right now, and you will all get your chance to battle in some sort of gym battle coming up down the road. But here, I feel like there is only one option. Looking to his Grass Dragon, hey Chespin, are you ready? Chespin, kind of thrown off by this, as it's never been in an actual gym battle before, at first is hesitant, as when it's stacked up to Ash's other Pokemon, it technically is the weakest, because it's had the least amount of battles. But after some encouragement from the others on Ash's team, and the promise from Ash that if it can't handle the battle, he will pull it out, Chespin eventually agrees, walking onto the field, with a little bit of uncertainty in its stride. Wolfric, quite curious to what Ash is thinking here, questions the young boy. Did you forget your typing matchup, son? That thing is a grass type. How do you expect it to beat an ice type like my Ambulug? Oh, don't worry, Wolfric. I'm sure that no matter what happens, Chespin is going to be able to win this battle. If you say so, Ash, I'll give you the first move. Very well. Chespin, use rollout. The little dragon squirrel curls up and begins to spin at a high pace, heading down the field toward Ambulug. Wolfric, quite curious to what's going to happen, tells Ambulug just to stand by. Let it hit. Let's see what happens. Chespin inevitably collides with the giant monster, causing little to no damage. Ash, that was unimpressive. You're going to need more power if you hope to take down my Ambulug. Oh, don't worry, Wolfric. I'm sure the next one will provide more power than the first one. Wolfric, being a seasoned gym leader, is fully aware of what Ash is trying here. He's trying to use the turn advantage on rollout. Every turn, rollout gets stronger. But even with the second collision, Ambulug doesn't even flinch. At this point, it seems uninterested in the battle. Ash, should I even bother continuing with Ambulug? Oh, don't worry, Wolfric. We'll get there. Now, on the third turn of rollout that's been unimpeded, Wolfric knows that things could start to stack up here and cause some serious damage to his Pokemon. Wanting to end this battle and prevent any further humiliation on Ash's part and his part, on the next pass around, Wolfric orders an Ice Fang, telling Ambulug to catch Chespin in its jaws. As the behemoth begins to execute its attack, Ash orders Chespin to use the gym battlefield's indentations to create a bounce for itself. As it's been rolling at a higher speed because it's had 2 successive hits with rollout, this causes Chespin to gain altitude with each bounce, eventually bringing it very close to the jaws of Ambulug. With it barely out of reach of the Ice Fang, this allows Chespin to bring the third rollout down on Ambulug's head, this time making it felt and its presence known. Wolfric, now starting to get interested in this battle, realizes what Ash was going for the whole time. He wanted to use Chespin's speed and Ambulug's massive size to his advantage by using the less than impressive rollout to lure them into a false sense of security. But Wolfric won't fall for this again. As Chespin comes back around for its 4th successive hit on rollout, Wolfric orders an avalanche. Ambulug then rears up to its hind legs, stomping its front ones down, causing the ice of the gym floor to start to shift. As it begins to crack, this throws Chespin's rollout out of whack, forcing the attack to subside, canceling it altogether. Well, so much for that plan, Ash thinks. But that's alright, we're not out of it, as Chespin is still in it, even though that Ice-type move was super effective. Realizing that he needs to solve the problem of Chespin's low health, Ash then orders a Dragon Rage to be fired at Ambulug, surprising Wolfric in the process. The little grass starter has access to Dragon-type moves. How peculiar, Wolfric thinks to himself, as he orders Ambulug to chomp down on the Dragon Rage with an Ice Fang. The behemoth does so, causing a miniature cloud of smoke to form. But this is what Ash wanted, a little bit of cover to obscure the sight of both Wolfric and Ambulug, as he orders Chespin to get in close and to fire Leech Seed. Upon doing so, Ambulug is then wrapped in vines as the seed begins to sprout. A healing aura then wafts over the little squirrel as it retreats back to Ash's side of the field. Very clever, Ash, using my Pokemon's own mobility issues and its lack of sight to set up your own way of healing your Pokemon. I have to say, you're proving to be more of a challenge than I thought you would be, especially sticking with these small Pokemon that you're using. But we're not going to let you win this battle, as Ambulug fires another Stone Edge in Chespin's direction. Knowing that this could be the opening that Ash was looking for, he orders Chespin to stare down the attack. He has an idea, a little bit crazy, but it just may work. As the stones hurtle down the battlefield towards Chespin, Ash orders Chespin to use its Vine Whip on one of the stones. Doing so, Chespin fully wraps its vines around one of the stones, and at Ash's command, uses its own weight as a countermeasure to throw the stone that it wrapped back at Ambulug. Unable to dodge, it ends up taking the stone right to the head, causing a good amount of damage, but it's still not enough to to knock out this tank, as a healing aura again begins to waft over Chespin as Anvalug loses a little bit more HP. Still not enough, Ash thinks to himself. How are we going to bring this thing down? There has to be some way. Reverting back to Old Faithful, Ash then orders another rollout, telling Chespin to put as much force as it can into this attack. Wulfric, not wanting them to gain any type of advantage on this one, counters back with a gyro ball. The two spin down the field on a collision course with each other that will most certainly determine the outcome of this individual battle. As the two collide, it is clear that the size and weight that Anvalug has behind it is just too much for Chespin to handle, especially when it's only at a 1-time hit on the rollout. It just can't handle the force and is sent flying back into the gym wall behind where Ash stands, knocking it out, securing Wulfric's second victory of the battle. Pulling out his Pokeball, Ash prepares to recall Chespin, but the little squirrel refuses to go down. Peeling itself off the wall, it stands back up, ready to get back into the battle. It seems to have found a new gusto, a second wind, but Ash knows this is a bad idea, telling Chespin it's done. He told it that if he felt that it couldn't battle any longer, he would call it, and he's calling it. He understands that it doesn't want to let the team down, but he has no choice here. Chespin is outmatched. It did put up a good fight though. A bit disappointed, Chespin hangs its head and rejoins the rest of Ash's Pokemon on the sidelines. Now, Ash has a conundrum on his hands. He needs something that can mow through 2 of Wulfric's Pokemon, knowing that he still has Mega Evolution on the back burner with his Abomasnow. But to Ash, the choice is clear, as he and Rampardos are on the same page while it steps forward, taking its position on the battlefield. So Ash, going with your newly evolved Rampardos, are we? I'm quite excited to see what this thing can do, as I've never battled one of this variety before. Oh, don't worry, Wulfric, you're gonna get a show, as Ash wastes no time ordering it in with an Iron Head. Stamping its feet on the ground, as it lowers its head, the ironclad behemoth charges in, full force, ready to collide with Anvalug. Knowing that this thing has far more power than the Chespin that faced it before, Wulfric wastes no time in ordering a Stone Edge. As the stones begin to levitate around Anvalug, Wulfric tells it to hold them, wait for his command. Rampardos inches closer and closer, and Anvalug is getting more eager. Wulfric can see this and tells it to hold steady. He will be its eyes. Anvalug, putting its full trust in his trainer, holds fast. As Rampardos begins to connect, Wulfric then calls for the fire of the Stone Edge, and in a brilliant flash of light, the two Pokemon disappear. Once everything subsides, Anvalug is still standing tall, while the rest are waiting for the smoke to clear from around Rampardos. But they don't have to wait long, as a mighty wind gusts the smoke from out of view, revealing that Rampardos took literally no damage from that technique, while Anvalug was cold-cocked on the chin by the Iron Head. Then, a healing light begins to glow, allowing Rampardos to recover what little HP it lost in that altercation, while Anvalug is finally starting to feel exhaustion. Though Chespin did lose that match, it did cause some damage to it, and that Iron Head just put the pressure on more. Knowing that Anvalug may not have much time left, Wulfric orders a Gyro Ball. The Tankberg begins to spin at a high rate, hoping to use its weight to overpower Rampardos. However, Ash and Rampardos stand firm. They will not flinch. As Anvalug comes barreling down the battlefield, Ash calls for one simple move: Rock Tomb. Rampardos stomps his foot on the ground, forcing boulders to jut up from the ground. Due to its massive size, Anvalug is unable to maneuver around them, colliding with each one after another, slowing its speed to a crawl, allowing Rampardos the time to charge with another Iron Head at the command of Ash that collides with the Colossal Mon, putting it down and ending this battle. Ash celebrates. This is what he was hoping for. He knew that Rampardos had the endurance to take whatever Anvalug could throw at. Now, they just have one more thing to get through: the Mega Evolution. Wulfric recalls his Mon, telling Ash that this new steel typing gave him just the advantage he needed to pierce the hull of his battleship. But not to worry, he still has one trick up his sleeve. Knowing what Wulfric is referring to, Ash tells Rampardos to be ready. Here comes their greatest challenge to date. Wasting no time, Wulfric sends in his ace, Abomasnow. As the frosted cover tree hits the field, its presence pushes back at Rampardos. The two stare at each other. As the last time they met, Rampardos was a mere Craniodos. It has a score to settle with his Mon, and it aims to do so today. Wulfric can feel the tension between the two. Well, Ash, this is our final showing, and I'm not going to hold anything back. As Wulfric reveals his keystone and initiates the Mega Evolution process, transforming Abomasnow into a Mega Abomasnow. Once the light subsides, the colossal behemoth that they faced before stands once again, ready to end anything that Ash can throw at it. But nor he or Rampardos flinch. They know this is an uphill battle for them, but they are ready as Ash orders an Iron Head to charge in. Knowing that this could cause damage, Wulfric tells Abomasnow to charge a Woodhammer. As the two titans near each other, Abomasnow brings the Woodhammer down, pushing Rampardos into the gym floor. But Ash being Ash won't let this stand, as he tells Rampardos to use the momentum it's built to curl up This allows it to literally flip and use its body as a weapon, still managing to peg a Mega Abomasnow with the Iron Head that it had charged. Though it wasn't as powerful as it was before it was hit with the Wood Hammer, it still was enough to cause some damage. Impressive, Ash. So you took the rolling that you and Slugma had going and turned it into Rampardos' weapon. I wasn't expecting that, but just because it's big doesn't mean it's agile. You know what, Ash? I have to agree, Wolfric says, as he orders Abomasnow to use Ice Shard. The Mega Evolved Pokemon sharpens a pick of ice in its hand, charging towards Rampardos to hit it with priority. Though it is at a type disadvantage, this did allow it to get some revenge for that Iron Head it just took, forcing Rampardos to slide back to Ash's side of the field. That was a lot of power, Ash said. We have to be careful. However, Ash doesn't stay idle for long, as he wants to use what just happened to his advantage, calling for Rampardos to use a move that it didn't know up until its evolution. Payback. Because Abomasnow took priority in the attack, Payback's attack is doubled as Rampardos collides with its head right into the gut of Mega Abomasnow, sending it into the gym wall, surprising even Wolfric. Well, I wasn't expecting that. That type of power. This new Pokemon of yours is very interesting. Let's just see how far we can go, Ash. Abomasnow, time to stop playing around. The frozen pine stands up from the crater that it was left in, ready for its next battle as it walks back to the position in front of its trainer. Feeling that it's going to take some serious power, Ash runs through scenarios in his mind, trying to think of a way that he and Rampardos can take this thing down. But at this point, he's drawing a blank, and Wolfric takes advantage of this momentary lapse in judgment, ordering a blizzard from Abomasnow. As the maelstrom whips up, a gust of cold air collides with Rampardos, causing the metal dino to slightly slow down. Ash, knowing that he can't stay idly by, tells Rampardos to use a rock tomb, creating somewhat of a barrier around itself until the wind subsides. This, however, gives Ash a false sense of security, as Mega Abomasnow is above Rampardos, charging an ice punch that he brings down on the metal mon, pushing it into the floor with the force of the punch. Ash looks on, not sure of what to do. Though he has the type advantage, both Wolfric and Mega Abomasnow act like there's nothing there, just pushing on, ready for the next attack. Ash, that confidence you had seems to have been shaken a little bit. Are you okay? Shaking off the confusion, Ash replies, Wolfric, don't worry. We're not down yet, as Rampardos rises from the crater that it was left in, blowing out some snow and dust from its nostrils, indicating that it barely felt that attack. Thinking to himself, I know Rampardos is tough. It's definitely gone farther than it ever could as a Cranidos, but things are starting to get dangerous. We need one giant move to push this through to end this. Thinking fast, Ash orders a rock tomb. Rampardos, wasting no time, stomps on the ground, sending a surge of stones rushing up from the ground towards Abomasnow. Wolfric, unwilling to wait for these to hit it, orders Abomasnow to use a wood hammer to start clearing out the rocks. However, this is what Ash was looking for, as Rampardos is on the attack with another Iron Head, but it's taken a path that not even Wolfric could have foreseen, as Ash has copied Mega Abomasnow's move when it looks up to see the metal lizard above it, bringing an Iron Head down, colliding with its own head, leveling the Abominable Snowman all in one move. That hit had true power behind it, but was it enough to end this battle? Rampardos stands back up, now breathing heavily as it's beginning to reach its limit. Ash, hoping that was enough, watches on, as Wolfric calls to his Pokemon. Mega Abomasnow reacts, as it makes its way to its feet too, but you can tell it's a tad bit woozy from that last hit. Ash, knowing that the battle's about to be at its climax, orders Rampardos to ready itself. Wolfric does the same, ordering an Ice Shard as priority, telling Abomasnow to put all of the power it has into it. Watching in real time, Ash tells Rampardos to be ready, lower its head to the ground. The Iron Lizard does so, waiting for Abomasnow to hit. Then, as it gets in within range, Ash tells it to use its head like a catapult while charging an Iron Head. It does so, as Wolfric's ace comes within range, scooping it up, sending it into the air. As Abomasnow falls to the ground, the Mega Evolution disperses, as it falls unconscious. The judge calls it, declaring Ash the winner. Ash looks on. He can't believe it. Rampardos was able to actually win. Looking out at his Metal Mon, it looks on, as its opponent was one that it will not forget, collapsing from the battle they just had. Well, Ash, it seems that you were finally able to beat me. I don't know what kind of training that you went through out there, but it seems it was exactly what you needed. And as proof of your victory here at the Snowbell City Gym, I present you with this, the Iceberg Badge. Still kind of in a state of shock, Ash takes the badge, only to be nudged by Absol and the rest of his Pokemon. We did it. Wolfric, thank you for everything you've done. It wasn't anything special, Ash. As a gym leader, it is my job to make sure that the next generation of trainer is ready for the world out there, and that's all I did. With that, Ash parts from the gym, heading back to the Pokemon Center. Later that night at the Pokemon Center, Ash is with Grant. Alexa is on a call with her boss again. So, Ash, I didn't expect that you would actually win the battle this time. That training you went through must have been intense. I wouldn't say intense, Grant. I would say more a moment of clarity. It allowed me to find me again, and to get back with my Pokemon, which is something I desperately needed. Well, Well, I'm glad, Ash. Anyway, let's go find Alexa, as Ash and Grant begin to call for her. Now we flash over to a lab of some sort, with a scientist that we have yet to meet, Zersic, the leader of Team Flare. Zersic is on a call. It's one of their field operatives, reporting information back to him. She wants to end her tenure with his group, but Zersic tells her no. She's much too valuable. She's gained his trust. She has to stick it out. Their plans are almost ready to begin. With a sigh, she says fine, and then abruptly says, "Oh, I gotta go. They're calling for me," as she hangs up. Zersic, ending the call, then turns to a man being held captive that is all too familiar with us. "So, Lysander, you insist on interfering with our plans. This is not something I can allow. So now, I'm only going to give you one chance. Where are you keeping the data on the legendary trio?" And that, my friends, is where we're going to end today's part. Today, we pick up with Ash and the rest of his group as they are traveling through the countryside of Kalos. Grant and Ash have been very friendly with each other lately, while for some reason, Alexa seems to have grown more distant ever since they left Snowbell City. She walks behind the two at a distance, kinda like she's avoiding them. This behavior, however, is not going unnoticed. Ash has asked Grant about it, but Grant just tells him he doesn't know, all the while Grant is secretly suspecting that Alexa may not be who she says she is. But regardless, he has no proof, and his orders are just to stick by Ash and make sure no harm comes to him. Though the group set out from Snowbell City about 2 weeks ago, they've been moving slow due to the pace that Alexa's been keeping them. However, this time has not been a waste for Ash and Grant. The two have been battling regularly. In particular, Ash has decided to use Chespin a little bit more. Ever since his battle with Wolfric and the fight that it put up, he's been wanting to get it more battle experience. He knows that the heart of a warrior beats under the timid exterior that Chespin puts out. Grant doesn't mind this, as he's been wanting to put in some work with his Tyrant as well. He feels like he's been kind of slacking ever since his battle with DIDNT, so he's wanting to make up for lost time. And the fact that Chespin is a dragon grass, while his Tyrant is a dragon rock, gives him the perfect type disadvantage to battle against it. Although Chespin still doesn't have quite the battle experience as the gym leader's main ace. So it does take a couple of losses here and there. But with each loss, it gets a little bit closer. Grant notices this, and he compliments both Ash and Chespin on their progress. The two have been syncing up more and more as of late. Grant comments that he doesn't know what happened to Ash while he was gone, but it seems to have been for the best. Ash just smiles, knowing full well he can't fully discuss what happened between him, his Pokemon, and their mysterious visitor. Regardless, at the end of the second week, the group does manage to reach their next destination, Curryaway Town, a small town in the easternmost part of the Kalos region. It's very rugged, set into the mountains above rivers that flow freely at its base. The only real thing that's an attraction for this place is the fact that it was built as a mining town in Kalos' past. But when the mine ran dry from natural resources, majority of the population left, leaving behind a town that's a shell of its former self. It's also home to Curryway Station, a train that's said to connect all the way to the Sinnoh region, wherever that is. But that doesn't matter, this is just a temporary stop for our heroes. Because they've been out on the road so long, they want to take a few days and relax at the Pokemon Center, which Alexa is all for, because she's really tired of being out on the road. Once at the center, Ash tries to talk to Alexa some more, wondering why she's been so distant from the rest of the group. Alexa tries to play it off, just saying, oh, she's got a lot on her mind. But Ash knows better. They've been traveling for a while now, and he knows that Alexa has some stuff on her mind, and he asks if it has to do with Viola. Alexa says no, it's just work. I'm almost done with my assigned tasks, but unfortunately, my boss wants me to collect more data. Ash, trying to be the friend that he is, tells her he'll help in any way that she can. She just smiles. Ash, you're a good kid. Don't ever change. Ash looks on a little bit confused about this statement, but the two are then interrupted by Grant, telling everybody that he's got a room for the night. This sparks the first engagement between Alexa and Grant since they left Snowbell City, as she asks for the key because she wants to take a shower to wash off the outdoors that she's been in for the last 2 weeks. Grant presents it, thinking this will be a perfect opportunity to talk with Ash alone, to try and figure out exactly what happened while he was gone. Alexa, excited, takes the key and heads off to the room, while Ash is finishing a meal that he had just started before Grant had walked up. Grant then casually sits down next to Ash, again bringing up the subject of the time that Ash spent away. Ash says he really can't talk about it. He actually really doesn't remember most of it. It was just him and his Pokemon training. It was a great bonding experience for us. So you don't know anything, Grant says. No, I didn't really learn anything new. I mean, I learned stuff about my Pokemon, but that's just typical when you spend time with them. True, Grant says, but you didn't learn anything else about them? Maybe them learning any type of new moves or displaying any type of odd behavior? No, it was just them, allowing us to grow closer. Although I will say that Chespin has been showing more of an aggressive side lately. Slowly, it's coming out of its shell, wanting to become a stronger battler. This just leaves leaves Grant puzzled. Every time he talks to this kid about this, it's the same thing. He doesn't really know what it is, but he can tell that Ash isn't telling the whole truth. But as long as Ash is safe, the Pokemon are safe, and haven't been captured by Team Flare, then there's nothing that he really can do but sit back and watch from afar. A few hours later, and it is deep into the night. The Pokemon Center is quieted down for the evening. Ash, Alexa, and Grant are deep within sleep inside of their room, when all of a sudden, a loud commotion can be heard from the main lobby of the Pokemon Center. A crash, a bang. This jolts everyone awake, panicking in the confusion, not knowing what's going on. Absol is the first to its feet, looking at Ash, making sure that he's okay. Ash, a bit groggy, looks back at Absol, only to watch it take off towards the main lobby. Realizing that his starter has just left him behind, Ash jumps from the top bunk of his bed, bolting after it, leaving both Alexa and Grant to look on in curiosity. Out of the main lobby, crowd is gathered as Ash and Absol join them. The front doors of the center, they've been smashed in by Pokemon, Lairon, Aron, Pupitar, Graveler. They've all made their way inside of the center, but with no explanation. But one thing's for sure, these things, they're all hurt. They all lie unconscious on the floor, like they were trying to hide from an attacking pursuer. Ash looks at this, while Nurse Joy does what she can to tend to these Pokemon. What could have caused this type of damage, he thinks. Absol, however, finds itself at the door, looking off into the night. It doesn't know what it is, but something nearby. It can sense it. Something's not right. This is where Grant and Alexa join our young hero, being clued in to what's been happening. Ash then walks over to Absol to try and see if it's alright, but as he joins his young partner, they both witness something off in the distance. A beam of green energy shoots into the sky. Absol looks to Ash as his trainer looks back. They know whatever caused this damage to the Pokemon Center came from that direction. Without another word, Ash runs back to his room to get changed and grab his other Pokemon. Whatever's going on, it needs to be inspected. With Grant and Alexa now back into the room with him, trying to figure out what's going on, Ash just says he saw something in the distance. He's going to investigate. Grant says, wait, I'll come with you. But Ash is out the door before he can even complete the sentence, leaving the gym leader in a rush to catch up. Alexa, however, doesn't seem to be in a hurry, as she elects to stay behind to help in the Pokemon Center. Back with Ash outside, him and Absol are blind in the dark. He doesn't know where he's going, but he's confident that Absol does. After a while of making their way through a forest, they come to the edge of a mountain. Ash looks around, but he doesn't see anything. He's sure this is where that green light he saw came from, but there's nothing. Absol then bolts in a direction, heading away from Ash. Ash, noticing this, yells for it to wait as he tries to catch up. After what seems like an eternity of running, Ash is finally able to catch up to his Pokemon, as he spent most of his time running up the jagged pass of this mountain in pursuit of Absol, as it seemed whatever they needed to find was on the other side. And what Ash sees is not something he wanted to this late at night. Team Flare. Darn, I thought we were done with these guys. Why does it seem like whenever we forget about them, they just randomly pop up? As Ash looks on, while Mabel is giving orders to the grunts. From Ash's perspective, it seems that she's giving directions to all of the grunts, pointing to a cave that Ash can see that's nudged into the mountainside. Ash wonders what that is, but his thoughts are interrupted when Grant finally catches up to him. Ash, you really shouldn't run off like that. Arceus only knows what's out here. Ash then points. That's what's out here. As Grant beholds the uncountable amount of grunts that are down before them. It's like the size of an army, Grant replies. I know, Ash says, and it seems that whatever they're here for, it's in that cave. Grant remarks that that cave that they're pointing at is known as Terminus Cave. It was once a mine way back when, but when the natural minerals in it dried up, it was abandoned and has been uninhabited for many years. Why would they be pointing in there? Ash says he doesn't know, but they're gonna have to stop them. Whatever Team Flare's after, it can't be good. As he finishes that statement, the masses of Team Flare grunts begin to pile into this cave. Whatever it is must be important, because not one guard is left outside. Realizing that this is their chance, Ash and Absol take off down to the grounds right in front of the cave. Grant is in hot pursuit, telling Ash to hold on. They need to assess the rest of the situation first. But Ash and Absol aren't listening. All he knows is he can't let Team Flare get whatever they're after. Once they reach just outside the cave, all the supplies that Team Flare had brought with them, they're just sitting there, completely unguarded. Grant finds this odd. He doesn't know what is going on, but whatever they're after must be important if they're going to leave all of this equipment unmanned. No matter though, Grant does agree with Ash on one thing. They can't let Team Flare grab whatever they're after. So the two quickly formulate a plan, and it requires their smallest Pokemon. So Ash sends out Chespin and Slugma, while Grant sends out Tyrant. According to a map that Grant has with him, Terminus Cave has two separate tunnels. Unfortunately, they're going to have to split up if they wish to have any chance at finding Team Flare or what they're up to. Grant tells Ash that he's going to take take the tunnel that heads north into the mountain, while Ash will take the tunnel that heads west. He then tells Ash that if they run into any trouble, they'll call each other before engaging. Ash agrees, while looking at Slugma, Chespin, and Absol. Everyone understands the plan, so with that, the two head into the cave, splitting up as they go. Grant was no fool though. He ended up giving Ash the path that he knew was the safest. According to his map, it just leads to a dead end, so Ash really shouldn't encounter any Team Flare grunts or any super powerful wild Pokemon. Looking at Tyrant, he tells it that they need to move faster. They have to catch up to Team Flare, as the two disappear off into the darkness. On the other hand, we flash over to Ash. Him and his 3 Pokemon are walking through the tunnel. Things are a little dark, but luckily Slugma, being a fire type, provides the glow that they need to see through the cave. Unfortunately, it is a slug, and it moves extremely slow, so the group is bound by the pace of it. Fortunately for Ash and his patience, they don't have to wait very long, as up ahead, they see a light of some sort, and he can hear commotion coming from beyond the light. Realizing that Ash needs to move a little bit faster, or he could get caught, he recalls Slugma, thanking it for the help that it gave him. Then he tells Chespin and Absol that they need to move, otherwise they could be caught. The two nod as they rush towards the light, trying to catch any type of cover that they have. Luckily for them, there's some good rocks to hide behind once they make it through the opening. Ash looks around and he sees multiple tunnels in this one main room that they're in. These don't look like the other tunnel. The other tunnel looked like it was old. It had been there for a long time, but these all look fresh, like they were dug recently. Then he overhears the one person that he wants a crack at, Mabel. She's discussing what's going on. She says that what they're searching for is here, in the cave. They just have to find it. Then she orders all of her grunts to fan out, heading down the multiple avenues and to report back whenever they find something. Mabel then pulls out her radio and begins having a conversation with someone on the other end. Ash doesn't really care about the conversation. It's at this point Chespin on Ash's shoulder pulsates, and Ash can feel it. Then it falls from his shoulder, only for Ash to catch it right before it hits the ground. Seems to be in a dazed and confused state, and Ash doesn't know why. He tries to shake it to wake it up a little bit, with it briefly regaining its faculties before looking around, not sure what just happened. But then it happens again. This time though, Chespin looks down one of the caves that the Team Flare grunts had gone down. It's like something is calling it. It looks at Ash, and then it begins to point. We should go that way? It nods. Ash then tells Absol, let's go. But as Ash takes the steps towards the tunnel that Chespin was pointing to, he overhears part of the conversation with Mabel, and the name that comes up is Lysander. This stops Ash dead in his tracks. Now he wants to listen. Lysander's gone missing, and she knows where he's at. But it's at this point that Chespin and Absol are trying to push their trainer down the cave before they get noticed. This starts to cause a struggle, and unfortunately, it captures the attention of the one person they were trying to avoid, Mabel. As she tells the person on the other end of the line to hold on, she hears something, turning to see Ash, Chespin, and Absol in the open. You, she screams. Oh, I've waited for this. Ash, now realizing what a fool he's been and that his cover is blown, tries to take off, but Mabel won't let him, sending out her main Electric to block his path. Ash grits his teeth. Great. Mabel tells Ash that he won't be going anywhere. Those Pokemon that he has, he's going to be handing them over today. It's the only way that she's going to be able to get past the problem of having to deal with this damp and dark, dirty cave. Ash tells her she's crazy. She won't be leaving here with anything of his. Oh, on the contrary, Ash, you can say since the last time that we've met, my Pokemon have upgraded. As she flashes what Ash knows to be a keystone, and without hesitation, she activates it as Manectric glows in an aura. Then a mighty cry can be heard as Ash realizes the kind of trouble that he's actually in, as Mega Manectric makes itself known. Gritting his teeth, he doesn't know how he's going to get out of this, as Mabel orders her first attack. Back over at the Pokemon Center, Alexa is deep within a conversation. The person she's talking to on the other end isn't happy that she isn't with Ash, but she is refusing to do his dirty work anymore. She's provided everything that they need. Now they need to fulfill their end of the bargain, or the data she has, they won't be getting it. The person on the other end of the line tells her that blackmail won't be necessary, and it would be a bad idea for her to pursue that any further. Then they end the call abruptly, as Alexa is now unsure of what she should be doing. Back over with Grant, he's made his way through the tunnel. Unfortunately for him, the tunnel that he thought Team Flare had gone down seems to be empty. There's no signs of any recent activity from anything besides Pokemon in this tunnel, and it's at this point an explosion can be felt rocking through the cave. Fearing the worst, Grant then bolts back down the tunnel from whence he came, hoping that Ash is safe. Back over with Ash, the battle with him and Mabel is in full swing. Both Absol and Chespin are doing what they can to fend off Mega Manectric. Unfortunately, the power boost that's gotten is unreal, and his two Pokemon are having trouble trouble keeping up. Luckily, Chespin does provide some cover, absorbing some of the electric attacks, protecting Absol. The two do have synchronicity. Unfortunately, their synchronicity isn't enough to counter the raw power of this Pokemon. Ash knows this, and unfortunately, he feels like he's going to be on the losing end. Getting ready, Ash pulls out another Pokeball, preparing to send in Rampardos. It is at this point that a loud crash can be heard from the tunnel that Chespin wanted to go down. Then an unfathomable amount of Team Flare grunts erupts from the cave, screaming, "Run!" Mabel looks on. "You fools, did you find it?" All she can gather is that there's a monster in the cave, and they will not have anything to do with it. Mabel smiles, telling Manectric to keep those two occupied. She will handle this. Manectric then goes on a vicious attack, not giving Ash, Absol, or Chespin any room to breathe. Ash does what he can to fend off Mega Manectric with Absol and Chespin. Unfortunately, Chespin just still doesn't have the power to contend with the Mega Evolution. Things then take a turn south when a giant Pokemon emerges from the tunnel from where all the Team Flare grunts had been running from. Ash doesn't know what this thing is, but he does know that they need to get out of there, because whatever it is angry, and it is rampaging. Ash yells at Chespin and Absol to retreat. Absol heeds his command, but Chespin, it's not moving. It's just stuck there, like it's in another trance. Ash sees this and tells Absol to block an attack from Mega Manectric. It intercepts with its horn, pushing it back as much as it can, while Ash runs up to Chespin to gather it. It is this point that he witnesses Mabel pick up some sort of device that she blasts this giant Pokemon with. Then he overhears her say, "Zygarde, you will be Team Flares. You have no way around this." Ash looks on, thinking, Zygarde? That's the name of this Pokemon? As the giant snake-like Pokemon writhes in pain, trying to escape whatever it's being shot with. It is at this point that it begins to glow in a green aura, the same color that Ash saw shoot into the sky not too long ago. That's when it clicks. That must be what Ash saw. It's at this point that Absol is pushed back to Ash's side. Mega Manectric is getting the best of it. Knowing that he's going to need some support, Ash sends in Rampardos, telling it to provide some cover so they can get out of here. Ash then tries to snap Chespin out of its funk, but it won't move. With nothing else to do, Ash then picks up Chespin while he, Absol, and Rampardos head back the way they came. Unfortunately though, it quickly becomes blocked by this giant serpent Zygarde as it thrashes about trying to escape this beam that seems to have encased its aura. It's in pain, Ash thinks. Then something happens. All of a sudden, Zygarde glows, and then a giant pulse of energy breaks away. Whatever this beam was meant to contain Zygarde, but this pulse shatters the beam, and thousands upon thousands of little hexagonal things spread throughout the cave. All the while, a surge of green aura erupts from the epicenter. Ash is in the direct path of this aura. Unfortunately, he's too slow to evade it, as he and his Pokemon are enveloped in it. This causes Chespin to pulsate in his arms. Then, without warning, it begins to glow. Realizing what's happening, Ash sets Chespin down. Was it that surge of aura that caused this, he thinks to himself, as he watches Chespin change its form rapidly, as it takes on its second evolution into Quilladin. Ash then pulls out his Pokédex. This thing is unlike any Quilladin he's ever seen before. The Pokédex also agrees with him, as it has no data on this form of Quilladin. It also is much different in its appearance than what is inside the Pokédex. But before Ash can even communicate with it, Quilladin is on the attack. For whatever reason, it seems to have become very aggressive, and it's taken after anything that's close to it. It's attacking any Team Flare Grunt, any Pokemon. It then turns its attention to Mabel. Mabel, then realizing that she's in trouble, tries to shoot Quilladin with the beam that she was shooting that giant Zygarde with. But it just does not have the power to contain the rollout from Quilladin, and he pushes through the beam, shattering the device in her hands. Then it tries to go on the attack after her directly. Ash, realizing that Quilladin is on some sort of rampage due to its evolution, tells Rampardos to interfere. It needs to stop it. Using its bulky defense and its speed, Rampardos rushes in, knocking Quilladin with a head smash. This gets the little grass dragon's attention as Team Flare and Mabel evacuate the cave out of fear for what's going to happen next. Ash, not knowing what to do, tries to reach his Pokemon, but Quilladin doesn't care. It's on the attack against Rampardos and against Absol. Fortunately for Ash, Rampardos has the defense needed to ward off this little evolved monster, because with one well-timed Iron Head, it smashes Quilladin on top of its head, putting it in the ground, knocking it out. Ash then quickly recalls it before anything else happens. It is at this point that Grant enters the room, wondering what happened. Ash is just in awe. He can't find the words. He doesn't really understand it himself. All he can really muster is giant Pokemon Zygarde, evolution of Chespin, and Team Flare. That's it. Sort of in a state of shock, Grant does what he can to calm the boy down, telling him that they need to go back to the Pokemon Center. It's the safest place at this time. Ash at least has enough sense to agree with that, recalling Rampardos as he, Absol, Tyrant, and Grant all walk off. But little do they know, one of those hexagonal shapes seems to be interested in the group. Back over at the Pokemon Center, things have sort of calmed down. The doors have been temporarily fixed for the night, and all of the Pokemon that broke through them have been cared for. It is at this point that Ash and Grant arrive back, only for Alexa to see the shape that Ash is in. Concerned, she asks him what's going on. Grant says he really doesn't know. He's been like this since we left the cave, as Ash is just quiet. He's unsure of how to articulate what just happened. Both Alexa and Grant, out of care for Ash, decide that they need to get him to bed. All the while, with everything that's been happening, a tall, strange man is on the outskirts of Kuraway Town, quite curious to the events that just took place in Terminus Cave.
Begin today's tale with a strange woman who seems to be in some sort of trance, like she's having a dream. Flashes of a destructive past, 3 Pokemon at the heart of it, plague her visions, causing her great distress and panic. The unbalance of the region, Pokemon of unnatural colors. What is this? This woman thinks to herself. Lady awakens, sweat dripping from her brow. Something dangerous is coming, and she must prepare. Now we find ourselves in the present day with Ash, Grant, and Alexa. They have arrived in Anistar City, home of the site of Ash's next gym badge. And to say he's a little bit excited for it would be an understatement. However, at the same time, he's been dealing with the pressing issue of his newest evolution, Quilladin. Ever since it's taken on this more dragonic appearance, it's been far more aggressive than Chespin ever was. Ash doesn't know why. It seems like that burst of dragonic energy overcharged it somehow. It's kind of like a young child who needs to be supervised constantly, always getting into things. Not malicious intent, but it has a bit of a mean streak to it. This has been a cause for concern for the young trainer for a while now, and even Alexa and Grant can see this coming. While Alexa still secretly has her own demons to deal with, Grant has been trying to help Ash, relaying his own experiences with Tyrant when it first came back to life, and trying to find some sort of common ground, like they did when Cranidos was still young. Rampardos has grown into quite the Pokemon, and Ash has even tried to use it to help with the young dragon grass type, but it doesn't seem to really want to be friends with anybody or really acknowledge anything. It tries to battle whatever it really can, just trying to test its strength, pride of a dragon type, if you will. However, the trio has little time for this, as they have reached the site of their next destination, the Anistar Gym, and Ash's 6th gym badge. While Grant would like to be here for his gym battle, he does have some other issues that he has to attend to. He had let Ash know when they got into the city that there was a couple of personal things that he had to tend to, which Ash really didn't have a problem with. And Alexa, being still kind of caught in her own thoughts, doesn't really mind either, as she's got a lot of soul searching to do. And watching Ash in his battles is the perfect excuse to get lost in thought so she can formulate her next plan, as unfortunately, danger lurks around every corner when it comes to her. With the trio agreeing to meet up at the Pokemon Center later, Grant takes his leave while Ash and Alexa head inside. It's here that Ash is met with an odd woman in a cloak in a levitated state. Hello, he says. My name is Ash. I'm here for a gym battle. I'm looking for the leader of the gym. However, this doesn't prompt any response from the levitating lady, which just causes Ash to become slightly frustrated. Meanwhile, Alexa's taking a look around. This place is an oddity for sure. She's never actually been to Anistar City, and the inside of this gym can be a bit of a mind trip. But it does remind her of one thing that she needed to do that she had forgot to. It's time for her Skiddo's feeding. So she lets it out of its ball, seeing how she doesn't really see a problem with this being a gym. But the moment that the young kid emerges, this triggers the lady who's been levitating. She opens her eyes, shocking both Ash and Alexa. You there. Where did you get that Pokemon?
This not really being the response that they were expecting, Ash and Alexa kind of fumble over their words for a moment, while the strange woman rushes them with the speed of a crazed woman. They don't understand what's going on with her, but all she can talk about is that colored Pokemon. Where did Alexa get it? It's at this point that Ash tries to chime in, explaining to this woman that it's something that their group has been coming across quite frequently, and wanting to ease the tension, he releases his other colored Pokemon from their Pokeballs, revealing Rampardos, Yanmega, and Quilladin. This brings silence to the young woman in her incessant babble, causing her to focus on the 4 that are before her. He was a bit taken aback. Her dream, it spelled calamity, and at the heart of it were the Pokemon of these odd colors, but she didn't see this boy. What did her vision mean? At this point, the woman introduces herself as Olympia, trying to regain her composure and any type of normality she possibly could muster up. This prompts a reaction from Ash, with him introducing himself, telling her that he's here to face the gym leader, and he would very much appreciate it if the woman Olympia could introduce them. Olympia, curious about this boy, tries to poke and prod even further about this boy and his oddly colored Pokemon, to which Ash just responds, "Listen, I already told you, we've been encountering them all throughout my journey, and they're my Pokemon. Well, are they aggressive? Have they been causing trouble? Is there for any reason that would bring you to believe that they could possibly harm people?" It's at this point that Ash turns to Quilladin and says, well, aside from its over-aggression since it evolved, Quilladin's just a normal Pokemon. It hasn't really tried to attack anybody, it just likes to battle. As the two look at Quilladin while it gnaws on some of the furniture at the front of the gym. At this point, Olympia tries to poke and prod a little bit further, much to Ash's frustration and Alexa's confusion. It's at this point that Ash just demands to know where the gym leader is. He's tired of answering questions, and he just came here for a gym battle, not the 3rd degree. This prompts the gym leader to announce that she, Olivia, is the leader of the Anistar Gym, and if Ash would like to have a battle with her, then he's gonna have to answer some of her questions. But Ash, being wise to her game, flips it on her. If he has a battle with her, whether he wins or loses, he will answer any questions that she wants. This piques Olivia's interest, a chance to test these colored Pokemon, to see if her vision may have been one of the many rare false visions she's had in the past. Okay, Ash, was it? You're on. We can have a battle. We're gonna have what's known as a tag battle. Tag battle, Ash says, confused. Alexa chimes in here, telling Ash that tag battles are battles where 2 Pokemon are used in the same battle simultaneously. This demands great skill, trust, and coordination between trainer and Pokemon. But Ash at this point has kind of just zoned out. He's just excited about the opportunity to have a battle like this in an official gym setting. He, without hesitation, accepts Olympia's terms. A bit caught off guard by the fire of this young boy, Olympia cracks a slight smile. Who is this kid? And why does he have me feeling this way? I'm just excited for a battle for the first time in, well, forever. Alright, Ash, let's go to my battlefield. Follow me, please. It's at this point that both Ash and Alexa follow Olympia deep into the gym, to where they come across a battlefield with what looks like a night sky above it. Ash and Alexa are both amazed. They can't believe this. This place is kind of like an observatory to see out into space. Olympia appreciates the comments, telling both of them so. However, she does tell Ash that she would like the chance to get to question him on his Pokemon, so if he wouldn't mind, please take his position on his end of the battlefield. This snaps Ash back a little bit, and he gladly accepts this, running to his side. Olympia asks if Ash is ready, to which the young trainer nods. He is super excited for this. It's at this point that Olympia reveals her 2 Pokemon. Meowstic, go! From the 2 balls, 2 cat-like Pokemon emerge, looking very similar in their design, but noticeably different. These are my Meowstic, Ash. They have never let me down in battle. Ash pulls out his Pokedex, and he learns that these 2 are Psychic types. So, a Psychic type trainer, eh? Well, I got just the Pokemon for you. Absol, I choose you. The disaster Pokemon emerges from the ball, striking Olivia with a brief vision that ends within a second. Whoa, what was that? Unsure if it was actually that Pokemon that triggered Olympia's vision, she recomposes herself, telling Ash that she would like to make a request on his second Pokemon, considering she's already seen so many of them. She then points to Quilladin, who's still gnawing on a tree branch that I brought in from outside. That one. I would like the chance to battle with it. Quilladin, Ash says. Are you sure? That Pokemon's kind of still new, and I haven't really used it in battle since it evolved. I understand that, Ash, but I have a hunch
something's telling me that it should be used in this battle. Well, Ash is never one to turn down a challenge, and he turns to Quilladin, asking if it would like to stop gnawing on the tree branch and come and have a battle. Excited that it's going to get a chance to test out its new strength, Quilladin happily obliges, jumping in next to its friend Absol, although it's kind of more preoccupied with roughhousing with Absol a little bit. This triggers Ash to kind of yell at the two to cut it out. They have a gym battle to do. With Quilladin being at the center of this, Ash yells at it to focus. This is important. Its first gym battle since it evolved. We can't mess this up. Finally getting it through its thick head that it's no longer time to party, but now to get down to business, Quilladin turns, focusing on the two cat-like psychic types, with an intense look in its eyes, far different than what Olympia had experienced before. She doesn't know what it is, but this thing is dangerous. We now follow up with Grant, as he has found himself at one of the landmarks in Anistar City, the Anistar Sundial. It's here that we see why Grant had to leave Ash and Alexa back at the gym. Looker, his boss, is here. The two strike up a casual conversation, talking about the weather and how today's such a nice day. But Grant doesn't really have time for this. Ash is unguarded, and since Quilladin evolved, he knows that he's going to have a bigger target on him now more than ever. So he asks why Looker specifically contacted him. He thought that the policy was only for Grant to contact Looker, to where Looker tells Grant that there's some new information, and he had to come to Anistar City anyway, so he figured they could debrief real quick, make sure that they have all their side ducks in a row, if you will. Well, what is this new information? Grant requests. It's actually this, Looker says, pointing up to the sundial. Some of our intel suggests that this thing could be a weapon of some sorts, but we haven't really found any type of information to back up that claim. It just seems to be an ancient rumor found in a couple of old textbooks around the Kalos region at this point. But some of our intel from our inside mole has led us to believe that this Team Flare seeks this, or whatever power it unlocks, should I say. This whole statement triggers a bout of laughter from Grant. This thing? A weapon? Really? I think that's a little bit more far-fetched. And I really think that intel's got you chasing shadows, boss. Are you sure that it's correct? Well, like I said, it's just a rumor, and we don't really have any information to back up this claim. I've been here now for a few days, just following up with it, and, well, I haven't really found anything. However, I figured, since how it's tied with Team Flare and thereafter Ash, it might be something you want to be made privy to, just in case. Well, thanks for the useful bit of info, boss, but I think I'm going to head back to the gym. After all, I shouldn't be leaving Ash unguarded for too long. With that, Looker and Grant part ways, both wondering what they were really doing here to begin with. And this is where we find ourselves back at the Anistar Gym. Ash and Olympia are in full battle mode, with both Absol and Quilladin finding themselves in the midst of the battle. The two are struggling to keep up with the perfect synchronicity of both of the male and female Meowstic. Things aren't getting much easier, as both of our young heroes' teammates watch the Meowstic stack or reflect with a light screen. This makes things even harder, as now their defensive capabilities, along with their evasion tactics, are through the roof. This is Olympia's game, to outlast Ash and his Pokemon. And from her point of view, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that hard, considering the teamwork of Quilladin and Absol seem to leave a lot to be desired. However, Ash isn't just going to stand by and let this go unanswered, as he orders both a double team and a defense curl. While Absol is able to execute this, Quilladin is more focused on the actual battle, not really heeding Ash's commands. Again, giving Olympia another free turn as she calls for her male Meowstic to use Helping Hand and her female Meowstic to use Future Sight. Now frustrated at their lack of wanting to battle, Quilladin just decides to rush in with a dual chop, trying to hit both of them at the same time. However, once again, their defensive tactics allow them to easily evade the Dragon Grass type, causing more frustration. Knowing if he doesn't do something, they're going to lose, Ash orders Absol to rush in and to provide any support that it can to Quilladin with a quick attack and a pursuit. Much to his lack of knowledge, the pursuit is actually exactly what he needs here, as it allows him to speed up catching one of the Meowstics in their evasion and hitting it. However, the reflect does cushion this super effective blow, much to Ash's chagrin. And unfortunately for our young hero, this is where he finds out one of the Meowstic's most devastating moves for a Dark type, a Signal Beam, as Absol takes one head on with no defense to its name. However, this execution of the Signal Beam did provide a brief opening, and Quilladin sees this, taking advantage of it, launching in with a Needle Arm.
While it is able to land the move, Meowstic is still able to use its evasion skills to get out of the way, while its partner provides a much-needed distraction when it launches a Psy Shock at Quilladin. With both of the Psychic Hacks landing back on their side of the field, they both charge their most powerful Psychic Shocks at the command of their trainer, as Absol and Quilladin struggle to stand back up. Fortunately for Absol, it's immune to this typing. However, Quilladin isn't so lucky, and it's not really taking the hint, just pushing itself back to its feet and charging in with the rollout. Unfortunately, it takes the brunt of this double Psy Shock, knocking it back into the gym wall. Ash is beginning to get frustrated. He yells at Quilladin that he's got to get his act together. He doesn't know what's up with it, but they have to work as a team or they will lose this battle. However, the dragon type just stands up, shaking it off, now with its eyes in a dragon's rage, focused solely on the two opponents at hand. Now it's gotten to the point to where it's attacking aggressively, ignoring every one of Ash's other commands, and Ash isn't really sure what he can do about it. However, luck shines on Ash when Absol is able to step up to take the advantage. And it's off of the back of one of Quilladin's little outbursts, as one of the Meowstic tried to evade it, allowing Ash to call for a pursuit that allows Absol to rush in quick enough to cause some decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, it's met with the male Meowstic, who hits him with the signal beam broadside, sending Ash's starter right into the barrier of the gym wall. This does trigger a bit of panic from Ash, but it's quickly subdued when Absol stands up, shaking off what little bit of cobwebs it had from that attack. While it did feel it, it's ready to battle, and it hops back in. However, Ash still has another problem, Quilladin. It's being overly aggressive at this point. It's just attacking, completely ignoring all of Ash's commands. It's really just barreling through the two Meowstic with a rollout that it had stacked with a defense curl. Now, while this doesn't really have the greatest deal of accuracy as it's not focused, this is applying pressure, forcing Olivia onto the back foot as her coordinations are being broken up by the sheer speed and ferocity of the attacks. This is where Ash realizes that he really shouldn't try and fight Quilladin at this point. If it's not going to listen, then maybe he should just let it go about its business, and he can use Absol to fill in the gaps. It's here that Ash orders Absol after the male Meowstic with a Razor Wind. Absol rushes in while the attention of the male Meowstic is diverted, considering that Quilladin is completely occupying the female one. This allows it to charge its Razor Wind to a full power, launching it at the feline. Unfortunately for Ash, the light screen is still in effect, and it takes majority of the damage. However, Ash notices that the light screen is getting weaker, and he thinks that this is his chance. With one final move, Ash orders Absol to charge the strongest Razor Wind that it can, and to connect with the male Meowstic. Absol heeds the command of its trainer as it charges, but something begins to happen, and Ash notices it. Small winds that used to brief around Absol's horn have begun to glow in a purple hue. Then, the horn itself. Ash isn't sure what this is, but Alexa, finally cluing in what's going on from the stands, yells to Ash that Absol has learned Psycho Cut. This was the moment of opportunity that Ash has been waiting for, as Quilladin is pushing the female towards them using its needle arms. Ash, seeing his opening, orders Absol to use its brand new Psycho Cut. Mustering what strength it has left from this chaotic battle, Absol forces everything it has into this Psycho Cut, firing it at full power. This connects with the male Meowstic, sending it flying back into the female one, which just so happens to send them careening into Quilladin, who just so happens to have a hammer arm ready, knocking the two into the gym floor and ending the battle. Olympia can't believe what she just witnessed. Her Pokemon were perfectly coordinated from the start of this, but the chaos of this Quilladin just created way too many unpredictable variables, and no vision she could have predicted this. With her two Meowstic cratered in the center of the gym floor, Olympia can do nothing but stare on in just pure stunned silence, as Ash celebrates with Absol while trying to wrangle in Quilladin. The dragon is being difficult, forcing Ash to recall it. This snaps Olympia out of her semi-trance, forcing her to recall her Pokemon. She then approaches Ash, presenting him with the Psychic Badge, and even though this battle was really unorthodox, she did semi-enjoy it. Ash then celebrates with Absol. This day couldn't have gone better. Absol learned a new move, and they earned a new badge. Unfortunately, Quilladin's getting more difficult. It's at this point that Olympia turns to leave, as she needs to go reflect on the matters at hand. But Ash stops her. Hey, I told you that I would answer your questions, whether I won or lost. Didn't you say you had questions? It's at this point that Olympia stops, turning to the boy. So you would still answer my questions even though I lost? Sure, why not, Ash says. I did say I would answer whether I won or lost. I just wanted the gym battle first. This boy is quite the enigma. Okay, so tell me, Ash, these Pokemon, where have you gotten them? It's at this point Ash divulges everything he knows and everything he's learned during his journey, where he met each of his Pokemon, and the events that have unfolded. As this new information is given to Olympia, gaps begin to fill in with the visions that she's been having, not only earlier today and in their battle, but in the past weeks. Suddenly, as Ash begins to end his tale, her eyes glow, and strange, ethereal projections appear all around her, Ash, and Alexa with Skiddo in the stands. It's here that Olympia begins to speak in a more based voice, telling Ash that he doesn't know it yet, but he has become part of something big. The fate of the region is at hand. Ash, curious to what she's talking about, inquires about this prophecy that she seems to be giving to the young boy. It's here that Olympia flashes back to the day that the group left Courier Town. Ash, Alexa, and Grant had ran into a very large man, but he didn't give his name, though he did ask about Quilladin, as Ash was leaving it out of its ball, trying to bond with it a little bit more. The man was full of questions, and at the end of this exchange, he remarks by saying that it's been a very long time since he saw a Quilladin like this. It's at this point that Olympia then flashes forward, and visions of Mewtwo begin to appear. This triggers a response from Alexa. That thing, it's what destroyed the lab. It nearly destroyed me. This sends Alexa into a brief panic attack, as Skiddo tries to help its trainer and calm it down, but all she can do is listen to what Olympia has to say next. She tells Ash that she doesn't know how, but the old man that seems lost to time has a very peculiar connection to Mewtwo, and she has a feeling that this won't be the last time that Ash sees either Mewtwo or the old man. With that, her vision ends as Olympia slowly falls to the floor, exhausted, telling Ash that she must go rest. Whatever she just went through has completely drained her psychic abilities. It's at this point that a gym attendant appears, telling Ash that him and his friend will have to leave. As they walk Olympia deeper into the gym, completely lost about what just happened, Ash and Alexa just kind of wander off, heading to the Pokemon Center, as that's where they agreed to meet Grant. Later on, when they finally meet up with him, Grant inquires about the gym battle, and Ash shows the psychic badge to him. However, he's not his normal, usual upbeat self after he's won the badge. At this point, he's more confused than anything. What did Olympia mean by that man who they randomly met at the train station in Courier Town and Mewtwo are connected? This doesn't make any sense. Does that mean that Mewtwo's in danger? All questions that Ash must find the answer to. And that, my friends, is where we are going to leave this part today. So, how did you feel about this first episode of Season 2 of What If Ash Was Born in Unova? Who was the person that our group met at Courier Town? What kind of connection does he have with Mewtwo? And what is this vision of destruction that Olympia had? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin our story today with Ash, Alexa, and Grant as they are trekking through the far northeastern areas of the Kalos region. They left Anistar City about 2 weeks ago, and after a brief stop in Ninimel Town, they decided to continue on down Route 15. It's here they find themselves at night, camping on the side of a road. There was rumors that a hotel on Route 15 had been active and was accepting travelers. Unfortunately, the group couldn't find it before nightfall. This leads them doing the only thing that they can, building a fire and setting up camp, as they lost all of their daylight to try and find this lost hotel. This gives the group time to reflect on everything that's been happening as of late. After all of the visions and warnings that Olympia gave to Ash and the things that Alexa had witnessed, this leaves the young reporter questioning her role in all of this stuff. Was it really worth it for her to get involved as deep as she is with this Team Flare? Unfortunately, she really can't talk to anybody about this, because as far as Ash and Grant knows, she's just another one of the gang, there's no way they would understand her association with Team Flare and the reasons why she would even bother getting involved with them in the first place. Because of this, there has been many nights where she finds herself growing more and more distant from the duo. While Ash and Grant do sympathize with her, because she's unwilling to really open up to them and to let them know what's bothering her, they really can't do anything. I mean, they still talk with her, but it's often found that they're the ones who are conversating more and training together, while Alexa just kind of hangs out in the background, as she doesn't really have anywhere to turn. This is where she finds herself many a night, like tonight, wishing and longing for her sister. At least her sister is somebody that she could always talk to. Unfortunately, tonight is one of those nights where she wishes that her sister was here more than ever, as Ash and Grant are deep in conversation. However, the topic isn't really one that usually comes up. Grant is telling Ash that it's been a long while since he's actually caught a new Pokemon. While Ash does confirm this, he says he's not really in a hurry to catch anything new. The team that he has is still pretty good, as well as the fact that he doesn't really know everything about half of them, considering this new information of them being tied to the legendary trio of Kalos, especially Quilladin, that cryptic warning that Olympia gave him. It keeps replaying in his mind. However, he doesn't really have all the information to go on, so he's gonna have to wait before he can actually decipher what all of those warnings meant. Unfortunately for the trio, their peaceful night is about to be interrupted when cries and eerie sounds can be heard from off in the brush, deep within the woods that line the sides of the Route 15. Ash, Grant, and Alexa can't quite place their fingers on it, but there is something out there. It feels like they're being watched, and unfortunately, this has brought all of their nightly activities to a halt. They don't really feel like they're going to be able to get anything done or really any rest for the night unless they go and investigate this. This effort is spearheaded by Grant, who, at the urge of him, his friends follow deep into the brush. However, they don't have to trek very far from the trail when they come across a building that is just a shadow in the night. No light whatsoever emanates from it, and outside is a sign that reads Route 15 Hotel, and in red letters underneath it reads vacancy. However, from the looks of it, no one has been here in a very long time. Alexa begins to question if this is the hotel that she had heard about in Dendemil Town, to which Grant thinks that it is. However, I don't know where anybody would have gotten the notion that people would be staying here for an hour, let alone a night. Ash seconds this, but whatever the sound that they were hearing, it seems to have been coming from this hotel. However, they don't really hear anything now, and since whatever it was seems to have gone off on its own, Alexa urges the group just to go back to camp. They can finish out the night and then get an early start in the morning. This seems like a good idea at this point. That is, until they can hear the sound, a cry that is louder than it was before, and it's emanating from the heart of the hotel. Unfortunately, it's not a cry of happiness or of sadness. It sounds like a cry of pain, like someone or something is in trouble. Now, this has Ash's full attention. He is at the forefront of this, spearheading anything that they do. He urges his friends to go check it out, and in an effort to make things a little bit easier, he sends out both Absol and Slugma. He tells his friends that they should split up. They'll be able to cover more ground. Him and Absol will go in through the front. He then tells Alexa to take Slugma, as it'll allow her to see in the dark, while Grant sends out his Tyrant, and they head in from the east side. With that, the friends decide to split up, heading inside of the hotel to try and find any sign of this eerie noise, so that way they can get back to what they were doing for the night and possibly get some rest. After what seems like an hour of searching, the trio have all come up empty-handed. The sound has even stopped again. With nothing else left to go on and no evidence of anything really happening, the group decides to rendezvous back at the front. First to leave the hotel is Grant and Alexa. They have the longer walk as they went to the back and kind of worked their way up to the front, to where Ash had kind of just started at the front to work his way to the back. While they do exit simultaneously right around the same time, they are caught with the same cry, a much louder version this time, and it's at the epicenter of where Ash was. They don't know what it is, but they know it can't be good, and chances are Ash is at the middle of something. With no other options, the two rush back inside of the hotel to try and find the source of this eerie scream. This is where we move over to Ash. He has found himself in a dark room and Absol has clued into something. At the center, the noise is ringing an ear-piercing cry. Ash doesn't know what it is. However, Absol, being a dark type, has the ability to, well, see in the dark, and it isn't fazed by whatever this is. Without hesitation, it launches a Psycho Cut off into the darkness. The aim of the disaster Pokemon holds true, as whatever its target was is then silenced. It seemed that Absol hit its target. However, the silence is short-lived, as an ear-piercing cry rings out through the room, louder than ever before. This is the cry that both Grant and Alexa heard. Ash does his best to fumble around in the dark, trying to find the source of this, until he comes across something that is small, and it feels like it's kinda heavy, but like it's made of trash. Whatever it is, this thing is definitely the source of the sound. Ash begins to squint in the dark, trying to focus his eyes to see whatever this is. This reaction gets one that he wasn't expecting, as a pair of eyeballs are staring back at him, causing the boy to flinch and drop whatever he was holding. This causes whatever it was to scurry off deeper into the darkness, to which Absol gives chase. Absol, wait, Ash yells, but it's too late. The dark type is gone, and now Ash really can't see anything. Luckily for him, he sees a brief light off in the darkness, and this is Alexa approaching with Slugma. The fire type is able to light the way. After meeting up with his friend, he relays what was happening. Something or someone is in here, and whatever it is seems to be scared, Ash says. He then points in the direction that Absol had taken off. Both he and Alexa then take off in that same direction. This just leaves Grant, barely trailing behind, as Tyrant is using its oversized nostrils to sniff out the scent of their friends. Back with Ash and Alexa, they are slowly following the path that Absol had left. There seems to be scratch marks, like it was firing Psycho Cuts to mark the way that it traveled. This eventually leads them to a door that appears to be smashed in, like something had crashed through it. It must have been Absol. Peering inside, Ash can make out the silhouette of something in the dark. Once he orders Slugma to brighten its flames, he can see that this is Absol, and it seems to be scratching at a hole in the wall. Absol, what's going on? The dark type signals to Ash that whatever it was seems to have run into this hole. So, Ash decides that it may be in their best interest if they just leave it alone. He then tells Absol to come on. They have to go. They can't spend all night trudging around this hotel in the dark. It's not in their best interest, especially if in the morning they're going to have to wake up early to hit the road before they can get to their next gym battle. Reluctantly, the dark type turns, obeying the command of its trainer. However, this is met by a cry that seems to be unsatisfied that Ash and his Pokemon are leaving, and the cry just gets louder and louder and louder until Ash and Alexa are both doubled over on the ground, unable to really do anything. This is where Absol begins to act. Using all of its might, it fires its most powerful Psycho Cut at the wall, causing the hole to become larger. As the wall begins to crumble around, Ash and Alexa can make out what seems to be a Pokemon, and it is bawling its eyes out, crying like it's in need of its mother. Ash then pulls out his Pokédex, and it reveals that this Pokemon is a Trubbish, a poison-type Pokemon, and they often live in dark and damp places. Then the Pokédex makes a remark that this Trubbish seems to be on the younger side, to which Alexa remarks that it must have just recently hatched. It must be lost. Well, whatever the reason, we can't just leave it here, Ash says, and we have to do something about that crying. With no other option, Ash throws a Pokeball at it. As it strikes Trubbish on the head, this silences the little trash bag, as it's unsure of what just happened, before it's swallowed by a flash of light. After 3 shakes, the Pokeball comes to a rest, as Ash's Pokédex registers Trubbish as his newest capture. This then prompts the Pokédex to trigger something that Ash has never seen before. It's asking for him to choose what Pokemon that it wants to send to Professor Sycamore. Wait, what's going on? Why is the Pokédex asking me to send a Pokemon away? This is where Alexa is able to fill things in for Ash. Once he has more than 6 Pokemon, it's going to trigger the Pokemon storage system to send whatever remaining Pokemon he has off to whoever gave him the Pokédex, which in this case, it's Professor Sycamore. Well, actually, Ash says, it wasn't Professor Sycamore that gave me the Pokédex. It was Lysander. So I would imagine that they would go to Lysander Labs. This catches Alexa's attention. Really now? I didn't know Lysander specialized in Pokédexes. I didn't know either. That was until I met Lysander when he gave me Absol. You see, he also was the one to give me the Pokédex, and he said that he partnered with Sycamore on the creation of it. Well, you're gonna have to make a choice. The Pokédex isn't gonna let you choose, and eventually it'll make the option for you. With no other option, Ash chooses to send his Cloudser for the time being, as he really hasn't had any use for it as of late. And besides, if this Trubbish is as young as the Pokédex said it was, he's going to need to spend some time with it to get it used to him, especially at the suggestion of Alexa. Now that those two have figured out what exactly the problem was, they then make their way to go meet up with Grant, to which the Rock-type gym leader is more than happy to finally be able to see in the dark. This is where Ash and Alexa inform him of everything that's been happening, and how Ash has finally got a new capture. This pleases Grant, as him and Ash were actually just talking about this before they came in, but Ash isn't really as pleased. He comments that he feels like he has abandoned Cloudser, and unfortunately, it was abandoned when he got it, so he's hoping that it's okay with being transferred away. Grant tells him that he's sure that Cloudser is fine. After all, Ash hasn't really given up on it. He didn't leave it in some random Pokemon Center. He just sent it away so that way it can be studied at Lysander Labs. So he's sure that it'll be fine. If he would like, when they get to their next stop, Ash can call just to make sure that it's fine. This comment eases Ash's mind and allows them to depart from this lost hotel back to their campsite. And for the rest of the night, everything is really uneventful, allowing the group to get some much needed rest. Over the next few days, as the trio head to their next destination, which just so happens to be the site of Ash's next badge in Lumiose City, he gets to know Trubbish a little bit more. It is indeed a baby and requires a lot of attention. It's very curious about everything and likes to do nothing but really play with all of the rest of his Pokemon. While some of them don't really have an issue with this, others are a little bit more apprehensive. Really, this comes down to Absol and Rampardos. Those two really don't have a playful bone in their body, and it's shown when all they do is really just ignore the baby, which Ash doesn't really like, but he can understand, as those are really the two oldest members of his team. So it would make sense that they really wouldn't want to engage with something that's so young. With things going good, the group finds themselves 3 days later in the site of Ash's next gym badge, Lumiose City. This place is also very special because it houses a couple of landmarks. For one, the modern Pokeball factory is here, and this is where pretty much the world's Pokeballs are produced. And second, it houses something that can only be found here in all of the Kalos region. It's said to be the oldest tree, and that tree just so happens to be the site of Ash's next gym battle, as the gym is built into the tree. So, after finishing up at the Pokemon Center and making sure that all of his Pokemon are good, Ash, Grant, and Alexa head over to this tree house of a gym battle. Not really sure what to expect when they arrive. However, what they see when they get there is a sight to behold. A young lady in some sort of odd dress with wings that adorn it, and she's very bubbly, introducing herself to Ash and the rest of his group as Valerie, the leader of the gym. And she's very welcoming for somebody who seems to be so young. Ash, being Ash, immediately gets to the point, as his excitement for another gym challenge has kind of overtaken him here. He wants a chance to battle her, because this is his 7th gym badge. If he can clinch it here, that means he will get the ability to battle Karina, again, the Mega Evolution Master, and he can prove to her that he found his own path. However, that's going to have to wait, as Valerie sets the terms and conditions for the gym battle. They will have a 2-on-2. Ash will be allowed substitutions, while she cannot, and the battle will be over when one side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Ash has no problems with this, as every other gym battle has pretty much been set up the same way. So with that, the two take their positions inside of the gym. Ash is super excited. After his last battle with Olympia, which was kind of led with doom and gloom, this one seems pretty straightforward. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be as straightforward as he would like, as he's dealing with a type that is very rare and very difficult to handle. As Valerie reveals what type specialist she is, sending in her first Pokemon, a Spritzy. This fairy type, though small, does seem to pack a punch as it zips around the battlefield at an amazing speed. However, Ash has the perfect counter for this, as he declares, "Yanmega, I choose you!" The Colossian bug emerges from its ball in all of its spectacular glory, catching the eye of Valerie. Whoa, What kind of Pokemon is that? This is my Yanmega, Ash says. And believe it or not, it's actually half fairy type. Really? This is something that Valerie, as a type specialist, has never seen and has her full attention. She begins to show levels of excitement that Ash exudes, and it's quite embarrassing for both Grant and Alexa to have these two both fanboying and grilling over Pokemon. Unfortunately, it's not going to stop anytime soon, as Valerie just can't wait to see what this thing can do, to which Ash is more than happy to oblige, as he gives his first command to Yanmega: use Fairy Wind. Suddenly, the Dragonfly beats its fairy-like wings as a magical gust envelops the area. However, Valerie is no stranger to this moves, as she orders Spritzy to counter with a Fairy Wind of its own. Unfortunately for Yanmega, this Spritzy seems to be on the more powerful side, as its Fairy Wind far outclasses Yanmega's, forcing the bug fairy type into the ground below. Well, that's a shame. I was expecting more, Valerie says in disappointment. However, Ash doesn't seem to be fazed, as he just says, oh, you haven't seen nothing yet. Yanmega, it's time. The Dragonfly bolts back up, seemingly faster than before. So, its ability is Speed Boost, is it, Ash? That's right. And we're going to take full advantage of it right now. Yanmega, it's time to go on the attack once again. Use Air Slash. Beating its wings, Yanmega sends razors of wind careening towards Spritzy, causing Valerie to counter with the Moonblast. Unfortunately, this time, Spritzy isn't quick enough and it's caught in the Air Slash, sending it to the gym floor. What follows is a set of back and forth between the two fairy types, as they try to contest each other's power. Unfortunately for the fairy type specialist, this is where Yanmega's ability is going to come into play, as with each exchange, its speed boost makes its evasiveness that much more intense, allowing it to capitalize, sometimes getting in double attacks on Spritzy. This allows it to outpace the little fairy type, and eventually brings Ash the victory when a Silver Wind catches it off guard, sending it careening into the gym floor below, knocking it out. Now, while most trainers would be sad at a loss, Valerie is actually overexcited about this. She can't believe that this Yanmega has the abilities that it has. Ash is so lucky to have a fairy type like this, and she even compliments him on it. It's very well trained. Ash thanks her for the compliment, telling her that Yanmega is one of his oldest Pokemon, and it is one of his most loyal Pokemon, though it didn't start out that way. He's glad to have it on its team. Well, Valerie can't wait to see what else it can do, and this next Pokemon is going to truly test its capabilities. Mawile, go! Emerging from its ball in a light of brilliance, this oversized mouth Mon hits the field with a level of confidence that Ash has rarely ever seen. He doesn't know what it is, but something about this thing seems uneasy, and he doesn't want to find out what it is. So he chooses to attack from a distance, ordering Yanmega to attack with the Fairy Wind. However, Valerie does nothing to counter this, just allowing her Mon to take it, and the wind just seems to bounce off of Mawile like it wasn't hit. Wait, why didn't that cause any damage? Ash says. Oh, dear me. I was hoping for more of a challenge. Unfortunately, it seems that you're not really familiar with the steel typing, are you, Ash? Well, yeah, I am. I have a steel type of my own. Well, then you should have no problem knowing that steel types are strong against fairies. And Mawile, well, it's half steel, half fairy. This doesn't look too good for Ash, as Valerie sends her ace on the attack as she calls for a Vice Grip. Ash orders Yanmega to dodge. Though the bug type speed is great, for some reason Mawile moves at an ungodly pace, outspeeding Yanmega as it clamps its massive jaws down on the bug type, bringing it down to the ground. This leaves it nowhere to go, as the damage that it took in the battle with Spritzy, while not battle ending for it, was still enough to make this Vice Grip a one-shot, ending Ash's first Mon in one fell swoop. Ash doesn't really know what to say, and Valerie is a bit disappointed. She was hoping that Yanmega would last a little bit longer, and she could see some of its more specialties. Unfortunately, this is a gym battle, and she does have to take it serious. And even though Yanmega is a special fairy type, she's not going to hold back for it or Ash. Recalling his Mon, Ash thanks Yanmega for its battle and all of the hard work it put in. At least it was able to take out one of Valerie's Pokemon. Unfortunately, that now leaves the tall order of who is he going to send in to battle Mawile. It's half fairy, half steel that Ash has come to find out from its Pokédex, and there's not really many options he has on his team that can compete with that. Well, there is one option. Knowing that this is the only way to go, Ash grabs the ball of his one and only fire type. Slugma, I choose you! The fire type hits the field, ready for its first gym battle since Wolfric. It's raring to go, and Ash can see it. However, Valerie has something that she's been holding back for just this type of occasion. Ash, I want you to truly earn my gym badge. This is where she reveals a keystone, and Mawile reveals that in the jaws of its mouth, it houses a megastone. Without hesitation, Valerie activates it, and her ace takes on its mega form in Mega Mawile. If Ash thought it was intimidating before, this new form takes the literal cake, and unfortunately, with Mega Evolution means an increase in power. That really only leaves Ash with one sort of strategy here. He's going to need time, which he has no choice but to create. As the battle gets started, Ash calls for a flamethrower, to which Slugma fires without hesitation. Unfortunately, Mawile's new speed allows it to easily dodge the attack, as it closes the gap and connects with Slugma with an extremely hard play rough. This forces the slug back as it slides from the force of the attack. However, this is what Ash wanted, as he orders Slugma to counter with the only option that they have that can put this battle in their favor: a yawn. A very long and drawn out cry emerges from Slugma as a bubble then envelops Mawile, popping just as quickly as it wrapped the Mega Evolution Pokemon. This is something that Valerie is all too familiar with. She now knows that Mawile is on the clock, so she goes on the attack once more, ordering it to use an Iron Head. Ash has to put up some sort of defense here, as Slugma really doesn't have much defense of its own, so he orders a Rock Throw, trying to detour the Mon in any way that it can. This does cause a little bit of a distraction, forcing Mawile to change up its trajectory, and when its attack finally hits, it's at about half of the power that it normally would be. One turn, Ash thinks. Alright, again, Slugma, use Flamethrower. However, Valerie is quick on the attack once more, ordering another Play Rough. This, however, unfortunately, is connected at full force, again knocking Slugma back, causing it to flinch in pain. Ash isn't sure if the little slug can go on. Unfortunately for him, those hits were very intense ones, and the power of Mega Evolution backing it is also something that Ash has to consider. This is where Valerie reveals an ace in the hole, the ability of her Mawile. Huge power. This doubles the attack of the Pokemon, and with the Mega Evolution stacked on top of that, this means that one more hit and Slugma could be done. Without anything to lose, and the last turn on the clock for the yawn, Valerie orders her Mon in with one final Iron Head. Ash can do nothing as he watches Slugma as it prepares to take the attack. Then something hits him. This increased power comes at a cost. Mawile can't really evade that quickly or change direction once it's charging in. This gives Ash an idea. He orders Slugma to use Flamethrower, but not on Mawile, on the ground below it. Summoning up what left of strength it has, Slugma fires away. This shoots the slug straight into the air as Mawile charges in, being enveloped in the Flamethrower. This catches Valerie off guard as her steel Fairy type then succumbs to the yawn, and the Flamethrower envelops it, ending the battle in one odd fail swoop. Both her and Ash can't believe it. Ash didn't think that would actually work, while Valerie had never even really thought that was an option. And now she has to present this guy with her badge, which she happily does so, telling Ash, even though the battle seemed like it was kind of short and she feels like she should have won, she proudly presents him with the fairy badge. Ash can't believe it. This is his 7th badge. That means he gets the chance to re-challenge Karina and truly use the skills that he's earned on this journey to acquire the last badge he would need to compete in the Kalos League. However, unfortunately, this celebration is short-lived as an explosion rocks the gym from above and the roof comes crashing down around them. Dust and debris litter the area as, from the shadows, a very familiar person greets Ash. Well, I didn't expect to see you here, but I'm not here for you at this current time. I'm here for the secret that this gym leader guards. From the stands, both Alexa and Grant can see what's happening, and they know that they have to interfere. Team Flare has arrived, and for whatever reason they're attacking the gym. Grant is in fear because he feels like they may be after Ash and his Pokemon, while Alexa is afraid for a far different reason, and she has the right to be. As the two decide to split up, they take different paths, trying to run any type of interference that they can. Unfortunately for Alexa, she is one of the targets and the reason why Team Flare is here, as she is quickly subdued and captured by one of the Team Flare scientists, Celosia, before anybody can notice, while Mabel chooses to run the main distraction with her Mega Manectric as she orders it to fire random lightning bolts throughout the arena. This forces Ash and his Pokemon to dodge, while Valerie does what she can to collect her Mawile, as it's not really able to move after the battle with Ash. This is when a second explosion rocks the gym. Unfortunately, this isn't from the roof. It's from underneath the gym floor. No, Valerie yells. They can't, but it's too late, as a horde of Team Flare grunts descend from above with what looks like ropes. They fall into the hole of the gym floor, and before they know it, something is being hoisted through the smoke. No, they can't take it, Valerie yells, as Mabel does nothing but laugh as she too grabs one of the ropes that are being pulled up into the air. The last thing that Ash, Grant, and Valerie see is Alexa being carried off and what looks like some sort of ancient tree being hoisted away while Valerie is in tears. And that, my friends, is where we're going to leave this part. So, tell me, what did you think about this? How did you feel about Ash's capture with Trubbish? How did you feel about his gym battle and him earning his 7th badge finally? Why did Team Flare finally decide to capture Alexa? And most importantly, what was that giant tree-like object they pulled from beneath the gym in Lumiose City? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part in the exact aftermath of the destruction of the gym. Valerie, Ash, and Grant can do nothing but watch as Team Flare disappears off in the distance as the dust settles around the wreckage that used to be the Lumiose City Gym. Ash and Grant are in a panic. They have no idea what to do. They just watch Team Flare carry off one of their friends, as Alexa can be heard screaming off in the distance. But that is the least of their worries, as Valerie informs the two that what Team Flare just stole could cause the end of life on the planet as they know it. What do you mean, cause the end of life? Grant says. How could a tree cause something like that? That was no mere tree, Valerie says. That was a Pokemon, a legendary Pokemon. The one we know as Xerneas. Xerneas, that Pokemon hasn't been seen for over a millennia. How do you know it was Xerneas? What would a Pokemon like that be doing buried under a place like this? A simple gym in a backwoods town. Valerie tells Grant that he doesn't understand. Meanwhile, Ash just watches in confusion. He's unsure of how to take this. Alexa being gone, kidnapped by Team Flare. What would they want with her? He thinks to himself. But his solitary thoughts are interrupted when Valerie tells him and Grant that they should follow her. She then leads them deeper into the gym, into a part that wasn't destroyed by Team Flare. Along the way, she begins to explain how exactly that broken down, old, rotted tree that they stole was actually the legendary Pokemon Xerneas. You see, it and its counterpart, Yveltal, go in cycles, one awake and one asleep. The two are never awake at the same time unless prompted by some external force. Over 1,000 years ago, the site that is known as Lumiose City was once a desolate wasteland, Valerie says, to which Ash says, but how can that be? This place is so lush and vibrant with life. Valerie goes on to say that is true, but that's only because of the cycle of creation and destruction. Before, this was the resting place of Yveltal, until it came to be that it was time for Xerneas' next cycle of rest. You see, what happens is when Yveltal needs to rest and it goes on to its 1,000-year slumber, it will slowly drain the life out of the surrounding area until there was nothing left. Unfortunately, this causes great desolation in the surrounding wilderness. That is, until its slumber is no longer required and it begins life anew. This is where Xerneas comes into play. Once Yveltal has left the area, Xerneas will return, reverting to its cocoon form, the tree that you saw, so that it can slowly return life into the surrounding area at the cost of its own. A cycle of destruction and creation that has happened like this for thousands of years. So what does this have to do with your gym, Valerie? Grant says. Well, there are certain times when this cycle is broken, when one of the two doesn't obey the circle of creation and destruction, and one of them doesn't wake up. This happened once before in this very spot. This tree that you see the gym built into was once a Xerneas of great power. Unfortunately, it was unable to awaken from its slumber due to an external force that we are not yet aware of. We do know that this tree dates back about 3,000 years to a time when a great war was fought in the Kalos region, Valerie says, as she leads them to the room that was below the gym battlefield. In it, what Ash and Grant see is something that's amazing. It's like the site of an ancient battlefield turned graveyard, and at its center is a clearing of where that tree once stood, and it's adorned by roses, flowers, plants of all kinds of nature. What Valerie said is true. That thing was returning life to this area, and it was just awaiting for the next cycle. That's great and all, but do you know why that would have anything to do with Team Flare, Grant asks. Valerie says that she doesn't, but she does know of a legend of a man that is out of time, that does not age, does not wither, that will not die. Legend states that this man was once a great and powerful ruler, and that he built a weapon of great and terrible power. It is said that this weapon is what brought an end to the war in Kalos 3,000 years ago, around the same time that this Xerneas could no longer awaken, Valerie says, as she rubs the roots of the long dead tree. Ash then goes on to question Valerie. I noticed something during my gym battle. When I sent in my Yanmega, you said that you had never seen a Yanmega like that before, but the way you reacted when I sent it out wasn't something of shock. It was a look of like you've seen it before. I must confess, this is true, Valerie says to Ash and Grant, catching Grant's attention most of all. Oh yeah? And how do you know about this Yanmega that belongs to Ash, Grant says. Well, it's simple, Valerie says, as she reaches into a hole that's at the base of the ancient tree, pulling out a very ancient book. I am a guardian of this place. I was assigned to be the guardian of Xerneas until its resurrection. Unfortunately, with the events of today, I'm afraid that I failed my mission. In this book categorizes all of the events within the last 3,000 years and the resurrection and destruction cycles that we know about Xerneas and Yveltal. I used to look at this book a lot as a child, as my mother ran the gym here in the city. You see, there's a lot of pictures, old artist renderings of Pokemon that don't really live anymore. Some of them being the fossil types, like Tyrant or Cranidos. Then there's others, like this. Valerie then flips the book over to reveal a page of Pokemon that Ash and Grant have never seen before. But on it, there is one that they are familiar with, Yanmega, and at the center of it is a tree. No, it's the legendary Pokemon Xerneas. It's shining bright, like it's giving off energy to the other Pokemon around it. That Yanmega you have, Ash, is very special, and the reason why is because it's a Pokemon that was caught in the cycle of destruction and creation. It's a Pokemon that had its energy drained by Yveltal, effectively ending its life right then and there. But then it had a second chance when it was exposed to the energies of Xerneas. And when Xerneas reawakens, it usually brings back the life of everything in the area. And your Yanmega was one of those Pokemon. But this doesn't make any sense, Ash says. I didn't catch Yanmega anywhere near here, regardless of the fact of where you caught it, Ash. It, at some point in its lifespan, was exposed to the fairy aura of Xerneas. I would be willing to gamble that that thing is a couple of hundred, if not a couple of thousand years old. The last recorded sighting that we have in this book places one over 1,200 years ago, which would be right around the time when Xerneas had gone to sleep. Then something clicks with Grant. Ash, that explains it. You remember when you caught Yanmega? It was going wild throughout that town. It was attacking anything and everyone in sight. It must have been afraid. It must have just waken up, which means that there are others out there like it as well. That explains why Team Flare had all those other Pokemon in the forest. They must have done something. Maybe they found a way to duplicate the fairy aura that Xerneas exudes. That means that they had revived that area of desolation that must have been affected by Yveltal. And if they have that kind of power and they can reproduce that kind of energy, there's no telling what else they can do. Valerie goes on to tell the two that that's not the only problem that they face. Now that they have Xerneas and they've taken it from the place of its slumber, things are going to be thrown out of whack. The balance of the region, no, the world, is in trouble. Because they interrupted the cycle of destruction and creation, ecosystems will start to fail. First across Kalos, then the rest of the world. Well, is there any way to stop it, Ash says? There is. According to legend, there is a third Pokemon meant to balance the trio, but nobody knows what it is or where it's even located. This Pokemon doesn't even really have a name. It's only got a description in this book. It says that it takes the shape of a Z. Realizing that some of these past myths are now based in reality, Grant decides that it's time to make a call. Pulling out his communicator that he's kept hidden from Ash this entire time, he phones in to the one person that's been waiting for an update from him. Looker, we have information, and you're not going to like what I have. Grant then ends the call as abruptly as he had started it, much to Ash's surprise. This is where Valerie realizes the importance of Grant. So, the rumors about you were true. You are a member of the International Police, aren't you? Grant confirms this, unfortunately engaging with a barrage of questions from Ash, to which Grant tells him that they're going to have to wait. He'll explain everything later, but right now, they have to go. There's somebody that they're going to have to meet with. Before the duo part from the gym, Valerie offers one last piece of advice. She tells both Grant and Ash that there are two more guardians, though she does not know their identity or if they are even still in existence. Her family has kept the secrets of Xerneas for over a millennia now. Unfortunately, the secrets of the other guardians were lost to time. I don't know if they still exist, but if they do, you're going to need to find them. And Ash, please protect Yanma. It may be the only one left of its kind. With a silent nod, Ash vows to uphold this request as him and Grant leave for the Pokemon Center so they can formulate some sort of plan. During the night, they finally hear back from Looker, who agrees to meet with them in the next major city, which just so happens to be Lumiose City. Overhearing this on Grant's intercom and wanting to help, he tells them that they can meet up with Serena. Maybe she has some information on what's going on. After all, the resources and technologies of Lysander Labs are unmatched in the Kalos region. They have to be able to help somehow, but Grant is firmly against this. They don't know who they can trust right now, and they have to keep whatever information they have to themselves. After all, they're the only ones that are in the possession of Valerie's last parting gift, which was the book that her family was said to protect, which she dubbed the Tome of Xerneas. It houses the histories of fairy types in the Kalos region, as they are not as abundant in other parts of the world. And the fact that there may be two other books out there in the region, two other guardians per se, they need to get as much information as possible, as things are looking far more dire than they have to this point. And now that Team Flare has the power of a legendary at their fingertips, there's no telling what they plan to do next. While Grant tells Ash that he appreciates the help, he needs to understand something. Grant is the adult here, and Ash is still nothing but a kid. So he's gonna have to just sit back and let the adults handle this. After all, Ash is under his protection. Protection? What do you mean by that, Grant? I'll explain later, he says, as he goes back to his call with Looker. This prompts Ash to start considering his options. What is really going on here? How much has Grant been keeping from him? These are things that he can't just let sit. He needs answers. And because Grant is keeping so much information from him, he begins to formulate his own plan. Now we flash forward a couple days. Ash and Grant are now on the road heading down Route 14. After talking with Looker, they came to the conclusion that it would be best to travel low-key. No escorts, no fancy helicopters, nothing. So, Ash and Grant hit the road. Unfortunately for the duo, ever since their disagreement back in Lumiose City, Grant has been stoic, silent most of the time. Even to Ash's advances, when he asks him to train, Grant really only gives answers to the boy that have to do with menial tasks at hand. He's not really engaging in like his normal self, acting more like an adult, a security guard, like a protector, but not the same person he was before. Grant isn't the same person that he started the journey with. This has caused Ash to think quite a bit about this entire event, about everything that's going on. What has Grant been keeping from him exactly? Is their whole journey together just a facade because of the events of what's going on with Team Flare? And is it because they're after his Pokemon? So many questions that Ash has, but he's not really sure of where he can get these answers. He does know one thing's for sure though. When they get to Lumiose City, he does need to see Serena. She's the only one that can offer him any type of help in the events that are about to unfold. Since this is one of the longest legs of their journey, Ash decides that if Grant isn't going to train with him, then he's going to get in some training of his own. So during this time, he decides to train with Quilladin, Rampardos, Yanmega, and his newest capture, Trubbish. While Trubbish is still fairly young, it does enjoy the company of the other Pokemon, especially these 3 Kalos variants. And because Grant isn't really helping Ash train, this is allowing the 3 Kalos regional variants to stay outside of their balls longer than they would. This has an onlooker watching from the shadows that Ash or Grant is unaware is following them, and it does so for the duration of their journey down Route 14 until they finally arrive in the grandest city in the Pokemon world, Lumiose City. It's here that Grant reveals his plans to Ash. They're heading to Professor Sycamore's lab, as there is a special contingent there just for Ash. Not understanding what Grant is talking about, Ash tries to get any more information out of him. You'll understand when we get there, so come on, we have to hurry. There are other things that I have to attend to. It isn't long until they find themselves at the doors of Sycamore Labs. However, the place is far different from the last time Ash was here. It's overrun with what looks like Lumiose police, plus other types of police, ones that have the word International Police written on them. Ash isn't understanding what's going on, but he's hoping that Grant will finally talk to him once they're inside and Professor Sycamore is around. However, when he gets inside, he's led with much more disappointment. This is where our young hero comes to find out that Grant intends to leave Ash with Professor Sycamore, being the reason for all of the police. Upon this revelation, it causes a huge argument between Grant and Ash, only to be broken up by the boss of Grant himself, Looker, telling the boy that he needs to sit down. This is adult time. Ash doesn't understand where this guy is coming from or how he would even dare talk to him like that. This is where Grant reveals that Looker is his boss, and he's going to be the one making all the calls and all the decisions for Ash's own well-being from this point out. Ash's Pokemon are of the highest priority to protect. If Team Flare gets their hands on just one of them, it could spell catastrophe for not only Kalos, but the rest of the world out there. Then Looker gives Grant an order. It's time that you head out for your next assignment. Ash will remain here under the protection of the rest of the International Police. Ash can do nothing but look on with sadness in his eyes. Grant won't even return the look. All he says is, Ash, stay safe, and then he walks out of the room. This is where Ash is greeted with Professor Sycamore, giving them a chance to catch up. Ash immediately inquires about any information of what's going on, but Sycamore tells Ash that he's sorry. He doesn't really have any more information than what Ash has at this current time. He was just told that his laboratory was going to become the base of operations for the International Police while they were staying in Lumiose City, so he really doesn't have a choice. They've basically just commandeered it. Even if he were to say something, he couldn't really do anything about it. Since there's really nothing else to talk about, Sycamore decides to follow up with Ash's progress with Chespin, to which the young boy responds, well, see for yourself, releasing it from the ball to reveal the newly evolved Quilladin, and the little dragon grass type is quite happy to see the professor, showing its increase in confidence and energy as well as a little aggression. But Sycamore isn't put off by this. He's glad that Ash was able to help bring it out of its shell, no matter how it happened. This is where Ash realizes he may actually have an opening. Seeing that Sycamore is actually really intrigued with Quilladin and the progress that it's made, Ash goads the professor into learning as much as he can about the dragon type, because they don't know how long he's going to be here, and this could be the only opportunity for the professor to study it, and they don't know when that chance will come around. And Sycamore fully recognizes that Ash is right, and he decides to take advantage of it. Now Quilladin has the full attention of the professor, which is one bad thing because the professor was also charged with watching Ash, as the Interpol police were charged with securing the facility, which they haven't fully done yet. This leaves Ash unattended, which he fully takes advantage of, finding the first phone that he can and making a call to none other than Serena at Lysander Labs. Luckily, the boy is able to get through rather quick, which his first question is about Clawitzer, seeing how he sent it there. However, Serena tells Ash that she really can't talk right now. With Lysander going missing, she has a lot of things that she has to keep up on. This sparks Ash's interest. He knew that Lysander was missing, and he wants to know if Serena knows anything about it, or if there's any help that he can offer. But Serena says she really can't say anything over the phone, and she's gonna have to go. Then, she abruptly hangs up. Knowing that he can't stay here, Ash has to take any opportunity he can. Realizing that the professor has the infatuation he does with Quilladin, he decides that he's going to leave it here and sneak out. The way he figures it is, he can be back before anybody knows that he's gone, considering nobody's really paying any attention to him at the moment. But the question is, how does he exactly get out? Then Ash remembers something from the last time he was here. In the Pokemon Garden, there was a doorway that led out, and that may be his only option to actually get out and get in unseen, as it led into an alleyway behind the building. It's here that Ash asked the professor if he could go use the garden. He wants to let his Pokemon out so they can have some room to stretch, considering he doesn't know how long he's going to be here. And the professor, wanting to get as much time with Quilladin as possible, tells Ash to go ahead, considering he's still got a little bit of examinations to do on the Dragon Grass type. Knowing that this is his opportunity, Ash then takes off, heading his way to the garden as quickly as possible, knowing that any time that he loses is another chance for him to get caught. Quickly, he finds himself inside of the Pokemon garden, and just as he was hoping, it doesn't seem to be heavily patrolled at this current time. So, after fumbling his way around for a little while, he does eventually find the door. Luckily, it doesn't seem like any of the other international police have noticed it, considering it doesn't even look like it's been bolted shut. It's kind of overgrown with bushes, so this is his perfect chance to escape without anybody noticing that he actually left, and there would be no signs of him actually opening or closing any type of doors. So, Ash does exactly that. Unfortunately, there's really only one place he can think of going. The last place that he was able to meet Serena and Lysander, and that was at Lysander Cafe. Ash does what he can, sneaking out an alley down the back way, trying not to be seen. Soon, he finds himself on a main street opposite side of the Sycamore Labs. It's here that he's able to hail a taxi, telling him that he needs to go to the Lysander Cafe. He's meeting somebody there. Luckily for Ash, this guy knows exactly where it's at, and once Ash confirms that he actually has money to pay for the ride, the two are off. It doesn't really take that long, and Ash eventually finds himself outside of Lysander Labs, unsure of what his next move is. So he heads inside, and he begins to talk with the patrons of the establishment. He talks with the person behind the bar, trying to get any type of information, but the manager simply tells Ash that he has no information for him. There's not really much he can do. He's just gonna have to try somewhere else. This is where Ash begins to get a little bit frustrated. This is really his only lead, and he begins to throw a temper tantrum in the middle of the room, demanding that somebody help him. This outburst has captured the attention of everybody in the establishment and someone that he had yet to be seen. Suddenly, a wall ahead of Ash slides open, and out from it steps Serena and her newly evolved Frogadier, the same one that had battled with Chespin the last time they were here. Serena tells Ash that he needs to stop. He's drawing unnecessary attention. If he really wants to talk to somebody, then to come talk to her. Turning, Serena disappears back behind the wall, to which Ash follows her, unsure of what's happening. As soon as he enters the room, the wall closes behind him, with Serena telling him that he needs to keep up, or he will be left behind. Realizing what's happening, Ash takes off after her. What's going on? Where's Lysander? What is this place? Serena tells him that he needs to calm down. He'll get all of his answers, but he needs to follow her. Ash soon finds himself in a room that's deep under Lysander Cafe. It's actually not just a room, it's a complete complex. Whole sets of laboratories, gardens, recreation rooms, living quarters for people. It's essentially a city underneath the city of Lumiose. What is this place? Ash asks. Serena turns and tells him that this is the true Lysander Labs, the base of their operations. Everything that Lysander develops, everything that the company produces, comes from this place. So, Ash, why have you come here? The first thing out of Ash's mouth is, where's Clawitzer? I sent it to you because I caught another Pokemon. Serena just sighs, and then rolls her eyes and turns. I do believe the Pokemon you're looking for is over there, pointing through a glass window into a habitat, where Ash can see Clawitzer just kind of relaxing in an open pool. It's also got a garden area where it can go on land. It seems to be well taken care of, which was Ash's biggest worry, considering he had never had a Pokemon transferred somewhere before. There, happy now, Serena says. Now, why are you here? Now that Ash has confirmed that Clawitzer's safe, he inquires about Lysander. What happened with him? Does she have any leads on his whereabouts or anything like that? Serena tells Ash that she's not really at liberty to discuss that stuff with him. After all, there's a lot of sensitive information that they have here that would really do harm if it was in the wrong hands. Ash then tells the girl that she might want to hurry, considering that he's supposed to be a guest of the International Police right now over at Sycamore Labs, and he kind of snuck out. So, if they're going to start looking for him, this might be the first place they look. And if there's information that you have here that you don't want them to have, then it might be best to get him out of here as soon as possible. Serena can't believe this boy. How dare he threaten her like that? And how dare he bring the police here? What they're doing here is supposed to be for the betterment of humanity. And not only that, but they're also trying to stop Team Flare. And now he's going to bring the police and get them involved? They can't have that. The police will just ruin everything. This is where Ash chimes in. You mean you're trying to stop Team Flare too? Ash says with his fist clench. This gets Serena's attention. What do you know about Team Flare? She says. I know that they took one of my friends, and I know that they're after the Pokemon that I have with me. The ones that are different colors than their normal variants. Ash then goes on to talk about his gym battle with Valerie that he had about a week back, and how Team Flare had attacked her gym and then stole some sort of dead tree from underneath it. And then Valerie gave them some sort of book, a tome that was referred to as the Tome of Xerneas. This gets Serena's attention. So, Xerneas has been captured. Well then, you may not be as useless as I thought. Follow me. Serena then leads Ash into Lysander's main office. She says sit, as she opens a safe door on the wall. Inside of it, there is a book that looks very similar to the one that Valerie gave Grant. Is that another copy of the Tome of Xerneas? Serena says no. This is what's known as the Tome of Zygarde. Zygarde, Ash says. Why does that name sound familiar? It's then that Ash flashes back to the day that Quilladin evolved. That giant Pokemon. The scientists of Team Flare, they referred to it as Zygarde. Wait, you seen Zygarde? Serena says. Yeah, I did. We were in a battle. It ended up getting exposed to a laser from one of Team Flare's scientists, and when it was hit, it burst and let out a giant reservoir of dragonic energy. In that moment, from the overload of energy, my Chespin evolved into Quilladin. So that dragon variant of the grass starter you had, it evolved when it was exposed to the aura of Zygarde, Serena says, to which Ash confirms. Okay, well then, it seems you're in this deeper than I thought. Ash, you may want to sit down. We have a lot to discuss. Taking a seat, the boy begins to hear a tale about Kalos' ancient past, how there was a king that was driven mad with power. He sought to conquer, and anyone who stood oppose him, he would use Pokemon to take what he wanted. That was until one day he came at odds with a kingdom that he was unable to defeat. As a result, he decided that he would create a weapon of mass destruction, something called the Eternal Flower. This weapon was something of great and terrible destruction, and it was able to lay waste to anything that the king had his eyes set on. However, there was a problem. A weapon of this great and terrible power needed a large energy source. Unfortunately, it's not easy to come by an energy source such as that. However, there are several types of energy source that exist in nature naturally. Megastones and keystones, for instance, are one of them, and the others are Pokemon. Ash, you've been by Geosenge Town, haven't you? To which the boy confirms. Do you remember all those giant stones right outside the town? Ash thinks back, recalling that. This is where Serena reveals that those were no mere stones. They were actually Pokemon that had all of their life force drained from them. That's what the ultimate weapon does. It takes energy from any living thing that it can to power itself. Then that's where Ash puts two and two together. So like a legendary Pokemon? Exactly, Serena says. And this is what Lysander feared. For years, he has followed the rumors and mysteries and legends of the Kalos region. Whispers of a man lost to time who sought to revive this ultimate weapon. Lysander didn't believe it was true until he looked deeper into the legends and lores, and then he went to examine those stones that are outside of Geosenge Town. It's faint, but brief deposits of infinite energy can be detected from within those stones. And then Lysander found the Tome of Zygarde. In this tome depicts a legendary battle between the Z Serpent Snake and the ultimate weapon. The Pokemon we know as Zygarde is meant to protect the natural balance of environments. It's supposed to allow ecosystems to flow naturally as life intended, and it's supposed to counterbalance the other two legendaries of the Kalos region, Xerneas and Evoltol. It's to ensure that none of them fall out of the cycle of life and death. Unfortunately, this machine known as the ultimate weapon, it breaks that cycle, and that's why Zygarde got involved. The last time that weapon was fired, it cost Zygarde everything, reducing it to mere cells, to which, since then, nobody has seen Zygarde in its true form. This is where Ash says that the one that he saw was pretty big. Unfortunately, he doesn't know if it was 100% or not. Serena then deduces by Ash's description of the events that happened that what Zygarde was introduced to may have been a smaller version of that ultimate weapon. It was probably there as a last resort, meant to shatter it, to prevent it from interfering with their plans once again. Then Serena drops another bomb at Ash. Lysander Labs, in all of its research, has discovered the reason why all of these Kalosian variants of Pokemon have been showing up, to which she goes on to explain what they know about it. And the answer is one that is quite terrifying. These Pokemon are the results of when the natural cycles of life and death are interrupted. She then goes on to talk about Ash and the 3 Pokemon that he has, Rampardos, Yanmega, and his newly evolved Quilladin. She starts with Rampardos, as it's Ash's oldest one. Rampardos is the result of a Pokemon that was caught in the death cycle when Yveltal had taken its slumber to recharge itself and was meant to drain the life force out of the surrounding area. This is what happens when one of those Pokemon that was exposed to that is revived by artificial means in the modern day. That's why your Rampardos ended up with the typings that it did. This is where Ash releases Rampardos to explain that it evolved when it was exposed to a metal coat, which Serena could understand that. Their DNA is unstable, and as a result, their evolutions could happen in weird and unexplained ways. That leads her to Quilladin. It's kind of the same result, except it's a Pokemon that had its energy drained by the ultimate weapon. However, at some point, either during its death or after it's died, it is exposed to a large amount of the energy from Zygarde, and then when it is revived, it maintains that energy. And this is supported by the fact that when Zygarde was shattered again and Quilladin was exposed to that energy, it triggered an evolution. Then comes Yanmega. It's a Pokemon that was exposed to the ultimate weapon, having its energy drained, but then it was fortunate enough to be exposed to a large amount of fairy aura, like that of Xerneas, bringing it back, and it takes on the fairy typing. Whenever you see a Pokemon of an odd typing that shares the type of one of the 3 legendary trio of Kalos, this is the reason why. And unfortunately, they have large amounts of this aura inside of their cellular structure. This is when Ash asks the big question. So why would Team Flare want them? And Serena says, well, that answer is really quite simple. It's because even though one of them may not have a lot of that energy, multiples of them share that energy. And just in case their primary battery fails, they want to use something as a backup. These Aura regional variants that we've come to call them are perfect for this because they're small depositories, reserves of the primary source. So in the event of a failure for the main power supply, they would be perfect to power the ultimate weapon. And it seems like that's exactly what Team Flare plans to do. This is where Ash puts 2 and 2 together. This explains why they've been so insistent on getting those Pokemon from him, but none of his other ones. They couldn't care about Absol, Trubbish, Slugma, or Clawitzer. They have no special properties. They mean nothing to them. Well, what about Lysander, Ash says? Have you made any headway with where he might be? It's at this point that Serena reveals one last piece of information that she has. A really old book, not quite as old as the Tome of Zygarde that she had shown Ash, but still old nonetheless. This is a journal, she says. It's a couple of 100 years old. It was passed down in Lysander's family, and unfortunately, it depicts quite a horrifying history. Something that if I knew my family was responsible for, I would do whatever I could to correct it. Now, we find ourselves inside of the base of Team Flare, with their lead scientist, Xerxic. He is quite pleased with the results they have made as he looks at the 2 finest acquisitions that Team Flare has made recently, the things he has deemed the Cocoon of Destruction and the Tree of Life. You know, Lysander, with both of these in our possession, Team Flare is all but guaranteed that we will achieve our mission. Oh yeah? And who exactly assigned that mission to you? Lysander asks. To which a man who is forgotten by time says, that would be me, my son. And this is where we are going to leave things for right now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? How do you feel about the lore with these regional variants of Kalos and how their lives have been shaken up, taken away, and gifted back to them? How do you think this is going to affect Ash? And is Lysander really the true victim here? Or is he playing a part? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part right where the last one left off, with AZ staring down Lysander as he stands on the other side of the bars of his new cozy home, his jail cell. At first, this over 9-foot man tries to make small talk with Lysander. However, Lysander is no fool. He may be young, but he knows who this person is. You're the ancient king lost to time, aren't you? Well, it seems that even though my gene pool's been diluted over the centuries, you still have my sense of intelligence. You are correct, my son. I am called AZ, and I was once the only king of this land that you call Kalos. So beautiful it was, so many years ago. Unfortunately, humanity has a unique ability to poison anything that it touches. However, you, on the other hand, seem to be just the opposite. Your entire life efforts have been spent trying to fix what humanity seems to break, like you're trying to better the world. Tell me, Lysander, why is that? Or better yet, why are you not surprised about who I am, or my age, and why I stand before you as flesh and blood? With a surly look on his face, Lysander tells AZ that he's no fool. His father spent his entire life trying to prove the existence of some external force in the Kalos region that was driving it on a path of destruction. And he was essentially laughed out of any and all scientific communities, financial communities, everything. My father died a broken man, Lysander says. So I spent my life trying to do what he couldn't, fixing the world. If people weren't going to listen to my pleas for help, then I would do it myself. And I would put myself in a position of power and control so I could use my resources to benefit the greater good. And as far as your age and the reason why you're standing here and why it doesn't surprise me, that's quite simple. AZ, ancestor, or father, whichever one you prefer to be called, whispers have been passed down in our family for many generations. If you were actually part of it, you may have actually known that, but it doesn't surprise me that you wouldn't think to check on us. After all, you've pretty much forsaken humanity, even the people that may share a close bond with you, for your own selfish goals. At that comment, AZ simply laughs as he tells Lysander that while he is on the right track, his motivations are far from selfish. As a matter of fact, he simply hopes to right what was wrong, to give a second chance to a life lost. What do you mean, life lost? Lysander asks. Oh, my boy, this tale is far older than you. It is far older than this label that you call Kalos. My tale begins over 3,000 years ago. My kingdom was a peaceful and just one. We were experiencing a time of unknown prosperity and growth. Not a hungry mouth across the land. Things were plentiful. We lived side by side with these creatures that you call Pokémon, in harmony, sharing exact balance with nature itself. Unfortunately, peace can never last, and when someone has something that you don't, it's going to be taken regardless. It was the same for my kingdom by a massive army of invaders. We know not where they came, but they held the numbers on us. Their military presence was something that we had not known. We were but a peaceful people, willing to share whatever we had with our neighbors. However, these invaders, they didn't want to share. All they wanted was to feed their own gluttony. Well, judging by the way things are today, it doesn't seem like that war was that important, considering nobody ever really talks about it in the history books, Lysander says to his ancient grandfather. With a brief snicker, AZ goes on to say, "You would think so. However, you couldn't be any more mistaken. We learned quickly that the invaders were not going to leave without a fight, and eventually, my people rose up against the oppressors, and they fought back, pushing as hard as they can, trying to preserve the way of life that they knew for all too long. Unfortunately, this came at the cost of many casualties. Lives were sacrificed in the name of freedom, something that we did not want to have to pay the price for, to which the entire kingdom looked to me, their king, for an answer. However, there was only one real path I could take, the absolute destruction of our invaders. It was here that I commissioned my top mystics to build me a weapon of great power that could end this war with as minimal loss on our side as possible. So while my people toiled in the battlelands, my mystics got to work. Unfortunately, the cost of life had to continue to be paid in order for us to gain success in our endeavors. Hope was low. People of the kingdom were all in fear, beginning to believe that I could not save them. But after months of waiting, my mystics, they were successful in creating what I had asked, a machine that could end the fighting in 1 single move. However, in order to generate the power that was needed for this machine, they needed a massive energy source, something they didn't believe existed. That was until we were approached by a strange old hermit who possessed the knowledge of the ancient past, knowledge of a power source that, if utilized the right way, could power our weapon. Now, while we did not know where this hermit came, and we did not know if we could trust his information, times were desperate, and I was willing to do anything to save my people. Luckily, he was able to lead us to the power source that we needed, a giant cocoon that radiated in a black aura. Evolto, Lysander says. Correct. I'll never forget the first time I laid my eyes on this cocoon of destruction. Fear ran down my spine, but I knew it was my only chance. There was no way to move the cocoon from the land that it was in. It was like it was bonded to it for eternity, so we had to do something else. We brought the weapon to the cocoon. With the power of my mystics, though the process was slow, we were eventually able to do this. Unfortunately, though, it came at a great cost. We were mere days from being completely conquered, and unfortunately, our resistance was few and far in between of members. It was to the point that all of the pets of the citizens of the kingdom, or the ones you know as Pokémon, had entered the fray to try and stem the fighting, to try and hold back the forces long enough for my weapon to be ready. This even included my own friend, my own pet. Unfortunately, it was met with a grim fate, and it did not live to see the end of the battle. The news arrived to me just as my ultimate weapon had finally been completed. So then what happened? Kalos was conquered, and you just fell into obscurity until now, Lysander asks. Oh no, I'm afraid that it was much worse than that. You see, when we had finally completed the bonding process of the cocoon to the machine, the hermit that informed us about Evolto and the massive energy that it had gave us one final warning before disappearing forever. It would come at a cost greater than anything I could pay. I didn't know what he meant until the moment when the machine was completed, and the news had arrived. My heart broke. I could feel the heaviness of it in my chest. Nothing else mattered. Not the war, not the kingdom, nothing. All I could do was just watch as the land around us was ravaged and the massive army descended on what was left of my kingdom. I could hear the cries and the pleas of my citizens telling me to help them, to save them, to fire the weapon, but I just didn't care. Grief had consumed me. Why? What was the point of this war? All it did was take life, and now my oldest friend, gone. But you know the thing about grief, Lysander? It can quickly change into rage, and that's what happened to me. I didn't care about the armies and a peaceful resolution. I didn't care about my own people. I didn't care who got caught in the crossfires of this thing. I just wanted revenge. So I took it. I turned my machine on to its max power, draining Evolto of all of its energy. However, there was one that would oppose me. One that actually had the power. The great beast. The eternal serpent, Zygarde. It stood opposite of me, aiming to protect those, both friend and foe. However, I would not let this stop me. I would not be denied my revenge. As the dragonic snake gathered its energy, finally reaching 100%, fully drained the life force of everyone in the surrounding area. In a bid not to be denied, I fired it, aiming to scorch the world and end all life as they knew it. But Zygarde, I underestimated its power. Its size, its sheer ferocity. It was able to oppose the force of my magnificent machine, and in doing so took the brunt of the blast, sacrificing its own life in the process. In one glorious eruption of black aura, the entire region of Kalos was scorched, purging it of all life as we knew it. The amount of energy that the weapon used was incomprehensible. I didn't believe that Evolto was capable of that much, and I would soon come to find out, because as I descended from the top of my machine, I realized one thing. The reason why it was so powerful is because the machine had turned Evolto's blind rage into a giant black hole, sucking in any kind of life force from anything around it. And all of the Pokemon, all of the people, well, you've seen the graveyard outside of Geosenge town. The rumors, I've heard them echoed for years, but I never once believed it. So you're telling me that all of those stones were once living beings? Oh, yes, they were. And they helped me accomplish my goal. And that was to, well, end the war in a decisive manner. But as I looked on the plane of destruction before me, a sudden realization had crossed me. and it was one that was born off of the words that the hermit had told me. He said that everything has a balance, and Yveltal, the legendary god of destruction, had a counter, something that's capable of giving life, just as it had taken it. That's when it hit me. If Yveltal had the power to take life to sustain its own, then the other one must have the power to give life. And if that's the case, then maybe my partner, I could bring it back. It was at that moment I resolved I would spend the rest of my life trying to find this counter to Yveltal to restore my lost partner. However, I didn't think I had much time. By the time that this war had broken out, I was already an old man. But days then turned into months, then into years, then to centuries. For whatever reason, I was frozen in time. I was directly exposed to the energy of Yveltal as the weapon had fired, and for whatever reason, it seems like my direct exposure had prevented me from aging, from dying, like I was going to live forever. However, this was fine with me, because then it would give me the time needed to gather my resources and find the one energy source that could do the one thing that I knew needed to be done, resurrecting my fallen partner and then punishing the world that took it away from me. So you're telling me that this machine that you built could resurrect the dead? Lysander asks. Oh, I'm confident that it can, AZ responds. And now that I have Xerneas, my plans are near completion. And once I'm able to resurrect my friend, then I will bring this world to its knees. This is where Lysander uses his above average intelligence to put 2 and 2 together. So, you intend to fire the ultimate weapon twice, don't you? Once to resurrect this partner of yours, and a second time to wipe out life as we know it, don't you? Well, I see you're catching on, AZ says. That is correct. You see, when my partner is resurrected, it'll be an immortal like me, and I will be able to use Yveltal to cleanse this world of the source of all pain and suffering, the beings that live here. So, me and Floette will be left alone with its beauty and peace. Lysander looks at AZ with nothing but hatred in his eyes. Ah, yes, I know that look. I've seen it many a times, as people in the past have thought they could falter my plans. It's a shame. I was going to offer you immortality, just like me, considering you are my direct descendant. After all, it could get a little bit boring, and I figured that you would be at least close to my intellectual equal, AZ says as he addresses his descendant. However, Lysander tells AZ that he has had his mind warped by the machine. He's crazy. Why would he think that this is a good idea? This world is meant for everybody, not just him and his long-fallen partner. AZ simply cracks a smile. Yes, I figured you would say that. You know, for being my descendant, you sure are weak. As he pushes a button on a wall that closes off Lysander's cell from view. This leaves Lysander in quite the predicament. He is now completely blocked in it, and he was formulating a way to get out after watching their routines for days. But if he can't get them to open back up the door, then he won't be leaving this place. However, on the opposite side of the wall, Xerxic has now approached AZ, telling him that they are ready to retrieve the key to the weapon. Now we fade over to Ash and Serena as they are talking. Ash is inquiring if she knows anything that could help them figure out where Lysander is. However, she doesn't really know, but she may have a bit of a clue. The last message she received was from an area between Shalour City and Geosenge Town. Ash says he needs to go that way anyway. His last badge is in Shalour City, and if that's the case, then he will go there and he will find Lysander. But then he quickly remembers that that may not be an option. After all, he's currently supposed to be a permanent guest of the International Police. Serena attempts to say something. Unfortunately, she's cut off when a very loud alarm goes off. It's not an alarm for the lab, but it's actually a citywide alarm. Something to notify the citizens that martial law is being enacted. Ash Ketchum has gone missing, and they need to find him. So they will be searching every building in the city until they do. It's at this moment that Ash realizes he can't go back to Professor Sycamore's lab. If he does, then he will never get the chance to find Lysander and figure out what is going on. Though Serena's a bit peeved about Ash drawing attention to her, she does choose to help him. So she quickly leads him out of the room that they're in and down a hallway. Then she pushes a button on a wall, causing it to open up, Here, she says, pointing down a long, dark, ancient tunnel. This is one of the oldest tunnels in the Kalos region, and it'll lead you directly outside of Lumiose City. If you just keep going until you see light, you will be able to bypass all of the international police and go save Lysander. I will buy you as much time as I can, but you have to leave now. Ash looks at Serena. Thank you, he says, before running off into the darkness of the tunnel. Now we find ourselves back over at Sycamore Labs, as Professor Sycamore is playing with the grass starter. He's been enjoying himself, getting to relearn everything about the grass dragon type. And from what Ash told him, he's not surprised with the way it has turned out. While it is a bit more aggressive, it is in a bit of a playful manner from what Sycamore can see. The two are really enjoying their time together, but Sycamore then realizes that Ash hasn't come back yet. And then the citywide alarm goes off, and that's when Sycamore realizes Ash left. He used Quilladin as a distraction, so that way he can get out, but where did he go? This is where Quilladin begins scratching at a door. Sycamore looks at the dragon type, who looks back at him. So, you have accepted him as your trainer, haven't you? With a gruff, the dragon type nods. It needs to go find Ash. Whatever danger he's in, Quilladin needs to be there to help its trainer. Sycamore then opens the door, and him and Quilladin head out to the garden area where Ash was supposed to be. Unfortunately, they're both right. He's not there. But in his place stand both Looker and Grant, who are arguing about where Ash could be, while ordering all the local police to search around to make sure that there was no signs of a broken entry. Realizing that he needs to get Quilladin out of here before they notice him, Sycamore bends down to the little dragon type, rubbing it on its head. You need to go, he whispers. There's a door over there behind that tree. You can get out there. However, before Quilladin can turn, a little friend makes its presence known, as it begins to glow in the presence of Quilladin. Almost as a simultaneous reaction, Quilladin glows back. You, Sycamore says. I didn't think I'd see more of you. He then reaches into his jacket pocket, pulling out a container that houses more of these little things, these cores. They're all glowing in regards to Quilladin. So, you must all be pieces of Zygarde, are you? Well then, I assume that you want to go with Quilladin. Is that right? A collective sigh of agreement comes from all the little cores, so Sycamore does the only thing he can do. He pops the lid on his container, and in a flash, he learns that he was right, because all of the little Zygarde cores begin to bond to Quilladin as it slowly absorbs them into its being, and a reservoir of aura appears in its eyes before fading away. Whatever's going on, Ash will need your help, Sycamore says. Now quickly, go. Quilladin gives the professor one last look, remembering the kindness and protection Sycamore had given it in the past when it was a timid Chespin. It then takes off running after its trainer, in an urgency that Sycamore has never seen before. This just leaves Looker and Grant asking the professor if he knows what happened to Ash, to which the professor denies. He doesn't know where Ash went. He does know that Ash was in this room, because that's what he said, but then he just disappeared. This leaves the two international police stumped. They need to pick up Ash's trail before it's too late. For all they know, Team Flare could already have him and his Pokemon. Now we find ourselves outside of the city, with Ash as he comes bursting through a really old wooden door that had a lot of vegetation overgrowing it. He then turns and takes one last look at Lumiose City. Our young hero knows that him running comes at a cost, as he has to leave Quilladin behind. But he has no choice. He needs to get to Lysander and figure out what this mess is before it's too late. As he begins to take a step, Ash can hear a brief growling coming from the forest around him, but he's not really sure of where it's coming from. Knowing that he needs to get out of here, he sends out Absol for any type of protection, knowing that he's going to need cover to evade at all costs. The Dark type takes a defensive position, ready to intercept anything that's heading for them. Luckily for them though, the Dragon Grass type has caught up with its trainer, as Quilladin pops out of a bush, glowing slightly in a green aura. Quilladin, it's you! Did Professor Sycamore send you away? The Dragon type gruffs almost to say yes. It realized that Ash was going to need its help, so Quilladin did whatever it could to find Ash. Ash simply smiles. I'm glad that you were able to get back to me, but we need to go. I have an idea of our next stop, but it looks like it's just going to be us from this point on. Ash and his two Pokemon set off into the forest in an attempt to lose any trace of anybody that might be on their tail. Now, we find ourselves in a Team Flare helicopter, as it is nighttime, and they are hovering above Anistar City, more specifically the Anistar Sundial. AZ looks down. The key. We don't leave here without it. And that, my friends, is where we are going to leave this part. So, tell me, how do you feel about this? What do you think about AZ being the villain of this arc instead of Lysander? Where did Professor Sycamore get all those Zygarde cords, and how did he know? We begin today's episode with Alexis, as she sits inside of her jail cell, contemplating how she ever got involved with Team Flare. Where exactly did her life go wrong? But then she remembers the reason why she did it, the reason why she joined Team Flare. Her sister, Viola. Things weren't always like this. Once they had parents, a life that didn't involve crime. Unfortunately, happiness doesn't always last, and the moment when her parents lost their lives, they lost everything. Viola and Alexa both ended up as orphans, and unfortunately, that was only the start of their problems, because not long after that happened, Viola became sick. So sick that even the vast technologies in the medical field couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Viola was on a ticking clock. She didn't have much time left, and Alexa would have done anything, and she means anything, to save her sister. Luckily, one day, that opportunity presented itself in the form of a gigantic man. A man who appeared old, but his eyes told a much older story. A man, from the moment that Alexa looked at him, she knew had the answers. And this man, in fact, did. But it came with a heavy cost. If he was able to save her sister, then Alexa would join his illustrious organization that is working to better Kalos and the rest of the world. Unfortunately for the young girl of 12, she didn't really have a choice. She would have said yes to anything in that moment to save her sister. So she did. And the tall man, who Alexa came to know as AZ, fulfilled his end of the bargain. Within weeks, Viola was up, around, running like she was never sick. She doesn't know what AZ had did for her sister, but she knew that it was something she could never repay. She was indebted to this man and his organization. While Viola thought that she would have all the time in the world, and that her and her sister could just go on with life as normal, it quickly became apparent that life that they once knew, well, it was gone forever. While Alexa had a new home with the organization that is now known as Team Flare, Viola, well, she was sent off to live with another family in Lumiose City. Now, don't get it wrong, Viola was not neglected. She had a very happy childhood, and she got to see her sister very often. But as they got older, the visits between her and her sister grew farther and farther. Sometimes it would be months, going into over a year before they would see each other. But the sisters remained loyal to each other, and no matter how much time had passed in between each meeting, it was like they were never apart. You could not break their spirits. Unfortunately, it quickly became apparent that both sisters would end up on opposite sides. While Alexa had her path clearly carved out for her, as she was forced to take a position with the Lumiose Post, a front organization for Team Flare's activities in the region that allowed her to move inconspicuously throughout the region and get to certain events without much suspicion. Viola, on the other hand, well, she chose the path of someone who would be respected, someone who was strong, to represent the second chance at life that she got. She ended up becoming strong enough to become one of the many specialists in the Kalos region known as a gym leader, and she has maintained that position for several years. Alexa is very proud of her younger sister, as she thinks back at all of the things that she overcame. But now, she sits in a jail cell deep within Team Flare's base, and the only thing she regrets doing with her life is not telling her sister the full truth. While Viola is aware that her sister is caught up in some stuff that she really shouldn't be, Alexa always did her best to keep her at arm's length. So that way Viola had one thing going for her. If she didn't know anything, then she wouldn't be in danger. And that was the one thing Alexa always made sure. But now things have changed. AZ is close to completing his plans. Alexa can feel it, and even though she is indebted to the man for saving her sister, the one thing that Alexa knows is that if he completes his ultimate plan, then him saving her sister wouldn't have meant anything, because her sister will no longer be here. She will no longer be here. No one will no longer be here. Alexa doesn't know how or when, but she does know this. She needs to get out of here. She needs to do what she can to stop AZ and to find Ash. His Pokemon could be the key to ending his plan and saving life in the Kalos region as they know it. It's at this point that Alexa's inner thoughts are interrupted by one of the many scientists of Team Flare, the one that has taken quite the interest in Alexa, Mabel. Now we pick up with Ash. He's on his way to Shalour City for his final gym badge, and also to search for Lysander, although he's being forced to stick to many different back roads, as he knows that Looker and Grant will be looking for him anywhere that there would be a high traffic of people, as they both would probably have the mindset that he's just a kid and wouldn't be able to take care of himself. But Ash has learned a lot, especially being under Grant and Alexa. He aims to find out what happened to her and what happened to Lysander, but in order to do that, he needs to become stronger. If he can beat Karina, then he may just stand a chance against whoever's actually pulling the strings behind everyone else. Unfortunately, the path that he's taking isn't really a direct one, and it takes far longer than what Ash would have normally liked. This journey shouldn't take any more than 3 to 4 days if you're in a hurry on a main route. Unfortunately, Ash is being forced to cross rivers, climb mountains, trek through valleys, and so on due to the vast wilderness of the Kalos region. But that's something that he's willing to do, and he does use the time wisely, as this time is used to train with his Pokemon, preparing himself for the gym battle ahead. He knows that Karina is the keeper of Mega Evolution, and she's not exactly a pushover. The last time she was there, she had just become the keeper, and she's guaranteed to have become stronger since then. While Ash has also become stronger as well, but in a much different way, as the boy recollects the conversation he had with Mewtwo about Absol and its want to not use Mega Evolution by any means necessary. He had become so blinded by his pursuit to get Absol to get on the same page with him and use Mega Evolution that he nearly lost everything, but he thinks it was for the best. After all, him and his Pokemon have never been closer, and they are growing stronger by the day. This leads Ash to a point where he finds himself in a valley right outside Shalour City. It shouldn't take any more than a day to get there, so that way he can challenge Karina. But he wants to do some last-minute training, particularly with Quilladin and Absol. So he's having the two face off to sharpen their skills. While Absol is looking as polished as ever, Quilladin has had a couple of changes to it. It's a little bit bigger than what it was before. Ash has come to notice. And not only that, but it seems to be radiating with some sort of energy. This is where Ash uses his Pokedex to see if there's any type of information on it, but the only thing he could really find is with its normal species. It has an ability called Overgrow that activates when its endurance is pushed to its limits, but the grass starter really never has been pushed to its limits before to activate that, and this is kind of just activating at random. Like there's a power inside of it that it really can't contain inside of its small body. And this is compounded when, right after their training session, there's a rustling in the bushes, and Ash becomes defensive, as is Absol, because the first thought that they have is that either Grant or Looker may have found them, but it's neither of those. What emerges is a small green-looking worm that seems to be eyeing Quilladin. Ash is unsure of what it is, using his Pokedex to try and identify it, but the Pokedex has no information. If it is a Pokemon, it's completely unregistered. This may be a new species, Ash thinks, which he's kind of excited for, because, you know, people like that, they get notoriety. But he can't let it go to his head now. His first thought is to try and catch it, but then again, it would just get sent to Serena, and then she would get the credit. However, his thoughts are interrupted when Quilladin approaches this little worm-like creature, and it finally clicks to Ash that the two share the same color. Not only that, but when Quilladin gets close to it, they both glow in the same shade of aura that Quilladin's been glowing in the last few days. This is kind of odd to Ash. How could this thing share the same type of aura that Quilladin does? Unless it's a Pokemon that was affected by the radiation that Quilladin was affected by. That would make a lot of sense. It's at this point that Ash kneels down, introducing himself to the little worm creature, and tells it not to be afraid. He won't hurt it. However, this thing, it doesn't even show any type of fear, and its only interest is in really Quilladin. Then something happens that Ash was not expecting. Both it and Quilladin glow in the same radiated aura once again. Then the little squishy worm just sort of dissipates, becoming nothing but pure energy, and it's absorbed into Quilladin. Well, that's a new one, Ash thinks. Quilladin, are you okay? However, the dragon type doesn't seem to be bothered. It simply just snaps, then returning to its battling with Absol like nothing had happened. What was that thing, Ash thinks to himself, and why was it so focused on Quilladin? However, the young trainer doesn't really have much time to dwell on this, as he needs to keep moving. Too much time in a single place, especially during the day, well, it could attract the wrong attention. So he recalls both Absol and Quilladin and continues to move. Next stop, Shalour City. A day later, Ash finds himself deep within the city. Unfortunately, it's not the same happy-go-lucky place that he's familiar with the last time he was here, as there is talks going throughout the town about some sort of disaster that happened in Anistar City. And from what Ash can gather, it's like somebody stole the Anistar sundial. Why would anybody want that, he thinks to himself. Oh well, hopefully Looker and Grant are out looking for those people instead of looking for me, as Ash heads into the Tower of Mastery. However, our young hero doesn't know how right right he is, as in this very moment, over in Anistar City, on the pier to where the sundial used to sit, both Looker and Grant stand. Looker is upset because he didn't take the rumors of someone actually wanted to steal the sundial seriously, while Grant is trying to figure out what exactly they would use it for. That thing was massive, and it didn't really have any practical application beside activating the actual sundial itself, so they're both at a loss. However, there is one thing that both of them know. Whoever took it, it wasn't for benevolent purposes, and more than likely, it was attached to Team Flare and all of the miscolored Pokemon. Looker and Grant begin to discuss their next move. There haven't been any sightings of Ash, and as far as evidence for who took the sundial, well, it happened at night, and there wasn't really a lot of people around as witnesses. Then there's the matter of Grant's former traveling companion, the one known as Alexa. She has gone missing, to which Looker inquires why, as according to their intel, Alexa was part of Team Flare. That was the whole reason why Grant was put with Ash in the first place, to protect him from Alexa and anything that they may have been planning. But according to your report, Grant, Team Flare basically kidnapped her from the gym. Now, why do you think that is? I haven't the slightest clue, Grant says. For all I know, it could have just been an act to divert our attention. Well, you did spend the better part of a year traveling with her, Looker says, so I figured you may have some more inside information. What exactly are you implying there, Looker? Grant inquires. Oh, nothing. I just want to make sure my best agent hadn't been turned to the wrong side. This agitates Grant a little bit, and he gets in Looker's face, telling the international policeman that they've known each other for a long time, longer than this so-called threat of Team Flare. He then angrily walks off, reminding Looker of the reason why Ash is in the middle of this in the first place. This forces the international man of mystery to recall the day that Ash actually got involved, when that lone miner gave him the fossil to look after from the museum that was in Ambrite Town. Yeah, that may have been a mistake on my part, Looker says, as he releases his Rampardos. Well, old friend, it looks like it's time for us to actually get to work, and we're gonna have to find some way to help him. With that, Looker and Rampardos set off in a different direction from Grant, almost like the two are setting out on their own individual journeys, trying to follow their own individual leads. This brings us full circle back with Ash. As he enters the Tower of Mastery, the one person he was waiting for is present. Karina, he says. It's been a long time. Well, if it isn't Ash, I'm quite surprised you made it back here. I was beginning to think you would never get through the other gyms. Oh, I did get through each one, he says, as he flashes the 7 badges in his case. You're the final obstacle in me completing the gym challenge and saving my friends. And also, if there's time, competing in the Pokemon League. But we'll worry about that later. So, how about a battle? Karina looks deep into Ash's eyes. She doesn't know what it is, but this isn't the same boy that had walked into her gym nearly a year ago. Whatever he's been through, it has forced him to grow a lot. And this comment about his friends, this has Karina intrigued, but she won't poke or prod for now, as she would like a full-on battle from Ash, something to where his attention isn't divided, and it seems like that's exactly where he is right now. Okay, Ash, you want a battle? Then we'll have one. I don't have anything going on right now. How does a 4-on-4 sound for your final gym badge? With a smile, that doesn't matter. Whatever the terms, we're gonna get that badge. And Karina, I hope you're ready, because we're gonna take it, whether you want us to or not. So, are we gonna head to the gym or what? Karina simply chuckles. Well, Ash, I like your determination, but how about we just skip the gym? Let's just do the battle right here, in the Tower of Mastery. Prove to me that you have mastered Mega Evolution, and prove to me your Pokemon have what it takes to best mine. Ash smiles. Well, I don't know about mastering Mega Evolution, but what I can tell you is me and my Pokemon have formed a bond that's just as great as any Mega Evolution user. So, we accept your challenge, taking things on right here. Karina's grandfather, Gherkin, then comes out of his room to see the boy Ash and his granddaughter. So, I take it you're gonna have another battle here instead of actually going back to your gym? Oh, you know it, Grandpa. Besides, it's too much of a waste of time. We're in the zone right now, so it's better just to do it right here. With a sigh, the old man relents, and he says, very well, I will be the ref. Both of you, take your positions. Both trainers hurry to the opposite ends of the Tower of Mastery courtyard. They are eager to get this started. Karina wastes no time in sending in her first Pokemon, her Hawlucha, which emerges from the ball with the graceful acrobatics flip, demonstrating its ability to handle most fighting styles. So, a fighting flying, Ash thinks. Well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna need something that's got a heavy endurance. No problem. Rampardos, I choose you! The iron dinosaur emerges from the ball, stomping its feet on the ground as it stares down both Hawlucha and Karina. The sight of this thing triggers Karina a little bit, she's never seen anything like it before, but it looks like a steel type, which if that's the case, then type advantage is solely in her court, and she can't wait to show Ash what kind of mistake he made, as she gives him the first move. Karina thinks to herself, this will be easy. This thing looks like it can only take things head on, so it's going to be the type that's going to have to close in the gap. And when that happens, Hawlucha can strike. However, Ash surprises her when his first move right out of the gate is something that she wasn't expecting. A rock tomb. Rampardos stamps its foot on the ground, causing 4 pillars of rock walls to jut up from the ground right beneath Hawlucha that capture it, making it unable to move. This shocks Karina a little bit, not because she wasn't expecting it, but because it's Ash. The last time they battled, his style was direct, but not tactfully direct, just direct. This time, he actually took the time to use something to catch her off guard. This shows just really how much he has grown, but she's gonna show him a thing or two as well, as she orders her Hawlucha to use a steel wing to break the prison of boulders. Hawlucha begins to move, slowly struggling, and as its wings begin to glow, you can see the rocks start to crack. However, Ash knows this is his opportunity, and he's not going to get a better one right now, ordering Rampardos in with one of its most devastating moves that it could drop on a fighting type, Zen Headbutt. Suddenly, Karina bears witness to just what this ancient iron dinosaur can do, as in the blink of an eye, it demonstrates speed that she didn't think it was capable of, as it is now on top of Hawlucha, cracking it with the headbutt that glows in a purple aura. That shot was completely unprotected, and unfortunately, it has the result that Karina was fearing. Hawlucha was just one-shotted as the rock tomb subsides and it falls motionless to the ground. Yes, Ash thinks to himself. That's exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to give himself an early lead, so that way he can set the tone for this battle. Recalling her Luchador Pokemon, Karina compliments Ash, telling him that's pretty impressive. She didn't think that he would be able to accomplish something like that so quick. She really had underestimated him in thinking that he had given her a free win in his type choices. However, it was her that was made the fool when he took full advantage of her naivety of the situation. However, she won't do that again, as she declares, Medicham, I choose you! Emerging from a ball, a psychic type appears floating above the battlefield. Wait, I thought you were a fighting type trainer, Ash says. Oh, I am, but Medicham is half fighting, half psychic, and it's perfect to counter situations like this. Well, Ash won't be intimidated by it, choosing to leave his Rampardos. He's really banking on the fact that Karina doesn't know everything about this, and it's really obvious by the Pokemon that she chose, as the battle starts and Ash calls for another Zen Headbutt. However, Karina has the perfect counter to this, as she calls for a Detect that seemingly allows Medicham to predict the movement of Rampardos, allowing it to evade it with ease and preventing any damage to itself. This leaves her with an opening, as she then calls for one move that she knows will connect, a Confusion. Medicham's eyes begin to glow as it begins to bind Rampardos in a swath of psychic energy. However, nothing happens. Wait, what's going on? This is where Ash smiles. You didn't think that I just left Rampardos in because it won the first battle, did you? The fact that you chose a psychic type is the exact reason why I left Rampardos in, because this version of Rampardos isn't only a steel type, it also shares the dark typing, making all of your psychic attacks useless against it. And this is the exact opening that Ash was looking for, as he calls for an Iron Head that connects with the fighting type, sending it into the floor with as much power as he'd hit Hawlucha with. It's at this point that Ash tells Rampardos to return to his side of the field. He wants to put some distance between the two, as he doesn't think that that move was strong enough to put down Medicham. Karina chuckles a bit. Wow, Ash, you really have grown, and you've demonstrated it here. And you're right. Medicham was not flattened by that. Were you my fighting type? Suddenly, the brief cloud of dust is blown away by psychic energy, as Medicham can be seen levitating in place. Now that all your cards are on the table, Ash, let's try that again. Medicham, use Thunder Punch. Ash knows that this won't cause a whole lot of damage, but he's definitely going to want to make sure that he does his best to guard against it. So, he orders Rampardos to counter it with the Zen Headbutt. The Jurassic Dino rushes in, connecting with the Thunder Punch, using its head to block it. However, there's one thing that Ash was not counting on, and Karina takes full advantage of this, as while Rampardos can take head-on attacks, it doesn't really have what it takes to counter multiple attacks. And this is demonstrated when she orders Medicham to use its spare hand to launch a Force Palm, with one fist electrified connecting with the top of Rampardos' head. The other one strikes its head from the side, sending the dinosaur tumbling over itself, finally causing some damage and showing Ash that just because Karina lost the first battle, she won't be a pushover. Rampardos, are you okay? The dinosaur stands back up, shaking its head a little bit, but nodding that it can still go. Alright then, we have to be careful. Quick, use Rock Tomb. The iron behemoth stomps on the ground once more, erecting stones to try and catch Medicham. However, it just levitates higher, as Karina has an idea to use confusion. Wow, she's gonna make that same mistake again, Ash thinks to himself. Well, then this is his opening. However, he doesn't realize how wrong he is until it's too late. When Medicham reveals that it's using his confusion not on Rampardos, but on the stones that it had used to trap Hawlucha, as Medicham begins to levitate them around it like a shield. This is where Ash realizes just how bad things are. He's gonna have to break those stones if he wishes to cause any damage. However, he thinks that he has just the move in Ironhead. So, putting everything in one basket, Ash orders Rampardos to charge in with all the force that it has. Be ready, Karina calls. This will be our opportunity. In a split second, Rampardos connects with the stone shields, putting all of its weight behind the force of it. Luckily, because of its typing, it's able to smash through the rocks rather easily. Unfortunately though, on the other side of the rocks, it's met with the one thing that it cannot stop. A force palm that connects with its head, driving it into the ground and ending this battle. Wow, Ash says. Well, Rampardos, you gave it your all. I was really hoping you can go for the back-to-back win. Thank you for all you did. The damage you were able to cause is going to put us on the right track, and you've given us an early lead. He then recalls it, telling Karina that that was clever the way she used things, and the fact that she used his own attack against him, well, that wasn't something that he was expecting. You see, Ash, don't go in thinking you're gonna win. Just because you were one up didn't mean anything. Now we're on a level playing field again. Not for long, Ash says, as he declares, Yanmega, I choose you. The bug type bursts from its ball, ready for some action. This captures Karina's eye, as even though she prefers fighting type Pokemon, she can't help but admire the bug for its beauty. Ash, that is really a spectacular Pokemon. I can't wait to see how it does in battle. Oh, don't worry, Karina, you won't have to wait long, as he orders the first attack of this match, a Silver Wind. A spectacular demonstration of bug aura is pushed through the air in Medicham's direction. However, Karina isn't going to take this lying down, as she still has some stones to use, using them to cut that damage that the attack would have caused down to really nothing. Then, to expand the influence of Medicham, Karina orders one thing that Ash didn't think she would do. She has Medicham use its confusion to turn the Rock Tomb into a Stone Edge as it fires at Yanmega. Catching the bug type off guard, it has little time to dodge, barely evading massive damage to knock it out, but still taking one of the stones in the process. That was a direct hit, Karina says. Good job, Medicham, to which Ash can only call to Yanmega asking if it's okay. However, the bug type isn't going to go down that easily, as it slowly rises back up and something kicks in. That's it, Ash says. Speed boost is activated. Now he may actually have a chance. So he takes the next attack, ordering a Fairy Wind. So you don't want to attack up close this time, you just want to keep it from a distance, Karina says. Well, that's okay. I can bring Medicham to you. Now, use Thunder Punch. The fighting type charges its fist as it rushes in, pushing through the attack like it was nothing, and connecting with Yanmega. Luckily for Ash, this wasn't a super effective move, as Yanmega is sent skybound. Fortunately, the recovery is quick though, as Ash counters back with an air slash that drives Medicham into the ground below. This activates the speed boost for a second time, and it's becoming very evident that Yanmega's speed is beginning to far outpace Medicham's, as it begins to bolt around the field. Medicham slowly pulls itself up, and Karina knows that she needs to end this now. Medicham can't handle one more attack, especially a direct one like that air slash. This is where she has an idea. She needs to use Yanmega's speed to her advantage. So she tells Medicham to just sit, rest. It's okay, it can take a few minutes. This confuses Ash, as normally a trainer would just recall their Pokemon to have it rest, but she's just letting it rest on the battlefield. Well, if she wants to give Ash a free win, he's not going to dispute it. So he orders Yanmega to use an Ancient Power. Suddenly, boulders begin to levitate around the Fairy type as they are launched in Medicham's direction. This isn't exactly what Karina was expecting, however, she has little fear of this move, as with a simple Force Palm, Medicham is able to crack each boulder before it actually connects with it, allowing the damage to stay minimal. This forces another speed boost, which now Ash is thinking. With Yanmega's speed where it is now, he thinks that it may be able to get in close to finally end this. He orders Yanmega in with an air slash, and this was the opening that Karina was waiting for, as she orders Medicham to use another Detect that allows it to evade the moves. Before Yanmega can even recover from hitting the floor, it is unfortunately met with a Thunder Punch to the back that drives it even deeper into the floor, ending this battle. Wow, that was close, Karina said, but Medicham, you were able to pull it out in the end. Appreciate it. See, Ash, I told you, just because you got an early lead doesn't mean anything. My Medicham is still going strong. Wow, Karina really wasn't playing around. She's just as powerful as she was before. I thought I had the advantage, and I took a great early lead. Unfortunately, she's managed to turn it around on us. Rita too. I need something with endurance that can take this thing on. Luckily, I think I have just the candidate. As Ash declares, Quilladin, I choose you. The Dragonic Grass starter emerges from its ball, bursting with a slight hint of aura. Wow, that's an odd Pokemon, Karina says. I've never seen anything like that. That's a Quilladin? It sure is, Ash says, and it's very special. Don't underestimate it, as it's got a couple of things that you may not foresee coming. Well, I'm excited to see what it can do, Ash, so let's get this started. Happily, Ash obliges, but it's not exactly what Karina was expecting, as he orders Quilladin to use a defense curl. The little dragon balls up, hardening itself, and making sure that whatever damage she does deal is going to be very difficult. However, Karina isn't going to let this detour her from causing any damage, as she orders a Force Bomb from Medicham. But Ash stays strong, countering with another defense curl. The Force Bomb just bounces off. You see, Karina, I figured if speed couldn't beat you, then I would try defense. And as you can see, nobody can beat my Quilladin when it comes to defense. However, let me show you just what it can do. Karina isn't going to wait around to find out, as she then orders Confusion. This Confusion lifts the grass starter off of the battlefield, to which she thinks she may have the advantage. However, Ash isn't worried, as he smiles, ordering for a move that shouldn't make any sense with the context of things. However, with how close Medicham is and how weak it is, this might be his only option to cause some serious damage here, as he tells Quilladin to use a rollout. While this shouldn't physically work, Quilladin has one thing going for it: its weight. See, it's very top heavy, so it's able to throw its weight, allowing it to spin, and it keeps doing this motion over and over again, forcing Medicham to focus harder and harder. Unfortunately, with the injuries that it sustained, it's unable to maintain Quilladin airbound, and just as Medicham loses focus, Quilladin comes crashing down on it with its full weight of the rollout, ending this battle and tying up the score. Wow, Ash, I didn't think that would work. Well, I gotta admit, you are full of all kinds of surprises, Karina says as she recalls Medicham. Thank you for the effort you put in, but don't worry. We still got this. Machoke, I choose you. The muscle-bound meathead emerges from its ball, flexing its muscles, ready to take on Ash and his odd, but very energetic and aggressive grass type. If you don't mind, Ash, I think I'll take the first move on this, as Karina orders Machoke to lead with a move that could actually be devastating to Quilladin. Use Dual Chop. The superpower Pokemon rushes in the direction of Quilladin, bringing both of its massive arms down on the dragon type. Ash can do nothing but order for a defense curl, hoping that he has enough time to stop any major damage from happening. Luckily, Quilladin is able to absorb the blow, taking minimal amount of damage with its heightened defense. However, it is sent bouncing around the battle area for a little bit, to which Machoke and Karina just kind of laugh at the odd circumstances they find themselves in. However, this doesn't last long, as Quilladin eventually unrolls, looking at Machoke. However, this isn't the same dragon that it was before this whole assault happened, as its eyes are now glowing in a red hue. Ash knows what this is as he recalls the battle with Olympia. Quilladin is literally in a dragon's rage, and it proves this by glowing in a very bright green aura. So your starter's Overgrow is activated. Oh, I don't think that's what it is. However, he doesn't really know what it is yet, but he knows that Quilladin won't back down at this point. It now has its sight set on one thing, and that's ending this Machoke in any way that it can. Knowing that it's better not to fight, Ash returns Karina's move with his own Dual Chop, as the aura around Quilladin begins to surge and it charges Machoke. The aggressiveness of the grass type takes Karina by surprise, as it's able to quickly close the gap between the two and connect, returning the favor to Machoke in an all-out assault. This drops the superpower Pokemon to one knee, holding its gut, as that's where it took majority of the blows from Quilladin. Machoke looks at its opponent, only to see Quilladin taunting the fighting type, almost saying, "I've got more. Do you?" Karina sees this, as does Ash. Well, Karina, it looks like my Quilladin isn't going to back down until one of them falls. That's my sentiments exactly, Ash. Machoke, are you ready? The superpower Pokemon pushes through the pain as it stands back up, ready for its next set of exchanges. However, it's clear to both Ash and Karina that whoever is able to land the next blow will be the winner of this next outcome. That Dual Chop was so effective that Karina decides to follow up with it again, while Ash has another idea. There's one move that he hasn't really tried yet that could prove to be the thing that he needs to win, as he orders Quilladin to charge both of its arms. They're putting it all on Needle Arm. Both opponents charge each other, ready to do whatever they can to land the definitive blow and end this. However, both are of equal mind, as the first strikes are blocked by one another, only for the second strikes to connect with each other unguarded, knocking both of them out in the process. This leaves both Ash and Karina stunned. A double knockout this late in the battle? That's something neither trainer was expecting. That means that this next match will be the definitive one that decides on who wins this gym battle. Both trainers recalled their Pokemon, contemplating their next choice. This is it, the final one. For Karina, it's not really a hard choice, as she's going to go with her ace that can pretty much guarantee her the battle at this point, as she decides Lucario will be her final Pokemon. However, for Ash, well, he's got a lot to think about. While Trubbish is technically an option, it's still just a baby, and it doesn't really have any battle experience, so it would do him no good to send it in. Then there's Slugma. While Lucario is half steel and Slugma is a fire type and it would have the type advantage, he doesn't think that Slugma really has the power needed to battle with a Mega Evolution. That just leaves one Pokemon left on his team. The one Pokemon that he went through so much with. The one Pokemon that he will put all of his trust in. Absol, I choose you! The disaster Pokemon emerges from its ball, staring down Lucario, ready for their rematch. So Ash, are we going to do Mega Evolution, or are we just going to leave this as our regular Pokemon? Karina, I want you to come at me with everything you have, and in turn, me and Absol will give you everything we have. Let's hold nothing back, Ash says. And this is where we are going to leave today's part. So tell me, how did you feel about today's episode? Things are winding up quick as we near the finale. How did you feel about Alexa's backstory? What does Team Flare want with the Anistar Sundial? And where did Looker and Grant go off to? And of course, how did you feel about Ash's final gym battle up until this point? And is he going to be able to topple Karina and her Mega Lucario? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Mabel as she orders Alexa to her feet. The Team Flare scientist tells Alexa to follow her. She's finally going to be of some use to the organization. Reluctantly, Alexa does so, knowing that if she doesn't cooperate, then the punishment will be far worse. Mabel and the Team Flare grunt lead Alexa out of her cell, down a long, narrow corridor that is just dotted by lights. You can barely see the outline of the person in front of you. This walk seems to take forever, with the Alexa and the grunt keeping to themselves. However, Mabel seems to be the talkative type, as she always is. She reminisces on where things went wrong, saying that out of all of Team Flare's agents, she never thought Alexa would be the one to turn on them. Mabel reminisces about a time long past when the two were coming up in the organization. You see, after Alexa and Viola were separated, Mabel and Alexa became like sisters. They went on missions together, honing their skills. While Alexa was more of an infiltrator and kind of the muscle, Mabel was responsible for the tech and making sure operations ran smooth. The two were an unbeatable pair. Mabel even goes as far to say that everything that Team Flare is currently is because of the work they put in the earlier years. She doesn't understand why Alexa would give that up. It's here they come to a dead stop in the middle of the shadows, and Mabel turns to her old friend, demanding to know the answer. And she's not exactly pleasant when she says this. However, her outbursts and temper tantrum only get silence from Alexa. Though it takes a few moments, Mabel eventually collects herself. I figured you wouldn't say anything. You're ashamed, aren't you? You knew that it was the wrong decision to give it up all for that boy, Ash. Well, no matter. Your punishment is due, as AZ wants to see to you personally. After a few more minutes of walking, they eventually come to a room that looks very high-tech. However, inside of it, two things that Alexa is very familiar with. The tree that they stole from the Lumiose City Gym, and the cocoon of destruction that they took from the Ambrit mines. She remembers both of those days so clearly. When they found the cocoon, it was a cause for celebration. Her and Mabel were unstoppable in securing it. But then, less than 3 years later, Alexa finds herself standing in front of it, regretting the decision of ever securing that cocoon for this monster. But it's here that something else catches Alexa's attention. Something that looks very ancient, like it may be made of stone. This causes her to break her silence to ask what it is. Oh, so curiosity finally got the better of you, Mabel says. That's the machine that we've always been told about. The one that has the power to bring the world to its knees. The one that has the ability to put Team Flare in charge of everything. Just as the boss said, everything is coming to pass. And the power sources for this machine are the Tree of Life and the Cocoon of Destruction. Man, makes me wonder, How does he know all of this stuff? Oh well, it doesn't matter. In mere hours, that switch on the console will be flipped, and that machine will activate, bringing Kalos and then the world to its knees. This is where Alexa makes a play for the life of her and everyone she cares about. She knows that if that machine has the ability to fire, then it won't just be the world brought to its knees. The world will end. She suddenly breaks the restraints that are holding her arms in place, followed by incapacitating the grunt, all before Mabel can turn around to address the situation. What, did you forget that I was the one who taught you everything that you know? Alexa says as she eyes down Mabel. No, but I was actually hoping something like this would happen. I didn't like the fact that you went so quietly, as I would like the chance to teach you a lesson before the boss does. Well, I don't think you're ever going to get that chance, Alexa says, as Mabel tries to engage her, but Alexa uses her quick reflexes to easily evade the scientist. While you're fast, physicality was never really your thing, Alexa says, as she darts around her and slams the button on the console, activating the machine. No, what have you done? Mabel says. Oh, it's very simple. I'm making sure that your plans don't go through. Now we pick up with Ash and Karina as they begin the final leg of their battle. Karina wastes no time at the request of Ash, activating the Mega Evolution, transforming her Lucario into its Mega form. Alright Ash, I've shown you my strongest. Now, Mega Evolve your Absol, so that way we can get this started. However, this is where Ash surprises Karina, telling the successor that he decided to walk a path without Mega Evolution. It's what was best for him and Absol. And ever since they decided to abandon it, their strength, their bond, has never been greater. Karina sighs with a bit of disappointment. Wow. I didn't think you would try to take on a Mega Evolution without a Mega Evolution of your own. And your Pokemon being at a type disadvantage as well. I can say this battle is going to be over fairly quickly. We'll see about that, Karina. Absol, it's time! Use Quick Attack! The disaster Pokemon bolts down the field, striking Lucario with all that it has. However, the reflexes of the Aura Coyote are great, and at the command of its trainer, it counters with the Power-Up Punch, driving its fist straight into the jaw of Absol. While the Dark type was at a slight disadvantage there, it did manage to turn its jaw just enough to prevent a KO, allowing the fist of Lucario to slide right off it. Absol quickly retreats back to Ash's side of the field. However, it isn't long before Lucario is in pursuit at the command of its trainer with its signature move, Aura Sphere. Luckily, Ash is able to counter, calling for a double team at the last second. This gives the boy a sense of relief. Unfortunately, there's one thing he forgot about. Lucario is the Aura Pokemon, and even though double team is an effective counter against most opponents, Lucario can see right through it, spotting its opponent, slamming it with the Aura Sphere, driving it in the ground. The Coyote then retreats back to its side of the field, confident that the job is done. However, this is the moment that Ash was waiting for, it to drop its guard ever so slightly, long enough for Absol to fire the only move that has a chance of beating it. Psycho Cut! Suddenly, several intense bursts of aura shoot from the crater that Absol is supposed to be in. While Lucario is able to dodge the first two, the third one catches it in his knee, bringing it down. That hit had some power behind it. Even Karina can see that. Lucario makes an attempt to stand back up, but it's having trouble putting pressure on the knee that was just hit. That's it, Ash thinks. We've created our opening. Now, Absol, use Quick Attack! Once again, the disaster Pokemon bolts down the field, dispersing the cloud of dust around it in the process. However, Karina isn't going to wait for Absol to get to them, as she orders Lucario to charge 2 Aura Spheres and ready them for a defensive assault. Ash can see what she's going for here, so he tells Absol to charge another Psycho Cut, but not to release the energy, just hold it in place. Doing so, the Dark type connects with the first Aura Sphere, pushing through it, only for the second one to stop it dead in its tracks. However, this is what Ash wanted, as he tells Absol to release the Psycho Cut. Using what strength it has left in its neck, Absol slices through the Aura Sphere and strikes Lucario dead center in its chest, sending it to the ground. Almost to say, that's payback for the Aura Sphere that sent me into the ground. Absol then retreats back to its side of the field, awaiting for Ash's next command. However, the trainer stands patiently, awaiting to see if Lucario was able to survive that. However, they won't be waiting long, as Lucario is able to stand back up. However, it did feel those blows, to which Karina is impressed. Ash is using close quarter combat when that's Lucario's strength. She didn't think that he would risk Absol's safety like that. However, Ash just tells her he doesn't have any other choice. If they want to win, then they're going to have to put it all on the line with every move. Ain't that right, Absol? The Dark type lets out a little growl, almost to say it's agreeing with its trainer. Well, Lucario, it looks like we got our work cut out for us. It's not going to be as easy as we thought. What do you say? Can you keep going? Surging with aura, Karina takes this as a sign that Lucario is ready for the next altercation. This is where Karina changes up the playbook a little bit, telling Lucario to go after Absol. Use Bone Rush! The Mega Evolution tightens its focus as it squares up and runs down the battlefield with whatever strength it can muster in its good and bad leg. However, it's noticeably slower, and Ash can see this. But as he watches the Bone Rush form, he can understand why Karina had Lucario Lucario rush in. That move is going to allow for a wide range assault once it gets close to Absol. Well, Absol isn't going to let that happen. We need to end this now. Absol, use Psycho Cut and combine it with Double Team. Karina merely giggles. That didn't work last time. What makes you think it would work this time, Ash? Oh well, I guess you're going to have to be taught that lesson again. However, this is where Lucario begins to have trouble. Before, it was only focusing on the aura of Absol, which was easy to spot. However, since it's took so much damage, its aura has slightly weakened. However, the attack of the Psycho Cut, while it's charged and the Double Team is active, every one of them are giving off the same amount of energy from the same point, which means Lucario isn't able to counter it. And this is demonstrated when all of the Absols converge on Lucario in one giant hailstorm of Pokemon, connecting with the Bone Rush, then breaking it with the Psycho Cut to land the attack point blank once again in dead center in its chest, dropping Lucario and bringing this battle to a close. As the Mega Evolution fades, Karina sighs. She never thought Ash would be able to beat her, and the fact that he chose not to use Mega Evolution but was still able to topple Lucario shows just how much him and Absol have grown together. What he said was true. The two are a true team. Well, Ash, it looks like you've earned this, Karina says, as she presents him with his 8th and final badge of the Kalos region. Wow, really, Karina? Thank you, Ash says, as he begins to celebrate with Absol. However, this celebration is short-lived when a quaking tremor runs through the area that is Shalour City and the Tower of Mastery. This is no normal earthquake, Karina says, as off in the distance, they can see what looks like an explosion going off. Dust and debris flies into the air as the rumbling in the ground becomes more intense. Knowing this could be trouble, both Ash and Karina run outside the tower, only to be met with a sight of despair. Houses all around Shalour City have crumbled to the ground. Whatever that was is big enough to cause this much destruction, Karina says. This isn't good, Ash responds. Where did this come from? This is where Karina's grandfather chimes in, telling her that the news is saying that whatever it was happened in Geosenge town. There was some sort of explosion. The whole town has been leveled. They don't know if there's any survivors. Knowing they need to be there, Ash and Karina head out, much to the dismay of her grandfather. Now we flash over to Lysander. The violent shaking of the base has caused two things to happen. One, the power to his cell goes out, and two, with no power means no electronic locks. The red-bearded man uses this as his chance to escape as he pushes on the heavy metal door, only to be met with the sight of pure destruction. The base has collapsed in on itself. Things are sparking everywhere, and there's grunts of Team Flare running about, frantically trying to find any hope in this destruction. The only thing that Lysander can think is that AZ has activated the machine. Now we find ourselves with AZ, as he is frantically ordering Zerzik to find out the disturbance and why this is happening. Unfortunately for the Titan of Time, the answer isn't something he's going to want to hear, as they get the notification that the machine has been activated. No, it's too early, AZ says. Then, in a moment of panic, he tells Zerzik to get the Tree of Life into the chamber. They need to initiate the process now. They are out of time. As his crony does what he's told, AZ then walks to the main chamber where the machine sits. On his way there, we see a very sad sight. Many cages filled with all of the multicolored Pokemon that we've come to know as the Kalos variants. They look as if they are malnourished, mistreated, and have been experimented on. But AZ pays them no mind as he heads straight to the machine. As he enters the chamber, he pulls out a very sad sight from his bag. An old wooden box that appears to crumble in his fingertips, leaving only its contents behind: the body of his long deceased Pokemon, a Floette. It is at this moment AZ lays his companion down as he gets word from Zerzik that the tree has been loaded. As he exits the chamber, he gives the order to fire the weapon. Slowly, you can hear the mechanical monstrosity roar to life as it begins to work for the first time in over 3,000 years. AZ can do nothing but watch as a light slowly envelops the area, as the Pokemon that are being held captive in the cages begin to cry loudly, only for it to fade away as AZ is lost in the blinding light of the machine. This brings us to the moment where Ash and Karina end up just outside of Geosenge town. What they see is nothing but pure destruction. The entire town has been leveled, all of the houses destroyed, as what was the centerpiece of the town has now emerged with what looks like 3 giant flower petals that appear mechanical in nature. They are so large that they have crushed everything in their paths. Not only that, but it appears that this place has become a ghost town, as all of the residents have abandoned their homes in search of refuge. But this isn't even the worst thing. As Ash and Karina near the machine, a blinding light emanates from it, followed by a pulse of energy. While this doesn't really have any effect on them, it does cause something to happen in Ash's Pokeballs, in 3 of them in particular, as Quilladin, Rampardos, and Yanma jump from their balls. While Quilladin and Rampardos don't seem to be affected, Yanma on the other hand, is a different story. It's writhing in pain like it's been overloaded. That must have been Ferior, Ash says. It may have gotten too much of a concentrated dose. That means that the tree that Team Flare stole from the Levier Gym is here. This is where a very familiar voice speaks from behind Ash and Karina. You're right about that, it says. Turning, Ash locks eyes with the one person he was hoping not to see. Grant, I'm not going back with you. However, the Rock-type gym leader says something to the contrary, telling Ash to calm down. He's not here to take him back. He's actually here on his own accord, not with the International Police. He intends to stop whatever this is, now. While Ash is a little hesitant to believe him, he is reminded by Karina that there are much bigger things here at the moment, and they need to put aside whatever differences they have. Reluctantly, Ash relents, telling Grant that he'll be watching him, but for now, they can call a truce. So with their now uneasy alliance, the trio begin to climb down the machine, heading deep into the ruins that used to be the underground base. Back with Alexa, she finally wakes up from the catastrophe that she has just caused. She looks around in the dim-lighted area, trying to find any semblance of any path. Among her survey, she sees both Mabel and the grunt that had accompanied her, both unconscious, trapped under some machinery. Also, a brief path that she can use to get out of here. It's at this moment that Alexa realizes that she's a little bit hurt. It seems that her leg may have caught some damage in that entire skirmish. However, she doesn't let this hold her back as she presses on down the darkened path. It takes her a few minutes to climb over and through some of the fallen debris such as rocks and computers until she finally reaches a clearing. Unfortunately, what she finds is something that is extremely heartbreaking. This room is very close to the epicenter where that blast and the quake happened, and unfortunately it was full of the cages that had the multicolored Pokemon, and Alexa is met with a grim sight. All of these cages, their contents are lifeless. This puts a fear of panic in Alexa as she frantically begins to search throughout them looking for her Pokemon. Luckily, she's able to find them quickly, finding Noivern and Helioptile, but her sense of relief is quickly overshadowed when she finds the third Pokemon that she was caring for, Skiddo, lifeless. Alexa holds the little billy goat in her arms as she begins to break down crying, with Helioptile and Noivern both unsure of how they should console their trainer. It is at this moment that Lysander overhears her weeping of heartbreak, and he makes his way to Alexa, only to find a semi-broken woman in front of him, being guarded by two very aggressive Pokemon. Now we shift outside of the base as another entrant has made their way to Geosenge Town. It's Looker, but he is not alone. There with him stands his Rampardos and a small army of the regional Kalosian variants. It's here that Looker has a brief flashback about all of the time that he spent in the mines. It was there that he was able to make great progress in finding remnants and fossils that were affected by what they had dubbed the aura phenomenon. Over time, he was able to secretly get them out and get them revived, placed in sanctuaries or hideouts all throughout Kalos to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Then he remembers the day that he gave the fossil to Ash. He was on his way out of the city when unfortunately somebody had gotten wind of him and his mission, so the only thing that he could do was unload the fossil in a place that they wouldn't really expect. That's how Ash got involved with all this. It's Looker's fault that Ash ended up with the regional variant Pokemon. Now he has to make it right any way that he can. Luckily for Looker, he's not going to have to wait long to get some action, as he can see that there are certain amounts of Team Flare Grunts beginning to spill out of the base as they are trying to evade everything that's happened and run for cover. With one order, Looker tells all of the Pokemon at his back, don't let the ones in red escape, as they begin to charge in. Now we shift over to Ash, Grant, and Karina. They are making their way through the base. Unfortunately, it seems to be slow. That is, until Grant and his Tyrant, along with Ash and Rampardos, begin to clear away, using Zen Headbutt and Draco Meteor to blast away a lot of debris, clearing the way for them to walk. While this is effective, it isn't exactly subtle, and it begins to attract some unwanted attention in the form of Celosia and some of the grunts that have chosen to stick around. They begin to cause problems, especially when Celosia reveals one of the Pokemon that she's had, waiting to take on a worthy opponent, as she sends in her regional Aggron, that then Mega Evolves. While this is a problem, Karina decides to step up here, telling both Ash and Grant that she will handle them, as she sends in her Lucario and her Hawlucha. Now, go, she says, as she engages Lucario's Mega Evolution. Ash and Grant take off running down the dark hallway, with the last thing they hear from Karina is a loud, blood-curdling thud As the two continue down the corridor using their Pokemon to clear the way, they again attract the attention of one of Team Flare's more notable scientists, Xersic. While the scientist looks a little roughed up, he knows what's at stake here, and he won't let anybody interfere with his boss, AZ. Without saying much, Xersic sends in his Pokemon, Pangoro. Ash gets ready to fight, but it's here that Grant steps up, telling Ash that he needs to be the one to move on. Grant will handle Xersic and then join Ash later, but Ash doesn't understand. What do you mean? We need to do this together. Grant tells Ash that he knows that his Pokemon are the key to stopping this. He has to be the one to face whoever's at the end of this road. If he doesn't, then they won't stand a chance. Let him handle Xersic. Reluctantly, Ash leaves Grant to his devices as he engages Pangoro with his Tyrant, while Ash continues running down the corridor, telling Rampardos to use Zen Headbutt on all the debris in the way. After a while, our young trainer eventually finds himself inside of the base that appears to not have taken so much damage. Unfortunately, it's also a place of nothing but sadness, as he can hear the weeping of someone familiar to him from around a corner as he bypasses all of the cages, trying to find its source. What he's met with is Lysander, standing very somberly over Alexa, who's weeping with Skiddo in her arms. Alexa, Ash says, to which this manages to snap the young lady out of her sobbing just long enough to recognize that Ash is here. This also gets the attention of Lysander, and then Ash finally gets a chance to let the whole scene sink in, as what is actually in the cages around them breaks the boy's heart. What is this? Alexa, is that Skiddo? The only thing Alexa can do is begin sobbing again, while Lysander tells Ash that his ancestor, the lost king of time, AZ, turned on his great weapon. Power source is that of the life force of Pokemon, more specifically Xerneas, and any Pokemon that has been affected by it and its fairy aura. He then attempted something that he shouldn't have used the machine for. He intended to resurrect one of his long-lost Pokemon, and it came at the cost of the life of all these Pokemon. Fairy aura? Wait, that's it, Ash thinks. That's why Yanma began screeching in pain. It was at that moment that the energy wave had burst from down here. So then what do we do? Ash says. Lysander looks at the boy saying, there isn't really much they can do, except prevent his ancestor from being able to load the machine with the cocoon of destruction. If they do, then all life as they know it will be over. This is where Alexa stands up. While she still has tears in her eyes, anger is plastered across her face. Then let's go stop him, she says, as she runs off with Ash and Lysander in tow. We aren't far from the center of the base, she responds. Wait, how do you know that? Ash says. It's here that Alexa goes on to explain to Ash about her time with Team Flare, and how she kind of knows this base like the back of her hand. While Ash is a little upset about this revelation, he then follows up with a question of why Team Flare would have targeted her and made it seem like she was the enemy. That's because they gave me an order that I wouldn't do, Alexa says. Ash, curious about what it is, questions this, but Alexa refuses to answer. This is where Lysander chimes in. Your orders were to eliminate the boy, weren't they? This remark causes all of them to stop, to which Alexa confirms. That was my orders. I was supposed to infiltrate you, wait until you were at your most vulnerable, and then eliminate you and take your Pokemon, so that way I could prepare them for the project. However, as I got to know you, Ash, as I got to know your Pokemon, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Every time that I was told that I needed to follow through, I just rejected. It eventually got to the point where every encounter we had with Team Flare, I was fearing more for my life. You remember when we met my sister Viola, and I had to have that private conversation with her? It wasn't anything special. It was just me telling her goodbye, because it was at that moment that I had thought it would be the last time I ever saw her. However, after traveling with you, Ash, I believe that there may be a way to stop AZ, Alexa responds. Ash, your Pokemon, they're different than the others. Every time we've seen one of these regional variants evolve, they've maintained the same physical characteristics as their counterparts. But yours, on the other hand, every time that they evolved, they changed completely in shape and form. They adopted characteristics, other typings that they normally wouldn't, or they just take on all new forms. I've come to believe that there's a reason for this. I think that your Pokemon are the avatars of the legendary trio of Kalos. It's at this point that the base begins to rock again, and the machine is turning on once more. Alexa then tells them that they have to go. They need to hurry up. They're not far. So with that, the three take off into the darkness once again. It isn't long before they hear what is kind of like a celebratory laughter echoing through the halls that they are running, and quickly they find themselves in the main chamber with the ultimate weapon. There stands AZ with a Pokemon that hovers just in front of him. It worked. It actually worked, he says. My Floette, my precious flower, you will now be eternal. However, the Pokemon, it looks confused. It's unsure of what's going on.
The last thing it remembers was the war, and then nothing. This is where Ash chimes in. Hey, you, he says, getting the attention of AZ and the Floette that hovers before him. I'm so glad you can join us. You see, Floette, it's back. I told you it would be possible. I just needed the right amount of power. AZ responds in a maniacal, excited tone. However, this is where Lysander dishes out a huge reality check for the situation, asking AZ if the cost of the lives of all of those other Pokemon was really worth it to bring back one. While the king really has no problem with this, as he has sacrificed many pawns over the millennia, his eternal flower seems to, as he begins to address AZ in somewhat of an angered and sad-filled tone. But Floette, I did it for you. I wanted you to come back. It didn't matter the cost. It had to be paid. I needed you back, AZ says. However, the response that he was expecting isn't one that he gets, as Floette's flower slowly wilts and sadness just falls over the newly revived Pokemon. It then, in a flash, vanishes without a trace from the sight of AZ and everyone around it. Wait, Floette, please, don't go. 3,000 years. I can't do it without you any longer. All of the sacrifice, all of the struggle, it was for you. But AZ's pleas for understanding fall on deaf ears, as Floette is nowhere to be found. It is here that AZ's misplaced happiness then turns to rage. This is all your fault, he says, turning to Lysander. If you would have just kept your mouth shut, Floette would still be here. It would still be with me. I told you what I was going to do and the reason for it. Floette had to come back. It was innocent. It didn't deserve to die. Yes, it was innocent, Lysander says. However, so was all the Pokemon that you chose to sacrifice to bring it back. The cost of its revival is something that Floette couldn't deal with. That's why it abandoned you. You forgot what it meant to be a person, a living being. You no longer cherish life, taking it for granted, as you have no end in sight. I don't blame Floette for abandoning you. That comment causes something inside of AZ to snap. His sorrow then turns to rage, as he tells Lysander, if that's the way you see it, then I will value your life no more than the rest of theirs, and you will pay dearly for what you have done. It is here that AZ then pulls out one last remaining thing from his jacket, a bottle. In a declaration of war, the rage-filled ruler declares, Hoopa, I unbound you. Unleash your wrath across the plains of existence. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupts, only to reveal nothing. Is this a joke, Lysander says, only for a maniacal laughter to echo through the hollow chamber. But it's not AZ's. It's that of what seems to be a malevolent presence. Shadows shift throughout the area, catching the attention of everyone in their peripheral vision. However, when they try to see what's there, they are met with just darkness, nothing. Alexa demands to know what kind of games AZ is playing. However, he simply replies that this is no game. This is just the beginning of the end, as the shadows that were shifting in the backgrounds begin to take form, and before them, a monstrosity appears. As the ground and the surrounding area around them begin to shake violently, they are met with a bone-chilling screech that paralyzes everyone in fear. Lysander tells Ash and Alexa that whatever this thing is before them, it intends to cause harm. They can't let it leave here. One final time, they call for AZ to return his beast. Unfortunately for them, the king just simply replies, once the genie is out of the bottle, there's no putting it back in, as Hoopa begins to rampage throughout the base, attacking anything that moves. It shows no quarter to anyone, just wanting to cause any type of destruction that it can. Quickly becomes apparent that this is a fight or die situation, so with their choices made up for them, Alexa sends in Noivern and Helioptile, while Ash chooses to go with Rampardos, Quilladin, Yanmega, and Absol, while Lysander uses his noble Pyroar and his vicious Mega Gyarados. The three trainers quickly combine their attacks, trying to bring down Hoopa as quickly as possible. Perfect, AZ thinks. Now I can complete my plans while they are distracted. However, while on the side of our heroes, things may seem like it's in their favor, they quickly find out why Hoopa is such a threat, as it begins to shoot rings from its body, opening up gateways that suck each of their Pokemon in and depositing them into another part of the base after they've taken severe damage. Quickly, one by one, the opposing forces drop until it's just Ash and his Pokemon left. But by this time, AZ has managed to activate the ultimate weapon, replacing the Tree of Life with the Cocoon of Destruction. The activation of the machine has drawn the attention of Hoopa,
who's curious about the energy output, as it's hypnotizing to the beast. This is our chance, Lysander says. We only really have one way to beat this thing. We need to awaken both of the Aura Duo. They are the only ones that have the power to stand up to this thing. But how, Ash says. AZ's turned on the machine. The cocoon for Evoltal is inside. That is true, but the Tree of Life is outside. Maybe if we awaken Xerneas first, then we will be able to cause enough of a distraction to awaken Evoltal. Leave it to me, Alexa says. I'll draw the attention needed so that way you guys can get to Xerneas. She calls on her Pokemon once more to do whatever they can to draw the fire and the attention of AZ. This is where Ash and Lysander head to the Tree of Life. While it's not very far from where they are, there is one conundrum that they're going to have to figure out. How exactly do they awaken the dormant Pokemon? This is where Lysander and his years of expertise come in play. He says that they should be able to awaken the Tree Guardian with a simple donation of Fairy Aura. Well, that's easier said than done, Ash says. If you haven't noticed, all the Pokemon around here that contain that, well, they were kind of bled dry by AZ and his machine. While that is true, Ash, there is something else we can use. Your Yanmega and this. Lysander then reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out 3 oddly colored Megastones. What are these, Ash says. They're Megastones, particularly Megastones that were created by Lysander Labs. A couple of years back, I took samples from the Anistar Sundial, and I realized something. It was concentrated infinity energy. It just needed to be imbued with the right type of essence in order for it to transform into a certain Megastone. After countless hours of experiments, I was finally able to forge these 3 stones. A pure Fairy Stone, a pure Dragon Stone, and a pure Dark Stone. However, as Ash and Lysander are talking about this, it has triggered a response from Absol, a response of aggression towards the red-haired man, causing him to drop his expression in the form of regret. Hey, Absol, hold on. It's okay. Don't worry. Lysander is here to help. But Lysander tells Ash no. The Dark type has every reason to be upset with me. Wait, why? Ash asks. Because these stones were made for Absol, specifically yours. Wait, what do you mean my Absol? You told me that when we first met that this Absol was just wild and it needed a good trainer. That's why you gave it to me. Sorry, Ash, but that wasn't the true story. The real story is I had captured Absol to experiment on it because I knew that there could have been an incoming disaster. I knew if we couldn't awaken the Aura Trio in time, then we would need something that could stand against it. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a suitable replacement. So when I learned that the Anistar Sundial had the properties that it did, I knew it was time to create that Guardian. This is where Absol comes in. We had captured it and exposed it to the Megastones that we had created at Lysander Labs. Countless battles and experiments were performed on it to get the energy levels just right. Then finally, when we were able to do so, Absol managed to escape. We chased it for days until it ended up by Ambrit Town. That's where I ran into you. That's why Absol attacked me the first time. It's because it knew what I was there for, and it was willing to do whatever it took to not return with me. And when I ran into you, for some reason, every cell in my body was telling me that Absol needed to go with you. We needed to stop what we were doing to it. It no longer felt right to perform the experiments on it that we did. Ash can do nothing but turn to Absol to ask if this is all true. Judging by the intense look, followed by growling that the Dark type lets out, it begins to break Ash's heart. He looked up to Lysander. He wanted nothing more than to work with Lysander Labs to use their technology to improve the world. But come to find out, he's no more than a monster just like AZ. Ash, you have to understand, the world is in a desperate place. It needed something to protect us. We needed something that could stand to a legendary Pokemon. So I did what I had to for the good of mankind. Ash begins to beat on Lysander's chest. How could you do that to Absol? It did nothing to you, yet you just treated it like it was a tool. You took its life away. You're a monster. This is where Lysander grabs Ash's shoulders and looks dead in his eyes. I need you to understand the gravity of this situation. If we don't act, the world will end. That was the sole motivation behind anything I did. It was never malicious. It was just to make sure we were ready for anything that would come our way. Now, only you and Absol can reactivate the tree. I need you to focus. It has to be you, Ash. Coming back to his faculties, Ash looks at Absol, then to Lysander. It's not me you have to convince. It's him. What, you're gonna leave the fate of the world hanging on the feelings of a Pokemon? That's just absurd. We're talking about life across the planet. It could end any moment. You're gonna let the decision of this ride on a grudge between a human and a Pokemon? This is where Ash tells Lysander one simple truth. If you keep seeing Absol as less than you, then you truly are no better than AZ. This gets the attention of Lysander. The boy is right. he was so obsessed with the mission. He didn't care about anything else, and it started to come at a cost. The same cost that AZ was willing to pay. There is no difference in life. Everyone should be treated equal. Lysander then hands Ash the Megastones. Fine, you two make the choice. I'm going to help Alexa. You wish to activate the Megastone? Then simply present it to Absol, and then have Yanma imbue it with the Fairy Aura. It'll trigger the Megastone to activate, and then place it on the tree, and it will awaken Xerneas. Lysander then gathers Gyarados and Pyroar as he heads off to help Alexa with AZ and Hoopa, who has now become enraged that they are now interfering with the machine and all of its brilliance. Ash looks at Absol. It's your choice, buddy. What do we do? While the Dark type isn't particularly happy to see these stones again, it does understand the gravity of the situation, possibly more than Ash and everyone else here. So, without a second thought, it growls, followed by grabbing the fairy stone out of Ash's hand with its mouth. This triggers the stone to begin to glow in a brilliant aura as it begins to resonate with Yanma, like the two are on the same wavelength or something. That's when Ash tells Yanma to do what Lysander said, transfer energy to the stone. Yanma musters what life force it has left, pushing it into the stone, causing it to glow brighter and brighter. Then, before any type of transformation can happen to Absol, the disaster Pokemon drops the stone at the roots of the tree, awaiting for the results. Luckily, it won't take long, as the tree begins to morph and change as it begins to return to life. In a mere moments, Xerneas has returned, bursting with the Fairy Aura. This has healing properties on every Pokemon within the vicinity, replenishing Ash's Pokemon as well as Lysander's and Alexa's. However, the arrival of the Legendary of Life has heralded the rage of Hoopa, as it does not like someone interfering with all the destruction that it's caused. Now angered by Xerneas' return, the Djinn begins to attack. This begins to lay waste to everything around it. However, this does cause something of benefit to the team. In a moment of self-defense, Xerneas' power is able to overpower Hoopa, forcing it into the machine, which knocks the cocoon out of the main chamber, depowering the weapon, and more importantly, buying everyone time. This allows Ash to meet up with Lysander and Alexa at the base of the machine, where the cocoon of destruction lies. Ash, you were able to revive Xerneas. Hurry, we have to revive Yveltal as well. If we don't, then Hoopa will overpower the Pokemon of Life, and we will lose this fight. Ash begins the same procedure as he did before, giving the Megastone to Absol, and then having Rampardos step forward to imbue it with all of the dark energy that it has within inside of it. In a flash, then, before a Mega Evolution can take place, Absol drops the Megastone at the base of the cocoon in order to activate its awakening. In mere moments, a very large, very angry bird emerges from its cocoon. This is where Lysander tells them that they now need to get out of here. Unlike Xerneas, who's calm, cool, and collected, desiring only peace, Yveltal is a creature of rage, and it will destroy anything in its path that it deems needs to go. That means it will fight Hoopa, but it will also attack us if we do not leave. The trio find this out firsthand, as they are the first target of Yveltal's aggression. Luckily, they are all able to dodge relatively easy, as Hoopa and Xerneas' scuffle has caught the attention of the beast. While it recognizes the energy signature of Xerneas, Yveltal does not know Hoopa, and this is a cause for it to turn all of its aggression towards this new enemy. Within seconds, the three legendary Pokemon are caught in a scuffle of legends, quickly bringing down the surrounding base until nothing but a giant cavern is left wide open for the world to see. However, the three beasts don't care. All they want to do right now is battle it out. It's at this point that everybody sees AZ standing next to the console of the machine. You're out of options, Lysander says. We thwarted your plans. Both legendaries have been awakened, and you can no longer use them as an energy source. However, AZ just turns with a very maniacal smile and a cackle. Did you think that my only plan was to use the legendary Pokemon? How could you not foresee me having some sort of backup? After all, you, more than anyone, Lysander, are aware of my most precious creation, the Anistar Sundial, the key for the ultimate weapon. You see, while the ultimate weapon and Yveltal do serve the same purpose in draining the life force of things in order to power themselves, something has to happen to any excess energy that doesn't get used. For Yveltal, it's used when it awakens to restore its life force, but for the weapon, well, it can't really do anything with any excess energy, so it turns it into a crystallization that can be used at a later date. Unrefined infinite energy that has all of the power the machine needs. It's here that the group realizes what AZ is talking about. The Anistar Sundial. It went missing the day before, only for AZ to point at the base of the machine. In the chamber where Yveltal and Xerneas had sat, the sundial, the crystal, it's laying underneath the floor. That is where the secondary power source is stored, AZ says, as he smashes the console's button, activating the machine once again. As the engine of destruction roars to life, the three legendaries pay it no mind as they continue their battle. AZ simply smiles. I will have what I desired. The end of all things. This world will be purified. Then, without a second thought, AZ simply walks off into the light of the machine as everyone is left standing there, unsure of what to do. This is when a very real threat makes itself aware, as Hoopa has begun to overpower both Yveltal and Xerneas. It's feeding off the machine, growing its own strength. However, this has a double back. The machine is also feeding off of Hoopa. The two are using each other's energies to amplify one another. This is where the man with all of the answers, Lysander, drops to his knees. I'm sorry, he says. I've spent my life trying to prevent this exact moment. Everything that I've done was for nothing. However, just because Lysander has given up doesn't mean Ash has. He and his Pokemon are still fully energized from Xerneas replacing their power, and they are not about to allow Hoopa or the ultimate weapon to end life as they know it. They all begin to engage the monstrosity as Yveltal and Xerneas now lay unconscious at the feet of the monster. Ash tells Alexa and Lysander to get out of here. The only Pokemon that stand a chance against this thing are his Aura Trio, and maybe the last Megastone that he has for Absol. They need to go. Alexa and Lysander try to grab Ash as he runs in the direction of Hoopa. However, the last bit of roof in the cavern that they're in collapses, blocking those two from Ash, leaving our young hero to stand alone against the machine and Hoopa. One by one, they engage the Dimensional Demon, but just like the legendaries, they fall. First, Rampardos, then Yanma, followed by Quilladin, then Absol. Ash knows that he'd bitten off more than he could chew. However, he also knows that he's the only one that can do this. But it's not just him alone. Though they've had most of their energy spent and they are very battle worn, each of his Pokemon stand back up to take on Hoopa once more. They won't go down. They won't let this demon win. The one here who's especially motivated is Quilladin, as it begins bursting with that green aura that it had once before. Its eyes are also aglazed in red as its aggression has taken hold. However, something about this is different. This time, not just Quilladin is glowing in the green aura, but the entire surrounding area. Everywhere Ash looks, little green pillars are beginning to burst from the ground as they begin to dissipate into Quilladin. Then, one of those things that Ash saw before, that strange little squishy Pokemon that had been absorbed by Quilladin. You again, Ash says. What are you? However, he's not going to get much time to find out, as Hoopa is on the attack again, and the green squishy just vanishes, dissipating and being absorbed by Quilladin. All of Ash's Pokemon take a defensive stance, ready to intercept the mythical Pokemon. All except for Quilladin, as it bursts in a green hue and begins to change size and shape. What? It's evolving now, Ash says? The aura that's emanating from Quilladin is enough to stave off Hoopa. For whatever reason, it can't break through the barrier and the pressure that it's creating. This angers the Djinn, as it begins to create a double feedback with the machine, causing it to turn faster and charge harder. As Ash's newly evolved Grass Dragon type emerges from the light, Chestnut has made itself known. Not only that, Quilladin's aura is beginning to manifest itself, as it begins to circle around everyone and take form. In the blink of an eye, a giant stands before everyone, able to match Hoopa in its size. Ash recognizes this depiction. It's Zygarde. He saw a brief sketch of it in the book of Zygarde that Serena had showed him. Then he remembers something that she told him. The legendary Pokemon of Kalos tend to choose avatars to house their power in when they are in moments of weakness. That's when Ash realizes just how important his three Pokemon are. They were actually chosen by the three legendaries. They are vessels, avatars for whenever they are not around. That's why his Pokemon were able to jumpstart the legendaries themselves. Chestnut is a prime example of it. It's steadily been increasing in power ever since it evolved from Chespin. And that burst of energy that it experienced from Zygarde, that was the first instance of it. It was flooded with Zygarde's own energy, forcing it to evolve so it can house its energy. Then it evolved again when it needed to house more energy, allowing Zygarde to reconstitute itself. And this is the place where AZ was supposed to have stayed off with Zygarde so many years ago. That means that whatever was left of Zygarde from that battle must have been lying dormant here, waiting for the majority of its body to return. Finally, Ash begins to feel like he has a chance. Standing up, He looks to all of his Pokemon. We need to do this. We have to stop Hoopa and shut the machine down at all costs. All of his Pokemon nod as they are on the same page as they head to the machine, while 100% Zygarde, Yveltal, and Xerneas battle it out with Hoopa as it begins to open up dimensional rings, trying to suck the 3 legendaries into a separate plane of existence. Heading to the console of the main machine, Ash and his Pokemon do whatever they can to try and stop it by smashing whatever consoles they can find that lead to the power source of the Anistar Sundial. Unfortunately, though all of their attempts are benevolent in nature, realization sets in as Ash watches the machine reach critical mass and fire. The boy can do nothing as everything is enveloped in intense light as the machine is finally able to do what it was made to. Now we fast forward 6 months, and we are in Lumiose City. We find Alexa and Grant leaving the office of Professor Sycamore. They came to see the professor to check up on him and how everything is, considering Kalos just barely got the power back on. After their visit, Grant and Alexa are walking down the street of Lumiose City, enjoying the lights, as this is the first time the city's been able to be illuminated in the dark since the Zero Aura event. Grant comments that he's proud of the progress that Alexa has made since she joined the International Police. He didn't think that she would actually be able to cut it, but Alexa quips that with all of her experience from Team Flare, she was going to be guaranteed to be good. This causes a moment of silence between the two, as they reminisce about the friend that they lost in the Zero Aura event. Has there been any word on Ash? Nothing, Grant says. We've been able to find no signs of where he is, or if he's even still alive. Then again, we haven't been able to find AZ, or any of the scientists for that matter. The entire area around Geosenge town for a 5-mile radius is irradiated with all of that aura energy, and construction crews are still trying to clear all of the space from where the ultimate weapon once sat. We don't even know the extent of the damage of the area yet. But don't worry, Ash was a smart kid. I'm sure he was able to survive, Grant says. Alexa goes to say something, but their comms go off. It's Looker. They have their next assignment, and they need to go. And that's where we're going to leave things for Ash's journeys if he was born in Kalos.